Matthew had traversed into the world of Hogwarts for 14 years. During the summer, he unexpectedly acquired a metallic disc capable of transporting him to alternate realms. This world possesses a distinctly different magical system. Here, wizards are not concealed in fact. They govern this land through a powerful magical organization. Matthew oscillates between the two worlds, blending the two magical systems, and he shall seize control of his own destiny, aspiring even to stand alongside the divine. Matthew is destined to become a catalyst of historical change, ushering in monumental innovations for both realms. Chapter 1. A Journey Again. August 1991, Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon, England. To the north of the village lies a verdant hill, crowned by an elegantly antiquated European-style residence. The meticulously tended lawn glistens in the sunlight, casting a golden hue upon the leaves of the sycamore tree that leans against the wall. A long-eared owl swoops in from afar, its talons clutching a brown envelope. After circling twice in the air, it alights near the window by the sycamore tree. Tap, tap. The owl taps its beak against the glass of the window. The window is opened by a naturally curly-haired youth with dark hair, whose handsome features and immaculate attire evoke an immediate sense of admiration. He accepts the letter, crafted from parchment and sealed with wax bearing the inscription Weasley. "It's merely a couple of hills away, you needn't have delivered it," Matthew remarks, affectionately stroking the owl's head and offering it a small fish treat. In truth, Matthew's home is not far from the burrow, situated within the vicinity of Ottery St. Catchpole at that moment. A black cat stealthily prowls on the ground, inching closer to the owl when it suddenly leaps, pouncing towards the unsuspecting creature. As the owl flutters in alarm, attempting to flee, the airborne black cat inexplicably retreats towards Matthew, who deftly catches it in one hand, cradling it in his embrace. Were this a lesson in charms class, Professor Flitwick would undoubtedly award Matthew 10 points for his silent spellcasting technique. "Oh, not be so stingy, we have a guest." Piddin. Matthew gently smooths the fur of the cat. Piddin, a black feline with a lineage of spirit cat ancestry, possesses the ability to split itself and exhibits intelligence comparable to that of a human child. Meow. Piddin nuzzles against Matthew, begrudgingly flicking its tail, its striking blue eyes unwaveringly fixated on the owl. As Matthew reads the letter, Piddin lounges on his lap, exchanging glances with the owl. Matthew Blake, at the age of 14, is a student of Slytherin House at Hogwarts and is currently spending his summer vacation at home, preparing to enter his third year upon the commencement of school. He is, in fact, a time traveler, having encountered an accident in his past life that led him to this magical realm with his memories intact. Regrettably, he has not perused the original text. Having only watched 2 film adaptations in his previous life, he was rather unremarkable. Yet, fortunate for him, his magical aptitude flourished upon his arrival. In this world, his current spellcasting abilities now surpass those of certain adult wizards. Hermes, the owl belonging to Percy, was a reward for his ascension to the position of prefect. George and Fred, having tasted the bitterness of lemons, continually sought excuses to borrow Hermes from Percy throughout the summer. After bidding farewell to Hermes, Matthew glanced at the time and resumed his task of organizing the storage room, but he often concocted potions and needed to clear out a space to serve as his alchemical chamber. Most of the work had already been completed, leaving only a few finishing touches. "Piddin, you've turned into a fuzzy ball," Matthew sighed as he observed Piddin covered in dust. Cats, with their insatiable curiosity, delight in exploring every nook and cranny. With a flick of his wand, Matthew banished the dust clinging to Piddin's fur. "What have you discovered? Show me," he urged, noticing something clutched in Piddin's mouth. He gently extracted the object, revealing a circular metal disc, marred by the scars of time, adorned with a flawless polygonal red crystal at its edge. Delving his magical perception into the disc, he sensed a faint ripple of magical energy emanating from it. If not for Matthew's extraordinary sensitivity to magic, it might have easily gone unnoticed. "What is this?" Matthew pondered, having never encountered such a metal disc before. This storage room had remained locked for ages, containing only the remnants left by his grandparents and parents. Suddenly, the crystal on the disc emitted a faint crimson glow. Matthew's expression shifted. The disc was rapidly siphoning his magical energy. He promptly directed his power to sever the influx. Yet upon halting the magic supply, the crystal's radiance did not wane. Instead, it intensified. He attempted to hurl the disc out the window, but it clung to his hand as if glued with a powerful adhesive. In the next moment, his surroundings were engulfed in a crimson light. Realizing he could no longer move, Matthew felt as though he was being constricted within a narrow conduit, gradually sinking. The sensation of weightlessness struck him like an elevator plummeting, and all sounds receded into the distance. Everything around him elongated, becoming a blurred echo, until a wave of intense vertigo overwhelmed him. The bone-chilling cold sent a shiver down his spine as the frigid air filled his lungs, threatening to freeze them solid. Matthew's expression shifted. He had been transported to an unfamiliar realm by the disc. A key? No, the disc is gone. A one-way transfer? Matthew's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening. His left hand was empty. The metal disc had inexplicably vanished. Fortunately, while tidying up the storage room, he had kept his wand in hand, bringing it along with him. Matthew waved his wand, casting a transfiguration spell on his attire. His formal shirt and vest transformed into a thick cloak, while the garments beneath morphed into warm cashmere clothing. Just then, the umbrella-shaped treetops around him seemed to come alive, their thick branches lunging towards Matthew. He swiftly raised his wand, the sharp sound of slicing air resonating as a transparent, arc-shaped wind blade sliced through several branches, sending the severed limbs crashing to the ground in a writhing heap. Before he could catch his breath, more branches ensnared him, intertwining like a serpentine trap. Let the fire god clear the way. Matthew raised his wand high, flames erupting from its tip, driving back the encroaching branches. With determined effort, he twirled the wand, commanding the fire to consume even more of the branches. The flames encircled him, isolating all the branches outside their fiery embrace. The burning limbs collided with one another, resembling countless serpents of fire writhing in the air. With a pointed gesture, he directed the surging flames forward, parting the twisting serpents and clearing a path. The scene of Dumbledore conjuring a path through fire is one of the most iconic moments from the film, and Matthew had seen clips of it in his previous life, leaving a profound impression on him. What Matthew executed was a semblance of Dumbledore's fire-clearing spell, albeit significantly diminished in power, as it was merely a simulation of roaring flames and fire. Control magic. Had it been Dumbledore wielding such magic, the surrounding magical flora would likely have been incinerated entirely. Moreover, he could only manipulate ordinary flames at present, lacking the finesse to command the fierce fire with effortless precision. Once he had cleared the burning branches, he wasted no time and swiftly dashed out of the encirclement before the enemy could recover, veering into a nearby mountain path. And, descending the slope, a biting cold wind carried fine snowflakes, reducing visibility to a mere whisper, while the narrow mountain path posed a perilous risk of slipping into the abyss below. After distancing himself from the grove, Matthew gasped for breath. The icy gusts piercing his throat like needles, he glanced upward, spotting a colossal ancient tree atop the mountain, its branches arching upward, densely clustered to form an umbrella-shaped canopy, grand and symmetrical. Upon closer inspection, he noted the boughs were covered in grotesque growths, appearing from afar as numerous serpents, all adorned with unsightly tumors, twisting in the air. Magical flora? An unrecognizable species, Matthew thought. A flicker of unease stirring within him. This place felt decidedly unsafe. He rummaged through his pockets, discovering only 2 chocolate bars. The abruptness of his unexpected transport had left him without his concealed extension charm, and he realized the urgency of escaping this wooded expanse in search of human presence, as finding sustenance in this inhospitable environment would prove challenging. Suddenly, Matthew froze, sensing a disturbance in his mind as a surge of information flooded into his consciousness. Chapter 2. The Otherworld. Matthew concentrated his thoughts, perceiving the situation within his mind, as a circular metallic disc emerged in his consciousness. Remarkably, he found himself in an alternate realm. The disc served as a key to traverse this otherworld. The red crystal embedded in the disc was capable of storing energy, which was essential for the journey. The energy consumed during the crossing was derived from the crystal. It possessed the ability to recharge automatically, requiring 7 days to reach full capacity. After digesting the information conveyed by the metallic disc, Matthew felt a sense of relief. Night had fallen, and it was imperative to seek a sheltered place. Postponing his exploration of this area until the morrow, Matthew felt a twinge of helplessness. Surviving in this frigid environment for 7 days would prove to be a formidable challenge. A distant howl echoed through the air. Wolves? Matthew's senses heightened, and he brandished his wand, casting a concealment spell to shroud himself in invisibility. After continuing forward for several minutes, the howls grew increasingly nearer, accompanied by other sounds. Soon, Matthew spotted something moving swiftly through the snow, emitting a soft blue glow. He surveyed his surroundings, climbed a sturdy tree to conceal himself, and observed from the shadows. Within moments, the azure light approached closer. He beheld a majestic white deer, the size of an adult Hanoverian horse, drawing a sled that sped toward him. Its antlers radiated a luminous glow, guiding the way through the dark woods like a beacon in the night. At the helm of the sled was a robust, red-haired man with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, his expression fraught with urgency and panic as he urged the white deer to accelerate. When the sled reached a distance of 20 to 30 meters from Matthew, the right side collided with a tree trunk, causing the sled's harness and reins to snap apart, and the sled overturned violently. The red-haired man pushed aside the panel that had fallen upon him and clambered awkwardly toward the sled's cabin. His face etched with concern as he called out, "Tina, are you all right?" The girl, no older than 7 or 8, had just suffered a painful fall, tears glistening in her eyes, yet she held back her cries. They spoke in an ancient tongue reminiscent of archaic Latin. At that moment, a pack of enormous gray-blue wolves, larger than calves, encircled them, their eyes glowing red, their faces grotesque, with fangs thicker than a human finger. The wolves were formidable in size, and Matthew remained hidden, continuing to observe. A chilling howl erupted, and the monstrous wolves lunged at the pair. The red-haired man's expression shifted dramatically as he drew his longsword, striking at the wolf that charged toward the girl. The blade flashed with a green light, and in an instant, the wolf's head was severed, the massive creature collapsing to the ground, twitching briefly before falling still. Yet, before the red-haired man could adjust his stance, a sharp pain surged through his left arm. A giant wolf had sunk its teeth into his forearm, while more wolves lunged toward him. Simultaneously, a cry of alarm escaped the girl's lips. Another wolf had stealthily approached from behind. Hearing his daughter's distress, the red-haired man felt a surge of desperation, wishing to rend the wolves to pieces. He bellowed, "Get away!" And with a flash of his sword, he cleaved the head of the wolf that had bitten his arm. The colossal wolf, capable of circling behind, has pounced upon the crimson-haired girl, pinning her to the ground. Its menacing fangs bared, it lunges toward her. "Tina!" The red-haired man's eyes widen with despair. He yearns to rescue his daughter, yet is ensnared by more of the monstrous wolves. Meanwhile, the girl, overwhelmed with panic as she lies beneath the wolf, swiftly gathers the scattered planks of the sled nearby and thrusts them into the beast's maw. However, her efforts merely delay the inevitable. The wooden board soon begins to splinter, threatening to be crushed by the wolf's jaws. At that moment, the board transforms into a blade, piercing through the wolf's mouth and shattering its brain. Stunned, the girl watches as the wolf collapses beside her, her mind a blank canvas. The remnants of the sled on the ground coalesce into vines as thick as her wrist, ensnaring a dozen wolves tightly. Struggling fiercely, the trapped beasts cannot escape the binding tendrils, which tighten their grip instead. Then, the vines morph into blades, swiftly reducing the wolves to mere fragments, their remains tumbling onto the snow, blood mingling with the frost. Matthew has intervened. Lacking magical prowess, he is merely a robust beast. The father and daughter, astonished, can hardly believe their eyes as the formidable pack is obliterated in an instant. "Tina, are you hurt?" The red-haired man cradles his daughter, his face a mixture of guilt and relief. Tina buries her head in her father's embrace, reassuring him, "I'm fine, but you are hurt." Suddenly, a new presence appears, startling the father. Yet he quickly regains composure, kneeling with his still trembling daughter in his arms, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed wizard, for saving my daughter. Your kindness shall forever be etched in my memory." Tina gazes curiously, for this is her first encounter with such a youthful wizard. Matthew nods, his eyes shimmering with a cerulean light, meeting Chris's gaze gently. "I am a hermit wizard, visiting this place for the first time. How might I reach the nearest town?" Chris Watson, momentarily taken aback, replies, "You are quite near Whitestone Town, esteemed wizard. I am the blacksmith of Jimu Village, but lately, it has been rather tumultuous. The local wildlife has grown exceedingly aggressive, frequently attacking our village. These creatures, like the wolves, exhibit glowing red eyes and have considerably increased in size. I intended to relocate with my daughter to Whitestone Town, where the presence of guards may offer us safety. You are welcome to accompany us." Matthew nods, realizing that these wolves are not in their natural state. He initially believed such ferocity to be typical of this world. He bends down to inspect the wolf's corpse closely, sensing an energy fluctuation that differs from the magic of a wizard. This energy is wildly chaotic. Perhaps it is the reason for the animal's frenzied behavior. As Matthew touches the wolf's body, a faint glow emanates from the metallic disc in his mind, and a crimson light escapes from the carcass, drawn into the disc. Observing the subtle transformation of the disc, Matthew is startled to find the once dull crystal now brimming with vitality. Matthew sensed an increase in the energy stored within the crystal. The metallic disc was capable of absorbing the alien energy from the corpses of the magical wolves. He promptly examined each wolf carcass scattered across the ground. After his thorough inspection, Matthew perceived that the energy within the crystal had surpassed 1/3 of its capacity, and it would automatically be replenished in less than 5 days. Chris pondered for a moment, then rummaged through the remnants of the sled and retrieved a package, from which he extracted a tattered notebook. "Esteemed wizard, we are profoundly grateful for your rescue of my daughter and me. My ancestors included a wizard, and this notebook, a legacy from them, contains a spell that I hope may prove beneficial to you." Although Chris lacked the qualifications of a wizard, his lineage boasted magical heritage, and wizards in this realm were not shrouded in secrecy. He was immensely thankful to Matthew, opting not to provide a copied version of the notes he had transcribed. Instead, he offered the original as a gesture of his sincerity. Matthew raised an eyebrow in surprise at this unexpected boon. The parchment cover was worn and tattered, yet fortunately, the text within remained legible, inscribed in an ancient script reminiscent of Neon. He accepted the notebook, intending to accompany Chris and his daughter to Whitestone Town. With a miraculous restoration, the wreckage of the sled appeared to revert to its former state, as if time had reversed. Shortly thereafter, Chris emerged from the woods, leading a white deer and expressing his relief that the creature had sustained no injuries and had not strayed far. Matthew smiled subtly. The deer had long been ensnared by his binding spell. Chapter 3. Magical Creatures of Another World. A sled traversed the snowy expanse. Brother Matthew is truly remarkable. He restored the broken sled to its original form in an instant. The young girl exclaimed, her little hands animatedly mimicking the shape of the sled. Matthew chuckled softly and replied, once Tina turns 10, she will be able to study at the Northern Union Wizard Academy. Throughout their journey, Matthew gleaned much from Chris. The Northern Union Wizard Academy was a collaborative establishment created by the wizard organizations of the Northern region, which selected apprentices from its graduates. The academy accepted children around the age of 10 who exhibited wizardly potential, providing them with a foundational education in magic. This was the most accessible pathway to engage with the arcane arts. A tinge of regret washed over Matthew. At 14 years of age, he had missed the enrollment age for the Northern Union Wizard Academy, and pursuing membership in a wizard organization would necessitate alternative routes. He inquired of Chris, who was steering the sled. Chris, aside from the Northern Union Wizard Academy, are there other means to join the wizard organizations of the North? Chris continued to navigate the sled, tilting his head as he replied, if you possess a letter of recommendation from a member of a wizard organization, you may apply for membership. Alternatively, one could seek to join through formal wizard assessments. However, formal wizards are relatively scarce, as long as philosophies align. Most wizard organizations are generally welcoming. Both avenues prove challenging, and after a moment's contemplation, Matthew asked, are there any other options available? Being new to this realm, he had no means of obtaining a recommendation letter, had yet to delve into the world's magic, and was far from qualifying for a formal wizard assessment. Chris pondered for a moment and remarked, several kingdoms in the northern region recruit court sorcerers. My great-uncle was a court sorcerer in the Blizzard Kingdom. However, he has since passed away. He owns an unoccupied residence in Whitestone Town, where we may find shelter. Matthew inquired, are there any prerequisites to becoming a court sorcerer of the kingdom? Chris elaborated, the threshold to become a court sorcerer is not particularly high, as many unofficial members are enlisted to manage daily affairs. One merely needs to possess the innate talent for sorcery and not be a dark sorcerer to join the ranks. Yet, to attain formal membership, one must successfully navigate a rather challenging examination. Matthew nodded in understanding. Court sorcerers are often ensnared by mundane responsibilities, leaving them little time for the pursuit of magical research. Nevertheless, as Chris is an ordinary individual, his insights may not be entirely accurate. It would be prudent to seek the perspectives of genuine sorcerers in the future. Suddenly, Matthew's expression shifted as he perceived the surrounding mist thickening, rendering the forest eerily silent. Within his senses, he detected a latent magical essence within the fog. Being new to this place, he was uncertain whether it was a natural phenomenon. However, the mist rapidly intensified, and the magic within it grew increasingly vibrant. A lifeless visage pressed closely against him, its pallid countenance resembling that of a corpse. Its body was devoid of hair, an expression of sorrow etched upon its features, its mouth slightly ajar with dark, viscous fluid oozing from the corners, while its eyes fixated intently on Matthew. With a sudden change in demeanor, Matthew's right hand trembled, and his wand slipped into his grasp. Shatter. A sharp sound sliced through the air as a translucent, arc-shaped wind blade darted towards the lifeless face. Yet, the spell failed to shatter it. Instead, its mouth grotesquely stretched to the roots of its ears, more black viscous fluid cascading forth, while its expression remained mournful, an eerie smile forming before it dissipated into the air. Matthew furrowed his brow, pondering whether it was merely an illusion. Chris, having heard the commotion, turned to witness the scene, exclaiming, Phantom Demon. Phantom Demon? Matthew echoed, bewildered. These magical entities are native to the winter forest. How could a phantom demon manifest here? Chris cursed under his breath. Damn it, why has this path grown so perilous? It was entirely safe just a few months ago. Beyond this mountain range lies the winter forest, a desolate land, a veritable paradise for magical creatures, fraught with danger. Logically, the winter forest should be isolated by a grove of dragon snake trees, which thrive on magical energy, rendering the magical beasts within nearly incapable of escape. Matthew recalled the peculiar grove he had encountered earlier. Chris, how much do you know about phantom demons? He queried. Continuing to steer the sled, Chris responded. My knowledge is rather limited. The phantom demon is essentially a tale used in our region to frighten children. However, I once perused a tome titled Compendium of Magical Beasts in my great-uncle's study, which contained descriptions of the phantom demon. They are adept in illusion magic, delighting in confounding and toying with their prey. They can also employ magic to transform their bodies into a state akin to an ethereal essence, rendering most attacks ineffective against them. This species resides within the winter forest. The occupants of the carriage fell into a profound silence, enveloped by the dense fog that rendered the surrounding forest utterly still. The vaguely discernible treetops loomed like monstrous claws, watching the sled with a predatory gaze. Tina's small hand clamped over her mouth, her anxious eyes fixed on the tranquil woods outside, as if fearing that any sound she made would summon the beasts lurking within. From a young age, she had been raised on tales of the phantasm, warning that disobedient children would attract the creature, which would whisk them away. "Protect us all. Guard us well," Matthew exclaimed, brandishing his wand and casting 2 protective spells centered around the sled, enveloping them in an invisible barrier. Yet, without a continuous supply of magical energy, these spells could only serve as a warning against formidable attacks. Matthew sensed vibrations behind the protective barrier, but when he looked, he saw nothing. "Reveal yourselves," he commanded, and a wave of translucent ripples swept through the area, manifesting 2 ghostly phantasms beyond the barrier. "Petrify them all." A beam of blue light pierced through the bodies of the phantasms, yet they remained unscathed. Suddenly, Matthew felt a surge of magic from behind. He turned to find that Chris and Tina had vanished, while the 4 phantasms lunged at him. Illusions? Matthew pondered, noting the identical forms of the phantasms, suspecting that Chris and Tina might be among them. Pointing his wand to the ground, he commanded the snow to transform into a raised platform, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and the phantasms. He then spun his wand. Muggle repel? To his surprise, he unleashed a Muggle banishing spell, which proved remarkably effective, causing 2 of the phantasms to halt and retreat. Avada Kedavra! After discerning Chris and Tina's identities, Matthew unleashed the killing curse twice, the 2 green beams striking down 2 phantasms. The phantasms, unable to withstand an attack on their very souls, collapsed to the ground as the surrounding mist dissipated like bubbles pricked by a needle, leaving only 2 lifeless forms. Rubbing his temples, Matthew felt a slight weariness. Although the skirmish had been brief, casting the killing curse demanded an extreme emotional state, and repeating it had drained him mentally. The woods alongside the road no longer stood in eerie silence. The occasional rustle of the wind wove through the trees. Chris and Tina, not far away, emerged from the haze of illusions. Chris embraced Tina, a wave of dread washing over him. Without Matthew's timely intervention, they might have been toyed with to their demise by the phantasms. "Thank you, Lord Matthew, for saving us once again," he expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Matthew nodded, glancing at the sparsely wooded areas on either side. He inquired, "How far is it to Whitestone Town?" "Not far now," Chris replied. "Just over this slope and around 2 more bends, and we shall arrive." Matthew observed the 2 lifeless phantasm bodies, intrigued by the illusion magic he had encountered for the first time in this world. Magical creatures, much like certain fantastical beasts, possessed magical abilities. His curiosity about the distinction between magical creatures and extraordinary animals was piqued. He transformed the snow on the ground into a wrapping, encasing one of the phantasm bodies within. Once a phantasm was deceased, it became tangible. Matthew touched the corpse of the phantom beast, and a faint glow emanated from the metallic disc in his mind. A stream of crimson light drifted forth from the body, absorbed by the metallic disc. He sensed an abundant energy within the crystal. It was brimming with vitality. Chapter 4. The Ancient Runic Magic. The crystal on the metallic disc dimmed significantly, having depleted its stored energy. His journey to this world had been rather hasty, for he had only brought his wand, intending to make preparations before engaging with the human society of this alternate realm. With a flourish of his wand, he transformed his heavy cloak and garments back to their original state. The creature, Piddin, remained in its previous position. Piddin. Matthew picked up Piddin and affectionately ruffled its fur. A glimmer of blue light sparkled in Matthew's eyes as he employed the spell of thought extraction on Piddin. From the creature's memories, he perceived that the metallic disc in his hand had suddenly vanished, yet he remained anchored in place. It appeared that time did not progress in this realm while he was traversing the alternate world. Setting Piddin down, Matthew retrieved the wizarding notes that Chris had gifted him. Within its pages was inscribed an ancient runic spell known as the Lightning Bolt. This spell could unleash a beam of lightning upon a target, its potency influenced by the wielder's magical prowess. The magic of this realm differed markedly from the spells he had learned at Hogwarts. The spells he had mastered there were driven by emotion and will, with the strength of one's convictions significantly affecting the spell's efficacy. A lack of determination could lead to a complete failure of the incantation. In contrast, the magic of this alternate world required the construction of a spell model prior to infusing it with magical energy, employing the model to release the energy in a unique manner. The fundamental unit for constructing a spell model was the ancient runic script, coalesced from magical energy. The spell model functioned like an engine. The ancient runes served as its components, and magical energy acted as fuel. Through the transformation facilitated by the spell model, magical energy could ultimately be converted into various forms of energy. This encapsulated the principle of runic magic. Matthew extended his right hand, concentrating magical energy in his palm to coalesce an ancient rune symbolizing light. The rune shimmered like a pure pearl, radiating a soft glow from his hand. Furrowing his brow, he dissipated the magical energy, causing the rune to dissolve from his palm. It had taken him over 10 seconds to gather the light, a duration that he believed could be shortened to about 10 seconds with practice. However, a single casting of the lightning bolt spell required the assembly of 32 runes. To conjure one runic spell, it would take several minutes, if not longer, to gather the necessary runes. The task of wielding magic in this alternate world seemed exceedingly arduous. Perhaps there existed a method to expedite the gathering of runes. Upon completing the section on the lightning bolt spell, Matthew's expression shifted as he noticed the final page of the notes was obscured and unclear. Drawing forth his wand, he directed the tip towards the notes, restored to its original state. The blurred script gradually became legible, as if time itself had reversed. It contained but a single sentence. I walked through the dimly lit forest, hearing the sound of drums and witnessing the skin of shadows. The phrase about the skin of shadows struck him as peculiar, and he furrowed his brow, finding no useful information within those words. Without a trace of thought, he tucked away his notes and stepped out of the cluttered room, arriving at the threshold of the study. Matthew gently rapped on the door, saying, "Good afternoon, grandfather." A languid voice emanated slowly from a portrait within the study. "Matthew, it is currently the time for a midday slumber." The portrait depicted a dignified and benevolent elder, Matthew's grandfather. Altar Black, captured in a magical likeness. Although Matthew's grandfather had passed away before his birth, his early education had been imparted through the portrait. Prior to his demise, Altar had transferred all the knowledge stored in his memory to this enchanted image. Matthew had learned ancient runic from Altar's portrait, as Altar was a renowned scholar of ancient runic within the magical realm. In this life, Matthew's father was an Auror, while his mother was a Muggle, both of whom met their untimely end at the hands of Death Eaters. The one responsible for their deaths was none other than Matthew's aunt, Bellatrix Lestrange. Matthew retorted, "I do not recall you having a habit of napping." In the portrait, Altar retrieved a bottle of red wine from behind the cabinet, stating, "I did. When I was alive. Is grandmother not present?" Matthew inquired curiously. Altar removed the bottle's cap, leaned in to inhale the aroma, and waved his hand gently over the opening. "You know well that Lena enjoys visiting. She has left portraits in many places." Matthew nodded in understanding. "Grandfather, I wish to show you this." He extended his right hand, conjuring an ancient runic symbol with his magic. Altar, holding the wine glass, swirled the freshly poured red liquid, the application of ancient runic magic. "I believe I elucidated it quite thoroughly in Magical Glyph Compendium. Of course, I have perused Magical Glyph Compendium. Recently, I have discovered that runic symbols seem to possess deeper applications," Matthew replied. Upon finishing his statement, he meticulously formed all 32 runic symbols of lightning in his hand, then, using his magical prowess, wove them into a specific structure. With a crackle, a brilliant light erupted as the runic symbols and magic coalesced into a bolt of lightning that surged forward, instantly piercing through the wooden wall. With a flick of his wand, Matthew restored the wall to its original state. "Is this magic derived from ancient runic symbols?" Altar's face was alight with astonishment. He was aware of the connection between runic symbols and ancient magic, yet despite years of study, he had only encountered fleeting references in a handful of ancient texts. He never anticipated that Matthew had already mastered a runic spell. After listening to Matthew elucidate the principles behind the runic magic, Altar remarked thoughtfully, "No wonder it took you several minutes to cast this spell. I initially believed it was due to inexperience. It appears that runic magic still lacks a crucial component." Matthew replied with a hint of resignation. Indeed, condensing runic symbols with magic is exceedingly time-consuming. Suddenly, Altar recollected something. Taking a sip of the red wine, he said uncertainly, "I once came across a manuscript by Salazar Slytherin that stated meditation is the key to runic symbols." Matthew responded in surprise. "Meditation is the key?" Alpha continued, "I too am at a loss. The manuscript merely contains some ancient texts of unknown significance. When I compiled the magical phonetic table, I referenced certain contents from that manuscript. It should still be preserved in the library of Hogwarts. Perhaps you could seek it out." Matthew nodded, noting this information. At that moment, a melodious and ethereal voice floated in from the window. "Matthew, are you there?" He approached the window and leaned out, spotting a girl with dark golden brown hair waving at him from below. "Luna, wait a moment," he called down to her. Turning back, he noticed Alpha making playful gestures at him, saying, "It is not gentlemanly to keep a lady waiting." Matthew rolled his eyes, retorting, "We are still just children." Chapter 5, Childhood Affection. Outside, A gentle breeze wafted the scents of sunlight and wild grasses. Beneath the sycamore tree stood the girl, her wild, waist-length dark golden-brown hair, cascading, untamed. Her eyebrows and eyes were remarkably light in color, and she adorned herself with earrings crafted from airship wood, along with a necklace strung with corks from butterbeer. How did you know I was in the study? The front door and my room are in the opposite direction, Matthew inquired, intrigued by her calling to him from the window. I saw a pesky fly enter that room, so I guessed you would be there, she sang, her voice airy and melodic. Pesky flies? Luna mused dreamily. They are invisible, buzzing into your ear and muddling your thoughts. Matthew, the Thunderbird egg you gave me is on the verge of hatching. Luna suddenly recalled her purpose. Opening a box she had been holding to reveal a pure golden Thunderbird egg. Numerous cracks adorned the surface of the golden egg, through which soft feathers could be faintly seen. Matthew examined the egg closely, expressing his surprise. This is quite remarkable. He had found this Thunderbird egg from a dark wizard and gifted it to Luna for her birthday. Over 6 months had passed, and despite their numerous attempts, they had been unable to hatch it. Luna joyfully exclaimed, I wrote to Grandpa Newt, and he advised me to apply sunflower pollen to the egg daily. If I do this for 3 weeks, it should hatch. Matthew, astonished, asked, Newt Scamander? The very same magical zoologist who authored Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Luna nodded. Grandpa Newt once considered submitting a piece to the Quibbler. I obtained his contact information from my father and sent him airship wood earrings. Just then, a commotion erupted from the box. The cracks in the golden egg widened, and through them, they could see a tiny life striving to break free, accompanied by faint chirping sounds. Moments later, a beak resembling that of an eagle shattered the golden shell, and a fledgling Thunderbird emerged. Luna, overjoyed at the successful hatching, pointed to the sycamore tree by the wall, saying, we should build it a home up there. Matthew hesitated, pondering why he should build a nest here when school commenced next week, leaving him unable to care for the little creature. Luna tilted her head, gazing at Matthew with a cheerful smile. I believe it will enjoy this place. I can visit it every day. Matthew looked into her light-colored eyes, which sparkled like crescent moons, and gently replied, all right. The following morning, in London, at Charing Cross in the Westminster district, a rustle of air heralded Matthew's arrival at the Broken Cauldron pub. He seemingly materialized out of thin air, while nearby pedestrians remained oblivious. Upon entering the pub, he was met with a stifling, noisy, dimly lit, and dilapidated atmosphere. As Matthew stepped inside, the cacophony within momentarily ceased. Old Tom was polishing a glass at the bar and waved at Matthew. Hey, Blake, you made it. Care for a drink? Matthew nodded and smiled. A butterbeer, please. In the Wizarding World, butterbeer is a non-alcoholic beverage suitable for all ages, resembling a soft drink. Old Tom poured a glass for Matthew and remarked, this one's on me. Thank you for the scabies ointment. He then cautiously surveyed the surroundings and whispered to Matthew, someone has their eye on you. After uttering this, Old Tom resumed polishing the glass, while Matthew looked at him in confusion, but he seemed to have forgotten the conversation entirely. Matthew took a silent sip of the butterbeer. It was overwhelming. Although he was a descendant of the Black family, his grandfather had been disowned. After being sorted into Slytherin, he encountered a series of troubles. Many students in Slytherin were offspring of Death Eaters, while his parents had fallen victim to them, resulting in extortion, isolation, and a barrage of bullying. Fortunately, Matthew possessed a modicum of talent in the magical arts. While his peers were limited to mischievous tricks, he had already mastered numerous offensive and defensive spells. Consequently, he had bested his tormentors in his first year, and by the second year, no one dared provoke him again. However, Slytherin thrived on strength, and as he established his footing, he garnered a few allies. After finishing his butterbeer, he retreated to a small courtyard behind the pub. In an instant, his face contorted as something writhed beneath his skin. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears began to melt, morphing grotesquely. Soon, his bones underwent transformation, accompanied by unsettling noises throughout his body. Moments later, Matthew emerged as a gaunt, red-haired man with a sinister gaze. He attempted various expressions and movements to acclimate to his new form. Matthew drew his wand and cast a transfiguration spell on his clothing, transforming it into a tailored black wizard's robe. He then tapped a specific brick atop a nearby trash bin with his wand. The brick quivered, causing the surrounding stones to shift, and before long, the wall formed into a broad archway leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. The bustling streets of Diagon Alley are filled with a myriad of wondrous items displayed in shop windows, from peculiar alchemical creations to the limbs of unknown creatures, vibrant fur, and even eyeballs the size of a human head. Matthew first strolled through Diagon Alley before turning into Nocturne Alley, where he intended to procure a batch of potions. This dimly lit alley, located near Gringotts, presents a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of Diagon Alley. Upon entering, one can detect a faint, sour odor in the air. The walls are adorned with moss, with patches of peeling paint, and the stagnant water on the ground is clearly visible. The shadowy and chaotic street reveals wizards who exude an air of menace. In the corner on the right side of the street, a scruffy, stout wizard squats down. His face brightens upon spotting Matthew, and he stands up, shaking his short, stubby legs. After furtively glancing around to ensure no one is watching, he mutters, "I've been waiting for quite some time. I thought you wouldn't show up. Do you have the goods?" Chapter 6, Trouble. The disguised Matthew's gaze is cold and menacing. With a stoic expression, he retrieves 20 vials of purple potion from his pocket, conjured by a spell, and states, 20 doses of the sleeping draft. You may verify the contents. The stout wizard rubs his hands together excitedly, replying, "This isn't our first transaction. I trust you, German." However, upon receiving the potions, the stout wizard opens a vial to take a whiff, revealing a satisfied expression. He produces a bag of galleons from his robes and hands it to Matthew. All settled. Montague Fleech, a thief, has previously purchased numerous sleeping drafts from Matthew, often using them to incapacitate his victims before stealing from them. As Matthew counts the coins, 6 wizards clad in black robes converge around him, forming a semicircle. They gaze greedily at the galleons in Matthew's hand, while the leader, a one-eyed wizard, points his wand at Montague Fleech. "Montague, at last, we've caught you." Upon hearing the voice, Montague trembles, fear etched across his face, and he immediately turns to flee. However, the secluded corner where he and Matthew conducted their transaction now hinders his escape. "Oh!" Montague cries out in agony as he collapses to the ground. His body racked with excruciating pain. He feels as if his head is about to explode, and the torment renders him incapable of action, forcing him to writhe helplessly on the ground. The one-eyed wizard continues to taunt. "Do you remember anything now?" Excruciating pain. A beam of red light strikes Montague, and the sheer intensity of his suffering overwhelms his thoughts, causing his body to convulse involuntarily. The one-eyed wizard appears to revel in the experience, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Matthew's right hand subtly moves as his wand slips into his grasp, and he declares in a deep voice, "What he has done with the potions is of no concern to me. Our transaction is complete." Upon seeing the wand, the one-eyed wizard's eyes flash with disdain, and he greedily looks at Matthew, saying, "There are 6 of us. If you don't wish to experience the agony of the Cruciatus curse, hand over the galleons." Seeing that Matthew remained unfazed, the one-eyed wizard, already growing impatient, uttered an incantation, heart-piercing curse. Swiftly, Matthew brandished his wand, summoning the most conspicuous bald wizard to block the blinding red light with his levitation spell. Just like Montague, the bald wizard could not withstand the agony inflicted by the curse, convulsing in midair. With a flick of his wand, Matthew sent the bald wizard crashing into the one-eyed sorcerer, knocking him to the ground. Dazed and overwhelmed by the immense weight, the one-eyed wizard found himself unable to rise. Damn it! The remaining 4 wizards wore expressions of fury as they drew their wands to cast spells. Several magical bolts surged towards Matthew. The tiles before him morphed into a massive boulder, intercepting the spells entirely. Subsequently, the boulder levitated, shattering into countless fragments that rained down upon the 4 adversaries. In haste, the 4 wizards conjured a protective, ironclad charm. Bang, 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 bang. The falling debris stirred up a cloud of dust, enveloping the alley in a thick haze, obscuring all visibility. Unperturbed, Matthew continued his assault, wielding his wand with precision, casting spells at several locations from memory. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air as 4 translucent, curved wind blades sliced through, eliciting cries of despair. As the dust began to settle, 3 wizards lay on the ground, groaning in agony, leaving only one standing alongside Matthew. With an impassive expression, Matthew approached the remaining wizard, each step illuminating the ground with a blue light that struck the prostrate sorcerer. The standing wizard gazed at Matthew in terror, his grip on the wand trembling uncontrollably. He attempted to raise his wand multiple times, but found himself unable to command his own hand, stammering in fear, "Do not come any closer." In a flash of blue light, the only wizard still upright in the alley was Matthew. Avada Kedavra! The one-eyed wizard, who had earlier collapsed, had now regained consciousness. Half leaning against the ground, he raised his wand and unleashed the killing curse towards Matthew. Yet, Matthew remained vigilant, instinctively rolling to the left as the green beam whizzed past his right side. In the same motion, he retaliated with a spell of his own. The transparent wind blade swept across the one-eyed wizard's neck, silencing him instantly. How unfortunate! After the battle, Matthew discovered only a scant few dozen galleons among the 6 wizards, though he was fortunate to acquire 6 wands. In truth, Matthew wished to distance himself from this affair. He wasn't well acquainted with Montague, and the 6 wizards, blinded by greed, had drawn him into this predicament. Montague, meanwhile, leaned against the wall, still trembling from the aftereffects of enduring 2 heart-piercing curses. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Matthew retrieved 2 potions from his pocket, the effects of the concealment charm rendering them unobtrusive, a calming draft, and a soothing potion, both capable of alleviating the lingering effects of the curse. As Montague accepted the potions, Matthew offered a warm smile, stating, "That will be 100 galleons. Thank you for your patronage." Montague's face contorted at the price, displaying a pained expression, yet he nodded and consumed the 2 potions. After consuming the potion, his complexion improved significantly. After a brief respite, he rummaged through his pocket, which yielded only a little over 50 galleons. He produced a square wooden music box, although damaged. This trinket could slightly disrupt a wizard's magical flow. Would it be worth 50 galleons? Matthew took the music box and examined it closely. It was palm-sized, exquisitely crafted, yet marred by a considerable crack along its side. As an alchemical creation, he could sense faint magical vibrations emanating from within. Noticing Matthew's interest, Montague encouraged him. "Give it a try. Just twist the key on the side." Matthew cautiously turned the key of the music box, causing the slightly protruding cylinder to rotate steadily. Perhaps due to its damage, the sound it emitted was intermittent. Upon hearing the music, he felt a slight disturbance in his internal magic, causing his magical flow to falter. However, with concentrated effort, he could counteract the interference. Though the disruption was minor, an unexpected interruption during spellcasting could yield unpredictable outcomes. Matthew accepted the music box and nodded. It can be valued at 50 galleons. Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express. At King's Cross Station in London, Platform 9 bustled with activity. A deep crimson steam train was stationed there, adorned with a sign proclaiming, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock." Today marked the commencement of the Hogwarts academic year. And the station was particularly lively, as the Hogwarts Express was the sole means for young witches and wizards to reach their school. Amidst the throng, owls occasionally soared overhead, while cats scuttled about the ground. Matthew felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling his own school train journeys in a past life. He remembered his first train ride, where he failed to secure a seat, enduring a grueling 10-hour journey. Taking a seat by the window, his pet, Piddin, eagerly leapt from his lap. "The train will depart shortly. Don't get off, Piddin," he called out. Piddin meowed in response and exited the carriage. Matthew furrowed his brow, pondering that publishing information about the Thunderbird in a magazine might attract the attention of the Magical Creatures Protection Department. Yet, Luna was acquainted with Newt, and perhaps he could seize the opportunity to communicate with him. Before Matthew could dwell further on this, 2 red-haired twin brothers approached the carriage. "Hey, Fred. Look who it is." Matthew turned to see George performing an odd dance. George swayed his body, gesturing towards Fred. Fred, clutching his head with one hand and his stomach with the other, bent over and asked, "Who is it?" George continued his antics, his hands moving back and forth beneath his hips, declaring, "The new king of Slytherin." Fred raised his arms, pointing at Matthew with 2 fingers while squatting and bouncing backward, exclaiming, "Matthew Black." Matthew felt as though he could excavate an entire building with his toes out of sheer exasperation. "What on earth are you 2 up to? Stop assigning me these bizarre titles." Fred, feigning surprise, replied, "You don't know? We didn't come up with that." George remarked, "I heard it from Percy. He mentioned that you are quite renowned among the upperclassmen." Matthew furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This title felt like a scorching ember beneath him, having evidently circulated within the higher grades, likely spurred on by some hidden instigator. Just a few days ago at the Broken Cauldron, he overheard Old Tom mention that someone had set their sights on him. However, Matthew remained undaunted. He had concealed his true self exceedingly well. Though he had engaged in numerous exploits under the guise of Dramione over the past few years, to the outside world, he merely appeared as the exemplary top student of his year. The disparity in information would leave those scheming against him utterly thwarted. Matthew retrieved a music box from his pocket, stating, "This music box can slightly disrupt a wizard's magical flow, but it is damaged. See if you can repair it." George and Fred, having nurtured a penchant for crafting prank devices since childhood, possessed considerable talent in this regard, though it remained uncertain whether the repaired music box would retain its original functionality. Fred eagerly tested the music box, exclaiming, "I relish this challenge." After pocketing the music box, he inquired, "The Daily Prophet reports that Harry Potter is enrolling this year. Shall we seek out Mr. Potter and witness our savior?" Matthew shook his head, replying, "We shall encounter him at Hogwarts in due course." Once the twins departed, Matthew extracted a copy of the Daily Prophet from his pocket. The latest headline chronicled the illegal break-in at Gringotts, with the theft that transpired in late July still dominating the news, replete with the Goblin Bank and the Auror office engaging in a blame game. Voldemort would subsequently infiltrate Hogwarts using Professor Quirrell's body to steal the Philosopher's Stone. But Matthew had no intention of meddling in this affair. He trusted that the savior would handle it. He sensed that the crystal within the circular metallic disc was nearing its full capacity of energy, and soon he would be able to traverse back to that world again. Exploring the alternate realm remained his foremost ambition. "Ah, there you are, Matthew." A boy with bright eyes and brown hair entered the compartment, taking a seat directly opposite him. "Ha, Jerry. Jerry Abbo, a fellow Slytherin student in the same year as Matthew, and also his roommate. Matthew set aside the Daily Prophet, surprised as he asked, "Just you? Did you not come with the Gellert family from Godric's Hollow?" Jerry rolled his eyes. "That fellow indeed accompanied me to the platform. But he stated he needed to find his new girlfriend and left me to locate you." Gellert Bohane, another of Matthew's roommates, likely shared quite a bit in common with a certain named female sorceress. His former girlfriend likely wielded more spells than the lower year students could muster. New girlfriend? Is it the one he met before the break, Emma? Matthew rummaged through his pocket, retrieving 2 bottles of soda and offering one to Jerry. After taking a swig, Jerry sighed contentedly. "Your information is outdated. He swapped girlfriends again during the break. Poor Amanda spent the entire summer delivering messages for Gellert. I fear she may work herself to exhaustion." Amanda was Gellert's owl. Well then, Matthew twisted open the cap of a soda bottle and took a sip, refraining from commenting on his roommate's antics, as he had grown accustomed to them. Jerry, however, began to grumble, exclaiming with irritation, "At the rate Gerald changes girlfriends. By the time we graduate, we might encounter 9 of his ex-girlfriends on a stroll through the Ministry of Magic." A portion of the Hogwarts students would indeed enter the ministry after graduation. Jerry then shifted the topic, speaking in a conspiratorial tone, "I just spotted someone as I boarded." "Who?" Matthew replied, amusedly playing along. "The savior himself, Harry Potter." Jerry's tone was somewhat exaggerated. Chapter 8, Hermione's Anxiety. Matthew smiled and asked, "Is he really that special?" Jerry's expression soured. "Quite ordinary, in fact. If I hadn't heard the Weasleys mention him, I wouldn't have realized he was Harry Potter. He hardly embodies the image of a savior. It is worth noting that he is the one who defeated," Jerry paused dramatically, "defeated the Dark Lord. Perhaps that was merely a testament to his parents' accomplishments." Matthew retrieved a sandwich from his pocket, offering, "Would you like this? I have more." Jerry took the sandwich. Somewhat taken aback, "This is the first time I've heard such a notion." Matthew took another sandwich, took a bite, and continued, "On the night the Dark Lord vanished. His parents were also present. The Potters were the ones killed by him that night." Jerry appeared excited, as if he had stumbled upon an undisclosed secret. "After that night, the Dark Lord disappeared. So, it is indeed plausible that the Potters perished together with him. That seems far more credible than labeling a newborn as a savior. But why does everyone consider Harry Potter to be the savior? When he first crossed over, it was during Voldemort's reign. Yet he was far too young to partake in those events." At that moment, a brown-haired young witch opened their compartment door, peering in with curiosity. "Has anyone seen a toad?" She gestured to the round-faced boy behind her. "Neville lost one." The young witch nodded with slight disappointment. "Sorry to disturb." She intended to continue her search in the next compartment, but before she could close the door, a shadow swiftly darted beneath her. The shadow entered the compartment and directly leapt into Matthew's arms. Upon closer inspection, the young witch's eyes brightened. It was a sleek black cat with striking blue eyes. "Pudding, what do you have in your mouth?" Matthew felt a sense of foreboding as he noticed what appeared to be a frog's leg protruding from Pudding's mouth. Pudding rubbed against Matthew, dropping the object onto the table. It was indeed a toad. Neville's expression morphed dramatically upon seeing the toad belly up and motionless. Matthew observed the swift transition of emotions on Neville's face, sadness to shock, shock to anger, and anger back to sorrow, within mere seconds. If this were recorded and shared online, it might very well become a staple of future study material. Matthew hastily examined the toad. It had been playing dead, but once in his hand, it began to kick, showing no signs of injury. Pudding had not harmed it. Matthew exhaled in relief, grateful that Pi Dan was clever enough not to harm the pets of these young witches. Upon realizing the toad was unharmed, Neville broke into a smile, clutching the creature tightly, while repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The little witch, witnessing this scene, also felt a wave of relief wash over her, having feared that Leaf might have been bitten to death by the beautiful black cat. Although the feline was undeniably adorable, it was instinctual for them to hunt small animals. She took the initiative to approach and crouched before the black cat. "Is this cat named Pi Dan? Its eyes are exquisite." She paused briefly before adding, "Its fur is splendid as well." "Yes, you may pet him. Pi Dan will not bite you," Matthew said with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, the little witch's face brightened, and she reached out to stroke the soft fur on Pi Dan's back. The cat glanced at her, then lay down comfortably, beginning to groom its front legs. After a moment, the little witch seemed to remember she had yet to introduce herself and looked up to say, "My name is Hermione Granger, and I am a first-year student." Indeed, this bushy-haired girl was none other than Hermione Granger, the companion of the savior. "Matthew Blake, and this is Jerry Abbott. We are both third-year students from Slytherin House." Matthew gestured towards Jerry, who had been quietly observing the scene across from him. Jerry offered a shy greeting, despite being quite talkative around Matthew. He was inherently socially anxious and tended to be reticent in the presence of strangers. Just as Neville sat down, upon hearing the mention of Slytherin, he recoiled slightly and abruptly stood up again, exclaiming, "Slytherin." Matthew chuckled softly, saying, "Neville, please have a seat." Neville cautiously glanced at Matthew and Jerry, trembling as he replied, My grandmother often says that Slytherin has the most dark wizards. Matthew chuckled again. Turning to Jerry, we Slytherins indeed have a notorious reputation. However, it is worth noting that Gryffindor has not been devoid of its own dark wizards. In fact, to be precise, in terms of proportions, Slytherin currently has the fewest dark wizards among the houses. Observing Hermione's puzzled expression, Matthew elaborated, ever since the fall of the Dark Lord, peace has prevailed for several years. And the number of wizards has significantly increased compared to a decade ago. Each year, fewer than 1 in 10 graduates from Hogwarts manage to secure a position in the Ministry of Magic. The same applies to other professions, as not every student finds employment after graduation. In times of peace, those wizards who struggle to find work are the most susceptible to becoming dark wizards. Most Slytherin students hail from wizarding families, making their job prospects considerably brighter than those from Muggle backgrounds. Neville countered. But my grandmother insists that the Death Eaters were predominantly from Slytherin. The Dark Lord has fallen. The Death Eaters are either deceased or imprisoned in Azkaban. Matthew regarded Neville with a knowing look, suggesting that those who haven't been incarcerated in Azkaban are no longer dark wizards. Neville's face flushed crimson. He wished to refute Matthew, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How does the sorting process work? Are there differences in the curriculum among the houses? Is the quality of education distinct? Will it affect job prospects? Hermione inquired anxiously, bombarding them with questions. During the sorting ceremony, a test will be conducted. As for the other details, Matthew once played the Riddler, and you will learn more after you pass the test. Is there an entrance examination? Hermione grew more anxious. Chapter 9, Hannah Abbott. The sky outside had turned dark, and the magical lights within the carriage were already aglow. Matthew was engrossed in a travelogue during his leisure time. He occasionally perused various books, sometimes uncovering intriguing clues within such literature. Neville, cradling his toad, had fallen asleep, while an anxious Hermione recited passages from a book beside him. Jerry cast a disdainful glance at Matthew. This fellow enjoyed teasing the newcomers, having himself been duped by Matthew in the past. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will transport it to the school for you, announced the conductor's voice, echoing through the carriages. The train gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt after a 10-hour journey, reaching its destination. Despite the conductor's recent reminder, Neville remained in a deep slumber. Arrived, Matthew said, gently shaking Neville's shoulder to rouse him. As Neville blinked awake, Matthew stood up, adjusting his robes and declared, "Let us disembark. Someone will escort you newcomers for the entrance examination. We shall part ways here, and may fate bring us together again." Neville, still groggy, instantly came to his senses. Hastily gathering his textbooks and pale-faced exclaimed, "Oh, there's an entrance examination. I just fell asleep and retained nothing." Hermione ignored their exchange. Engrossed in her copy of 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, seemingly memorizing its contents, Matthew smiled subtly. He had not deceived them. The entrance examination was indeed real, but it was merely the sorting ceremony conducted by the sorting hat. They need only don the hat to complete the entrance examination. Matthew and Jerry disembarked first. Making their way towards the horseless carriages, they heard someone shouting from the platform, "First-year students. First-year students, assemble here." The figure was unusually tall, towering over the nearby newcomers. He held a magical lantern aloft, making him quite conspicuous. He was none other than Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Jerry selected a carriage, grumbling, "Isn't anyone going to clean these? Many of the carriages are moldy." He drew his wand and performed a cleaning charm on the carriage. Matthew raised an eyebrow as he noticed a blond boy approaching them. "Oh, Gellert, aren't you going to accompany your girlfriend?" Jerry remarked, having noticed him as well. Gellert awkwardly scratched his head, replying, "Pansy is a first year. She still needs to attend the sorting ceremony." Matthew found the name somewhat familiar. "You don't even spare the uninitiated. Your dating pool is impressively broad," Jerry quipped. Once the three of them settled in, the carriage jolted into motion, with Gellert animatedly recounting his busy summer. Before long, the carriage halted beside the stone steps in front of the castle. Gellert, sitting on the outer side, leapt down first, muttering, "I'm so hungry, but there's still the sorting ceremony to attend." He brought snacks, all of which were devoured by Pansy along the way. "I still have sandwiches." Matthew, with a warm heart, took out 3 sandwiches and shared them with Jerry and Gellert. "Oh, Matthew, you are as dependable as ever," Gellert exclaimed, devouring his portion, clearly famished. The trio munched on their sandwiches while making their way toward the auditorium. Jerry chuckled, "Which house is your new girlfriend from? What if she turns out to be from Gryffindor?" Gellert stuffed an entire half of his sandwich into his mouth and mumbled, "She's from the Parkinson family. It's not like I haven't dated a Gryffindor before, and besides, she wouldn't go to Gryffindor. She's definitely a Slytherin." "Pansy Parkinson?" Matthew recalled. "Wasn't she young Malfoy's girlfriend?" Jerry immediately teased, "I remember when you broke up with your Gryffindor ex. She poured ink over your head." Gellert swallowed his food and proudly replied, "That was because I was still quite naive back then." A shrewd Slytherin wouldn't stumble in the same place twice. Since then, Jellet had only pursued other girls after breakups. Upon entering the auditorium, they found a place to sit at the Slytherin table. Jellet enthusiastically greeted the girls beside him. And soon enough, they were engaged in lively conversation. Matthew glanced toward the teacher's dais and locked eyes with an elderly man with a white beard. The bright eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles sparkled with a striking blue hue. Upon meeting Matthew's gaze, the old man offered a warm smile, to which Matthew could only respond with a smile of his own. He felt he had somehow attracted Dumbledore's attention, though he could not fathom why. He was merely an exemplary student at the top of his class. As for previous conflicts with classmates, such occurrences were not uncommon in Slytherin. While many in Slytherin were proponents of pure-blood ideology, there were also a fair number of half-blood wizards, resulting in inherent tensions between the two factions. A commotion arose at the entrance of the auditorium as Professor McGonagall ushered in the first years, who appeared anxious, unsure of the trials that lay ahead. At that moment, Professor Quirrell, with his head wrapped in a scarf, hurriedly entered the auditorium, having arrived late. Matthew glanced at the scarf atop Quirrell's head. Realizing that Voldemort was currently residing at the back of Quirrell's skull, the scarf was meant to conceal Voldemort's face. Quirrell chose a seat as far from Dumbledore as possible. Professor McGonagall produced a four-legged stool and placed it before the first years, atop which she set an old, tattered wizard's hat. The sorting hat had once been quite filthy until its encounter with Matthew. He had rinsed it with clear, refreshing water. At that time, it had screamed, "Azkaban! Azkaban! You ought to be sorted into Azkaban." The auditorium fell silent, and then the sorting hat began to sing its newly composed song, which had taken an entire year to create. "Look, the one with the scar on his forehead is Harry Potter." Jerry pointed toward the first years. Harry and Ron walked together, while Hermione and Neville did not accompany them, as they were yet unfamiliar with each other due to Matthew's interference. Matthew felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the potential changes this dynamic could bring, pondering whether the cherished trio of protagonists would be disrupted. As the sorting hat concluded its song, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a piece of parchment. "When I call out a name, that individual shall don the hat. Take a seat and await their house assignment." Professor McGonagall glanced down at the parchment. Hannah Abbott. Chapter 10. The Art of Meditation at 3 in the morning. In the dormitory beneath the lake, Jerry and Jellet were in a deep slumber, having engaged in spirited conversation until late the previous night. The sorting ceremony had unfolded as anticipated. They had spent the night discussing the fact that the esteemed savior was a Gryffindor, and neither Hermione nor Neville had lost their inner courage despite Matthew's interference. Matthew awoke in the dormitory, having taken a sleep aid before retiring, an improved version of the potion by Professor Snape that allowed him to rejuvenate after merely 2 hours of rest. Matthew's father had been a senior to Professor Snape, and they had maintained a cordial relationship during their school days. Consequently, upon discovering Matthew's aptitude for potions, Professor Snape often invited him to assist after classes. He glanced out the window. The moonless night cast a shroud of darkness over the lake. Pidu lay asleep by the window, oblivious to whether dreams of the Black Lake's fish occupied its slumber. Matthew sensed the disc in his mind, filled with energy from the crystal. Lord Matthew Chris watched him, astonished. "How did your attire change so suddenly?" Tina, who had just climbed aboard the sled, cast a curious glance in his direction. Matthew drew his wand and performed a transfiguration spell on his clothing, transforming it into the previous style of a fur cloak. With the undergarments aligning with Chris's recollections, Matthew's eyes sparkled with a blue light as he employed legilimency on Chris, wishing to perceive how he appeared from another's perspective upon his arrival. From Chris's viewpoint, it appeared as though Matthew had not moved from his original spot in an instant. His cloak and attire had morphed into the robes he wore at Hogwarts. A complete erasure of memory ensued. Matthew instructed Chris and Tina to forget the recent occurrence. Chris blinked in momentary surprise before resuming his usual demeanor and taking the driver's seat of the sled. "Climb aboard, Lord Matthew. We shall reach Whitestone Town tonight and need not remain outdoors." Chris was a skilled blacksmith, having personally modified the stove beneath the sled's compartment. After an hour's journey, the outline of Whitestone Town came into view. The entrance to the village stood unguarded, blocked by a wooden fence tall enough to deter entry, beside which loomed a slightly taller tower. Chris halted the sled at the gate and called out, "Is anyone there? Open the door." He retrieved a flask of hot wine from a drawer near the stove and took a sip to warm himself. A head appeared from the tower, adorned with a hood. The individual who descended was the very man wearing the hood, arms crossed and yawning. "Chris, in this frigid weather, what brings you here?" Chris's craftsmanship is somewhat renowned in this area, and the watchman before him has previously acquired weaponry from him. Alighting from the sled, Chris remarked, "Ah, it's you, Jack. Recently, the village of Gemu has been rather unsettled. The local fauna have become unusually aggressive, frequently launching attacks on the settlements." He continued, "My great-uncle has a house in Whitestone Town, and I intend to move Tina there." Jack's countenance brightened. "You're moving here? That means I won't have to journey to Gemu for blade maintenance anymore. It's about time you settled down." He stepped forward to open the wooden gate. Chris assisted him, inquiring, "Has Whitestone Town been attacked? Why is it that you are the only watchman on duty? We encountered quite a bit of trouble on our way here." As a watchman, Jack's protocol for unexpected occurrences involved sounding the horn from the tower, summoning the guards for aid. After bidding farewell to Jack, Chris led the White Deer into Whitestone Town. The architectural style of Whitestone Town closely resembles that of medieval Europe, characterized by sturdy stone constructions. The streets were devoid of pedestrians at night, lending an air of desolation. The liveliest spot was the tavern not far from the town's entrance, where the raucous sounds could be heard across the street. The town was modest in size, and it wasn't long before the trio halted before a weathered house, its gray-white brick walls bearing the marks of time. "My great-uncle typically resided in the capital and seldom visited here. I occasionally come to tidy up," Chris stated, producing a key. "Lord Matthew, you may wish to inspect the study. It contains some books left by my great-uncle." Intrigued, Matthew hoped that the sorcerer's tomes would deepen his understanding of this world. Chris guided Matthew to the study, which was modestly sized, with a desk and chairs occupying much of the space. On the right side of the desk stood a bookshelf housing around a dozen volumes. Matthew selected a book, which happened to be the compendium of magical beasts that Chris had mentioned. "You may stay in the room adjacent to the study," Chris suggested, before departing to tidy up. After expressing his gratitude, Matthew continued to peruse the book. The descriptions of the magical creatures within were quite succinct, only accompanied by an illustration and a general overview of their abilities. The illustrations were static images. It appeared that the custom of including animated pictures in books was absent in this world. He encountered many fascinating creatures, several of which aligned with his memories from a previous life, such as the enchanting mermaids who beguile humans with their voices. However, in this realm, not only were there mermaids with human bodies and fish tails, but also fish-headed beings known as fishmen, who wielded considerable power in the depths of the ocean. He also recognized the dragon snake trees and phantoms, which matched Chris's descriptions closely. Continuing his exploration, Matthew perused additional volumes on the shelf, discovering various travelogues, poetry collections, and historical texts. He retrieved his quicksilver quill, an exquisite pen purchased for 10 gold galleons, imbued with a magic that transcribed text automatically. He intended to transcribe the books from the shelf. After taking stock of the volumes, he unearthed the only scroll of parchment hidden beneath other books, which he had overlooked. Upon unrolling it, he discovered it detailed the fundamentals of Eamon meditation. The author of the scroll is named Eamon, and it details a fundamental meditation technique. This method cultivates the mind through meditation, continuously unearthing one's potential, consolidating mental energy into a mental ocean. Throughout this process, it also gradually increases the total amount of magical power within. Most importantly, it facilitates the construction of a Niven model within the mental ocean. The application of Niven magic primarily involves 2 steps. The first is to condense magical power into Niven. The second is to guide the Niven into a spell model structure. After practicing Eamon's fundamental meditation technique, constructing the Niven model in the mental ocean allows for the swift condensation of Niven. A lightning bolt spell requires the condensation of 32 Niven. Without the meditation technique, merely gathering these 32 Niven would take 5 minutes. Now equipped with the meditation technique, he can rapidly condense Niven when casting the lightning bolt, followed by simply guiding the Niven into the spell model structure, thereby releasing the Niven magic. This process has been reduced to approximately 10 seconds. Matthew was overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated resolving his doubts so swiftly. Salazar Slytherin was indeed correct. Meditation is the key to Niven magic. However, his curiosity deepened. If Salazar Slytherin claimed that meditation referred to this technique, how did he come to know of it? And had he ever practiced the meditation method himself? Chapter 11. Show me your limits. After a night passed, a fatigued Matthew rubbed his slightly swollen temples, having practiced Eamon's fundamental meditation throughout the evening. Constructing the Niven model within the mental ocean was mentally exhausting. After practicing the meditation technique, he could now perceive the mental ocean, which had become depleted. Floating within the arid mental ocean were 4 Niven models, the fruit of his night's labor. He estimated that the natural recovery of his mental energy in a day would suffice for 1 construction. In 8 days, he could complete the 32 Niven models required for the lightning bolt spell. According to the Wizarding World, he was now a level 1 wizard apprentice. Matthew's face brightened. Potions greatly enhanced the recovery of the mental ocean. He needed to conduct a test and retrieved 2 calming potions and a revitalizing potion. He first consumed the calming potion and, after a while, noticed no change in the mental ocean. Next, he drank the revitalizing potion, and moments later, the recovery speed of the mental ocean significantly increased. It was indeed the effect of the revitalizing potion. Matthew confirmed that the revitalizing potion influenced the recovery rate of the mental ocean, and its effects could be stacked. Show me your limits. This time, Matthew took out 5 revitalizing potions, eager to discover the limits of their effects. The enhancement was remarkably evident. One revitalizing potion could increase the recovery speed of the mental ocean by 20%. After consuming 3 more revitalizing potions, his recovery speed had doubled. However, no further effect was noted beyond that. Including the previous 2, the limit was 5 potions. Matthew felt a mix of joy and anguish. A single revitalizing potion cost nearly 2 galleons. He wondered if Professor Snape had a more potent version of the revitalizing potion. Matthew began to miss Snape. Subsequently, Matthew tested all the potions in his pocket that were known to alleviate fatigue and invigorate the spirit, ultimately discovering a potion that could influence the Sea of Spirit. The Mandrake Herb Elixir could directly restore 50% of one's mental energy. However, repeated use of this potion within a single day would lead to adverse effects, and its cost was approximately 10 gold galleons. The duration of the rejuvenation effect of the elixir had yet to be determined. After some calculations, Matthew concluded that if he maintained the effects of the rejuvenation elixir and consumed a Mandrake Herb Elixir daily, he could construct 10 Niven models. In about 3 days, he would be able to complete the 32 Niven models required for the Lightning Bolt spell. The advantages of investing in training were evident. At that moment, a few knocks were heard at the door. Matthew, lunch is ready. He discreetly packed away the empty vials from the table, leaving no trace. As he descended the stairs, he caught sight of Tina emerging from the kitchen with a pot of stew. The rich aroma of meat made his steps hasten. After lunch, Matthew inquired of Chris, "Are you familiar with the blue water flower?" The blue water flower is an essential herb needed for the Eamon fundamental meditation method. Applying the juice of the blue water flower during meditation accelerates the training of the Sea of Spirit, allowing it to accommodate more Niven models. Once he constructs 128 Niven models within the Sea of Spirit, he would be able to advance to the rank of a level 2 wizard apprentice. Matthew estimated that, after transforming into a premium warrior, he would achieve this advancement in 13 days. Chris replied, "The blue water flower is quite common. There's a river along the street behind the house where it grows. However, the surface of the river is currently frozen." Matthew was somewhat taken aback that the supplementary herb for the Eamon fundamental meditation method was a common plant in the Wizarding World. Bidding farewell to Chris, he resolved to personally venture to the frozen river behind the street to dig up some blue water flowers. Outside, the weather was clear, adorned with a touch of red, and numerous pedestrians could still be seen on the streets. Upon reaching the back street, he soon spotted the frozen river, with the banks stretching about 10 meters apart, and not far from the right bank stood a stone pier bridge. With a subtle motion of his right hand, his wand slid from his sleeve into his grasp, and he waved it over the icy surface. The blasting spell detonated upon the ice, revealing the flowing river beneath. Just as Matthew shattered the river's surface, a pair of young lovers passed by on the stone pier bridge. The blonde woman walked with her head down, complaining, "It must be the work of a wizard again. They've left no clues behind." Beside her, the red-haired man, his hair tied in a ponytail, strolled with his hands tucked into his pockets. He lazily remarked, "They will inevitably slip up. Sometimes, the absence of clues is a clue in itself, Anna." Anna turned to respond to the red-haired man, only to notice a wizard casting a spell by the riverbank behind him. She furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating for a moment, and said, "Captain Watson, look behind you. That wizard seems unfamiliar." Captain Watson turned with curiosity to glance behind him, pondering for a moment before declaring, "This suddenly appearing wizard is quite suspicious." With that, he signaled to his partner with a glance and proceeded toward the river's edge. On the surface of the river, Matthew disseminated his magical essence into the water, attuning himself to the conditions at the riverbed. This was a method of magical perception he had devised, and infiltrating his magic into the liquid was not particularly challenging. After a while, having detected no apparent danger within the water, he was about to submerge himself when he noticed 2 individuals approaching. They were wizards. A frown creased Matthew's brow as he sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from them. This marked his first encounter with the wizards of this realm, prompting him to turn and assume a posture of caution. As the 2 stood before him, an ethereal yellow light flickered in their eyes, indicative of an identification spell. Upon confirming their levels, they were revealed to be first-level wizard apprentices. The red-haired man with a ponytail spoke first, addressing Matthew with a courteous tone, "My lord, we are court wizards seeking to gather some information from you." Matthew nodded slightly, encouraging them to proceed. The red-haired man continued, "Have you recently arrived in Whitestone Town? We have not encountered you here before." Matthew replied truthfully, "I arrived in Whitestone Town last night." Upon hearing this, the red-haired man exchanged a glance with his companion before inquiring, "Did you happen to see the night watchman last night?" Matthew nodded, responding, "I saw one, though another remained inside the tower." Irked by the line of questioning, Matthew replied curtly, "This matter does not concern me." He recalled the night watchman adorned with a hooded cloak, who had bid farewell to Chris the previous night, mentioning his intention to visit the tavern after his shift. Meanwhile, Anna, growing increasingly impatient, doubted the efficacy of their inquiries. The timing of this individual's appearance was too coincidental, surfacing just after the night watchman's disappearance. and given that he was merely a first-level wizard apprentice, she resolved to subdue him first and then facilitate the recovery of his memories. Raising her right hand, the ring on her index finger glimmered with a verdant light, and a vine shot towards Matthew with great speed. Chapter 12, Disguise. Observing Anna's hasty action, Captain Watson rubbed his forehead in exasperation, feeling somewhat vexed. Newcomers were indeed challenging to manage. At the moment Anna raised her hand, Matthew swiftly conjured a model from his mental sea, forming a translucent circular shield before him to deflect the approaching vine. He had employed the iron armor spell. He had disguised the iron armor as a Nivernian incantation. He had no intention of revealing the magic from another world in front of these two wizards. So he concentrated his magic to simulate the casting of Nivernian magic while silently executing the iron armor spell. The magical techniques he had mastered operated in a manner entirely distinct from Nivernian magic, making exposure to the wizards a grave risk. With the meditative technique he had acquired, he could now condense Nivernian magic without expending much time, allowing him to simultaneously conjure Nivernian magic while employing silent casting techniques. However, he was not capable of silently releasing all forms of magic. For instance, advanced spells such as the Death Curse and the Fiery Wrath were beyond his silent casting abilities for the time being. As for the wand in his hand, he was unperturbed by the potential for exposure. He had observed from Chris's memories that wizards in this world wielded a myriad of bizarre weapons, rendering the small wooden stick he possessed unremarkable. After being blocked, the vine persistently coiled around the outer layer of the iron armor, attempting to shatter the shield. Matthew swiftly reacted, his wand emitting a sharp, transparent arc of wind that severed the vines. Just after Anna had unleashed her vine spell, she began preparing her next incantation, gathering 22 orbs of energy in her hands, intending to use a powerful petrification spell to subdue Matthew. However, Matthew denied her the opportunity. After cutting the vines, he quickly cast a transformation spell at her feet. They stood upon the icy surface of the river. In an instant, the ice beneath Anna's feet turned to water, causing her to plunge directly into the river. Captain Watson's gaze sharpened. Anna was a second-level wizard apprentice, and he hadn't anticipated her being subdued so swiftly. The wizard before him demonstrated remarkable speed in casting spells and possessed a keen sense of battle awareness. Executing his moves with impeccable timing, he could not possibly be a mere first-level apprentice. He may have mastered magic that allows him to disguise his mental state. Captain Watson drew his long sword from his waist. He was a third-level wizard apprentice and had undergone 2 bloodline transformations, making him a formidable melee wizard. At that moment, a voice from the riverbank called out, "Link, why are you fighting with Lord Matthew?" Link Watson paused, glancing toward the riverbank. "Chris, when did you arrive in Whitestone Town?" Chris was his cousin. Their grandfather, Old Watson, was Chris's uncle. "Just yesterday, Lord Matthew accompanied us to Whitestone Town. We encountered danger along the way. Lord Matthew is a savior to both Tina and me." Chris approached. "Is there a misunderstanding between you?" "Indeed, it seems we were mistaken." Link sheathed his sword and removed his coat, draping it over Anna. "My sincerest apologies, Lord Matthew. We misjudged the situation. Anna is a novice investigator, and I apologize for her impulsiveness." He presented a sapphire to Matthew, his expression earnest. "This is a token of apology. The sapphire contains a spell of mage armor, which can absorb 1 attack from a formal wizard or lower." Seeing Link's sincerity and wishing to connect with the wizarding community through him, Matthew accepted the sapphire. Link continued, "I am residing with Anna. She is also from Whitestone Town, and during our time in the capital, I looked after her." Link elaborated, "The situation is somewhat complex. After our grandfather bequeathed his will, he departed from the capital. We traced some clues to Whitestone Town, as his objective was the Winter Forest. He is quite elderly, and his strength has significantly waned over the past 2 years, far from what it once was. Thus, upon arriving in Whitestone Town, he sought a few helpers." Chris's face was filled with shock. "Missing? Your letter indicated that my uncle had passed away." With a hint of sadness, Link replied, "That was how grandfather arranged it in his will. He also mentioned that the house in Whitestone Town is to be left to you." Chris's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His grandfather was Old Watson's younger brother. Ever since his own grandfather and father had passed, Old Watson had taken special care of him. And now he was to inherit the house in Whitestone Town. "Have you found any clues?" Chris asked, a somber expression on his face. "Just last night, when he bid farewell to the night watchman, he had heard him mention heading to the tavern for a drink after his shift. And now he was confronted with news of his disappearance the following day. In this world, the ordinary person often feels a profound lack of security. Fortunately, young Tina possesses the potential of a sorceress, and previously, Old Watson had promised to send her to the Northern Union of Sorcerers Academy in the royal capital once she turned 10. Reflecting on this, Chris was further consumed by melancholy. Even seasoned sorcerers like Old Watson had vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. Link and Anna had come to Whitestone Town to undertake a patrol mission. Thus they often resided in the town hall at the center of the settlement. After their departure, Matthew cautioned Chris, Whitestone Town seems rather unsafe. You and little Tina must remain vigilant." Chris nodded in agreement and bid farewell to Matthew, as he still needed to procure ingredients for dinner. Once undisturbed, Matthew resumed his collection of blue water flowers. Before entering the water, he cast a waterproof charm and a bubblehead spell upon himself, followed by a potion to resist the cold. Once submerged, he quickly discovered the blue water flowers, common aquatic vegetation that typically grows in the muddy riverbed. These flowers wilt rapidly once removed from the water, so they must be placed back into it immediately to preserve their freshness. The collection process was uneventful, and he soon gathered a considerable amount of blue water flowers, tucking them into his enchanted pocket designed for discreet storage. To prevent a recurrence of his previous misadventure, Matthew had sewn the pocket onto his Western-style vest, which he intended to wear consistently. When necessary, he could even employ a transformation spell to alter its appearance, rendering it quite convenient. Chapter 13. An unexpected invitation the following day. In his study, Matthew utilized the blue water flowers he had gathered yesterday while practicing his meditation technique. He retrieved several flowers from the basin on his desk, tearing open their petals to release their pale blue juice. The blue water flowers are remarkably hydrous, with each petal yielding a significant amount of liquid. After several repetitions, the beaker on the table was filled with the essence of blue water flowers. Matthew poured the juice into his hand and applied it to his forehead. He then focused his mind and began to circulate his meditation method. Moments later, the juice permeated his skin, and the coolness entering his mind invigorated him. Matthew felt as though he stood on a tumultuous shore, waves continually crashing against him. With each wave, his mental ocean solidified further. An hour later, the beaker was emptied of blue water flower juice, and Matthew's mental reservoir had significantly strengthened. He assessed his internal condition and realized that even his magical power had seen an increase. Prolonged use of dark magic imposes an immense burden on the psyche, often leading practitioners of such arts to become increasingly paranoid and deranged. Before mastering the meditation technique, Matthew would feel mentally drained after casting the killing curse twice in succession. Now, after honing his mind through meditation, he found it considerably easier to unleash the killing curse repeatedly. At his current rate of growth, Matthew estimated that upon advancing to the rank of a level 2 sorcerer's apprentice, he could cast the killing curse 3 times consecutively without any adverse effects on his mental state. Next, he consumed 5 potions designed to enhance mental acuity, continuing to construct the Niven model within his mental ocean. After yesterday's test, he discovered that the rejuvenating potion lasts for an impressive 8 hours. In other words, to maintain a doubled recovery rate for his mental C, he would need to consume 15 potions each day. This represents a staggering expenditure, as each potion costs approximately 2 gold galleons, totaling 30 gold galleons daily. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, he has frequently sold potions under the guise of Dramione, amassing a considerable sum. Additionally, he inherited a fortune from his grandfather, allowing him to sustain these expenses in the short term. Moreover, the practice of meditation does not require the continuous consumption of the rejuvenating potion to construct the runic models. After advancing to the 3rd level of Wizard Apprentice, the subsequent training focuses more on the accumulation of the mental C, at which point the effects of the rejuvenating potion will no longer be necessary. After an hour, he drank another invigorating potion made from mandrake root, instantly restoring 50% of his depleted mental power. Having practiced the meditation technique for 2 days, with the assistance of the rejuvenating and mandrake potions, he had successfully constructed 20 runic models within his mental C. He prioritized constructing the runes needed for the lightning bolt spell. The release of the lightning bolt requires the gathering of 32 runes, many of which are repetitions, leaving only 18 distinct types. He planned to test the lightning bolt further to see if it could be applied in practical combat after his meditation training. Matthew cast the illusion spell and ventured into the woods outside Whitestone Town to test his magic. After a while, he found a suitable target, a tree thick enough for 3 people to embrace. Utilizing the runic models within his mental C, Matthew swiftly condensed 32 runes in his hand, then guided them into the structural model of the lightning bolt spell. With a crackle, brilliant light erupted from his hand, as the runes transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot forth towards the massive tree. Upon impact, the struck area of the tree generated immense heat, instantly vaporizing the moisture within. When the lightning dissipated, a perfectly round hole penetrated the center of the tree. The force was considerable, surpassing even the power of his shatter and cut spells. He realized that the Eamon basic meditation technique augmented the potency of his runic magic, as the lightning bolt he cast after his training was enhanced by 20%. It took him 8 seconds to guide the runes into the spell model structure, making it applicable in combat. As he passed by the entrance of Whitestone Town, he noticed unfamiliar faces among the night watchmen in the tower, along with 2 additional guards at the entrance. Upon returning to his residence, just as Matthew was about to ascend the stairs, Chris called out to him, "My Lord Matthew." Lady Alcia from the Whitestone Manor has just delivered an invitation to a banquet. Puzzled, Matthew inquired, Lady Alcia? Chris replied. Lady Alcia arrived from the royal capital 6 months ago. She serves as the affairs officer for the court wizards. It is said that she is extraordinarily beautiful, captivating countless men with her allure. She has become the talk of Whitestone Town at any given time. One can overhear discussions of Lady Alcia's beauty in the taverns along East Street. The Byshire Manor was originally the estate of the former town mayor, who was said to have harbored deep affections for Madame Alcia. Shortly after her arrival in Byshire Town, he dedicated the manor to her. Matthew received an exquisitely crafted invitation, adorned with an embroidery resembling the tail feathers of a bird. From his readings in the study, he recognized it as the red iris, a flower symbolizing love in this realm, known for its fleeting bloom that lasts but a single night, blossoming at dusk and wilting by dawn. The invitation read, Mr. Matthew, on Friday evening, I shall host a grand banquet at Byshire Manor, inviting the young luminaries of Byshire Town. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Alcia. Confusion washed over Matthew. He had no acquaintance with Madame Alcia yet received her invitation. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. Having just arrived in Byshire Town, he was not well acquainted with Link and Anna, making it unlikely they had recommended him to her. Perhaps their recent skirmish by the river had drawn the attention of an observant party. Resolving to accept the invitation, he pondered that if she were an enemy, they would not relent simply because he chose not to engage. Conversely, if she were an ally, perhaps, through Madame Alcia, he could integrate into the mystical circles of Byshire Town. His purpose in coming to this town was to connect with the practitioners of magic in this world, seeking knowledge akin to the Niven spells and meditative techniques. As dusk fell, the Byshire Manor stood resplendent, nestled in the outskirts to the northwest of Byshire Town. The estate was surrounded by a lush garden where the red irises bloomed, resembling a beautiful canvas infused with the hues of the setting sun. Adjacent to the garden flowed a river, connected to the one in Byshire Town, yet unlike its frozen counterpart, this water glided effortlessly, lending vitality to the picturesque scene. Outside a chamber within the manor, a well-dressed butler rapped gently on the door. Come in, came a soft, melodic voice, akin to a celestial serenade. Upon entering, the butler beheld a figure with chestnut hair, poised before a vanity. Two diligent maids busied themselves about her, adorning her with finery. The butler, head bowed, caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror, a visage with slightly parted crimson lips, exuding an alluring vibrancy, and an elegantly sculpted chin like a work of art. Miss, the banquet is ready, the butler announced. She inquired softly, has everyone arrived? All are present. She nodded, and in the mirror, the subtle curve of her smile illuminated her sensuality and grace. Chapter 14. Madame Alcia's banquet. Matthew arrived at Byshire Manor as invited, clad in a black double-breasted suit, a creation inspired by his studies in attire and etiquette. Upon his arrival, he sensed an immediate contrast in the atmosphere. The manor exuded a pleasant warmth, encircled by a garden abundant with red irises, their fragrance wafting gently in the breeze, rendering the winter chill non-existent. Matthew presented the invitation to the attendant at the door. The attendant glanced at the name inscribed on the invitation, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed respectfully, saying, Mr. Matthew, please come in. He guided Matthew along a pebbled path, flanked by intricately carved stonework. Passing through the porch, a delicate fountain came into view, surrounded by flower beds brimming with red irises. Madame Alcia certainly has a penchant for red irises, Matthew mused inwardly. Behind the fountain and flower beds lay the hall, which was surprisingly warm in its decor. A grand warm-toned chandelier hung from the ceiling, devoid of excessive ostentation, while rectangular tables adorned the perimeter, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. To the right of the hall, a band played soothing melodies for the guests. Not long ago, during the summer vacation, Matthew had visited Malfoy Manor, where the Malfoy family hosted a grand soiree for young Malfoy's enrollment, a display of opulence that contrasted sharply with this gathering. The hall was already bustling with guests, each holding their respective glasses and engaging in conversation with acquaintances. In Matthew's perception, many of the attendees were wizards. Unlike the wizards of the Hogwarts realm, those in this world did not conceal their identities. The kingdom of blizzards was ruled by wizards, with court wizards forming the actual governing body. Lord Matthew. He heard someone call his name. Turning around, he was met with the astonished face of Link. Today, Link was devoid of his usual languid demeanor, his tall frame clad in a well-fitted suit, exuding vigor. Accompanying Link was Anna, adorned in a long gown that sparkled brilliantly, linking arms with him as she stood by his side. Noticing the surprise on Link's face, Matthew explained, I too received an invitation from Madame Alcia. Link expressed his astonishment. Matthew had only recently arrived in Whitestone Town, and yet had already received an invitation from Madame Alcia. Did you know Madame Alcia beforehand, Lord Matthew? Link inquired. Matthew shook his head, replying, I am a hermit wizard, newly arrived in Whitestone Town, and do not know Madame Alcia. Link harbored no doubts. Many so-called hermit wizards often stumbled upon their magical heritage unexpectedly, and it was not uncommon for them to be unfamiliar with the wizarding community. Nodding, Link said, Madame Alcia is the court wizard's affairs officer, quite renowned among our generation of wizards. Through her, you can connect with many in the wizarding circle. Allow me to introduce you. Having saved Chris and Tina's lives, Link held a favorable impression of this young wizard and wished to help Matthew integrate into the wizarding community of Whitestone Town. He believed that Madame Alcia had a promising future and would soon be appointed to the royal capital. Link led Matthew to the center of the hall, where they encountered the owner of the estate, Madame Alcia. Clad in an elegant cream-colored gown with courtly flair, the hem of her dress was adorned with delicate lace embellishments. The off-the-shoulder neckline perfectly showcased her graceful neck, bordered with exquisite lace and embroidery, reminiscent of a snow-kissed floral sea in the springtime. Her chestnut locks were meticulously styled into cascading waves, gracefully draping over her porcelain shoulders. Adorned in pure white gloves that extended above her elbows, they lent an air of understated elegance to her overall appearance. Madame Alcia, Link sincerely complimented, you remain as beautiful as ever. Alcia replied with a gentle smile. Thank you for your kind words. I hope you all enjoy your evening. Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a celestial melody. Link noticed the glimmer in Madame Alcia's eyes as she gazed at Matthew, prompting him to say, Madam, allow me to introduce you to His Excellency, Matthew, a remarkably talented wizard. Matthew spoke, Madame Alcia, you are the most radiant jewel of the evening. It is a pleasure to meet you. Alcia's smile was both graceful and bright. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Matthew. My attendant chanced upon your duel with Anna. Your prowess at such a young age is truly commendable. She elaborated on her reasons for inviting Matthew. Disanayak, Alcia called to a nearby servant, remembering the name of every staff member in the manor. Mr. Matthew is my new guest. Please ensure he is well attended to. And his glass must always be filled with wine. Matthew picked up the wine glass from the servant's tray, smiling appreciatively at Madame Alcia. At that moment, a suitably dressed butler with graying hair approached and inquired, Miss, are all the guests present? May we commence the dinner? This butler was not the original steward of the Whitestone Manor. He had accompanied Madame Alcia when she arrived in Whitestone Town and had served her faithfully for many years. Following the former mayor's donation of the manor to her, he became its steward. Thus, he habitually referred to Alcia as Miss, as did several other long-serving attendants. Alcia nodded and extended her gloved right hand. Mr. Matthew, the banquet is about to begin. Would you care to join me for the opening dance? Matthew graciously accepted the invitation, recognizing it as a customary social gesture. He took Alcia's slender fingers in his own and replied warmly, It would be my honor, madam. Fortunately, the etiquette manual had detailed the social dances of this world, and he had practiced several times before his departure, knowing that such occasions typically called for a few dances. In this life, Matthew had numerous elders from pureblood families, and he had experienced such situations many times before, allowing him to navigate these social gatherings with ease. In contrast, his past self could never have approached these interactions with such composure and confidence. As the orchestra ceased playing, the guests in the hall instinctively parted to the sides, and Alcia led Matthew to the center of the dance floor, where they became the focal point of the gathering. With a more romantic melody filling the air, Matthew extended his arm, and Alcia placed her hand in his palm. Through the white glove, he felt a smooth and delicate touch, as though he were caressing soft satin. They began to dance, executing graceful steps and turns, Alcia's gown swirling elegantly through the air, forming beautiful arcs. He held Alcia's hand, feeling the reality of every twirl. Her gently curling chestnut locks danced lightly upon her fair shoulders. Even at such close proximity, Matthew found no flaw upon her visage. Her jawline was distinctly defined, with contours sharp and vivid, exuding an innate beauty. Her eyes, large and luminous, bore a deep, clear emerald hue that suggested profound depth. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips, full and rosy, curved into a faint smile that radiated warmth. Time seemed to have paused for her at the age of 18, reminiscent of a maiden from a classical painting. Chapter 15. After the banquet, the music transitioned into a melodious tune, signaling the impending conclusion of the dance. Alcia completed her final spin, resting her left hand upon Matthew's shoulder as her body leaned back against him. Matthew raised his left hand, intertwining their fingers, while his right arm gently encircled Alcia's delicate waist. Their movements froze in the last pose of the dance. Matthew, now merely inches from Alcia, inhaled the fragrant essence of her hair, reminiscent of the aroma of red iris, and he perceived time slowing to an extraordinary pace. In a corner of the hall stood a young man clad in a purple suit, his expression unervingly peculiar, a faint artificial smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, while veins throbbed prominently on his forehead. Mrs. Alcia was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered, from the moment he laid eyes on her. He was utterly captivated by her beauty. Initially, everything transpired smoothly. He learned of her fondness for red irises, and since they were unavailable in Whitestone Town, he arranged for seeds to be brought from the south, even enlisting a wizard's apprentice skilled in cultivation. He had garnered Mrs. Ulsa's favor, and she had even gifted him a bouquet of the cultivated red irises. However, his fortune was short-lived. His late father, the former town mayor, that wretched old White, had also fallen for Mrs. Ulsa. He even offered her the estate that had been passed down through generations of the White family. The audacity of that old fool to attempt to usurp his Ulsa. Only he deserved her affection, her beauty, her wealth, her status. All of her should belong to him. Their progeny would inherit Mrs. Ulsa's title. Fortunately, that old man was no longer a hindrance, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. A young servant approached him, bearing a tray. Noticing the injury on his hand, the servant gently inquired, "Sir, do you require assistance?" Jack had crushed the wine glass in his grip, the shards piercing his palm, blood oozing from the wound. He inhaled deeply, his face once again donning an artificial smile. "Mrs. Ulsa's dance is so enchanting, it's truly exhilarating. I apologize for my excitement. Please, could you fetch me another glass of wine?" "Thank you." Another young servant, equally entranced by Mrs. Ulsa, smiled and replaced his drink. As the music ceased, the applause surged like a tide, and the surrounding guests offered their enthusiastic ovations. Jack swiftly consumed the freshly poured wine and handed the glass back to the attendant, joining the surrounding crowd in applause. Matthew exerted a gentle pull with his right hand, assisting Alcia to her feet. Once steady, she beamed and remarked, "Mr. Matthew, I never anticipated our synergy would be so exquisite." Matthew replied warmly, "Lady Alcia, it is your remarkable dancing skills that have truly captivated us all. Just look at the applause around us." The gentleman nearby seemed eager to take my place and complete this dance. Alcia's smile broadened, and she leaned in closer, whispering in Matthew's ear. His senses heightened as he felt her breath. After the banquet concluded, she softly suggested, "Find me in the garden." Matthew found her breath reminiscent of a gentle early summer breeze. Having spoken, she swiftly withdrew. "Surely not. I lack the allure of a villa," Matthew silently mused. Though Lady Alcia's words were undeniably beguiling, he inhaled deeply. Indeed, Lady Alcia possessed an enchanting charm that could rival that of a villa. Intrigued, he was determined to discern her true intentions. Prior to arriving at the estate, he had crafted a prop key. He picked up a glass from the attendant's tray, savoring a sip of the pale golden liquid, which bore a resemblance to champagne. With glass in hand, he approached Link and Anna. Link laughed heartily, "Not bad at all. Did you feel the charm of Lady Alcia?" "Lady Alcia is indeed captivating. Her dancing is exquisite," Matthew replied with a smile. Link clinked glasses with Matthew and drained his drink. "A young lady is seeking you. You shan't have a moment's respite tonight." Following Link's gaze, Matthew spotted a girl with golden hair, who curtsied slightly while smiling and asked, "Young wizard, would you grant me the honor of a dance?" There was an absence of magical energy surrounding the girl. "Of course," Matthew replied graciously. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the band played the final piece in the hall's center. At last, Matthew found himself at leisure, just as Link had indicated. He was continually invited to dance throughout the evening. As a fresh face and a young wizard, many guests were intrigued by him. Some girls even slipped him notes. Yet they shared a common trait: they were not witches. Still underage, Matthew preferred to channel his focus into enhancing his abilities. Ever since his parents were slain by that Death Eater ant, a sense of insecurity had lingered within him. For over a decade, he had tirelessly worked to better himself, knowing full well that the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters would eventually return. This wizarding world offered him myriad possibilities, and he believed that when the Dark Lord re-emerged, he would at least possess the strength to escape unscathed. Once the band concluded their final melody and the guests began to disperse, Matthew instructed the attendant who had been shadowing him to guide him to the garden. He retraced his steps along the pebble-strewn path, the intricate designs on the stones softly aglow with a warm light. Upon entering the rear garden, one is greeted by a splendid fountain, surrounded by flower beds still adorned with vibrant red irises. Behind the fountain, a swinging chair made of wicker sways gently, its surface still embellished with tender green leaves. Alcia occupies the swinging chair, having shed her opulent court gown for a simple yet elegant light-colored dress, exuding a distinct charm. If she resembled a resplendent and graceful rose at the banquet, now she embodies the fresh and delicate essence of jasmine. Chapter 16, Counterattack. In the woods beyond the estate, two figures cloaked in hooded capes lie in wait. One, leaning against a tree trunk, stands at a modest height of around 1 meter, while the other sits upon a nearby stone. The seated figure remarks, "The employer mentioned that our target is merely a novice wizard. I see no need to waste our magical traps." After a moment's pause, he continues, "It has been an hour since the banquet concluded, yet he has yet to emerge. Our target must be with Lady Alcia." At that moment, the shorter wizard interjects, "He is coming out." He spots a naturally curly-haired youth exiting the estate. The tall figure, who towers over 2 meters yet is as slender as a reed, abruptly rises, gazing toward the estate's entrance. Indeed, I had assumed he would linger within the estate for the night. The shorter wizard chastises, silence. The target approaches. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. The target veers into the adjacent woods, and the tall wizard's expression darkens with anxiety. Why has he gone into the woods? At this distance, he cannot possibly detect us. He is not a fully fledged wizard. The tall wizard inquires, what now? Shall we continue to wait? The shorter wizard, recalling the generous rewards promised by their employer, grits his teeth and declares, no more waiting. We shall strike together. Even if he is a third-level wizard apprentice, he shall not survive the night. Matthew adjusted his collar as he exited the rear garden. The hall was now deserted, the long table laden with sumptuous food and wine having been cleared away. Moments ago, he had engaged in a lengthy conversation with Lady Alcia, almost feeling as if he were on a date with her. Subsequently, Lady Alcia had invited him to join her gathering. Since her arrival in Whitestone Town, she had organized a meeting, exclusively inviting wizards. The gathering aimed to provide a platform for the exchange of information and trade among wizards, held once a month. However, Lady Alcia's unique method of invitation left Matthew questioning whether he possessed some charm of seduction. It was exceedingly easy to misconstrue her intentions. Upon leaving the estate, Matthew contemplated finding a nearby grove to utilize apparition for his departure. He had tested both apparition and the spell for creating a portkey in this realm, and they proved effective. Shortly after setting off, Matthew's gaze sharpened. Within his magical perception, he detected two wizards in the woods to his right. A road leading to Whitestone Town separated the woods on either side, and wishing to avoid trouble, he opted to enter the grove on the left, steering clear of the two wizards. However, as he ventured into the left thicket, he discerned that the two wizards had followed closely behind. Matthew furrowed his brow. Realizing that their intentions were far from benign, these two were undoubtedly there to cause him trouble. With a slight motion of his right hand, the wand concealed within his sleeve swiftly slid into his grasp. He first cast a concealment spell upon himself, shrouding his form in secrecy. Behind him, a tall and a short figure came to an abrupt halt. The lanky wizard exclaimed in alarm, "Damn it, he has vanished." A sharp sound sliced through the air as the short wizard's expression shifted, and he rolled to the ground to evade a translucent, curved blade of wind. Shaken, he thought to himself that he had narrowly escaped being struck by that wind blade. With a grave expression, he muttered, "So, he has indeed been discovered. How is he capable of this?" Magical perception is a skill reserved for formal wizards. The tall wizard replied, "He is quite young. He cannot possibly be a formal wizard. He must possess a magical artifact capable of sensing magic." A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes, for it seemed that the knight's bounty would be considerable. A magic-sensing artifact was indeed a coveted prize. He produced a fist-sized orb, its purpose to reveal hidden forms. Upon activation, the orb levitated in his hand, rendering the surrounding invisibility ineffective. The orb emitted a faint red glow. Matthew felt an inexplicable wave of magical energy wash over him, forcibly dispelling the effects of his concealment spell. He was compelled to reveal his form. As the short wizard prepared his magic upon witnessing his companion brandish the orb, a translucent blue arrow materialized before him. The ice crystal burst arrow was his most adept spell. As Matthew emerged from concealment, he completed the spell model's guidance, and with a swift motion of his arms, the arrow, as thick as his arm, hurtled towards Matthew with alarming speed. Matthew quickly conjured an iron armor spell, a translucent circular shield manifesting before him. However, his expression changed dramatically as the blue arrow exhibited formidable penetrating power, shattering the iron armor spell in mere moments. Matthew rolled forward, the blue arrow grazing above him and detonating behind, resulting in an explosion that sent countless ice shards scattering in all directions. Grasping a sapphire in his left hand, a magical artifact bestowed upon him by Link, he activated it, unleashing a mage armor instantaneously. The sapphire glimmered with light, and the mage armor took effect, encasing Matthew in a protective shield composed of numerous translucent polygons, successfully deflecting the ice shards aimed at him. Once the sapphire's glow dimmed, it transformed into a colorless, transparent gem. Aware of the immense power of his adversary's magic, Matthew resolved not to linger any longer. This forest was, in fact, the domain of his transformation spell. He selected a massive tree, thick enough to be embraced by 4 people, and with a flourish of his wand, the tree began to twist and contort. Its branches bifurcated and entwined, forming 2 robust arms. The inspiration for the Tree Guardian stemmed from a game Matthew had played in his previous life, characterized by its methods of hurling stones and striking foes with colossal hands. However, given the current winter season, this Tree Guardian stood bare and stark. Matthew made some alterations, once again waving his wand to transform a nearby tree into a colossal sword. The great Tree Guardian grasped the massive blade and swung it towards the 2 wizards. As the enormous sword descended, terror gripped their faces. Could this truly be the work of an apprentice wizard? They felt utterly deceived. The short wizard loathed his employer at that moment, realizing that targeting a mere first-level wizard apprentice was utterly impossible. He no longer desired the bountiful reward and shouted, "Run!" But he soon discovered a profoundly despairing reality. Their feet had become ensnared by branches unbeknownst to them. In a state of panic, they hastily conjured a shield spell. The great tree guardian, with its immense physique, generated tremendous kinetic energy, and the whistling sword crashed down upon their position. Boom! After a thunderous sound, the surrounding snow was sent flying. Snowflakes danced in the air. Chapter 17. Return to the dormitory. Within the deep gash left by the sword, silence reigned, in Matthew's perception. The magical fluctuations of the two wizards had succumbed to an eerie stillness. Approaching to assess the outcome, he furrowed his brow at the sight before him. The blood and flesh of the two had merged with the earth and snow. It was his first time employing such a transformation spell in actual combat, and the resulting power seemed to surpass his expectations when the subject's size was considerable. After clearing the area, he discovered not far away the orb-shaped magical artifact that could nullify invisibility. It had not been shattered by the great tree guardian. Being in close proximity to Lady Alcia's manor, Matthew surmised that the commotion had likely been heard. He began swiftly tidying the battlefield, using a transformation spell to restore the trees to their original state, followed by a vanishing spell to erase any trace of the two wizards. Finally, he employed a levitation spell to overturn the surrounding snow, concealing the sword marks. Not long after Matthew's departure, Lady Alcia and her slightly gray-haired steward arrived at the edge of the woods. The steward produced a disc, a magical artifact capable of detecting magical fluctuations. After manipulating the disc for a while, he stated, "There are no magical signals from Lord Matthew or the ambushers detected. He must have departed." Lady Alcia nodded. "Let us investigate." They quickly located the epicenter of Matthew's battle. The snow here was markedly different from that elsewhere, indicating it had been disturbed by human intervention. The steward continued to operate the disc, noting that the snow in this area exhibited magical responses, suggesting someone had indeed used magic to clear the battlefield. Lady Alcia extended her right hand, and moments later, a swirling gust of azure wind coalesced in her palm. She gently lifted the wind, which soared into the air, transforming into a tempest that swept away the snow covering the ground. After a brief moment, the long gash created by Matthew was revealed. The steward, upon seeing it, was somewhat astonished. Such a mark was not easily wrought. He approached the gash, using the disc to detect the magical fluctuations within. The steward remarked, "The magical energy within this gash is not particularly pronounced. It does not seem to be the result of direct magic." Madame Alcia gently pinched the earth within the groove. Even through her gloves, she could discern that the soil in the groove was denser than that outside, sparking a flicker of speculation in her mind. As the steward approached the center of the groove, he remarked, The magical fluctuations here are quite pronounced. Two wizards, auras linger. One is a second-level apprentice, and the other appears to be a third-level apprentice. The scent of blood is most potent in this spot. It is likely that these two wizards suffered grave injuries or were slain here." Madame Alcia meticulously examined the area the steward indicated. Upon completing his survey, the steward concluded, "According to the detection of the magical artifact, this Lord Matthew should be a third-level apprentice, notably adept in combat, having swiftly dispatched a second-level apprentice and another of his kind." A smile graced Madame Alcia's lips at the thought of such a young third-level apprentice. He indeed seemed a promising talent. The exact timing of his departure from the estate was uncertain, yet he lingered here long after the banquet had concluded, suggesting that the ambushers were specifically targeting him. The two assailants were unfamiliar to him. Judging by their method of operation, they were likely hired wizards. Since Matthew had limited acquaintances in Whitestone Town, despite previous conflicts with Link and Anna, he had reconciled with them, leaving little reason for them to seek his harm. Hence, it seemed plausible that the one who had employed the ambushers was among the banquet attendees. Madame Alcia possessed a remarkable charm, undoubtedly attracting numerous suitors. The subtle gestures she exhibited while dancing at the banquet, and her invitation to the garden afterward, had certainly not escaped the notice of the observant. Could it be that such actions were sufficient to incite someone to hire attackers against him? Would any of her admirers be so extreme? If she were astute enough, she would certainly be aware of the temperament of her suitors. Was Madame Alcia deliberately inciting animosity towards him? If so, what could be her motive? Perhaps she sought to utilize others to gauge his strength? This evening, Matthew found himself beset by many questions. His understanding of Madame Alcia was insufficient to decipher her intentions. He tested the orb, infusing it with magic, which activated it automatically, revealing a straightforward method of use. Upon further experimentation, he discovered that placing the fingertip bone in his pocket also yielded results, as long as he kept it on his person. After assessing his spoils, Matthew produced the gem Link had given him. The magical armor enchantment within had been depleted, leaving it a colorless, transparent gem. He recalled reading about such stones in his study. They were known as magic stones, capable of inscribing spells like the Niven magic for preservation. Additionally, Magic stones served as a medium for storing magical energy. Matthew channeled his magic into the colorless stone, watching it gradually darken until it transformed into a deep blue hue. Once it reached this shade, it ceased to absorb further magic. Estimating its capacity, Matthew deduced that this magic stone could hold an amount of magical energy equivalent to that of a first-level apprentice. He keenly recognized the immense potential of magic stones, akin to batteries for storing magical power. Regrettably, he has yet to discover the formula for creating magic stones, which are not products of nature, but rather a concoction of alchemy. Matthew sensed the disc within his mind, and the energy within the crystal surged once more. His roommates remained blissfully asleep. Pittman lay still by the window, oblivious to his departure. Chapter 18, Potion Class. In the early morning, Matthew awoke first. While Jerry and Jarrett continued to slumber soundly, he roused them from their sleep, changed his attire, and proceeded to the washroom to freshen up. Setting his alarm for 8:30, he placed the clock down and exited the dormitory. As he passed the Slytherin common room, he heard a voice greet him. "Good morning, Senior Matthew." The greeting came from Griffin Everett, a second-year Slytherin student. Griffin, a half-blood wizard, belonged to a year where the proportion of half-bloods was somewhat scarce, rendering them frequent targets of the pureblood proponents in Slytherin. Last semester, Matthew had encountered instances of half-bloods being bullied by pureblood advocates. Being a half-blood himself, he chose not to turn a blind eye. Griffin was one of the students he had aided. "Good morning, Griffin," Matthew replied kindly. Griffin whispered, "Senior Matthew, I heard that during the summer, Wilkie Crabbe told many upperclassmen that you were the new king of Slytherin." Oh, Matthew's interest was piqued. He had previously learned of this title from the Weasley twins on the Hogwarts Express. It was, in fact, arranged by Wilkie Crabbe. This Wilkie Crabbe was one of the bullies tormenting Griffin, and once, while Griffin was being harassed, Matthew had overheard Crabbe's derogatory remarks about half-bloods and had dealt with him sternly. Clearly, Crabbe intended for the upperclassmen to confront Matthew. Griffin hesitated before advising, "Be careful, Senior." Matthew gently patted Griffin's shoulder and smiled. "Thank you for the warning. I shall be cautious." He did not pay much heed to Wilkie's petty schemes. After enduring so many experiences, these schoolyard rivalries seemed merely a seasoning to his academic life. With a smile, Matthew inquired, "Shall we have breakfast together?" Griffin, with a look of regret, declined. "I've made plans to have breakfast with my girlfriend this morning." He had specifically waited in the Slytherin common room for Matthew. But after their conversation, he needed to head to the Ravenclaw common room to meet her. Matthew's smile faltered slightly. Very well. He made his way to the Great Hall alone. Children nowadays are indeed precocious, dating in their second year and neglecting their studies. No wonder they cannot contend with Wilkie Crabbe, Matthew mused inwardly. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, he noticed a considerable number of students had already gathered. Observing the long tables, he noted many first-year students had yet to arrive, while the Hufflepuffs were notably the earliest. Among the Gryffindor newcomers, only Hermione had risen early, seated alone as she enjoyed her breakfast. "Good morning, Matthew." He encountered Cedric Diggory, a fellow classmate from Hufflepuff, who had been the second in their year the previous academic term. "Good morning, Cedric. Did you not come with your roommates?" This year's Charms class is shared between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, and Cedric had previously sought his guidance on charm techniques, establishing a certain camaraderie between them. Cedric replied, "They couldn't get up, so I brought them breakfast." Matthew, feeling envious, asked, "Could I switch dorms with your roommates?" Cedric chuckled. Professor Sprout would certainly be delighted. This year, it is Hufflepuff's turn for the House Cup. Matthew harbored doubts that Professor Snape was deliberately creating opportunities for extra points. After bidding farewell, they proceeded to their respective house tables for breakfast. Once the meal was concluded and with time still at his disposal, Matthew headed to the library. The library is situated on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, housing thousands of shelves filled with a millennia's worth of accumulated tomes. Madame Pants, the librarian, was already on duty. She was a thin, elderly woman, resembling a malnourished vulture. She glanced at Matthew and, noticing he was not a first year, chose to say nothing. Matthew greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Madame Pants." She merely nodded, her expression void of warmth, for she disdained unnecessary chatter within the library. Arriving at the section containing ancient manuscripts, where the shelves were organized by era, Matthew searched thoroughly but found no manuscripts by Salazar Slytherin. He approached Madame Pants and inquired, "Madame Pants, may I ask if the library holds any manuscripts by Salazar Slytherin?" She scrutinized him for a moment, her expression grave, and replied, "The documents left by the four founders are stored in the restricted section. You will require a professor's signature to access them." "Thank you." Unable to visit the restricted section at present, he planned to seek Professor Snape's signature after potions class. With time still on his hands, he borrowed a book of interest from the library to pass the time. In the potions classroom, Matthew quickly stated, "Place the fire lizard's horn into the mugwort infusion and let it soak for 10 minutes. Then remove it and, along with the powdered stone and crushed scarab beetle, add armadillo bile into the cauldron, simmering for 15 minutes before filtering out the residue. Snape nodded expressionlessly. Correct. Slytherin earns 2 points. He surveyed the students from his podium with piercing, hollow eyes, causing many to lower their gazes, too intimidated to meet his stare. He continued. This practical will be in groups of 3. Matthew, distribute the potion ingredients. Upon hearing Professor Snape's command, Slytherin and Gryffindor students began to mobilize, seeking their partners. Matthew retrieved the fire lizard's horn, stone, scarab beetles, and other potion ingredients from the corner cupboard, distributing them among the groups. Matthew teamed up with his 2 roommates. Gerald was tasked with crushing the scarab beetle, while Jerry ground the stone into powder, both appearing relaxed, reassured by Matthew's presence. The Gryffindor table, however, was a different story. Snape frequently patrolled that section. When he reached the table occupied by George and Fred, he paused. Snape stared expressionlessly at Fred and slowly remarked, "Perhaps you ought to clear the refuse from your mind, Fred Weasley. I distinctly recall instructing that powdered stone and scarab beetles should be handled separately." In Chapter 19, the Slytherin manuscript, Professor Snape stood impassively by Matthew's group, observing his actions. As the cauldron began to emit red steam, Matthew skillfully extinguished the flame and filtered out the residue. Finally, he poured the filtered liquid into a new container. Upon completing all the steps, Snape picked up the vessel containing the fire lizard horn solution for inspection. First to finish, Slytherin gains 5 points. Snape seized yet another opportunity to award points. The students below hastened their actions, yet the errors they committed multiplied, and Snape's expression darkened at a visible pace. 10 minutes later, Snape announced the end of class, and those who had completed their work felt a wave of relief. In contrast, those who had not were ashen-faced, their expressions resembling that of frostbitten eggplants at the thought of being penalized with 100 lines by Professor Snape on the very first day of school. After Matthew assisted Snape in tidying up the classroom, he spoke up. "Professor, I've recently been studying ancient Runic and wish to consult Salazar Slytherin's manuscript. I require your signature." Snape glanced at Matthew and replied slowly, "Do not squander your talents. Excessive distraction at this early stage is unwise." Matthew explained, "You are aware that my grandfather is Alfred Black, a scholar of ancient Runic. I possess a keen interest in this field." Snape said nothing further and wrote Matthew a note of approval. Upon entering the great hall, he surveyed the room and spotted his roommates, who had reserved a seat for him. As Matthew approached, he overheard them discussing the potions class. Jerry remarked, "Professor Snape seemed particularly irritable today. His countenance appears even more dreadful than before." Gellett took a sip of his tea and added, "I just heard Pansy say that in first-year potions class, Harry Potter was docked 2 points by Snape." Jerry's face was filled with astonishment. Typically, even if one failed to answer a question, points were not deducted, even if one was a Gryffindor. Gellett, uncertain of the reason, speculated irresponsibly, "Who knows? Perhaps Professor Snape simply has a particular disdain for Harry Potter." Matthew glanced toward the Gryffindor table and was surprised to see Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione seated together, having become quite familiar within just a day. Harry appeared somewhat dejected. Having already lost points for Gryffindor in the first week of school, the other 3 were striving to console him. The trio was forming. After sitting down, Matthew turned to Jerry and said, "May I borrow your homework for today's charms class?" He was disinclined to write the assignment. His progress was far ahead, and completing it served no purpose for him. Jerry rolled his eyes and retorted, "The top student is resorting to copying my work." Gellett, grinning, chimed in, "I want to copy it too. Rounding up, that makes me tied for first in the year with Matthew." As Matthew was halfway through his meal, a brown owl swooped into the hall and delivered a letter to him. He accepted the missive and rewarded the owl with a chicken leg. It was a letter from Luna. In her correspondence, she inquired about Matthew's first day of school, informed him that the mistletoe at her doorstep had begun to sprout, and concluded with a note about how many mealworms little Thunderbird had consumed today. Matthew recounted to Luna the delightful conversations he had with his roommates during the freshman banquet the previous night, shared his observations regarding Professor Snape's peculiarities that day, and narrated how he had made the acquaintance of 2 new friends at Hogwarts. At this moment, Gerald interjected with a sardonic tone, "Your relationship with the neighbor is quite splendid. As long as you're at Hogwarts, you'll receive her letters every week. Truly a good neighbor, isn't it? Hey, why are you pinching me? Leave me 1 chicken wing." Matthew shot him a glance. "I thought you were full." After the meal, Matthew proceeded to the library. Possessing a signed permission slip from the professor did not grant him the liberty to peruse the restricted section indiscriminately. Such slips typically specified the materials one was permitted to consult. Presenting Snape's signed permission to Madame Pants, she guided him to the restricted area. The shelves here were organized according to levels of danger, with further classifications within each danger category. Before long, Madame Pants located the Slytherin manuscript Matthew sought and handed him a beautifully bound volume. The cover bore the title The Secrets of Slytherin, a collection of ancient Runic manuscripts. It was evidently a revised edition. "Thank you," Matthew said as he accepted the book and found a spot in the library's common study room to begin reading. The manuscript contained scant descriptions of meditation, without mentioning any specific techniques. It stated that Slytherin, while tracing the origins of the Runic language, discovered that the earliest documentation of runes dated back to the 7th century. I pondered, how could runes be integrated into magic? Interestingly, the renowned Merlin of the magical realm was among the first students at Hogwarts and was also a member of the inaugural class of Slytherin House. He thrived during the 12th century, achieving great acclaim, founding the Order of Merlin, and establishing regulations prohibiting the use of magic against muggles. The ubiquitous phrase Merlin's beard in the magical community refers to this very Merlin. It is widely accepted that he is not the same Merlin as the one from the Arthurian legends in the Muggle world, they merely share a name. The earliest literary references to the Arthurian legends emerged around the year 600 in a Welsh ballad, with historians estimating that the era of the ancient Merlin coincided with the time of King Arthur, roughly in the 5th century. Thus, the two Merlins lived nearly 6 or 7 centuries apart. According to Hogwarts historical records, Merlin flourished rapidly after enrolling at the school, eventually developing a mentor-mentee relationship with Slytherin. However, following Merlin's graduation, their differing attitudes towards Muggles led to an ever-widening rift, culminating in their eventual separation. At this moment, Madame Pants tapped on the study room door, reminding him that the library's closing time had arrived. Chapter 20. Snape's refined potion. Matthew was conscripted. During the new students' potions and flying classes today, some unexpected incidents occurred, resulting in injuries to several students. Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the hospital wing, commissioned Professor Snape to brew some potions to replenish the stock. Poor Matthew happened to encounter Snape just as he was about to prepare the potions, thus becoming an unwitting laborer. Together, Matthew and Professor Snape toiled until 10 o'clock, finally completing the potions required by Madame Pomfrey. At this point, a hint of weariness was visible on Snape's face. The duties of teaching at Hogwarts were indeed not light. Potions was considered one of the core subjects at Hogwarts, and his schedule for potions classes was quite full. Snape picked up a stack of parchment from the desk, containing the improved version of the calming draft, which was somewhat more effective than the original. "Thank you, Professor," Matthew said, his spirits lifted as he accepted the parchment, not even noticing when Snape had written it. Earlier, while they were busy, he had casually mentioned it, but Snape had merely told him to be quiet and focus on brewing the potion. "Matthew, due to your assistance in alleviating the professor's burden, Slytherin earns 10 points. Snape was relentless in seizing any opportunity to award points to Slytherin. "Don't worry, we will find Trevor," Harry reassured Neville, whose toad had gone missing again. "My Scabbers is quite well behaved. He has never run away," Ron remarked, patting the rat in his pocket. Neville appeared even more despondent, lamenting, "My memory is so poor. I often forget things." Hermione shot Ron a glare, signaling him to keep quiet. Suddenly, Hermione's eyes brightened with an idea. "Why don't we ask Senior Matthew if Pigwidgeon has any way to locate Trevor?" Ron, astonished, exclaimed, "You know Matthew too?" Nodding, Ron added, "We are neighbors. Living near Ottery St. Catchpole." He continued excitedly, "Do you know about Exploding Snap? That was Matthew's Christmas gift to me last year, and I heard he bought it from Muggles. It's incredibly fun." Ron was eager to share more about the joys of Exploding Snap, but he noticed that Harry and the others had turned pale, their faces filled with terror as they stared behind him. It was curfew. Matthew observed the scene with great interest. Ron stiffly turned around and was met with the impassive face of Professor Snape. "Oh no," he thought, feeling doomed for being caught by the terrifying Professor Snape on his very first day for violating curfew. A grin more grotesque than a frown appeared on his face as he stammered, "Professor." Snape's expression remained devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the 4 students, slowly uttering, "Foolish souls always congregate together. Gryffindor loses 10 points." Harry attempted to protest, explaining that Neville's toad was lost, and they were merely helping him look for it. Snape fixed a cold gaze upon Harry's face and replied indifferently, "Potter, for your insolence towards a teacher, Gryffindor loses another 10 points. With that, he turned and departed, his billowing black robes resembling a swirling mass of shadow. Harry's spirits sank considerably. He could not fathom why Professor Snape always seemed to target him. Ron cast a peculiar glance at Matthew, pondering how he spoke so casually about earning points, as it was no simple task. Hermione inquired, "Matthew, could you ask Piddon to help find Neville's toad?" Matthew replied gently, "Of course, Piddon knows many feline friends at Hogwarts. Numerous students at Hogwarts owned cats as magical companions, and these enchanted felines possessed considerable intelligence, forming their own social circles." Matthew drew his wand and called forth his companion. The tip of the wand emitted a soft, persistent glow. This was a spell for summoning magical pets. As long as the magic was maintained, the pet would sense its owner's location. Matthew advised Neville, "You should learn this spell." Neville, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is there such a spell? I want to learn it." However, he soon remembered his struggles with even first-year spells and, with a downcast expression, added, "But I'm afraid I won't be able to master it." "No worries. This spell is quite simple," Matthew assured him, noticing the eager expressions of the group. "I can teach you when I have some free time." The four of them nodded enthusiastically. At that moment, a black cat leaped through the window, sauntering over to Matthew's feet and rubbing against him. Matthew cradled Piddin in his arms and gently ruffled the fur around its neck. Piddin, Neville's toad has gone missing again. Could you assist him? Piddin rolled its eyes in Matthew's embrace, thinking to itself that it was merely a cat, not a dog, and certainly not one to be tasked with searching for lost items. Other cats merely needed to lounge in their owners' laps to earn treats, while Piddin found itself working overtime at night to help locate pets, having just come from a date with Madame Loris. Piddin leapt from Matthew's arms and ventured deeper into the corridor. The room was modest but fully equipped with potion-making apparatus, even providing a bed for rest. Matthew retrieved a sheet of parchment. It was the modified restorative potion recipe bestowed upon him by Professor Snape. After a quick perusal, he set to work brewing the potion, utilizing common potion ingredients, some of which he had in his pockets. After a flurry of activity, he successfully brewed the modified restorative potion, though his technique was still somewhat unrefined, resulting in a potion with excessive impurities. Disposing of the subpar potion, he reflected on his experience and began anew. This time, the potion met his standards. He carefully assessed the condition of his mental C, noting a 30 increase in its recovery rate. The original restorative potion's effect was a mere 20 enhancement. Continuing his work, he brewed 4 additional modified restorative potions. Upon consuming them all, he was astounded to find his mental C's recovery rate soared to an impressive 250. Professor Snape's modifications were indeed remarkable. Matthew marveled at his own lack of potion-making knowledge to replicate such enhancements. Subsequently, he practiced meditation within the room of requirement. He calculated that at this pace, he would ascend to the rank of a level 2 wizard apprentice in 3 to 4 days. Chapter 21, Advancement. A few days later, in the room of requirement, Matthew completed the assembly of a Niven model within his mental C, a flicker of joy gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, 128 Niven models floated within his mental C. After a period of diligent effort, aided by a few potions, he had finally met the criteria for a breakthrough and was now poised to advance to the rank of a second-level wizard apprentice. Matthew retrieved blue waterflower juice from his bag using the concealment stretch spell, meticulously applying a quantity 3 times greater than usual onto his forehead. He then consumed the remainder of the juice in the cup. Soon, a fierce chill and a stinging sensation erupted on his tongue, which quickly became numb. As if it had been frozen, the icy feeling surging with potent medicinal energy, causing his scalp to tingle. Matthew furrowed his brow tightly, feeling as though he had ingested a barrel of menthol oil, perhaps even enhanced with camphor tablets. He concentrated deeply, initiating his meditation technique. After a few moments, the flower juice began to permeate his skin. At that moment, he felt as though he were standing on a small boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, battered by fierce storms, the tumultuous waves threatening to capsize him at any moment. He sensed relentless titanic waves crashing against him, each impact depleting his mental C. Yet with every wave, his mental fortitude solidified further. After several minutes, Matthew was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, and his mental energy dwindling to a mere trickle. Nearing exhaustion, just as he expended his last vestige of spirit, his mental C trembled violently, and he heard a sound akin to shattering glass near his ear. Matthew felt as though he had shattered some invisible shackles. His mental C expanded rapidly, swelling to 15 times its original size before finally stabilizing. Subsequently, the magical energy within him began to boil, and the objects within the room responded to an inexplicable force, all levitating into the air. Moments later, his magical energy gradually subsided, and the floating items fell back to their original places. Upon assessing his newfound power, he realized that the total amount of magical energy had increased by 20%. Now, his magical energy surpassed that of an adult wizard. Matthew reveled in this unprecedented state. It felt as if he had undergone a minor magical upheaval. In the world of wizards, there is a singular awakening of magical power during childhood, a phenomenon referred to as a magical upheaval, during which a young wizard experiences an extraordinary surge in their magical energy. After the upheaval, their power increases gradually with age. Thus, the magical upheaval largely determines the upper limits of a wizard's innate magical talent. Matthew's heart soared with joy. If every breakthrough were accompanied by a minor magical upheaval, he would possess magical power surpassing that of even seasoned aurors by the time he became a fully fledged wizard. Magic had always been his Achilles heel. Given that he was merely 14 years old, his accumulation still far from sufficient. His current prowess relied heavily on his extraordinary casting techniques and extensive combat experience. With his magical shortcomings addressed, his endurance in battle would be significantly enhanced. Having quelled the elation of his recent breakthrough, he tidied up the disarray caused by the recent surge of magic. This chamber, which he frequented daily, was equipped for potion brewing and also featured a bed conducive to his meditative practices, rendering it quite convenient. As he departed from the room of requirement, the clock approached midnight. The corridors of the castle were enveloped in tranquility, with even the nocturnal students rarely lingering outside at such an hour. He drew forth his wand and called out, "Summon companion." This was the signal he had arranged with Piddon. Releasing the call twice in succession would prompt Piddon to await him at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. As Piddon was unable to pass through the door unaided, upon reaching the common room's entrance, he spotted a black cat darting toward him from the opposite end of the corridor. "Piddon." The cat swiftly leaped into Matthew's embrace, affectionately nudging his hand with its head. Piddon was a cat that thrived on affection, and from Matthew's experiences across 2 lifetimes, he knew that a pet's temperament could vastly differ. Those that were affectionate naturally garnered more favor from their owners. As Matthew gently stroked Piddon's chin with his fingers, the cat squinted its eyes in sheer delight, exuding a joyful demeanor while emitting a low purring sound. One advantage of having a magical cat with a spirit lineage was the delightful absence of shedding. Had Piddon been a muggle cat, Matthew would have already been covered in fur. In his mind, Matthew reflected on the information he had gathered over the past few days. He had delved into numerous texts regarding Slytherin and the era of Merlin, yet these writings offered scant descriptions of meditation, with no mention of the meditative practice itself. His curiosity deepened. Why did this world possess concepts such as Nivern, yet lack a corresponding system of spellcasting? Nivern seemed to have materialized out of thin air in the medieval period. A sudden flash of insight struck him. Why not directly inquire of Merlin? After all, Merlin's portrait resided within Hogwarts Castle. Cradling Piddon, he rose and entered a room to the right within the common room. The portrait of Merlin depicted him with long, grizzled hair intertwined with a thick beard, reclining on a bench within the frame as if in a reverie. Matthew approached the portrait and softly spoke, "Sir Merlin." At the sound of his voice, Merlin opened his eyes and stretched lazily. "Why are you still awake at this hour, seeking conversation with an old man?" he remarked, adding, "You may call me Professor. In the early days of Hogwarts, there was a dire need for teachers, and I too taught here for several years after my graduation." Matthew responded with earnestness, "Professor Merlin, I wish to seek your wisdom on a matter. I came across a phrase in a manuscript by your student, Salazar Slytherin, stating that meditation is the key to Nivern. Yet, in other texts from the same period, I have found almost no descriptions of meditation. I am eager to understand what is meant by meditation in this context." Merlin gazed at Matthew with profound intensity, as if he could see through to the very core of his being. A glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes, and a veil of mist enveloped the surfaces of other portraits in the room. He spoke slowly. "Do you not already possess the answer? I discern traces of the meditative practice within you." Chapter 22, The Mists of History. To my astonishment, Merlin could perceive that Matthew had engaged in meditation. Yet, he now existed merely as an enchanted portrait. Indeed, Merlin possessed knowledge of meditation. However, why has this practice not been passed down through the ages? Matthew voiced his curiosity. "Professor Merlin, why has the meditative art not been preserved? The practice flourished between the 4th and 6th centuries AD, yet from the 6th century onward, it mysteriously vanished overnight. Thereafter, no method could encapsulate the essence of meditation, and even memories extracted through memory magic would be eradicated by some enigmatic force." As time progressed, the number of wizards adept in meditation dwindled, leading to its gradual obscurity. At this moment, a flicker of perplexity crossed Merlin's eyes. "I too am intrigued. How did you acquire meditation in this era?" Matthew felt a tumult of thoughts, hesitating on how to articulate this inquiry without revealing his secret of traversing to another world. Fortunately, Merlin seemed to sense his reluctance to delve further into the matter and, with understanding, remarked, "Everyone harbors their own secrets. Yet, the present circumstances appear somewhat distinct. Our level of discourse was previously unattainable. That mysterious force which obliterated meditation seems to have dissipated. This must have occurred within the last century. Over 200 years ago, a scholar studying ancient runes inquired about the phrase meditation is the key to the runes. At that time, I was unable to converse with him about the meditative practice." Matthew could hardly fathom the magnitude of the power that could disrupt even this level of communication. Was it the force of magic itself? Merlin continued, "In the 6th century, wizards proficient in meditation sought to uncover the source of this mysterious power, yet until meditation was lost, none unraveled the truth. When asked if it was indeed the power of magic, Merlin paused thoughtfully. "I believe it is." Could magic wield such influence? Matthew felt a sense of disorientation. Such a widespread effect enduring for over a millennium, only to wane in recent centuries. Suddenly, he recalled the name Curse of Voldemort. Whenever his name was uttered, he would sense the speaker's location. Perhaps that mysterious force resembled a kind of curse. Yet, Voldemort's name Curse merely detected location. It did not possess the capacity to manipulate reality on such a grand scale. Matthew then inquired, "How did the phrase meditation is the key to the runes remain inscribed in the manuscript?" "I noted that this phrase is a record of a conversation between the head of Slytherin and yourself. This form of exchange surely pertains to the practice of meditation, does it not? According to your earlier statement, Such communication should not have been erased, correct? At the time, I only expressed that single phrase. The teacher did not glean the essence of meditation from it. Merlin's tone grew somber. That mysterious force is not inflexible. Matthew suddenly recalled that this Professor Merlin should have been active in the 12th century. If the mysterious force had begun its interference in the 6th century, how could he possess knowledge of these events? Matthew voiced his inner doubts, inquiring how Merlin, a student of the Slytherin head, could possess knowledge from the 6th century, centuries apart from his own era. With a subtle smile, Merlin replied, I have delved into certain secrets of time. I gleaned this knowledge from the annals of history. Matthew was astonished that Merlin could perceive events from such a distant past, realizing that even if he had witnessed them in the 10th century, it would still be over 400 years removed from the 6th century. In the present magical world, time travel is facilitated by devices such as the time turner. Yet its safe duration is limited to mere hours. Exceeding this timeline could result in dire consequences. I sense the rhythm of time within you, Merlin continued. If you wish to further explore the mysteries of history, I can harness this temporal power within you to transport you to the past. After a brief pause, he added, however, my portrait lacks specific memories of meditation techniques. Perhaps you could acquire them from my past self. Matthew found himself perplexed by the notion that he possessed a force related to time. Suddenly, he recalled how each time he traversed dimensions through the disk, he seamlessly arrived at the exact moment of departure. Perhaps this was indeed the influence of the time power that Merlin spoke of. Beyond this, he could not conceive of any other connection to time. Intrigued by the prospect of journeying into the past, he pondered the possibility of obtaining superior meditation techniques from those earlier times. I shall send you to the year 1943, Merlin stated. My mentor once harbored a basilisk in the castle's Chamber of Secrets, but he left Hogwarts without taking this creature with him. The basilisk has an extraordinarily long lifespan, surviving for a millennium within the chamber. In 1943, a student opened the chamber, leading to death. I require you to return to that year and slay the basilisk. Matthew's heart raced as he realized that the student who had opened the chamber was none other than the young Voldemort, then known as Tom Marvolo Riddle. Merlin's expression turned grave as he added, you must not allow anyone who exists in the current timeline to see you, as this would greatly deplete the temporal energy within you. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Matthew recognized that he must avoid interference with the present timeline, steering clear of figures such as Dumbledore and Voldemort. He then questioned, but if I kill the basilisk, wouldn't that also disrupt the current timeline? With a knowing smile, Merlin reminded him, in the present timeline, there is no basilisk residing in the chamber. Matthew's pupils dilated in shock as he processed this revelation. There was, in fact, no basilisk in the current timeline. Had the timeline diverged from the original narrative? What would happen if he refused this task? Matthew felt a surge of rebelliousness, and he could not help but ask, Chapter 23, Ambition. This touches upon a secret of time. The power of time will rectify the effects of time travel. When the impact of time travel exceeds a certain threshold within the collective consciousness, a new parallel timeline is born. For instance, the only individual aware of the basilisk's presence in the chamber was Tom Riddle, who, upon deciding not to reopen the chamber, left the status of the basilisk unknown within the collective consciousness. At this moment, slaying the basilisk would not affect the collective consensus. Its existence and demise would not create a new parallel timeline. Should the creature be vanquished before the chamber is completely sealed, the power of time would amend itself according to Tom's memories, resulting in a timeline where Tom is aware of the basilisk's death. What a peculiar notion. This SCHR Dinger's basilisk. Matthew comprehended that his arrival in this world signified the inception of a new timeline. In the vernacular of his previous existence, one might assert that he had traversed into a parallel dimension of the Hogwarts universe. Matthew inquired further, do ghosts and portraits contribute to the collective consensus? Merlin shook his head in response. Only living beings are counted within the collective consensus. Ghosts and portraits are incomplete, and the power of time will forcibly amend their memories. My situation is rather unique, allowing the power of time to disregard my existence. A sense of yearning stirred within Matthew. Merlin had journeyed far along this path, even uncovering loopholes within the fabric of time itself. He resolved to embrace Merlin's trials, as this could very well mark the commencement of his exploration into the mysteries of time, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Furthermore, he harbored a keen interest in the millennia-old basilisk, a creature of exceptional rarity, classified as a 5-star magical beast in the modern age. The basilisk was a treasure trove. Its eyes could be fashioned into alchemical devices with petrifying properties, while its venomous fangs possessed formidable destructive capabilities, capable of shattering horcruxes. Its flesh and bones served as exquisite potion ingredients, and even its hide was valuable, suitable for crafting highly resistant armor. In the portrait, Merlin raised his wand high, the tip radiating a dazzling aura of light. In an instant, Matthew was enveloped in a blinding white glow. Moments later, he found himself in a peculiar realm. The same room, yet transformed. Apart from Matthew, everything existed in shades of black and white, the entire world resembling a monochrome sketch. After a brief interlude, the image of Merlin appeared to be colored in by an unseen artist, gradually restoring its original hues. Once the portrait was fully adorned with color, Merlin's image reawakened with vitality. Matthew nodded solemnly. I remember. He stepped through the portal of light, and in an instant, the monochromatic world erupted into its vibrant colors. The feline creature, hidden, was also brought along, nestled in Matthew's arms. He sensed the disc in his mind remained unaffected. He could feel that even within the annals of time past, it would not hinder his ability to activate the disc and traverse to another world. Embracing Pitton, he exited the chamber. The Slytherin common room from decades prior appeared largely unchanged compared to its future counterpart, save for slight differences in decor. A clock adorned with serpentine engravings hung above the fireplace, a position that would later be occupied by a Slytherin banner in the future. Tom, curfew is imminent. Are you still planning to go out? A dark-haired boy gently inquired. Another robust boy scoffed. Is it about Hagrid again? In my opinion, Tom, your kindness is excessive. After all, the ones perishing are merely muggles. Let that wretched giant and those muggles tear one another apart. There's no need for such unnecessary actions. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Tom Riddle's eyes. His father was also a muggle, a fact he detested along with his name. Sooner or later, he vowed to rid himself of this filthy identity. Matthew stood beside them, cradling a soft-boiled egg, intrigued by the scene unfolding before him. From their conversation, he discerned that this black-haired boy was none other than the Voldemort of his Hogwarts days. The power of time concealed the whereabouts of Matthew and the egg, preventing those in the common room from noticing them. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Tom sincerely stated, after all, it is a pet of that half-blood giant, and I fear they may harm our Slytherin companions in the future. Before any harm befalls them, I must expose his actions. Matthew blinked, marveling at the youthful Voldemort's acting prowess, which rivaled that of an Oscar-winning actor. He could discern no flaw in his expression, only sincerity. It was no wonder he had deceived others during his school years and successfully framed Hagrid. Had it not been for Dumbledore's unwavering support of Hagrid, the latter might have found himself imprisoned in Azkaban. Matthew followed Tom as they departed from the common room, encountering fellow students along the way who greeted Tom warmly. In their eyes, Tom was a hero, risking his life to report Hagrid. Seated in the headmaster's office was a frail, gaunt wizard, his bald head adorned with only a few wisps of white hair. At this moment, Dumbledore was not the headmaster of Hogwarts. He served as the Transfiguration Professor. Upon seeing Tom enter, the old wizard weakly uttered, "Ah, Riddle, you wish to see me, Professor Dippet?" Tom appeared somewhat anxious. "Please, have a seat," Dippet suggested. "Let us converse." Once Tom was seated, Dippet gazed into his eyes and gently said, "Hagrid has been expelled." Tom's face fell in sorrow. Hagrid had not intended to kill anyone, but his penchant for dangerous creatures had resulted in Myrtle's demise. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets was hardly an ideal pet. "What has transpired is done. We can only strive to minimize the damage," Dippet softly consoled. "For the sake of Hogwarts' reputation, we will claim that Myrtle merely suffered an accident, and that the chamber is merely a legend, a figment of imagination. I hope you will refrain from discussing the chamber with others. In recognition of your brave actions, we have decided to award you the Special Contribution Award for the school." The headmaster intended to frame the incident as Hagrid's reckless keeping of a dangerous pet that inadvertently harmed a student, with no connection to the legend of the chamber. Tom hesitated for a moment, a glimmer of determination crossing his face. "I understand. The reputation of Hogwarts must remain untarnished." Chapter 24, The Basilisk of 1,000 Years. Headmaster Dippet nodded in satisfaction. Hagrid was expelled, and once Tom Riddle was dealt with, matters would be simpler. Matthew followed Tom to the girls' lavatory, the very entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. He had long discovered that Hagrid was secretly raising the perilous acromantula, which prompted him to falsely accuse Hagrid and inform Principal Dippet, claiming that Hagrid was the one who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. Dippet, although reluctant to close the school, was equally concerned about preserving Hogwarts' reputation against the damaging legends of the chamber. He dissociated the students' deaths from the chamber's lore, attributing the incident to Hagrid's reckless ownership of a dangerous pet that had gone awry, resulting in the tragic demise of a fellow student. In the girls' washroom, there was a brass tap shaped like a serpent, engraved with a small snake. Standing before the tap, Tom addressed it in a cold, hissing tone, commanding it to open. The serpent-shaped tap emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the basin slowly retracted, revealing a thick pipe beneath. Matthew watched as Tom leapt into the pipe, and, to avoid colliding with him, hesitated before following suit. Clutching the egg, Matthew slid down the lengthy and winding pipe, feeling as if he were partaking in an amusement park water slide, albeit one that was considerably longer and far more unsanitary. With a flick of his wand, he banished the grime that clung to both himself and the egg. Through his magical senses, he could perceive Tom just ahead, navigating the dark stone tunnel. Silence enveloped the tunnel, littered with the remnants of various small creatures. After trailing Tom for a while, he encountered a 20-foot-long empty husk, the shed skin of the basilisk. To avoid arousing Tom's suspicions, Matthew resisted the urge to stow the valuable material in his undetectable extension pocket. Upon rounding another bend, they arrived at a stone wall adorned with 2 entwined serpents, their eyes glimmering with emerald gemstones. Tom continued to hiss in that frigid tone, commanding the wall to open. The serpents on the wall gradually parted, and the stone barriers split down the middle, slowly moving aside. Matthew chose not to follow Tom inside. He needed to wait until Tom had departed to strike down the basilisk without being detected. Minutes later, Tom emerged, clutching a diary that he had not possessed before. Just as he was about to seal the chamber once and for all, Matthew swiftly slipped into the opening of the stone wall. Once the wall closed behind him, he pointed his wand at his throat and uttered the incantation for cat speak. This was Matthew's first self-created spell. Young wizards occasionally experience uncontrollable surges of magic before attending school, instinctively releasing the excess energy, much like Harry Potter once inadvertently shattered the glass at a zoo. Matthew had encountered similar occurrences. One night in his childhood, he suddenly found himself able to comprehend the language of the egg. Although this ability faded by the following day, he recorded the sensation, and after numerous attempts, he devised a spell that allowed him to communicate with cats. However, despite having created this spell, Matthew did not understand the underlying principles. He conjured it purely based on instinct and emotion. Paidan, you will send forth your duplicates to scout the path and locate the serpent monster. My original self, and I shall keep our eyes closed throughout this endeavor. For to meet the gaze of the serpent would result in a curse of petrification or death, Matthew instructed. Understood, meow, came the response. A voice reminiscent of a youth yet untouched by the throes of maturation. Transformed through the magic of feline speech, Paidan's voice took on this peculiar quality. Shortly thereafter, Paidan sprouted an additional tail, and 9 duplicates scurried into the chamber ahead. Being a black cat of spirit lineage, Paidan possessed the unique ability to split, creating several duplicates while the original retained the memories of each. Following his advancement to a level 2 wizard apprentice, Matthew's magical perception radius expanded to 50 meters. This heightened awareness, combined with Paidan's duplicates, lent Matthew the courage to seek out the serpent with his eyes closed, without the threat of a petrifying gaze. The danger posed by the serpent diminished significantly. Matthew tucked Paidan's original form into the hood of his cloak, leaving 1 duplicate on the ground to lead the way. At that moment, Paidan announced, I found it. The serpent lies within. The room was expansive, flanked by towering stone columns adorned with carvings of a great serpent, which appeared to coil around the pillars. Deep within the chamber stood a colossal statue of Slytherin, at the base of which the serpent lay in repose. The serpent is currently not facing the entrance, Paidan observed. Matthew opened his eyes and swiftly surveyed the environment of the hidden chamber. He attempted to cast a transfiguration spell on the surrounding columns, but they seemed to be an integral part of the castle, protected by its very essence, rendering his spell ineffective. Upon casting, the concealed effects of his time magic dissipated. Matthew and Paidan quickly shut their eyes once more. The serpent, sensing movement behind it, began to twist its body in an attempt to turn. Matthew seized the opportunity, exclaiming, Avada Kedavra. Chapter 25, The Harvest. Perhaps Matthew's spell lacked the requisite potency, or perhaps the millennia-old serpent possessed formidable magical resistance, for his killing curse inflicted minimal damage. Paidan continued to flick his tail, generating more fur balls that transformed into duplicates, which, with eyes shut, charged toward the serpent. The previous duplicates had already taken positions atop the surrounding columns and the statue of Slytherin, providing Paidan with a vantage point to monitor the serpent's every move. Matthew, run. The serpent is coming, meow, Paidan warned. Matthew swiftly brandished his wand, casting levitation spells upon his cloak and shoes. With a slight push from his toes, he was lifted and glided through the air. With his eyes closed, Matthew relied on his magical perception to steer himself toward the duplicate on one of the stone columns. Noticing this, the serpent redirected its course, barreling toward the column. As it charged, it sent the advancing duplicates flying. However, rather than disappearing, the duplicates split into 2 upon impact. This was a characteristic of the spirit cat's duplicative ability. So long as its magical energy remained intact, an attack would only result in further division. Once Matthew alighted on the top of the column, he brandished his wand once more, unleashing a flurry of spells aimed at the serpent's position. The sharp sound of slicing air resonated as several transparent, curved wind blades lacerated the serpent, drawing forth crimson lines across its form. The serpent creature approached the stone pillar where Matthew stood, twisting its massive serpentine body as it coiled around the pillar. Advancing towards him, Matthew once more cast a levitation charm on his cloak and shoes, soaring towards the diagonally opposite pillar. The serpent creature redirected its head, continuing its assault on the pillar where Matthew was located. At that moment, Pai Dan had conjured over 100 clones on the ground. Pai Dan, use your clones to buy me some time, Matthew urged. Pai Dan swiftly commanded the multitude of clones to swarm towards the serpent's eyes. The serpent, ensnared around the pillar, had become less agile and increasingly irritable in response to the clones' incessant harassment. With a sudden surge of strength, it snapped the entwined pillar, sending fragments crashing down upon itself. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent was entangled, Matthew retrieved several large iron spheres from his pocket, a custom order he had previously arranged with a muggle. He intended to use these iron spheres as a medium for his transfiguration spell, one of his primary areas of study. Matthew waved his wand at the iron spheres on the ground, causing them to connect. The foremost sphere transformed into a colossal serpent's head, while the rear sphere morphed into a razor-sharp blade, resulting in a massive steel serpent. You shall be the one, great steel serpent. After the creature emerged from the rubble, Matthew commanded the enormous steel serpent, propelling it forward with a sacrificial charge, crashing violently into the serpent creature. The resounding impact echoed within the chamber, leaving the serpent dazed from the collision with the larger steel serpent. The great steel serpent continued to writhe, ensnaring the creature within its formidable coils. The two intertwined serpents twisted and rolled throughout the room, toppling several stone pillars in their tumultuous dance. Observing the chaos, Matthew ascended to the head of the Slytherin statue to avoid being caught in the fray below. Once atop the statue's bald head, he activated his wand, further enhancing the transfiguration on the great steel serpent. New transformations erupted along the serpent's iron body, sprouting countless sharp spikes. The serpent creature, now entwined with the steel serpent, was immediately pierced by the myriad of iron spikes. A resounding hiss escaped its mouth, a testament to the excruciating pain it endured. Matthew, wielding a dark finger bone in his left hand, swiftly conjured 32 Niven-like entities, culminating in a radiant flash moments later. With a brilliant burst of light, the Niven transformed into a bolt of lightning, cascading down upon the serpent creature. At this juncture, the creature's body was riddled with countless wounds, crimson blood seeping forth and staining its scales a vivid red. The relentless electricity surged through its body, igniting a tremendous heat within. In agony, the serpent thrashed violently against the ground. As the lightning dissipated, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the chamber. The massive serpent writhed in convulsions, its vitality remarkably resilient. Such injuries were insufficient to claim its life, and it would soon regain its vigor. Matthew, denying the creature any respite, urged the great steel serpent to drive its bladed tail through the creature's head, pinning it to the ground. On the ground, the serpent creature writhed in its final throes, thrashing its tail incessantly. After a few minutes, its struggles gradually weakened. Ultimately, the creature lay still on the ground, and within Matthew's perception, the magical fluctuations emanating from it had succumbed to silence. Upon confirming the serpent's demise, he cast a freezing charm to seal its wounds, preventing further blood loss. As its blood was a rare material, restored to the original state, Matthew invoked a spell upon the scattered stones, yet there was no response. A frown creased his brow. The stone pillars here were fragile under impact, but possessed considerable magical resistance. He collected the remnants of the stone pillars into his pocket for later examination, unable to ascertain the material's nature. Next, Matthew meticulously searched the chamber, but found no remnants left by Slytherin or Voldemort. He exited through the secret passage behind the Slytherin statue, which served as the creature's hunting route, leading directly to the forbidden forest outside the castle. The forest was eerily quiet at night. Matthew did not linger within its depths and proceeded directly to Hogwarts Castle. By this time, the castle's main doors had closed. To avoid detection by the caretaker, he refrained from opening the door and instead levitated over the wall to enter. Fortunately, it was curfew, and he encountered no one along the way. As he passed through the entrance hall, a voice echoed down the marble staircase. "What are you doing, Black? Wandering about at this late hour?" Chapter 26. Disturbance. He had been discovered. Someone had seen through Matthew's disillusionment charm. Standing on the marble staircase was a figure with chestnut hair and a beard, none other than a younger Albus Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Matthew was astonished that Dumbledore had recognized him. How could this version of Dumbledore know him? A chill ran down Matthew's spine as he pondered how Dumbledore had unraveled his charm. He had sensed no presence of Dumbledore within his magical awareness. Dumbledore had been formidable even decades ago. Matthew's mind raced like a finely tuned machine, contemplating rapidly. Perhaps the Black Dumbledore mentioned was not referring to him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Matthew bore an uncanny resemblance to his grandfather, Alpheus Black, in his youth. Alpheus had mentioned that during his school years, Dumbledore was the transfiguration professor at Hogwarts. Calculating the timeline, it seemed likely that Alpheus was indeed a student during this era. Moreover, Matthew had heard Alpheus recount tales from his school days, including an incident where Dumbledore had caught him and Matthew's grandmother out on a nocturnal rendezvous. Dumbledore might have mistakenly believed Matthew was Alpheus, for who could fathom that this young man, a spitting image of his student, was in fact the descendant of that very student decades later? With clarity restored, Matthew, his expression tense, replied, "Professor Dumbledore, I borrowed some notes on transfiguration from Lena. As you know, her skills in transfiguration far surpass mine." Matthew's grandmother was a student of Gryffindor, exceptionally skilled in transfiguration, and one of Dumbledore's favored pupils. Matthew's proficiency in transfiguration was nurtured under the guidance of Lena's portrait. Dumbledore observed Matthew walking away with a smile, harboring a fondness for this student who, despite being born into the lineage-obsessed black family, had chosen a muggle-born girlfriend. It would be delightful if other pureblood wizards could adopt a similar open-mindedness. He was acutely aware of the considerable pressure faced by the young couple from Gryffindor and Slytherin, who often ventured out at night to avoid disturbances. Stroking his chestnut beard, he pondered, when did the Blacks acquire a black cat? Perhaps the weight of recent troubles had dulled his attention to the other students. Hagrid had already been expelled. He needed to devise a plan to keep Hagrid at Hogwarts, as this half-giant would struggle to survive outside, neither embraced by his giant kin nor welcomed by wizards. The thought tightened his grip on his beard. Upon entering the room housing the portraits, the eyes of Merlin within his frame sparkled with keen insight. While the other portraits were shrouded in a misty veil, Merlin inquired, "Did the trial go well?" Matthew articulated his concerns, revealing that he had vanquished the basilisk. However, it had mistaken him for his grandfather, Alpheus, as he bore a striking resemblance to Alpheus in his youth, who was currently studying at Hogwarts. Does this affect the collective consciousness? Matthew mused, recognizing that his encounter with Dumbledore had transpired before he made his decision. Had he not met Dumbledore, a new parallel timeline would have emerged. The intricacies of time were indeed perplexing. Merlin raised his wand high, its tip emanating a brilliant glow. In an instant, Matthew found himself enveloped in white light. Moments later, he entered a peculiar realm, still within the same room, yet everything surrounding him, apart from himself, was rendered in shades of black and white, resembling a monochrome sketch. Gradually, it seemed as though an invisible artist began to restore color to Merlin's portrait, which eventually regained its original vibrancy. Once the colors were restored, Merlin's portrait became animated once more. With a flick of his wand, Merlin conjured a luminous portal ahead. As Matthew stepped through the portal, the black and white world blossomed into full color. At that moment, the other portraits in the room remained enshrouded in mist. You have successfully passed the basilisk trial, proving your prowess. Next, you must retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. With its power, I can transport you to a much earlier time, Merlin declared. Matthew paused, astonished. The Philosopher's Stone? Is it the renowned stone crafted by the illustrious alchemist Nicholas Flamel? Merlin nodded with a smile. I am but a portrait now, incapable of sending you too far into the past without the aid of the stone's power. Matthew furrowed his brow, realizing that acquiring the Philosopher's Stone was far more challenging than vanquishing a 1,000-year-old basilisk. He was aware that Nicodemus had entrusted the stone to Dumbledore, who currently safeguarded it within Hogwarts, using its power to bait Voldemort. In a matter of 2 or 3 months, Hogwarts would witness a grand spectacle. Matthew did not believe Dumbledore would willingly relinquish the stone to him, obtaining it under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, while simultaneously evading any suspicion, posed an immense challenge. Matthew sighed. The Philosopher's Stone is currently in Dumbledore's custody, which complicates matters significantly. Merlin blinked. You still have time. Slytherin is not so rigid in its ways. Perhaps you will discover a solution. Merlin nodded, and the mist enveloping the other portraits in the room gradually dissipated. Chapter 27. The Three-Headed Dog in the Room of Requirement. The space was vast enough to accommodate a basilisk several dozen meters in length. The creature lay upon a long table, its flesh and blood now separated, leaving only a skeletal frame. Beneath the table were numerous glass jars filled with crimson blood. Matthew busied himself in the room, methodically disassembling the basilisk and categorizing its parts. This endeavor proved fruitful. The skeletal remains possessed considerable value, and indulgent male wizards were eager to acquire basilisk bone powder at a high price. He preserved the complete skeleton for the time being, as he had yet to determine how best to utilize it. Using the basilisk's flesh as a primary ingredient, he could concoct potions that enhanced resistance to petrification. The blood and flesh could also serve as supplementary components for certain potions, such as those requiring dragon heartstring, phoenix feathers, and basilisk blood to create elixirs that bolster resistance to instant death spells. The basilisk's hide exhibited exceptional magical resistance, prompting his intention to seek out a skilled tailor to craft several wizarding cloaks. Matthew held high hopes for the basilisk's heart, as he possessed an ancestral potion recipe that combined basilisk heart and unicorn horn to create potions that enhance physical attributes. After meticulously processing the basilisk's flesh, Matthew retrieved a rabbit from a nearby cage, one he had instructed Pidwidgeon to capture in the Forbidden Forest. He intended to experiment with the effects of the basilisk's eyes on the rabbit. The eyes of the basilisk were slightly larger than a basketball, requiring both hands for him to grasp. Aiming the enormous serpent's eye at the rabbit, He infused it with magical energy, resulting in the rabbit becoming instantly rigid. Through Matthew's magical perception, an invisible and peculiar force emanated from the basilisk's eye in a 45-degree arc before him. This strange magic extended only a couple of meters. As serpents possess poor eyesight and primarily rely on their tongues and thermal sensing for hunting, this petrifying ability was, in fact, a passive trait of the basilisk. However, without a magical supply to its eyes, it required active activation. Within the range of this conical magical field, establishing eye contact with the basilisk's gaze would trigger the petrification effect. After conducting several tests on different rabbits, Matthew discovered that injecting a significant amount of magical energy could activate the basilisk's lethal capability, resulting in the rabbit's instantaneous demise. However, utilizing the petrification ability incurs minimal consumption of one's magical prowess, whereas employing the instant death capability demands an exorbitant toll on one's energy. Now that the serpent creature lies lifeless, the magical essence resembles a well without a source, diminishing with each use. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, resorting to the instant death ability proves somewhat counterproductive. The rabbit that Pai Dan captured from the Forbidden Forest is merely an ordinary creature, rendering it incapable of testing the resistance of magical power against petrification. Validation will only come during subsequent practical encounters. After concluding the experiment, he stored all the items in the room into his undetectable extension charm pocket. Once Matthew tidied up, he departed from the room of requirement. Approaching the trophy display room, he overheard hushed voices ahead. He was late. Perhaps due to his apprehension, he had hesitated to arrive. It was Ron's voice. Matthew raised an eyebrow, realizing he had once again encountered Harry Potter and his companions. Suddenly, he recalled that he had seemingly promised to teach them the summoning charm for magical pets. Yet he had been so preoccupied lately that he had nearly forgotten about it. He resolved to do so next time, silently affirming in his mind. At that moment, another voice emerged. They must be here, perhaps hiding. Dear, quickly, find them. This was Filch's voice. Matthew remembered that tonight, Harry Potter and his friends had been lured into a midnight duel by the young Malfoy, who had failed to show up and instead reported their nocturnal escapade to Filch. This night, they would encounter the three-headed dog residing in the corridor on the 4th floor. Intrigued, Matthew contemplated that the Philosopher's Stone would be used by Dumbledore to orchestrate a trial to lure Voldemort and test Harry Potter's mettle. With the three-headed dog representing the first challenge of this trial, he retrieved a vial of odor-reducing potion from his pocket and sprinkled the powder over himself and Pai Dan to evade detection by the keen-nosed Mrs. Norris. He passed by Filch, who remained oblivious, as did Mrs. Norris. Subsequently, he caught up with Harry Potter and the others. Malfoy had no intention of dueling you. He must have informed Filch. Hermione declared. Let us go? Harry felt Hermione's assertion was valid, yet he found it somewhat embarrassing to voice. What are you doing? Wandering about at this late hour? Matthew dispelled his disillusionment charm and approached from afar. Upon hearing the voice, Harry's heart raced. But he exhaled in relief upon recognizing the newcomer, as he had initially feared it was Filch pursuing them. Just as Matthew and Harry were about to speak, they were interrupted by a noise nearby. The handle of a door creaked ominously, and then Peeves the poltergeist emerged from the classroom. He cackled. Students of Slytherin and Gryffindor are awake, roaming about at night. You shall be caught. Peeves, please keep it down. Filch will hear. Harry implored. Shall I inform Filch? Peeves replied with a serious expression, though mischief danced in his eyes. Ron, growing impatient, snapped angrily. Peeves, clear the way, don't obstruct us. Following this, Ron swatted at Peeves, attempting to shoo him away. Infuriated, Peeves bellowed, students of Slytherin and Gryffindor are awake, roaming about at night. In the hallway of the charms class. Run. Matthew took the lead, sprinting down the corridor. The others, upon witnessing his action, hastened to follow him. Soon, they arrived at the end of the corridor, where a solitary locked door awaited them. There's no way out, Ron exclaimed, his face etched with despair, as the sounds of footsteps echoed ominously from behind. Let me take care of this. Hermione, in her urgency, seized Harry's wand. Alohomora. The unlocking charm struck the door, and in an instant, the lock clicked open. They hurriedly slipped into the room and shut the door behind them. Once the door was secured, Harry pressed his ear against it, believing it to be locked. I think we should be safe now. At that moment, Matthew drew his wand and cautioned, It's too early to celebrate, Harry. Turning to face Neville, whose expression was one of sheer terror, Harry asked, What's wrong? It was then that he understood the cause of Neville's fear. A monstrous creature, occupying nearly half the room, was glaring menacingly at them. The creature was a massive, three-headed dog, its gaze fierce and drool dripping from its razor-sharp fangs. Matthew decided to test its resilience. Sleep. The stunning spell struck the middle head, causing it to collapse into unconsciousness. However, the other two heads remained undeterred, growling ferociously at Matthew. These heads were not mere decorations. They functioned as a true tricore processor. Calmly, Matthew conjured a shield charm. Protego. He refrained from revealing his silent spellcasting techniques, aware that Dumbledore, decades ago, could obscure his magical presence. Harry Potter was Dumbledore's primary focus, and if Dumbledore were indeed concealed nearby observing them, Matthew would be none the wiser. He preferred to conceal his true abilities at Hogwarts, merely showcasing the qualities expected of an exemplary upperclassman. The Azure Shield effectively thwarted the dog's vicious bites. The three-headed beast was considerably less formidable than a basilisk. Its fangs lacked the potent venom capable of instantly breaching Matthew's shield charm. Nevertheless, the three-headed dog possessed its own advantages, its rapid attack speed, owing to its trio of heads. Two of the heads incessantly gnawed at the shield, their relentless assault causing it to waver precariously. Moreover, the middle head was on the brink of revival, a hidden trait of the creature. Incapacitating one or two heads would soon lead to the awakening of the remaining ones. "Piddin, block it!" Matthew shouted. The black cat, nestled within his hood, instantly comprehended her master's intent. Piddin flicked her tail, and the falling black fur coalesced into 6 replicas that darted towards the three-headed dog. Upon seeing the diminutive figures charging towards it, the dog instinctively lunged, crushing one in its powerful jaws. However, each replica that was torn apart merely multiplied into more black cats. The dog's intelligence was insufficient to grasp the unfolding situation, and it continued to maul Piddin's clones. As long as the true form of the spirit cat remained unharmed, the battle would simply be a contest of magical endurance. Before the dog's magic was depleted, the number of clones would only increase. The meditative technique has significantly enhanced Piddin, Matthew mused inwardly. Now, the doppelganger of the preserved egg can split even more times. Let us proceed, Matthew remarked to the few who stood in a daze. His purpose for coming this time was merely to assess the quality of the three-headed dog. He had a premonition that acquiring the magical stone would likely require him to partake in Dumbledore's trial games. Once everyone had emerged, Matthew closed the door, leaving the three-headed dog to frolic in the room with the black cats. How impressive the preserved egg is. It can conjure so many duplicates to thwart that monstrous creature, Ron exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice, only to be followed by a tinge of disappointment. If only Scabbers possessed such abilities. Neville shared similar sentiments, lamenting that his own pet, Trevor, only sought to evade him. After pondering the image of Scabbers transforming into a multitude of mice, Harry felt relieved that Scabbers lacked feline lineage. Is it safe to leave those duplicates in the room? Hermione inquired, cradling a black cat that she had stealthily acquired as a doppelganger while exiting. Matthew smiled gently, assuring her, the duplicates will automatically vanish once their magical energy is depleted. No sooner had he spoken than the doppelganger in Hermione's arms dissolved into thin air. She resolved that next year, she too would procure a cat from Diagon Alley as her magical companion. What on earth is the school thinking? Housing such a perilous beast here, Ron muttered. Without the preserved egg, we would surely be doomed tonight. Matthew merely regarded them with a serene smile, choosing not to respond. I noticed a trapdoor beneath its feet, Hermione speculated. I believe it might be guarding something. Harry refrained from voicing this concern, having promised Hagrid to keep it a secret. Days later, in the Wizarding World, at the Whitestone Manor. Today marked the occasion of the soiree hosted by Lady Alcia, and Matthew had received an invitation during his previous attendance at a banquet. Presenting the invitation to the attendant at the manor's entrance, he was greeted with, Mr. Matthew, please enter. The attendant returned the invitation, pressing a hand to his chest and bowing respectfully. The guests assembled at the manor today were fewer than those at the previous grand ball. Matthew sensed that this gathering comprised solely of wizards. The attendant led him not to the grand hall of the last festive occasion, but rather to a house on the right side of the manor. The exchange meeting is divided into several areas. This is the relaxation zone, where ample food and drink are available. Should you require anything, feel free to inform the servants here, the attendant explained. Upon entering the house, he spotted Lady Alcia engaged in conversation with others. Her attire today was as radiant as ever, the black tulle gown perfectly accentuating her graceful curves, while the long black gloves extended to her slender arms, adding an air of elegance and mystery to her overall appearance. Noticing Matthew, Lady Alcia gracefully excused herself from her conversation. It is a pleasure to see you again. Lady Alcia, you remain as beautiful as ever, Matthew said warmly. Her smile was both elegant and bright. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Matthew. I am delighted to have you at today's exchange meeting. Once the attendant departed, Lady Alcia warmly continued, the exchange will last throughout the day. If you feel weary, you may select a room here to rest. Madame Alcia escorted Matthew away from the foyer and, after traversing a lengthy corridor, they arrived at an expansive hall. Madame Alcia introduced the area, stating that it served as a trading zone where one could exchange currency, information, items, spells, meditation techniques, or any other valuable commodities. This marketplace operated under a principle of transparency, thus the items exchanged here tended to be commonplace, with a significant amount of information being shared as well. However, every 3 months, an anonymous auction was held, where more valuable items might be available. The next auction was approaching, and she promised to notify him a week in advance. The decor bore some resemblance to a tavern, yet it was imbued with a far more elegant style. The hall was adorned with numerous small round tables and stools, each topped with a notebook bound in sheepskin, and every table appeared to be marked with a number. They settled at a table against the wall. In Chapter 29, Trading, Madame Alcia picked up a feather quill and sketched a few lines in the notebook, which was an alchemical tool imbued with synchronizing magic. Should he wish to order food or drink, he could simply make a mark on its pages. The notebook would also display others' trading intentions. By leaving a message alongside the information and noting his table number, the original poster would be informed. Naturally, he could also inscribe his own items for trade, making them visible to others in the notebook. Matthew was slightly taken aback. While the technological level of this world seemed akin to the medieval era, this notebook possessed a functionality reminiscent of a 21st century tablet used for ordering in restaurants. Truly, magic was a convenience. Madame Alcia continued her explanation, revealing that the tables were equipped with minor illusionary wards, allowing only those seated to truly hear the conversations taking place. To an outsider, the scene appeared different. Upon his arrival, Matthew had noticed tables where animated discussions took place, punctuated by light laughter, yet upon closer inspection, the content of their discourse remained indecipherable, an illusion crafted by the wards. After a while, a server approached with 2 glasses of a vibrant red beverage. This was the renowned Red Tail flower wine from the Red Kite Manor, known for its unique flavor and limited annual production. Madame Alcia clinked her glass with his, smiling as she expressed her hope that he would find success at the exchange meeting. After sharing a drink, she excused herself, as her day was destined to be quite busy. Matthew then picked up the notebook on the table, flipping through the initial pages of the menu. The subsequent pages were filled with messages from others, some offering items or information for sale, others seeking to buy or exchange spells and meditation techniques. While some had posted bounty tasks, reminding him of a quest panel from a certain online game, he searched diligently, focusing on the information regarding spells and advanced meditation techniques. Yet upon reviewing all the entries, he found no offerings for advanced meditation methods. Determined to familiarize himself with the potions of this world, Matthew recalled that his pockets held a considerable stash of magical brews. He needed to sift through them to identify those that would attract little attention. Suitable for trading in spells, he intends to exchange the items he previously acquired for potion formulas. The functionality of the eye-shaped talisman aligns with the magic he has mastered, as he possesses the ability to pierce invisibility. Upon reviewing the information he had just noticed, he found offers for a first-tier healing potion formula, a first-tier blue water flower awakening potion formula, and a first-tier spell of the invisible hand, with prices available through private messages. It is also possible to trade for a first-tier talisman. The formulas and spells can be sold multiple times. Thus, a single ordinary first-tier talisman could yield at least 3 first-tier potion formulas or spells. The eye-shaped talisman qualifies as a first-tier talisman, which is typically used by apprentice wizards who primarily utilize first-tier talismans and potions. Matthew took a feather quill and inscribed beneath, first-tier talisman for potion formulas and magic. Table 16. Before long, fresh characters materialized on the paper, signaling an immediate response. After a brief wait, a middle-aged male wizard arrived, his disheveled hair suggesting a neglect of personal grooming. "Are you looking to exchange a talisman for potion formulas?" he inquired directly. Matthew nodded and produced the eye-shaped talisman, stating, "This I can dispel invisibility." The middle-aged wizard examined the talisman, asking, "What is its effective range?" Matthew explained, "The radius is approximately 10 to 20 meters, though the specific range depends on the amount of magical energy infused." The wizard nodded in apparent satisfaction and proposed, "I offer a first-tier healing potion formula, a first-tier blue water flower awakening potion formula, a first-tier invisible hand spell, along with a volume titled Northern Region Potion Material Compendium in exchange for your talisman. Does that sound agreeable?" After a moment's contemplation, Matthew concluded that this offer aligned with the market rates he had gleaned from others' purchasing and selling announcements, and thus he consented. Upon confirming that there were no signs of surveillance, he first tested the invisible hand spell, which requires the concentration of 16 Niven. This spell conjures an invisible hand capable of grasping objects and even attacking foes. With the enhancement from the obsidian fingerbone talisman, he could cast the invisible hand spell in just 3 seconds. The functionalities of the invisible hand overlap somewhat with the levitation charm, as Matthew can also manipulate objects and suspend enemies in midair using the latter. However, the invisible hand allows for more intricate control. Furthermore, he could use the invisible hand to elevate himself into the air, enabling prolonged suspension as long as he maintained the spell. The healing potion acquired through this transaction could mend minor wounds, while the blue water flower awakening potion could dispel certain states of mental confusion. From the potion formulas, Matthew discerned that the methods of potion crafting in this world bear significant resemblance to those taught at Hogwarts, with numerous similarities. However, most of the materials required for the restorative potion were unfamiliar to him. The primary ingredient of the Blue Water Flower Awakening Potion is the Blue Water Flower, which must be refined into an essence. Recognizing the name of the Blue Water Flower prompted Matthew to engage and trade with this wizard, as it might also assist him in his practice of the Eamon fundamental meditation technique. After securing the items from the transaction, Matthew resumed his review of his notebook in the lounge, seeking suitable bounty tasks to undertake. Subsequently, Matthew encountered a peculiar bounty for information regarding the proprietor of the West Street Tavern, who has mysteriously vanished. The reward is set at 110 Northern Kingdom gold coins, contingent upon the quality of the information provided, and remains valid indefinitely. This bounty was issued by the kingdom's court wizard, Link Watson, who has inscribed his name upon it. It is worth noting that Northern Kingdom gold coins are not composed of actual gold. Rather, they are an alchemical product, with gold serving as a base material in the alchemical process. To ensure the stability of currency circulation, the Northern Wizarding Alliance has released currency crafted through advanced alchemy, embedded with anti-counterfeiting features. The smallest denomination is the Northern Kingdom silver coin, with 1 gold coin being equivalent to 1,000 silver coins. Basic magical artifacts, potions, and spells can be acquired using gold coins, with the value of first-tier magic ranging from several dozen to several hundred gold coins. For higher-tier wizarding supplies, practitioners of the arcane arts prefer to engage in transactions using magic stones. A stone of standard size, imbued with a full capacity of magical energy, is approximately equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. In the wizarding community, magic stones serve as a stable currency, possessing numerous applications as alchemical creations capable of storing magical energy and inscribing spells such as Niven magic. Furthermore, the exchange rate between magic stones and gold coins is not fixed and may fluctuate. The magic stone that Link gifted to Matthew, which has inscribed the Mage Armor spell, is of standard size. Link's gesture of presenting the stone to Matthew was not solely an impulsive apology for Anna, but also a token of gratitude for Matthew's role in rescuing Chris and his daughter. Moreover, recognizing Matthew's extraordinary abilities at such a young age, Link had an inclination to befriend him. Chapter 30. The Tavern. Another disappearance has occurred. Matthew pondered the matter and wished to engage in conversation. He took up a quill and inscribed below, "Meet in room 26, Matthew." After a short while, a knock echoed at the door. Link arrived accompanied by Anna. "You two are truly inseparable. Every time I see you, you are together," Matthew remarked with a smile. Anna's cheeks flushed slightly. In contrast to her somewhat impatient demeanor, she appeared rather bashful in matters of affection. Today, Link still wore his hair in a ponytail, exuding a somewhat languid air as he casually remarked, "This fosters a better rapport." Matthew inquired, "Has there been another disappearance in Whitestone Town?" Link, with a relaxed tone, replied, "Indeed, we are currently investigating this incident. The owner of the West Street Tavern has gone missing. He has not been seen since closing the tavern a few days ago, and neither the night watchman nor the guards have observed him leaving Whitestone Town. I suspect this case may be connected to the previous disappearance of the night watchman." Suddenly, as if recalling something of interest, Link continued, "Would you be inclined to join the court wizards? With your prowess, I am certain you would have no difficulty gaining entry. The court wizards are divided into 2 primary roles, investigators and clerks. Investigators are tasked with handling commissions issued by the court wizards and managing external wizard affairs, while clerks primarily oversee the kingdom's administrative matters and internal affairs of the court wizards. I am the team leader of the investigator squad, a level 7 investigator, and I possess the authority to hire temporary investigators. The internal hierarchy of court wizards is meticulously structured into 19 levels. The 79th level corresponds to the role of an investigator, the 46th to that of an investigation officer, and the 13th to a senior investigation officer. A similar classification applies to the clerical sequence. There lies a degree of intrigue for him regarding the court wizards. Are there any restrictions upon joining as a temporary investigator? How does one transition into a formal court wizard? Link elucidated. As a temporary investigator, the constraints are minimal. One simply must adhere to the regulations set forth by the Kingdom of Blizzard and may withdraw at any time. Once sufficient contributions are amassed, one may apply for an assessment, and upon passing, one will be granted the status of a formal court wizard. There are numerous avenues for investigators to acquire contribution points. Completing internal commissions will yield such points. Within our ranks, court wizards can exchange these points for magical artifacts, spells, meditation techniques, potion recipes, alchemical materials, and other wizardly paraphernalia. Of course, one may also purchase these items with currency. Temporary investigators resemble mercenaries who are compensated for their services, enjoying a fair degree of freedom. I understand now. I have resolved to join as a temporary investigator, Matthew declared. He was eager to gather more knowledge on Niven magic and meditation techniques, believing that joining the court wizards could be a commendable choice. Link grasped Matthew's hand warmly, welcoming him. Madame Alsha has issued an internal commission regarding the case of the missing persons in Whitestone Town. You shall accompany us in the investigation. And completing this case will also earn you contribution points. Madame Alsha serves as a level 5 clerical officer among the court wizards, with jurisdiction over Whitestone Town and the authority to issue internal commissions. The following day, at the West Street Tavern, precisely at noon, Link had arranged to meet Matthew. Although the tavern's owner had mysteriously disappeared, the establishment continued its operations, now managed by the owner's son. Matthew arrived somewhat early, as Link and Anna had yet to arrive. The tavern was bustling with patrons, and as Matthew entered, he felt the weight of curious gazes upon him. The cacophony of voices momentarily hushed, only to gradually resume its lively chatter. It was rumored that this tavern had been in operation for several decades. Typically, younger patrons preferred the newly opened tavern on East Street, while the West Street establishment catered mostly to loyal regulars who favored dining and drinking later in the evening. However, today was different. A notable influx of youthful revelers filled the tavern. Matthew listened intently, overhearing discussions about the tavern owner's disappearance. "Damn it! How could that old fool just vanish? He still owes me money," exclaimed a young man at a table near the entrance. It seemed many were mere bystanders, Matthew mused, as he casually chose a table tucked away in a corner. Just as he settled in, he waved toward the entrance upon spotting Link and Anna approaching. Link approached with a cheerful smile. "You simply must try the Whitestone fruit wine from this tavern. It is a local delicacy." The name of Whitestone Town derived from its abundant production of a remarkable plant known as the Whitestone fruit, which blossoms and bears fruit only after the winter snows have ceased. Before long, a server approached, inquiring, "May I take your order? We have an array of meats and vegetables available today." The tavern does not possess a fixed menu. The beverages are consistent, inscribed upon a board at the bar's front. After he recited the names of the dishes, he turned to Matthew, who replied, "Me too." Once the server departed, Link snapped his fingers, and an invisible veil enveloped them, a magical barrier that muffled sound, allowing them to converse freely without their words escaping into the air. Matthew inquired if there were any leads on the case of the tavern owner's disappearance. His expression shifted. Upon entering, he had overheard others discussing the tavern owner's debts, which he promptly relayed to the two companions. Link stroked his chin thoughtfully, concluding that the tavern owner was not merely in debt to Sir Rain. "We shall investigate why he owes such a substantial sum," he declared. At that moment, the server began to serve the dishes, and the group shifted away from the topic to savor their meal. Matthew took a bite of the Whitestone fruit. Its tanginess upon entry swiftly transformed into a hint of sweetness, its texture crisp and refreshing, with the aroma of cheese delightfully intermingling. The flavor of the Whitestone fruit wine was equally unique, albeit not potent enough for those who favor stronger spirits. Chapter 31, Sir Rain. After their meal, the one approaching for payment was none other than the missing tavern owner's son, young John. At merely 13 years of age, his countenance appeared somewhat haggard, evidently affected deeply by his father's absence. "Sir, the total is 176 copper pennies. Copper pennies are not currency issued by the Northern Wizard Alliance, but are instead minted within the realm of Blizzard Kingdom, representing a smaller denomination than the kingdom's silver coins, with one silver coin roughly equating to about 100 copper pennies." Link handed him 2 silver coins, leaving the remainder as a tip. John bowed and respectfully said, "Thank you, sir." Surprised, John's expression shifted to one of heightened respect as he responded, "Please, go on. It seems your father has recently accrued significant debts. Do you know what he was involved in prior to his disappearance that led to such financial strain?" Link inquired. John glanced around anxiously, noting that several tables were occupied by his father's creditors, who had stated they could only grant an extension of 1 month, should the debts remain unpaid thereafter. They would seize the tavern as collateral. What he did not articulate was that even this tavern would likely not suffice to settle the debts his father had incurred. Link stroked his chin again. "John, where is your mother? I recall she used to assist in the tavern a few years ago." John's expression fell. "My mother divorced my father 3 years ago, and last year, she married Sir Rain, becoming his wife." Matthew raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Sir Rain was also among John's father's creditors, making the narrative increasingly peculiar. "Oh, were you aware that Sir Rain is also your father's creditor?" John's face paled as he shook his head, replying, "I did not know. After my father went missing, I sought out my mother, but she did not mention this matter to me." Anna queried, "Did your father have any disputes with Sir Rain?" John's demeanor darkened. "During my mother's wedding to Sir Rain, my father caused a scene at the ceremony, and since then, I have not heard of any further association between them." Link had some thoughts and nodded, saying, "If you recall any relevant information, please contact the police station. We shall take our leave now." After the trio exited the tavern, Matthew inquired, "Shall we investigate Sir Rain first?" Link nodded, revealing that the newly opened tavern on East Street was indeed an investment of Sir Rain. Anna remarked, "In that case, Sir Rain's motives are quite significant. Perhaps he orchestrated the situation to put old John in substantial debt, aiming to seize his tavern." Sir Rain resided in a house on East Street. Being no wizard, he had not inherited much from his father. Sir Rain's father was the late Baron White, who gifted the Whitestone Manor to Lady Alcia. After the Baron's passing, the title was inherited by his brother, Jack White, a wizard. The trio encountered Sir Rain and John's mother at the Baroness' residence. After exchanging pleasantries, Link straightforwardly asked, "Sir Rain, it is said that you lent old John a considerable sum of money shortly before his disappearance." Sir Rain, with his rare purple hair, was rumored to be descended from an ancestor who attempted to alter their bloodline through magical experiments, aiming to endow future generations with wizardly abilities. However, the current White family still produced descendants like Rain, lacking wizardly qualifications, albeit with altered hair color. With a stoic expression, Sir Rain replied, "Yes. He borrowed a sum from me before vanishing." As he spoke, Lady Rain cast a furtive glance at him, seemingly anxious. Appearing to be in her 20s, she was strikingly beautiful, hardly resembling the mother of a teenager. It was said that she had once been a serving girl at the West Street Tavern and was over 20 years younger than old John. Link pressed on. "Do you know what he intended to do with that money?" "Perhaps he went to settle debts," Sir Rain scoffed. "I've heard he has developed a gambling addiction." Link's expression shifted. "Do you know those who led old John into gambling? They often frequent the East Street Tavern." "Are you suggesting I am involved?" Sir Rain retorted. Visibly displeased, "It was not I. They merely enjoy drinking at the East Street Tavern. Those fellows are members of the Miners' Brotherhood. This is what old John told me when he borrowed money. Old John is utterly useless. He would get drunk daily, beating his wife and children. Trelawney resolved to divorce him after he broke her hand in a drunken rage. Now he has succumbed to gambling. Had it not been for my pity for little John, I wouldn't have lent him a single coin." The Miners' Brotherhood? Link pondered. It was a cross-regional underground gang with influence in mining areas. After failing to extract further information, Matthew and the others took their leave. Link understood Matthew's implication. Although Sir Rain is not a wizard, he is a nobleman with a title. The wizarding regulations prohibit the detention of nobles without evidence. These non-wizard nobles are often descendants of noble wizards within 1 or 2 generations. Link intended to seek out members of the Miners' Brotherhood first. Late at night, at Sir Rain's residence, the window of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor suddenly swung open, allowing a chill to seep into the room. An invisible shroud enveloped the space. Sir Rain, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a wave of coldness. Through his hazy vision, he perceived that the window appeared ajar. Blinking through his drowsiness, Sir Rain glanced at his wife beside him and pulled the blanket higher over her. Rising to close the window, he muttered, "Is the wind so fierce tonight?" Ah! Tarina had unknowingly awakened, letting out a terrified scream. Sir Rain couldn't help but shudder, turning abruptly to behold a shadow that had appeared behind him, exclaiming in fright, "Who?" "Good evening, Sir Rain," Matthew said gently. "There's no need to fear. I have merely come to confirm something." Matthew pressed his wand against Sir Rain's forehead, invoking the spell of memory manipulation. Chapter 32, A Midnight Visit. Matthew employed the spell on Sir Rain. Earlier that day, while accompanying Link, he had apprehended several members of the Miners' Brotherhood but had gleaned little information. They merely knew that old John owed a debt to the Brotherhood and were tasked solely with debt collection. Matthew was unwilling to be a mere conformist. Having mastered the technique of problem solving, he would not let it lie dormant. He refrained from using the spell in front of Link and Anna earlier, as he had yet to encounter memory magic in this world. Until he grasped the local attitude towards the manipulation of memory, he would not reveal his ability. Sir Rain, being an ordinary man, had no resistance to the spell, and his expression soon turned dazed. That day, old John had approached Tarina, claiming he had gambled at the Brotherhood's establishment with friends and had accrued a substantial debt. The Brotherhood members had threatened to sell young John to the mines to settle the debt. He implored Tarina to borrow money to cover his obligations. The mines of the Brotherhood were not a safe haven, and Tarina, not wanting young John to be sold into servitude, acquiesced. I too agreed. I could not bear to see Tarina distressed, so I lent old John the money. Who could have anticipated it? After receiving the funds, he vanished. He must have absconded with my money. That wretched scoundrel. Sir Rain's countenance contorted with rage. Even under the influence of the spell, his anger remained palpable. Yet, as he spoke of the Miners' Brotherhood, he revealed something he had withheld earlier. The local chapter president was a friend of my brother. Matthew's expression shifted. Indeed. Sir Rain had concealed certain facts. After mastering the memory manipulation spell, his perceptive abilities had remarkably intensified. Earlier, he had sensed that Sir Rain was hiding something. Matthew coaxingly inquired, "Do you know this president of the Miners' Brotherhood?" "Of course," Sir Rain replied. "Just 6 months ago, the Brotherhood acquired the mine on the eastern outskirts of Whitestone Town from my father, and it was this president who came to negotiate the deal. In the past 6 months, he had visited my father numerous times. He is a sorcerer, and my father mostly had my brother entertain him." Matthew continued to inquire, "Why did you conceal this at noon?" Sir Rain's expression became somewhat tumultuous, yet he disclosed, "My brother also possesses shares in the mine, and he is involved in the human trafficking of the Miners' Brotherhood. Our relationship soured after father passed away, and our current interactions have dwindled. I do not wish to be entangled in such matters, nor do I want Tarina to be aware of these things, so I kept it hidden. The members of the Miners' Brotherhood are acquainted with me. As long as they know I lent money to old John, they would not harass him. Now that old scoundrel has vanished, he must have absconded with the money. Matthew stroked his chin, disregarding Sir Rain's conjecture as he began to ponder. Link had no leads, and currently lacked the manpower to delve into the Winter Forest investigation. His only recourse was to start with the disappearance case in Whitestone Town. Matthew pressed on. Where does Jack White reside? He was aware that Sir Rain had a brother. Link had informed him at noon about Sir Rain's family situation, mentioning that Jack White was a secondary sorcerer's apprentice. After their father bestowed the Whitestone Manor to Lady Alsha, Jack moved to the ancestral White residence at 18 Municipal Square Street, where their father had also resided before his death. Matthew contemplated visiting Jack, as perhaps he might uncover evidence pertaining to the human trafficking at the mine, yet he understood that he could not directly relay this information to Link. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to guide Link subtly. Upon receiving his answer, Matthew waved his wand, uttering, "Forget everything." He compelled Rain and Tarina to forget the recent events, simultaneously lifting the petrification curse from Tarina. Under the cover of night, Matthew resolved to visit the ancestral White residence at 18 Municipal Square Street. Shortly after Matthew's departure, Sir Rain's residence stirred. The window of the master bedroom on the third floor swung open once more, allowing the frigid air to seep in from outside. Sir Rain was awakened by the chill. Through his hazy consciousness, he perceived that the window in the room appeared to be ajar. Blinking in a daze, Sir Rain glanced at his wife beside him, gently adjusting the blanket covering her and bestowing a soft kiss upon her smooth forehead. "Is the wind so strong tonight?" he murmured, rising to close the window, furrowing his brow slightly as he muttered, "Why does this scene feel somewhat familiar? Did I dream of this just now?" As her husband rose, Tarina also stirred awake, gazing tenderly at his retreating figure. Since marrying Sir Rain, she had lived a life filled with joy, feeling as though she had exhausted all her fortune to encounter such a man. However, her tranquility was soon shattered as a terrifying figure appeared behind her husband. "Ah!" Tarina jolted awake, letting out a scream of terror. "Behind you, Rain." Sir Rain involuntarily shuddered, turning abruptly to behold the shadow that had materialized behind him, exclaiming in horror, "What is that?" He beheld a grotesque silhouette, its back adorned with grotesque bulges the size of heads, pulsating as if they were hearts, continuously oozing dark crimson blood. More flesh and blood. It emitted a discordant shriek, rendering its words nearly unintelligible, its deep crimson eyes fixated upon Trina, who lay upon the bed. "Trina!" Sir Rain gritted his teeth and unsheathed the long sword that hung upon the wall. The blade gleamed a vibrant red, as if recently bathed in blood. This was a sorceress longsword, potent enough for even an ordinary person to wield, capable of slicing through the magical defenses conjured by apprentice wizards when fully unleashed. However, the price for an ordinary individual to harness its power was steep. It required the sacrifice of their own blood. The greater the unleashed power, the more blood was consumed, enough to drain the lifeblood of a full-grown man. Sir Rain gripped the sword with both hands, his complexion slightly pale. As he activated the sorceress blade, its blood-red hue intensified. Yet, having long been accustomed to potions, his physical constitution was superior to that of an average person. He stepped forward with his left foot, channeling his energy through his waist, the crimson blade striking fiercely at the creature's neck. The enchanted blade swiftly cleaved the creature's skin, penetrating a fifth of its neck, dark red pus trickling down the blade. Yet, that was the extent of the damage. The creature's head remained intact. The edges of the wound began to writhe, extending tendrils resembling writhing iron worms, seemingly attempting to heal. The creature slowly turned its head, the movement exacerbating the wound, yet it displayed no awareness of the pain. As it fixated its bloodthirsty gaze upon Sir Rain, its neck bore a gash that extended halfway around, more iron-like tendrils emerging from the wound and squirming about its periphery. More delicious flesh and blood, Rain. The creature opened its maw, revealing jagged teeth stained dark red, with dark crimson pus seeping through the gaps. Sir Rain gazed upon the creature's face. Despite its grotesquely swollen features, he recognized it all too well. He gasped, "Father." Chapter 33, The White Family Manor. 18, Municipal Square Street, The White Family Manor. In a cramped and dimly lit basement room, the decor was exceedingly simple, with a single dim oil lamp casting the only illumination. Surrounding it were long tables laden with numerous jars and bottles containing unsettling experimental materials. In the center of the room lay a large metallic table, upon which rested a bloodied and mutilated humanoid figure, its eyes tightly shut, its body covered in pulsating bulges the size of heads, continuously oozing dark crimson blood. From its grotesquely swollen visage, it was discernible that this was the elder White, who should have perished months ago. Standing before the long table was a man clad in a purple tailcoat, holding a syringe filled with a crimson liquid. He was Jack White, the elder White's eldest son. Jack brought the syringe filled with the red liquid closer to the dim oil lamp. His expression enraptured as he murmured, "How exquisite." He inserted the syringe into Old White's neck, and a crimson liquid slowly flowed into his body. Beneath Old White's skin, something seemed to writhe, and the lumps on his body pulsated rapidly. A grotesque howl escaped Old White's lips, and dark, sanguine fluid oozed from his mouth. His face marred by bulging veins, rendering him a fearsome sight. Gradually, the throbbing of the lumps slowed, revealing cracks upon their surfaces. Moments later, several of the lumps shattered like crushed watermelons, and astonishingly, human faces emerged from within. These faces, with their eyes tightly shut, bore expressions of serene tranquility. Had Matthew been present, he would have recognized one of the faces as that of the night watchman. Subsequently, Jack continued injecting Old White with another dose of the red liquid. After a short while, Old White's eyes snapped open, glowing with a bloodthirsty red light. "Go eliminate my dear brother, Rain White," Jack whispered into Old White's ear. "Then proceed to 56, Riverside Street, and clear out the inhabitants there." Riverside Street 56 was the residence of the Criss family, Matthew's home in this realm. On that fateful day during Mrs. Alsha's banquet, she had invited Matthew to dance the opening waltz, igniting Jack's jealousy and resentment. He hired 2 dark sorcerers to ambush Matthew near the Whitestone Manor. But to his astonishment, the unexpected wild sorcerer proved to be remarkably powerful, causing his hired assassins to meet their demise at Matthew's hands. Jack had orchestrated numerous disappearances, and Link was already investigating the Mining Brotherhood. It would not be long before the inquiry led back to him. Old White was merely one of his experimental subjects, a pawn he intended to sacrifice, with the faces upon him serving as prime evidence. He needed to retreat into the shadows, buying himself time, for he possessed experimental subjects with even greater potential than Old White. Once he amassed sufficient power to eliminate all troublesome individuals, every issue would resolve effortlessly, and he would seize everything belonging to Mrs. Alsha. The thought of that once promising experimental subject reaching such a formidable level filled Jack's face with a fervent grin. This was a miracle. After departing from Sir Rain's residence, Matthew maintained his illusion spell and made his way directly to Municipal Square Street, intending to visit the White ancestral home. Municipal Square, located at the heart of Whitestone Town, was lined with residences dating back to the town's founding, with the White family being one of its pioneering clans. Despite the street's centuries-long history, the houses remained well-preserved, including the White ancestral home. The stately manor stood 4 stories tall, occupying a considerable area, with small courtyards in both the front and back. Upon reaching the White ancestral home, Matthew refrained from entering immediately. Instead, he employed a Nevenian spell, emanating an invisible wave that swept across the manor. This was a detection spell, enhancing his perceptual abilities. While ordinary apprentice wizards could only vaguely sense magical fluctuations in a limited area, Matthew's innate talent for magical perception allowed him to detect more subtle changes across a broader range. Matthew exchanged a batch of potions with Link for several common spells, one of which was a detection spell. Hidden trap arrays were set at the entrance and walls of the White ancestral home, but none were present above. After surveying his surroundings, Matthew found a house devoid of trap arrays. He waved his wand and cast a levitation spell on his cloak and shoes, exerting a slight force with his toes to ascend the wall of that house. Once atop the roof, he leaped towards the direction of the White ancestral home, his body gliding gracefully under the influence of the levitation spell. Matthew landed on the balcony of the top floor of the ancestral home, directly entering through the balcony's entrance. Upon employing the detection spell, he discovered that the White ancestral home had a basement, which housed an apprentice wizard, presumably Jack White. Strangely, it appeared that some magical creatures were also present. Matthew pondered to himself whether Jack White was nurturing magical beings in the basement. He surveyed the room, which was a bedroom. A family portrait caught his eye, depicting 4 individuals, a middle-aged couple and 2 boys around 10 years old. The youngest boy, identifiable as the young Sir Rain, suggested that the others were likely Sir Rain's father, mother, and brother. This realization made Matthew's footprints conspicuous, prompting him to wave his wand and clear away the dust. He opened the bedside cabinet, finding nothing of significance within. Upon opening the wardrobe, he discovered several ordinary garments, which, judging by their size, appeared to belong to the portly middle-aged man in the portrait, likely Old White's clothing. Based on prior information, Matthew concluded that Old White had been deceased for several months. He casually rummaged through the clothes to ensure he did not overlook any hidden items, aware that wardrobes often serve as excellent hiding spots. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He found a sheepskin-covered notebook tucked within a long, formal robe. Upon opening it, he indeed uncovered a treasure, Old White's diary. As he skimmed through the entries, it became apparent that these were records from the last year of Old White's life. A short while later, Matthew's expression changed again. He had triggered the protective charm set at Chris's residence. Having resided long-term at Chris's home, Matthew had established a vigilant protective charm that would activate upon intrusion, alerting him immediately. He retrieved a cane from his pocket, which he had crafted as a key, and activated it. The space around him twisted, causing the figure in the bedroom to vanish. Upon returning, Matthew quickly sensed a magical disturbance on the first floor. Extending his left hand, he emitted an invisible wave towards the ground floor. Furrowing his brow, Matthew discerned an energy fluctuation on the first floor that was distinct from that of ordinary wizards. It seemed familiar. There was no time for further contemplation as sounds from the first floor indicated an encounter between Chris and the intruder. Upon reaching the first floor, Matthew encountered a creature that elicited the uncanny valley effect in humans. Towering at approximately 2 meters, its naked form was adorned with protruding human faces, each bearing a myriad of expressions, predominantly grim and fearful. The faces emitted faint whispers, and upon closer inspection, one could discern their lamentations. "It hurts so much, my face. It hurts." At that moment, Chris lay crumpled in a corner, his left arm severed. The wound suggested it had been wrenched off with tremendous force. Noticing Matthew, he gasped, "My lord Matthew, this creature possesses immense strength and resilient skin. My sword cannot pierce it. Please, exercise utmost caution." A flicker of suspicion crossed Matthew's eyes as he recognized the faces of Sir Rain and his wife, Trina, among those on the creature's grotesque body. How could the visages of the Rain couple be affixed to this monstrosity? Had something befallen them in my absence? Bewildered, he recalled having seen them just recently at Sir Rain's residence. Further inspection revealed another familiar face, one belonging to the night watchman encountered upon his arrival in Whitestone Town. "Apply the hemostatic agent," he urged, tossing a vial of blood coagulant towards Chris. Could this monster be the perpetrator behind the disappearances in Whitestone Town? Drawing his wand, a beam of azure light erupted from its tip. Upon striking the creature, it merely staggered back a half step, glaring at Matthew with bloodthirsty crimson eyes. Its mouth grotesquely gaping towards its ears, revealing a maw filled with obsidian fangs, as its features coalesced to produce a spine-chilling voice. Remarkably high magical resistance, Matthew thought, his expression tightening. The creature's resistance rivaled that of a basilisk, further heightening his caution. The faces upon the creature's body turned towards him, upon seeing Matthew. Sir Rain and Trina cried out in desperation, "Investigator, save us." The once beautiful countenance of Trina was marred, her features contorted with agony as she shrieked, "Investigator, please. I don't want to die." To his astonishment, the faces exhibited sentience. With a swift flick of his wand, Matthew unleashed several transparent, arc-shaped blades of wind toward the creature. After casting the spell, he turned and fled outside, intent on luring the beast away, for engaging in close quarters could endanger Chris and Tina, as well as damage the structure. The translucent wind blades left only shallow wounds on the creature, yet the afflicted faces twisted in further torment. Crimson blood oozing from their injuries as they weakly uttered, "It hurts, it hurts." Subsequently, the injured faces glimmered with a vengeful red light, chanting, "Kill him, kill him." The creature pursued Matthew outside, launching itself at him with astonishing speed. As Matthew conjured an iron armor spell, he was abruptly struck with immense force, the shield, along with him, sent sprawling. Nevertheless, the spell remained intact. Having experienced a minor surge in magical energy following his advancement to a second-level wizard apprentice through meditation, his magical potency had grown slightly. Matthew swiftly cast a levitation spell on his cloak and shoes, utilizing the creature's strength to ascend rapidly to a higher vantage point atop a tower. "What is it?" Link inquired directly. Sensing that Matthew would not seek him out for idle conversation at such a late hour, Matthew quickly replied, "We are under attack. The enemy is formidable. Hurry to 56, Riverside Street. Hold on for a moment. We will be there shortly." After their communication, neither side immediately ended the call, allowing for continuous updates on the situation. Suddenly, Matthew heard a tremendous thud. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively leapt forward. Boom! A massive boulder struck the very spot where he had just stood, sending clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settled, it revealed a corner of the tower's rooftop had collapsed. Matthew landed on the roof of an adjacent building but did not pause. Instead, he immediately jumped to the rooftop of yet another structure, just as another boulder crashed down onto the place he had occupied moments before. The grotesque creature, adorned with human faces, relentlessly hurled stones in Matthew's direction from the vicinity of a wall it had just demolished. Fortunately, it was not the home of the Chris family. The sound of boulders crashing onto rooftops echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. Before long, the distant watchman sounded a trumpet, issuing a warning to the residents of Whitestone Town. Matthew assessed the situation, concluding that the creature's intelligence was lacking. A rational being would not create such a commotion while committing an act of violence under the cover of night. After a brief interval of stone throwing, the creature ceased its assault, seemingly realizing that its efforts were futile in harming Matthew. It scurried to the base of the building where Matthew stood, grasping the stone wall with its hands, fingers piercing the surface to create 10 holes as it climbed upward. Matthew, expressionless, observed the creature drawing near. Just as it neared the rooftop, he waved his wand, causing the wall it clung to transform into a puddle of clear water. The creature, deprived of its support, plummeted swiftly to the ground. Chapter 35. The Terrifying Regenerative Ability. As the creature fell to the ground, it rose in a furious rage, emitting an enraged roar. Does it lack magical abilities? Matthew pondered, watching the creature thrash impotently below. He waved his wand, transmuting the bricks from nearby rooftops into a solid iron sphere several meters in diameter. First, he levitated the sphere higher, then directed it toward the creature on the ground. As the iron sphere struck, one of the creature's faces split in two, the fissure pushing the features apart to reveal a hollow cavity. Countless filaments, reminiscent of iron wire worms, extended from the crevice, writhing in the air. From the gaping void, a surge of crimson light erupted, resembling a high-pressure water jet, continuously spraying forth red liquid. The red liquid collided with the airborne iron sphere, dissolving it within seconds. Yet, the liquid's momentum did not wane. It continued to surge toward Matthew. Reacting swiftly, he leapt away from his original position, jumping to the adjacent rooftop. The creature adjusted the orientation of the void, directing the stream of red liquid to follow Matthew's trajectory, obliterating the rooftops along its path. Matthew's countenance darkened as the space around him twisted, and he vanished from his position, reappearing atop a distant building. The gaping wounds on the creature began to heal, and the once flowing crimson liquid ceased its escape. Countless filaments, reminiscent of iron worms, intertwined and writhed together. Moments later, the fissures morphed into a human visage. Yet this face appeared as parched and ancient as that of a desiccated corpse, its eyes shut tightly, as if in eternal slumber. Was this method of attack not without its costs? It was no wonder it was not employed frivolously. As Matthew gazed upon the withered face of the creature, he sensed a subtle decline in its vitality. After releasing a stream of red liquid, the creature's control over its own form seemed to wane, and several faces began to awaken to a clearer consciousness, taunting him with derision. So foolish. Pathetic. You would be better off relinquishing your body to me. You are not a father. You are merely a monster. Rian, I am in such pain. Release me. The creature, adorned with human faces, let out a frantic roar of fury. Though its form was that of old White's corpse, it possessed only fragmented memories of him, with an intellect inferior even to that of a dog. At that moment, a fireball of nearly human dimensions erupted upon the creature, engulfing it in a conflagration. Link and Anna arrived just in time. No sooner had the words left their lips than the creature burst forth from the unquenchable flames, lunging at Link. Its skin, charred black by the fire, soon underwent rapid restoration. Link swiftly conjured a translucent, polygonal shield. The creature's immense force struck the barrier, forcing him back several paces. Link's expression shifted. The creature's strength was indeed formidable. He had undergone 2 bloodline transformations, emerging as a melee-oriented mage, his power surpassing that of an ordinary wizard. Anna unleashed a vine spell, ensnaring the creature with several thick tendrils. Is that Sir Rian and his wife? Anna exclaimed, having discerned the faces of Rian and his spouse, Trina, among the many visages upon the creature. Link's demeanor turned grave. They had encountered each other just at noon, and now, this bizarre situation unfolded before them. It was a creature unlike any he had ever witnessed. The vine spell only impeded the creature for a fleeting moment before it shattered the constricting tendrils with ease. In a swift motion, Link drew his long sword, running his palm along the blade, allowing his blood to merge with the steel, igniting it in a blaze of fire. The wound on his hand healed rapidly. His first bloodline transformation had infused him with the essence of the fire giant lizard, granting him extraordinary healing abilities and control over flames. By enchanting his weapon momentarily with his own blood, he prepared for the assault. With a flash of crimson light, the flaming sword severed the creature's neck, its head rolling to the ground. Link was taken aback. The humanoid creature remained unscathed even after decapitation. Countless filaments, resembling iron worms, extended from the creature's neck, binding it to the severed head upon the ground. Upon witnessing this, Link once again swung his long sword, cleaving the monstrous creature in half. Despite being bisected, the creature's body remained inexplicably tethered together by fine threads. What manner of being is this, with such formidable regenerative abilities? Even after Link delivered several more strikes, the creature continued to mend its wounds. Just as it was in the throes of recovery, a dagger pierced its heart from behind, the other end of which was bound to a vine extending into the distance. Once the dagger embedded itself in the creature's heart, the threads within its body fractured, and the faces upon it contorted into expressions of sheer terror, unleashing a chorus of anguished wails. Moments later, the creature collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Link exhaled in relief. If this battle persisted, he would not endure for long. Utilizing a second-tier magical artifact was immensely taxing for a wizard apprentice. He observed Matthew approaching from afar and inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" Matthew smiled and replied, "I coated the dagger with potent poison." He had utilized the venom of a basilisk. It appeared that the creature's regenerative capacity was utterly vulnerable to the basilisk's toxic properties. The group advanced to inspect the creature's corpse. Link felt a pang of uncertainty at the sight of its face. Was not Old White dead for several months? The visage of Old White was already swollen. Link, unfamiliar with him, took a moment to recognize him. Matthew, sensing an energy fluctuation emanating from the corpse that diverged from that of an ordinary wizard, recalled that this particular resonance was reminiscent of the wolf pack and the phantasmal entities encountered upon his arrival in this world. He crouched down, feigning an examination of the corpse, and brushed his fingers against it. In his mind, a metallic disc shimmered faintly, and a stream of crimson light, visible only to Matthew, emanated from the corpse and was absorbed by the disc. Indeed, it was the same kind of energy. He perceived that the energy within the crystal had become exceedingly abundant. The crimson light absorbed this time far surpassed what he had previously extracted from the wolves and phantoms. He discerned that when the crystal absorbed energy, it did not overflow. Rather, it compressed the energy once full, creating more space for additional capacity. Now, the energy within the crystal was sufficient for him to traverse several times. Chapter 36. The Actor. The crimson light absorbed by the crystal was not mere magical energy. On the night of Lady Alsa's soirée, the two wizards who ambushed Matthew did not possess this red light within them. Matthew? Link noted that Matthew lingered in his touch on the corpse. Suspecting he had made a significant realization, Matthew surmised that Old White may have begun mutating prior to his demise. Can we search the ancestral home of the Whites? Perhaps we might uncover clues as to why Old White transformed in this manner. Matthew chose to trust his instincts. Link stroked his chin, affirmatively stating, "We ought to investigate. However, I must seek permission from Lady Alsa. In the Blizzard Kingdom, it is quite the ordeal to interrogate a noble wizard." At that moment, a squad of guards appeared around the distant corner. As the guards dispersed, they revealed also accompanied by several court wizard officials stationed in Whitestone Town, who were now direct subordinates of Lady Alsa. The commotion from the recent battle with the mutated Old White had been substantial, and the sounds of the night carried far, echoing throughout the entire town. Perhaps the commotion of the battle nearby was too great, prompting Arsha to step out in haste this evening. Dressed rather casually in a black nightgown layered with a dark long coat. Behind her, several aides, all of whom were level 12 wizard apprentices, accompanied her. Matthew recalled Link discussing previously that most low-ranking aides among the court wizards were not particularly combat-capable. They primarily managed the kingdom's affairs and internal matters of the court wizards. Arsha swiftly surveyed the scene and quietly inquired, "Mr. Link, what has transpired here?" "We were ambushed on Riverside Street by an assailant who was supposed to have perished months ago. Old White." Link indicated towards the body lying on the ground. Arsha approached to inspect the corpse, her gaze landing on Old White's body, now grotesquely adorned with human faces, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. "Ah!" exclaimed one of the wizards behind Arsha, a petite figure with twin ponytails. Clearly startled, this ponytailed wizard was witnessing such a terrifying creature for the first time. Arsha shot her a stern glance, prompting the young wizard to immediately cover her mouth in silence. Receiving a pair of giant lizard skin gloves from another assistant, Arsha donned them, aware of their robust protective qualities against infections and corrosive acids. After equipping the gloves, she conducted a preliminary examination of Old White's corpse, seeking to match the human faces with the identities of the missing persons from Whitestone Town. The ponytailed wizard, now composed, produced a stack of papers listing all known missing individuals, meticulously cross-referencing each name against the faces on Old White's body. After a brief moment, Arsha removed the lizard skin gloves and asked, "Do all the faces on the body correspond to the identities of the missing persons?" Once the body was taken away by the guards, Link addressed Arsha, "Madam, could you authorize the search of the White ancestral home? We wish to investigate there. Perhaps we might uncover clues as to why Old White has become like this." Matthew observed Arsha's silk nightgown peeking out from beneath her long coat. It was indeed no small feat for her to gather personnel so swiftly, given that she resided at Whitestone Manor. The group successfully obtained a search warrant at Whitestone Manor, with Lady Arsha additionally providing them with 6 guards for support. They promptly made their way to the White ancestral home on Municipal Square Street. Upon arrival, Link knocked on the doorbell. After a short while, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, the butler of the White family. Link presented the freshly issued search warrant. "We are investigators from the court wizards, probing into the missing persons case of Whitestone Town. Here is our search warrant." The butler's face paled in shock, and he hurriedly beckoned a young servant behind him to inform the master. "Esteemed investigators, please, come in." The butler led them slowly towards the reception room. Matthew furrowed his brow, sensing that the butler was deliberately stalling for time. He had previously familiarized himself with the layout of the White ancestral home during his last visit, and they were now taking a longer route. However, Matthew could understand the butler's intent to buy time for his master, even if there was no wrongdoing. A late-night search would naturally induce a sense of unease. Beneath the wizard's robe, the right hand stirred slightly, casting a detection spell, emanating an invisible wave that swept across the white ancestral mansion. Link's expression shifted. At such close proximity, he perceived that Matthew was invoking magic, yet he remained silent. Through the detection spell, Matthew sensed that Jack White was no longer in the basement, but rather in the parlor on the second floor. Moreover, the magical creatures that had once populated the basement had vanished. There was certainly something amiss with Jack White. What kind of normal individual would relocate magical beings from a basement in the dead of night? Matthew pondered, recalling that he had discovered magical creatures there during his previous visit. Upon reaching the parlor, they encountered Jack White, clad in a purple tailcoat. Upon seeing Link, he warmly greeted, "Lord Link, esteemed investigators, please take a seat." Link waved his hand, producing a search warrant. "We are not here as guests. We are here to conduct a search. Here is the search warrant." After confirming the document, Jack replied, "Since you possess a search warrant, you are certainly free to investigate. However, the White family has not engaged in any violations of wizarding regulations." He continued, "What transpired tonight? I also heard the sounds and the watchman's trumpet. Does your investigation relate to the White family?" Link explained, "Your father, Old White, has transformed into a monstrosity, and this matter is significantly linked to the disappearances in Whitestone Town." Jack's face displayed profound shock. "Impossible. My father passed away months ago. I personally oversaw his funeral. Could it be that a necromancer has desecrated my father's corpse? His body is at the constabulary. We will need you to confirm this shortly. Afterward, we must also inspect your father's grave. For now, let us search this house." Jack's countenance darkened as he slowly replied, "I will confirm at the constabulary." Chapter 37, Deception and Ambush. The group dispersed, with 3 individuals searching various parts of the house. Matthew led 2 guards to investigate the basement. Upon arrival, Matthew found the area shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. One of the guards lit a portable oil lamp, casting a dim glow that illuminated the basement somewhat. It was a cramped and gloomy chamber, sparsely decorated and meticulously cleaned, with only a few tables positioned in the corner. Jack fixed his gaze on Matthew's back, a faint smile gracing his lips, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. He was confident that these investigators would uncover nothing. Once Old White's aberration had departed, he had begun relocating items from the basement, ensuring that by the time Matthew and his team arrived to search, the items had already been moved. Matthew traced his fingers over the tables piled in the corner, softly remarking, "These tables do not appear to be seldom used. There is not a speck of dust upon them." Jack's smile faltered, the curve of his lips stiffening in place. He then casually remarked, "That is owing to the diligent Rodrigue. He is an excellent steward." Matthew remained unfazed, for he had discovered the answer. As he touched the surface of the table, a metallic disc in his mind shimmered faintly, and a subtle red glow emerged, absorbed by the disc, reminiscent of the energy emanating from the Old White's mutant form. Coupled with the scenes he had perceived during his clandestine visits to the house, it became evident to him that Jack was engaged in some clandestine activities in the basement, intricately linked to the Old White's mutation. Furthermore, Matthew sensed an inexplicable animosity from Jack towards him. Boldly conjecturing, he posited that the attack on 56 Riverside Street by the Old White's mutant was not a mere coincidence, but rather orchestrated by Jack. Even the 2 sorcerers he had encountered earlier at the entrance of the White Manor were likely summoned by Jack. Half an hour later, the group convened in the reception room. Link inquired, "Any leads?" Matthew shook his head, refraining from disclosing the clues he had unearthed, as they pertained to the secret of the metallic disc in his mind. Anna remarked, "I found several meditation notes of the Old White, but they date back over a decade. He has stagnated at the 3rd-level apprentice for many years and may have ceased his meditation practice long ago." Link nodded in agreement, stating, "I haven't uncovered any leads either. Let's proceed to the Old White's grave." Following Jack, Matthew and the others ventured to the White family cemetery. Upon excavating the grave of the Old White and opening the coffin, they found it utterly vacant, devoid of any traces. Link speculated that the Old White's body had never been buried with the coffin from the outset, and no clues emerged from the grave. After examining Chris's wound, which he had bandaged himself after consuming a hemostatic potion, Matthew produced bone-rejuvenating and flesh-repairing potions from his pocket, instructing Chris, "First, consume this red potion, and then the transparent one 2 days hence. The transparent potion should be taken 3 times a day, a third of the bottle each time." Chris expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Matthew." To which Matthew gently replied, "Rest well, you should recover within 3 days." In an instant, Chris's face contorted, as though something writhed beneath his skin. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears began to melt, and his entire visage morphed grotesquely. Soon after, his bones shifted, accompanied by unsettling sounds throughout his body. Moments later, Matthew transformed into a gaunt, brooding red-haired man, adopting the guise of Dramione, an alias he had employed during his escapades in the Hogwarts realm. Dramione was poised to expand his operations in another world tonight. The space twisted, and the figures in the room vanished in an instant. At 18, Municipal Square. In the top floor room of the White ancestral home, after a distortion of space, a gaunt, brooding red-haired man materialized. Jack was a perilous individual, according to his insights. The old White had merely been a once noble sorcerer whose powers had waned significantly, yet as a mutant, he had become exceedingly formidable. If it were not for the basilisk's venom, confronting the old White's mutant form would have posed a considerable challenge. Continuing to indulge Jack's mischief may very well cultivate a creature more terrifying than the old White's mutation. Matthew has no intention of allowing such a malevolent adversary to remain. With no clues found from Link, he resolved to confront the issue personally. He swiftly waved his wand, enveloping himself in an invisibility charm and a silencing spell to muffle his footsteps. His right hand, concealed beneath his wizard robes, twitched slightly as he cast a detection spell, emitting an imperceptible wave that swept through the White ancestral mansion. Through this magical perception, Matthew discerned that Jack had retired to slumber in a room on the second floor. He did not intend to kill Jack outright. Rather, he needed a live subject to unearth the secrets of the old White's mutation from Jack's mind. Although Jack was merely a level 2 wizard apprentice, Matthew deemed it prudent to retrieve the basilisk's eye from his pocket. With the aid of the silencing spell, Matthew stealthily ascended to the second floor room and stood before Jack's bed, where the young man lay fast asleep. He lifted the basilisk's eye, aiming it at Jack's face, and softly called out, "Jack White." Startled from his dreams, Jack abruptly awoke to the sound of his name being called. "Who?" he exclaimed, quickly surveying the room, only to find it empty, leading him to question whether he had merely experienced a nightmare. Matthew dispelled the invisibility charm, suddenly materializing before Jack. Taken aback by the unexpected presence, Jack gasped in astonishment, "Who are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze met that of the basilisk's eye, rendering his astonished expression frozen in place, immobilized upon the bed. As the new year dawns, may all be blessed with prosperity in the year of the dragon, robust health, and an abundance of good fortune. Chapter 38. The Dream Ritual. After considerable effort, Matthew gleaned some information from Jack. Indeed, the assault on 56 Riverside Street by the old White's mutation was not a mere coincidence, but rather orchestrated by Jack. Furthermore, the two wizards who attacked Matthew on the night of Lady Alcia's soiree were also hired by Jack. His love for Lady Alcia is profoundly twisted. Matthew merely shared a solitary opening dance with her, yet Jack perceived him as an obstacle in his pursuit. Matthew found it utterly incomprehensible. At this moment, Jack's eyes appeared somewhat glazed over, prompting Matthew to relieve him of the petrification afflicting his head and administered a dose of truth serum. Human memory is not a book that can be casually flipped through. Thoughts are not inscribed in the mind for easy retrieval. Memory and thought are intricate and multi-layered constructs. Thus, even with mastery over the art of mental extraction, Matthew could not simply peruse memories at will. He needed to evoke emotional fluctuations in his subject through words and potions to awaken pertinent feelings or recollections. With a glimmer of blue light in his eyes, Matthew fixed his gaze upon Jack and gently inquired, "How did you transform the old White into this state?" Jack displayed a visage of struggle, one that revealed his secret. Under the influence of the truth serum, he found himself unable to conceal it. He spoke slowly, recounting, "Several months ago, through the introduction of my dear friend Tord Griffin, I became a member of the Miners' Brotherhood. He imparted to me a dream-entering ritual, which allows one to traverse into the divine realm within dreams, where deities bestow their blessings. The divine brew I obtained in slumber was a manifestation of this blessing. After I administered it to my father, he began to undergo a transformation." Divine blessing? Deities? Matthew felt a shiver run down his spine. How could a missing person case lead to discussions of deities? "I have never encountered any deity, nor am I a follower." Jack continued, "You have not seen a deity, nor do you profess faith. Yet how did you acquire this divine blessing?" Matthew inquired, astonished. "This is merely the doctrine of the Miners' Brotherhood. I joined for personal gain. I am not a devotee of any deity. In truth, many within the Brotherhood share my sentiment. We engage in a mutual exchange of benefits. The ritual to enter the divine realm is a tradition passed down among the core members of the Brotherhood. Upon entering a dream through this ritual, one finds oneself in a fog-laden divine realm, with different entry points leading to various locations. The divine brew I received comes from a fruit born of a plant in the divine realm. Those in the Brotherhood assert that all acquired within that realm is a gift from the deities." Matthew stroked his chin, pondering how this divine realm resembled an alternate world. The dream-entering ritual served as the key to that realm. The wizards of this world were aware of the existence of alternate planes, referred to as dimensions. In ancient times, this world had experienced a war of dimensions, a fact documented in historical records. That conflict was fiercely brutal, although the wizards successfully repelled the invading foes. The wizarding world suffered a blow to its very essence. Since then, the number of high-ranking wizards has dwindled. To this day, it has been over a millennium since a fourth-tier wizard has manifested in the wizarding world. Currently, first-tier wizards, official wizards, form the backbone of the Northern Wizarding faction, while second-tier wizards represent the elite forces within it. Third-tier wizards can govern entire regions, and the members of the Northern Wizard Alliance are third-tier wizards, each a leader of their respective factions. Matthew pressed further. Have you witnessed any divine miracles bestowed by this deity? Never, Jack replied. Matthew harbored doubts, suspecting that some within the Miners' Brotherhood might be using the concept of the divine realm as a facade to establish a religion. However, these relatively rational wizards would not adhere to the worship of an ethereal deity without witnessing a miracle. Therefore, most members of the Brotherhood, like Jack, were not true followers, but rather participants in a pragmatic exchange of interests. A question suddenly struck Matthew. Why is your wizard-centric society called the Miners' Brotherhood? The ritual is conducted in the mines, where it is comparatively easier to access the sacred grounds within the divine realm, thus increasing the likelihood of receiving divine blessings. In light of the memories flashing through Jack's mind, Matthew discerned that conducting the dream induction ceremony in the mining district would facilitate access to resource points in the alternate realm. Was there peril associated with the dream induction ceremony? Upon hearing this, Jack appeared suddenly startled, trembling uncontrollably, his visage reflecting sheer terror. Indeed, danger loomed. If the destination was not a treasure trove, there existed a significant likelihood of entering a forbidden zone, where one would encounter divine sentinels, who would eliminate any being that dared trespass. Even in the absence of such sentinels, one could easily become eternally lost within that realm. I myself nearly succumbed to such a fate. Through the memories briefly surfacing in Jack's mind, it became evident that he had once ventured into a forbidden zone, possibly the reason for his participation in the dream induction ceremony at the mine. Fortuitously, he discovered the path to the treasure before encountering the divine sentinels. Matthew felt a pang of regret for not witnessing the so-called divine sentinels through Jack's recollections. He posed one final inquiry. What was it that you stored in the basement? Or has it been relocated? Aside from my father, I possessed several test subjects. I had employed magical creatures to evaluate the efficacy of the divine brew, yet none proved as effective as human sorcerers. I also had a more promising test subject, and all these items have now been transferred to Torgrafon. Torgrafon is the head of the Whitestone Town chapter of the Mining Brotherhood. Upon realizing that no further pertinent information could be gleaned from Jack, Matthew brandished his wand, and a translucent arcane blade swept across Jack's neck. At that moment, Jack regained his senses, his eyes filled with resentment and despair, yet powerless to alter his fate. He could only watch as his head rolled beneath the bed. Chapter 39, A Bountiful Harvest. After slaying Jack, Matthew rummaged through his pockets and unearthed a pocket watch. This watch was a first-tier magical artifact, capable of instantly casting an ice shield spell upon activation. Jack, having been petrified by Matthew's basilisk eye, had no opportunity to employ it. Subsequently, Matthew commenced a search of the room, relying on the memories gleaned from Jack's mind. He retrieved a book from the bedside table and placed it on the second shelf of the corner bookcase. With a soft click, the bookcase slowly shifted, revealing a hidden compartment containing a locked chest. Matthew extracted the chest, the key to which lay buried somewhere in the outskirts of Whitestone Town. Indifferent to the search for the key, he pointed his wand at the lock and uttered, Alohomora. The unlocking spell's light struck the chest's lock, which opened instantly. Though he had already glimpsed its contents through Jack's memories, witnessing them firsthand elicited an involuntary smile. The day's spoils were indeed substantial. The White family had maintained their lineage in Whitestone Town for 2 to 3 centuries, despite the recent generations squandering their wealth. With the elder White even relinquishing the White Manor, a considerable legacy remained. Matthew counted 8 magical stones and thousands in kingdom banknotes. However, these notes required exchange at a wizarding bank and could not be readily utilized. Additionally, there were several property deeds from Whitestone Town and even a deed from the royal capital. Of utmost significance were the numerous tomes, which Matthew casually perused. Most of these volumes chronicled the intricacies of runic magic, while 3 specifically detailed the fundamentals of meditation techniques. However, advanced meditation practices were predominantly found within the ranks of powerful sorcerers, with only a scant few exposed to the outside world. Matthew had once heard Link mention that within the Court of Wizards, there existed 2 forms of advanced meditation. Yet, only officials of the rank of officer or investigator were permitted to exchange for these advanced techniques. Link, being merely a level 7 investigator, lacked the requisite status for such exchanges. The dream ritual spoken of by Jack was also contained within the chest, inscribed on a piece of parchment, which offered little in the way of elaborate explanation. It merely outlined the arrangement for the dream ritual, formerly known as the Moonlit Candle Dream Ritual. Additionally, the chest held a first-tier magical artifact, a tall, jet-black shield capable of withstanding attacks from apprentice-level sorcerers. This artifact was cumbersome to transport and had long been kept within the confines of the chest, as space-storing magical items were relatively rare in this realm, typically possessed only by formally recognized wizards. After a cursory inventory, Matthew transferred all the contents of the chest into his seamless expansion pocket. With a flick of his wand, he cast a shattering spell, reducing Jack's remains to dust. Subsequently, he ventured into the study adjacent to the bedroom, gathering every book from the White family's collection. In a swift twist of space, the figures in the room vanished, leaving only the flickering flames in their wake. Among the tomes detailing runic magic, there were over a dozen, predominantly comprising common zero-tier cantrips and first-tier spells. The supportive spells included the Ring of Rebuff, Web Spell, Mage Armor, Identification, Detection, Mental Fog, and Sleep. Matthew prioritized several first-tier spells for his studies. At the top of his list was the Ring of Rebuff, a spell requiring the condensation of merely 10 runes to unleash an invisible force that repels close-range assailants. Enhanced by the Black Fingertip Bone artifact, he could cast the Ring of Rebuff in just 2 seconds, proving invaluable for a sorcerer like Matthew, who excelled in mid to long-range combat. Mage Armor was another spell Matthew deemed essential. In comparison to the ironclad charm of Hogwarts, Mage Armor offered superior and more comprehensive resistance, albeit with a slower casting speed, necessitating the gathering of 16 runes. With the artifact's enhancement, casting Mage Armor took 3 seconds, yet once deployed, it could sustain itself for half a minute unless shattered. Consequently, many wizards in this realm would first don their Mage Armor before engaging in battle. Matthew had already mastered Identification and Detection, having previously exchanged potions with Link for several spells, including these two. Identification allowed for a rough assessment of a magical artifact's tier and even provided insights into a sorcerer's mental landscape. When Anna first encountered Matthew, she employed Identification to discern that he was a first-level apprentice wizard. However, judging a wizard's strength in such a manner may lead to misguidance. A wizard who has mastered the Mind Sea illusion technique can create an illusion within the Mind Sea, and the Identification spell can only reveal the superficial aspects of this illusion. However, this is not definitive. A powerful wizard may use the Identification spell to penetrate the illusion. The Mind Sea illusion technique is also a magic that Matthew intends to prioritize in his studies. The Web spell and Sleep spell overlap in functionality with the magic Matthew has already mastered, so he has decided to set them aside for the time being. The remaining spells are primarily offensive in nature, with Matthew particularly interested in the Thunder Summoning spell and the Greater Thunder Summoning spell, which seem to belong to the same series. The Thunder Summoning spell, akin to the Lightning Beam spell Matthew previously acquired, requires the condensation of 32 Niwen and is among the most potent first-tier spells. It can summon a bolt of lightning from the sky to strike a target with immense power. The advanced version, the Greater Thunder Summoning spell, is the only second-tier spell in this series, necessitating the condensation of 80 Niwen. This spell can call down multiple bolts of lightning from the sky to strike the target, influenced by weather conditions, allowing for the summoning of even more lightning during thunderstorms, boasting an exceptionally high potential. Nevertheless, even with the enhancement from the Obsidian Fingertip Bone Wand, Matthew requires 15 seconds to cast the Greater Thunder Summoning spell, making its execution in actual combat quite challenging. Among the remaining offensive spells, Matthew also plans to learn the Burning Hand spell, a revised version of the Invisible Hand spell. This magic conjures a hand engulfed in flames, capable of seizing and incinerating enemies. Furthermore, while casting the Invisible Hand, he can seamlessly transform it into the Burning Hand, adding versatility to his repertoire. The remaining spells, such as Fireball, Magic Missile, and Rock Throw, also overlap with his existing magical capabilities and will be temporarily set aside. Chapter 40, The Eve of Halloween. The 3 basic meditation techniques acquired this time are rather unremarkable, being quite common in the market. Matthew had previously observed them for sale at the exchange meeting hosted by Lady Arsha. These commonplace foundational meditation techniques have no restrictions on resale, thus their prices are modest. He intends to post a sales notice at the next exchange meeting, patiently awaiting a suitable buyer. After reviewing his magical inventory, Matthew retrieved a shield, nearly his height, entirely black in hue. This shield, being of considerable size, is inconvenient for ordinary wizard apprentices without spatial storage-type artifacts to carry. However, Matthew, possessing a pocket with no trace of extension, harbors no such concerns. He cast the Invisible Hand spell, causing an ethereal hand to grasp the shield's handle, allowing the black shield to float before him, while the invisible hand circled around him. Lastly, the kingdom's gold notes and property deeds are currently not expedient to liquidate. Jack, being a noble wizard, will undoubtedly attract attention upon his death, and given that the disappearance case in Whitestone Town is also linked to Old White, it would be prudent to wait for the commotion to subside before addressing these notes and deeds. However, the 8 magical stones harbor no such concerns. They represent a considerable fortune that will enable the purchase of more items at the next exchange meeting. In the public security office, the corpse of Old White lies upon a long table in the morgue, his eyes now closed, devoid of breath. His body has been dissected, leaving the table in disarray. In the room stand two figures clad in hooded robes. One, a black-robed wizard, busies himself with a scalpel at the table, while the other, robed in gray and white, stands at a distance, refraining from participation. The black-robed wizard asserts with certainty, this specimen of mutation exhibits some peculiarities. As the dissection nears its conclusion, he sets down the scalpel, removes his lizard skin gloves, and discards them into a nearby basin. The gray and white-robed wizard inquires leisurely, "Is this specimen stronger than the previous ones?" The black-robed wizard, washing his hands in the basin, replies, "Indeed, it is stronger. However, we are unable to extract the divine brew from the body this time." The gray and white-robed wizard contemplates for a moment. Could it be that the specimen has entirely absorbed the divine brew? The black-robed wizard picks up a cloth to dry his hands. There is a possibility. But I believe the divine brew is not so easily absorbed. In previous experiments, we successfully extracted the brew from the specimens. I found nothing unusual about Old White. The mutation in Old White has only grown stronger due to his consumption of more flesh offerings. With no further thoughts, the gray and white-robed wizard states, "Record the data and report to headquarters." The black-robed wizard nods, tossing the cloth into the basin. The pressing issue now is how to deal with that fool, Jack. Old White should not have been exposed so soon. Jack has been too hasty, allowing Old White to frequently hunt for offerings. The gray and white-robed wizard replies softly, "Jack has gone missing, and White's ancestral home has been consumed by flames that cannot be extinguished by water." The black-robed wizard pauses. "You acted swiftly?" The gray and white-robed wizard shakes his head. "Not me. However, I know Jack well. He lacks the ability to conjure such flames. It is highly probable that he has perished at the hands of another." In a grave tone, the gray and white-robed wizard adds, "You are aware that Link has been like a tenacious gum, investigating our affairs ever since he arrived in Whitestone Town. Can we not eliminate him? He is far too obstructive." The black-robed wizard questions, "But he is the captain of the investigator team. Any rash action could attract the attention of the court wizards." The gray and white-robed wizard replies slowly, "I am making arrangements. I will leave no traces." Meanwhile, Matthew has concluded his meditation practice early today to attend a banquet. However, his progress in meditation has been sluggish lately, as he lacks a potion to aid the practice. To advance from the basic meditation technique to a level 3 wizard apprentice, he requires a potion that temporarily enhances magical vitality, the mana activator. Yet, Matthew has been unable to find the formula for this potion in Whitestone Town, and must instead rely on diligent effort and accumulation to achieve his goal of becoming a level 3 wizard apprentice. The primary ingredient of the potent vitality potion is the blood of trolls. Consuming this elixir restores physical strength and also has the added benefit of enhancing magical vitality. Matthew, however, does not possess any troll blood in his discreet pocket and is thus unable to concoct the powerful vitality potion. Fortunately, there exists a living troll at Hogwarts, and according to his memories from a previous life, the troll will be released during tonight's banquet, presenting a splendid opportunity to acquire its blood. As Matthew stepped out of the room of requirement and descended the stairs towards the dining hall, he encountered a few young wizards who were eagerly making their way to the banquet as well. To his surprise, he stumbled upon the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione at the entrance of the great hall and inquired, "Haven't you three had a quarrel?" The trio exchanged bewildered glances and chorused, "Huh?" Matthew stroked his chin, pondering if the butterfly effect of his own actions had inadvertently influenced them. Nevertheless, he mused to himself that it would be advantageous to have no interruptions while dealing with the troll later. With a smile, Matthew reassured them, "It's nothing. I was merely greeting you." He then asked, "Where's Neville? Why isn't he with you?" Ron revealed a look of exasperation, explaining, "We can't seem to find Leif. And Neville went to look for him. He's worried we might run out of food and asked us to save him some, so we came ahead to the dining hall." Matthew raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling that he had promised to teach them the summoning spell for magical pets, a commitment that had nearly slipped his mind due to his recent busyness. Next time, for sure, he silently affirmed to himself. Chapter 41. The Troll. The banquet was lively, with students in high spirits and professors on the elevated platform engaged in animated discussions. At the Slytherin table, Matthew sat with his two roommates. Gerald was peeling potatoes and remarked, "Are you that hungry? You're eating so quickly." Matthew was rapidly devouring the food on his plate, aware that if he didn't fill up now, he might miss out later. He frowned slightly at the tough piece of beef, but acknowledged, "Today, I am rather famished." Gerald had earned the nickname the lovesick prince of Slytherin in a pejorative sense. "I've broken up," Matthew stated, reaching for a rice pudding from the plate and taking a bite, savoring the blueberry flavor. Gerald took a bite of his peeled potato and replied slowly, "This time, it's not my fault." Jerry rolled his eyes and retorted, "When has it ever not been your fault?" Pansy had extreme views, being an advocate of pureblood ideology. "That would have been acceptable if she and T attempted to influence me as well." Gerald glanced at his two roommates and continued. She wants me to keep my distance from you. Jerry remained silent, as both he and Matthew were half-blood wizards. Matthew paused his eating, wiping his mouth with a napkin as he noticed Professor Quirrell at the entrance. He patted Gerald on the shoulder and said, "There's always a better option ahead." Matthew was indifferent to the attitudes of these so-called pure-blood proponents. In the grand scheme of things, sheer strength reigned supreme. As long as they didn't provoke him, he would let them be, but should they dare to display arrogance in his presence, he would not hesitate to respond. Professor Quirrell stumbled into the restaurant, his turban askew and his face a mask of terror, immediately capturing the attention of both professors and students. He rushed to the faculty table, panting heavily as he leaned close to Dumbledore, exclaiming, "A troll is in the basement classroom. I thought you should know." No sooner had he spoken than he collapsed onto the floor. Chaos erupted in the dining hall, with even some younger students emitting frightened shrieks. Dumbledore swiftly produced his Elder Wand, waving it above, where bursts of fireworks erupted in the air with a resounding crack. The students fell silent upon hearing the explosive sounds. "Heads of houses," Dumbledore's voice resonated gravely, "immediately escort your students to their dormitories." The heads of the 4 houses promptly rose to lead their respective students out of the hall. After leaving the dining hall, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves at the rear of the Gryffindor line. "P.S. doomed," Ron exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Trolls are fearsome magical creatures. Their strength is astonishing. We don't have time. Neville is in danger." Harry grasped Ron and Hermione's arms firmly, glancing back at the Slytherin line before resolutely stating, "We must find older student Matthew." The two looked into Harry's determined eyes and nodded instinctively. Soon, they slowed their pace, breaking away from the Gryffindor group. Matthew was just seeking an excuse to slip away from his roommates when he spotted the approaching trio. Upon reaching him, Ron anxiously declared, "Neville has been taken by a troll." Matthew raised an eyebrow, noting the shift from saving Hermione to rescuing Neville. He nodded in agreement, having already intended to confront the troll. "Do you need our help?" his roommates inquired. Matthew smiled slightly. "It's just a troll. I can manage." Jerry and Gellert ceased their insistence, recognizing the troll's limited intelligence and evident weaknesses, confident in Matthew's ability to handle the creature. After bidding farewell to his roommates, Matthew led the trio towards the basement classroom. Along the way, they caught sight of Professor Snape turning into another corridor. Harry discreetly glanced at Matthew, whispering, "Why isn't he with the other teachers, but instead remains in the basement classroom?" Matthew, sensing Harry's suspicion of Snape, replied coolly, "What we see is not always reality. Let us move, or Neville might become troll paste." The trio envisioned that grim scenario, their faces paling, failing to locate Neville in the Transfiguration classroom. They searched the first floor and eventually encountered him near the History of Magic classroom on the second floor, not far from the girls' lavatory. However, before Matthew could finish his sentence, he noticed the trio across from him displaying expressions of sheer terror. Then, an overpowering stench wafted over from behind. Turning around, he saw a massive, bloated troll peering out from the girls' lavatory, its grotesque small eyes fixated upon him. The giant expelled from the girls' washroom, reaching for Neville with its hand that did not grasp a wooden club. Hermione shouted loudly, "Neville, get out of the way." She swiftly drew her wand and cast a stunning spell. The spell struck the giant, but it merely swayed slightly, continuing its advance toward Neville. At that moment, Neville felt as though his legs had lost all control, leaving him rooted to the spot. Matthew took action. He raised his wand and declared, "Disintegration." A transparent, curved blade of wind struck the giant's arm, inflicting a deep wound. The giant let out a pained howl. The trio rushed to pull the immobilized Neville back. Enraged, the giant lifted the wooden club to strike at them. Matthew waved his wand once more, exclaiming, "Disarm." A red beam hit the club, sending it flying from the giant's grasp. With a swift, downward motion of his wand, the club plummeted from the air, crashing down onto the giant's head. Chapter 42, Work Study. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Matthew flicked the tip of his wand upward, casting another stunning spell. The spell struck the giant squarely in the face, and in an instant, it was rendered unconscious, its massive form collapsing backward onto the ground with a thunderous crash. The reverberation was felt by 5 individuals standing nearby, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Harry and his friends stared in astonishment at the now unconscious giant, never expecting Matthew to so effortlessly defeat such a formidable foe. Matthew, indeed, proved to be remarkably reliable. Ron, in sheer excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, that was amazing." Among them, he had known Matthew the longest, as they were neighbors residing near the mountains of Ottery St. Catchpole. However, he had never witnessed Matthew in action before. During their last encounter with the 3-headed dog, Matthew had primarily drawn its attention with the help of a decoy. This marked Ron's first direct encounter with Matthew's prowess. The most profound impact was felt by Hermione, who had just exerted all her strength in casting a stunning spell that barely made the giant stagger. It had little effect. In stark contrast, Matthew's seemingly casual spell had felled the giant entirely, highlighting the vast difference in their abilities. Thank you. Thank you all, Neville said, his heart racing with fear. If it weren't for you. He shuddered at the thought. Had he not encountered them, he might have been turned to pulp by the giant that very night. Matthew wasted no time and retrieved a blood extraction device from his pocket. The others looked on with curiosity. Harry asked, Matthew, what are you doing? He was taken aback. Could this be considered part of work study? Matthew inserted the device into the giant's arm and began extracting its blood, the bright red fluid flowing through the tube into a glass vial. The giant's blood was robust, quickly filling the vial to capacity, prompting Matthew to swiftly switch to a new one. After a few vials of blood were drawn, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, the commotion finally attracting attention. Matthew swiftly tidied up the blood extraction apparatus, discreetly stowing the glass vials filled with the giant's blood into his concealed extension pocket. Observing Matthew's adept movements, Harry felt as if a veil of mystery shrouded that dependable silhouette. Several professors hurried from afar, led by Professor McGonagall, followed closely by Professors Snape and Quirrell. Her expression bore a hint of anxiety as she spotted a few students ahead, dreading the sight of something she would rather not witness, prompting her to quicken her pace. Moments later, the three professors arrived before the group. Professor Quirrell, upon seeing the unconscious giant, dramatically clutched his heart, staggering towards the wall as if he might collapse at any moment. Professor Snape cast a chilling glance at Harry before striding towards the fallen giant. As he passed Matthew, he quietly inquired, Did you defeat it? Matthew nodded affirmatively, replying, Yes, Professor. Snape bent down to inspect the giant, and upon noticing the still bleeding puncture on its arm, he shot a fleeting glance at Matthew but chose to remain silent. Professor McGonagall, relieved to see that none of the 5 students showed signs of injury, let out a sigh. However, her demeanor swiftly transformed into one of anger as she spoke in a stern tone. What are you doing here? You should be in your dormitory. Neville, trembling, stammered. They came to find me. Matthew interjected, slowly explaining, Professor McGonagall, allow me to clarify. This was merely an accident. Harry and the others were quite concerned about my encounter with the giant and came to assist me in locating Neville. When we found him, the giant was right behind him. Fortunately, he had not yet been harmed. To prevent Neville from getting hurt, I subdued the giant. Harry and the others nodded vigorously in agreement. You should have notified the professors immediately instead of putting yourselves in danger. McGonagall chastised, her frustration palpable. Due to your recklessness, each of you will lose 1 point for your respective houses. After a moment, she softened her tone, adding, Yet, the courage to save a companion is commendable. Therefore, each of you will earn 5 points for your houses. Snape seized the opportunity, leisurely asserting, defeating a giant is also worthy of commendation. Slytherin gains 20 points. No one objected, for it was indeed Matthew who had triumphed over the giant. Once Matthew and his companions departed, McGonagall examined the wound on the giant's arm. Noting the considerable loss of blood, she quietly instructed Snape, attend to this wound. This giant still has its uses. Snape, expressionless, nodded and produced a vial of potion, pouring it over the giant's injury. Harry and his friends parted ways with Matthew at the staircase, as the Slytherin common room and Gryffindor Tower were not situated in the same location. As they ascended the stairs, Ron exclaimed excitedly, We just earned 20 points for Gryffindor tonight. Harry corrected, stating it was 15 points, excluding Neville's contribution from this commendation. Hermione added that, accounting for the deducted 3 points, it effectively amounted to a gain of 12 points. Thus, Matthew alone had contributed 24 points to Slytherin. Ron remarked with a hint of envy. Hermione asserted that it was well-deserved. Neville quietly expressed his gratitude. The group exchanged knowing smiles, recalling that he had already thanked them moments prior. Following that evening, the bond of their friendship deepened significantly. Chapter 43, The Quidditch Match, The Best Substitute Takes the Field. A few days later, within the room of requirement, Matthew was busily concocting a potent vitality potion. He held a vial containing a cerulean liquid, the processed blood of a troll. After days of meticulous work, he had finally completed the treatment of the troll's blood, which was laden with magical impurities, making the process intricate and laborious. It required a special extractant to separate the magical contaminants, and Matthew had dedicated these past days to brewing this extract, pouring the blue liquid into a cauldron. He added a suitable amount of leeches, devoid of their mouths, and African tree snake skin, adjusting the magical flame to a moderate temperature. He simmered the mixture for 10 minutes before incorporating a packet of powdered bicorn horn, stirring it until uniformly blended. In mere moments, the ingredients amalgamated into the liquid, transforming it into an even more vibrant blue hue. The potion was complete. Extinguishing the magical flame, he transferred the elixir into a pristine glass cup. Eager to test its efficacy, Matthew consumed the potion in one go. To his surprise, the bubbling liquid, upon entering his mouth, presented a flavor reminiscent of sweet and sour, akin to a tangy plum beverage. Before he could ponder further, the magic within him began to stir restlessly. He swiftly seated himself on the bed and engaged in the foundational meditation technique of Eamon. Under the influence of the meditation, the agitation of his magic began to affect his mental ocean. As he practiced the technique, the tumult within him grew rhythmic. Each surge impacted his mental sea with alarming frequency. Previously, while employing blue waterflower juice to assist his meditation, it felt as though he were adrift in a small boat amidst tumultuous waves. Now, with the vitality potion aiding his practice, it was as if a frenzied creature was relentlessly hammering upon his skull with a heavy iron mallet. The overwhelming dizziness nearly rendered him incapable of sustaining the meditation technique. After half an hour, the potion's potency began to wane, and the disorientation gradually subsided. Matthew sensed that his mental ocean had become more substantial. This potion could be utilized once per day. Excessive use would jeopardize his foundation. He was quite pleased with the effects of the vitality potion. At this rate, a breakthrough was imminent. Upon concluding his practice, a gnawing hunger emerged within him. Checking his pocket watch, he realized it was time for lunch. Today was Saturday, with no classes scheduled, and thus he had spent the entire morning in the room of requirement. After tidying up the table, he departed and made his way toward the dining hall. At the entrance, he encountered a group of students clad in Slytherin Quidditch uniforms. At the forefront, Marcus Flint swiftly approached Matthew, exclaiming loudly, "Matthew, have you forgotten what day it is today?" Matthew began to protest. "I'm merely a substitute player. Typically, I wouldn't be on the field, so there's no need for me to train regularly. You haven't trained at all this semester. Not even once," Marcus retorted, seething with frustration. "And this afternoon marks our first match." Matthew, preoccupied with handling troll blood in recent days, genuinely forgot about the game. He promised to be there in the afternoon. Marcus rolled his eyes. "Peregrine got injured during morning practice, so you'll have to step in for the afternoon match." That is not ideal, is it?" "I haven't participated in any training this term," Matthew replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "We have no choice. Peregrine is currently in the school hospital. We need you to fill the numbers," Marcus sighed, feeling helpless. The afternoon's opponent was none other than the formidable Gryffindor, and with the main player injured, they had to rely on substitutes. Moreover, Marcus had high hopes for Matthew, who had shown brightly on the field last year, believing he could cultivate him as a successor. Little did he know that Matthew's brilliance lasted only a year, and he had been absent from training for nearly half a year now, which made his head ache at the thought. Matthew agreed, as he had already handled the troll blood and wouldn't be too busy in the coming days. In the afternoon, at the Quidditch pitch, the stands brimmed with enthusiasm, filled with nearly the entire school's faculty and students. Matthew's two roommates held up a shimmering sign that read, "Best beater Matthew Blake, victory awaits. Slytherin for the win," adorned with a thumbs-up graphic, an idea inspired by Muggle concert support banners. On the other end, Ron, Hermione, and Neville displayed a banner made from a bedsheet, proclaiming Potter for victory, accompanied by a lion's head illustration that shimmered with various colors under the influence of magic. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin locker room, Matthew donned his dark green Quidditch uniform. Marcus approached him, patting his shoulder. "Don't be nervous. Channel the intensity you had during your fights." He was somewhat aware of Matthew's past grievances with younger years, knowing he had dealt with several of them in his first and second years. Matthew smiled and nodded, indicating he felt no anxiety. As a beater, his role was to control the trajectory of the bludgers, preventing them from interfering with his teammates while aiming to strike the opposing players. Although he hadn't trained in a while and might struggle with maneuvering the bludgers, he excelled at hitting the opposing players. Last year, his nearly flawless technique had allowed him to knock several opponents out of the game, earning him the title of Best Beater of the Year. Nearby, the keeper, Miles Bletchley, chuckled as well. Matthew had already proven his prowess. The astute Slytherins would never engage in futile endeavors. Matthew recalled that the junior who had been bullied by Will had once confided in him about the matter, but there had been no further developments, leading him to believe that Will had given up. Terence Shackle, the Seeker, scoffed dismissively, expressing disdain. "Foolish Will sought me out as well. Being pureblood does not equate to superiority. The Crab family pales in comparison to the Shackle family, and the Black family is even further behind." Terence, also a half-blood wizard, noted that both the Shackle and Black families were among the Sacred 28. The others merely exchanged awkward smiles, refraining from delving deeper into the sensitive topic. Matthew stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should pay a visit to the Crab family during the holidays. Chapter 44, The Shockwave? In the Gryffindor changing room, Harry and the other players donned their vibrant red Quidditch uniforms. Harry was constantly flexing his wrist, revealing a hint of nervousness. This was his inaugural Quidditch match. The door to the changing room swung open, and Wood entered. After a light cough to capture everyone's attention, he announced, "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Angelina Johnson, the Gryffindor chaser, beamed. "Let us hear the good news first." Wood replied, "The good news is that Slytherin's Perkin was injured during practice and is currently bedridden in the hospital. He will not be participating in the match." The players in the changing room instantly brightened, as Perkin was a formidable opponent, and his absence would significantly weaken the Slytherin team. Angelina's face also radiated joy. As a chaser, she loathed facing such an aggressive bludger player. She inquired, "And what is the bad news?" Wood's expression turned serious. "The substitute on the field is Black." Angelina's countenance shifted dramatically. "Matthew Black? Good heavens. Hasn't he been out of training for at least 6 months? How could they let him play?" She harbored significant psychological scars from last year's match, where she had been utterly overwhelmed by Matthew's elusive plays shortly after the game commenced. Nearby, chaser Katie Bell felt that Angelina's reaction might be excessive, fostering an unnecessary sense of dread for the opponent before the match had even begun. She remarked to Angelina, "True, that Black was impressive last year. But he hasn't trained in at least 6 months. What is there to fear? Our training isn't in vain." Katie, like Harry, was a newcomer to the Gryffindor team this year. Although she had witnessed Matthew's play from the stands last year, her understanding of his style was not as acute as Angelina's. Harry was also taken aback, surprised to learn that Senior Matthew was so formidable in Quidditch. Fred, with a cheeky grin, reassured Angelina, "Don't worry, I'll block Matthew's elusive plays for you. I will protect you." Seeing the lingering worry on Angelina's face, George chimed in, resting an arm on Fred's shoulder. "And I'm here too. Matthew won't breach our defense." Upon witnessing this camaraderie, Angelina couldn't help but smile warmly. Her concerns alleviated considerably. Wood endeavored to lighten the atmosphere, clapping his hands together. As Katie said, "Our training has not been in vain. Our strength has significantly improved this year. Most importantly, we have Harry Potter with us. We are the finest Gryffindor team in many years. We shall triumph." Harry felt a surge of anxiety. How had he become the center of attention? He was merely a novice player making his debut. The Quidditch match was about to commence, and the players emerged from the changing rooms onto the field. The cheers from the audience grew increasingly fervent as students from Slytherin and Gryffindor chanted the names of their respective houses, the cacophony reaching a crescendo that electrified the stadium. As the players took to the field, the crowd began to shout their names, with the loudest cheers reserved for Matthew Black. Matthew had garnered much attention during last year's match. Much like other competitive sports, the atmosphere between rival teams was as fierce as fire and water. Yet many spectators still admired renowned players from opposing teams. Such is the nature of competition, where prowess reigns supreme. Madame Hooch, the referee, stood at the center of the pitch, and as both teams gathered around her, she proclaimed, "Listen closely. I expect you all to participate in this match with fairness and integrity. Now mount your broomsticks." Once both teams were airborne, Madame Hooch released the quaffle into the air and blew her silver whistle. The players soared into the sky, with Angelina leading the charge and seizing the quaffle. The commentator, Lee Jordan from Gryffindor, exclaimed, "Brilliant." Angelina's timing was impeccable. The moment the whistle blew, she dashed towards the quaffle. How decisive she is. Doesn't she fear committing a foul? But it matters not. She has not fouled and has secured the quaffle. Slytherin dispatched 2 chasers to tail Angelina closely. She swiftly passed the quaffle to another Gryffindor chaser, Aaliyah. However, as Aaliyah caught the quaffle, a bludger came hurtling towards her from a distance, striking her instantly. Slytherin was relentless in their pursuit. Angelina was cornered by 2 chasers. "Nice." She passed the ball. Aaliyah received it. Lee Jordan's excitement surged as he shouted, "Aaliyah is in danger. She hasn't seen the bludger coming from behind. Good heavens. Is no one going to block for her?" Oh, the Gryffindor beaters are surrounding Angelina. It's no surprise, considering how exceptional a chaser she is, not to mention her charm. "My apologies, Professor." Lee was cautioned by Professor McGonagall beside him, but he continued, "Aaliyah has been struck by a bludger from Matthew Black. Matthew Black was last year's best beater, and his bludgers remain as precise as ever. Will Aaliyah be knocked off her broom?" "Just barely." She steadied herself before hitting the ground. But the quaffle has been snatched away by Slytherin's captain, Marcus. Marcus, having seized the elusive quaffle, raced towards the goalpost with remarkable speed, as another bludger soared in from his side, struck by Gryffindor's batsman, George Weasley. Marcus approached the goalpost with urgency. Would Slytherin score? Is anyone watching him? The 2 Gryffindor chasers were attempting to close the gap, but they were too distant. George Weasley sprang into action. He finally broke free from Angelina and sent a bludger towards Marcus. Would Marcus be struck by the bludger before reaching the goalpost? Astonishingly, the bludger was intercepted. It was Matthew Black. When did he arrive? His presence seems to be everywhere. Goodness. Matthew's bludger fortuitously struck Gryffindor's goalkeeper, Oliver Wood. Was this calculated? Truly, he is the best batsman of the year. Marcus was unstoppable. He effortlessly tossed the quaffle into the goalpost, securing a score for Slytherin. The roar of cheers erupting from the Slytherin stands instantly drowned out all other sounds. Subsequently, as the fervor slightly subsided, the Slytherin crowd began to chant in unison, "Black. Black. Black." Chapter 45, An Overwhelming Situation. Gryffindor's chaser, Katie, obtained the quaffle but hesitated to fly towards the goalpost. Instead, she circled with the 2 Slytherin chasers trailing behind her. She was now exceedingly cautious, having forgotten her pre-game bravado. She felt the terrifying presence of Matthew. Needing to keep an eye on him while focusing on the quaffle, a moment of inattention could result in a precise strike from his bludger. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes as she noticed Matthew sending a bludger her way. She had been vigilant of his movements, and now, the opportunity had arrived. With unwavering concentration, she focused on the incoming bludger, and, just as it was about to collide with her, she deftly sidestepped its path. After evading the bludger, a slight smile crept onto her lips. Now it was her moment to shine, as she prepared to score Gryffindor's first goal. With the quaffle in her possession, could she maintain control? Wait, what was she thinking? She did not head towards the goalpost, while the two Slytherin chasers followed her at a distance. Hold on. Matthew launched a bludger at Katie, but she noticed it and evaded. I see now, her focus has been solely on Matthew. My word. This is a skill one can only witness on a professional stage. The quaffle was seized by Slytherin's chaser, Pusey, who rapidly approached the goalpost. He ducked under George's bludger, as Fred and Angelina closed in on him. Oh, what a pity. Slytherin dispatched 3 players to intercept Fred and Angelina, allowing Slytherin to score another 10 points. The score now stood at 20-0. Lee Jordan exclaimed, Slytherin has showcased their fast break tactics. The match had scarcely progressed when the Gryffindor team found themselves down by 2 players. It was high time for them to contemplate a tactical shift. Angelina, her palms slick with sweat, felt the immense pressure exerted by Matthew. She had not anticipated that Captain Wood would be the first to lose his strength, leaving her in command of the team. Yet, she struggled to devise a strategy to penetrate Slytherin's defenses with such a depleted lineup. After taking a moment to steady her emotions, Angelina called out to her teammates, George, Fred, we cannot continue like this. Matthew's balls are exceptionally difficult to defend against. You both focus on offense and aim to reduce Slytherin's numbers as swiftly as possible. Alia, with only the 2 of us left as seekers, let us endeavor to draw Matthew's attention, creating a diversion to buy Harry some time. Harry, keep searching for the golden snitch. If you capture it, we can turn the tide. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Good heavens. Another goal from Slytherin brought the score to an astonishing 140-0, an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Quidditch Cup at Hogwarts. Ever since their keeper was knocked out by Matthew Blake, Gryffindor had been utterly unable to withstand Slytherin's onslaught. Lee Jordan's voice rang out hoarsely, declaring that Gryffindor's last hope rested solely on the rookie seeker, Harry Potter. If he could seize the golden snitch, they would earn 150 points and conclude the match. Yet, regrettably, it appeared he had yet to catch sight of the elusive snitch. Harry was palpably anxious. Matthew's bludgers were exceedingly fearsome. Their team was now reduced to 4 players on the pitch, wholly incapable of countering Matthew's relentless assault. Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up. He had finally spotted the golden snitch. He promptly urged his Firebolt 2000 into action, darting toward the glimmering prize. Matthew also noticed the snitch's sudden appearance, possessing the ability to conceal itself. The snitch was elusive, even to Matthew's magical perception. Nonetheless, his keen sense had greatly aided him on the field, allowing his bludgers to find their mark with uncanny precision, akin to having a field-wide advantage in visibility and targeting. Matthew deftly turned his head to the right, evading the bludger George had sent from behind him, and swiftly swung his bat, sending the passing bludger hurtling in Harry's direction. George, witnessing the trajectory of his own bludger, shouted excitedly, Harry, get out of the way. Upon hearing the warning, Harry quickly adjusted the course of his broomstick. Fortunately, the Firebolt 2000's performance was exceptional, enabling him to alter his path just before the bludger struck. Slytherin scored again. Lee Jordan's excitement surged as he exclaimed, wow, Harry has spotted the golden snitch. However, Matthew had also caught wind of Harry's movements and redirected the bludger George had passed to him toward Harry. How had he perceived the bludger coming from behind? This seemed to be a recurring phenomenon, and one could not help but wonder how he managed it. Remarkably, Harry evaded the impending danger. The Nimbus 2000 undoubtedly proved to be an exceptional broomstick, aiding him in evading peril at a critical moment. He continued to maneuver skillfully, having already dodged 2 of Matthew's attacking shots. Yet, where were the others to halt his progress? Let me observe the actions of the Slytherin players. Goodness, they are still scoring. The score has reached 160-0. Even if Gryffindor were to capture the golden snitch now, victory would remain elusive. Harry, having heard the commentator Lee Jordan's words, gritted his teeth and pressed on in pursuit of the golden snitch. Even if he could not secure a win, he aimed to lessen the embarrassment of the scoreline. On the opposite stands from the Gryffindor spectators, Professor Snape was watching the match. The slight upward curl of his lips indicated that his mood was relatively pleasant. Suddenly, Snape's brow furrowed slightly. He noticed that Harry's broomstick seemed to exhibit erratic behavior, rolling and twitching uncontrollably. Snape instantly realized that someone was casting a jinx on Harry's broom. He quickly drew his wand and uttered a counter curse aimed at Harry in midair. Just as Harry was about to be thrown off the broom, Snape's robe caught fire. A nearby onlooker exclaimed, "You're on fire." Snape's incantation was abruptly interrupted as he hurriedly extinguished the flames on his robe. Upon looking up, he saw that Harry's broom had returned to normal. Chapter 46, The Growth of Ambition. Wow. Harry Potter has fallen, but his textbook perfect roll prevented him from losing consciousness. Why is he covering his mouth? Did the roll make him nauseous? What he has expelled is the golden snitch. He has caught the golden snitch. Indeed, he is worthy of the title of the boy who lived. He has rightfully claimed the first golden snitch of the season, marking his inaugural capture in his Quidditch career. Harry Potter has secured 150 points for Gryffindor, and the match has concluded. Lee Jordan exclaimed in excitement. However, Gryffindor, severely diminished in numbers, was utterly unable to withstand Slytherin's relentless offensive. The final score was set at 210 to 150, with Gryffindor regrettably losing the match. Let us congratulate Matthew Black on a splendid start to the season. More than the victory, it was Matthew's remarkable performance after a 6-month absence from training that thrilled the fans. We have every reason to believe that Matthew Black remains a formidable contender for this year's Player of the Year. Lee Jordan lavished praise upon Matthew, even neglecting to extend polite congratulations to Slytherin. He genuinely enjoyed watching Matthew play. In his experience as a commentator, Matthew was the most outstanding player he had ever seen, with the only drawback being that he was not a member of the Gryffindor team. Harry's emotions were exceedingly complex at this moment, filled with the thrill of capturing the golden snitch for the first time while simultaneously feeling disheartened by the team's defeat. The other members of Gryffindor let out a sigh of relief. Not being shorn by Slytherin was already the best outcome. Upon Harry seizing the golden snitch, the once library-like silence of the Gryffindor stands erupted into cheers. Yet, as the match concluded, their jubilant cries were swiftly overshadowed by the collective roar from the crowd. Blake! 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 The Slytherin locker room was awash with a joyful atmosphere, hosting a small celebratory gathering. Captain Marcus animatedly recounted the events of the midday match at the center of the room, with nearly every sentence boasting of Matthew's prowess. Matthew, clutching a cup of juice, engaged in light-hearted conversation with his roommates in a corner. A somewhat bashful girl with brown hair approached him. Senior Matthew. He responded with a gentle smile. Hello. This evening. The girl tucked her delicate brown locks behind her ear, gazing at Matthew with hopeful anticipation. Do you have a moment, Senior Matthew? Her expression faltered slightly, yet she produced a letter, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Please accept this. Matthew accepted the letter and placed it in his pocket, smiling as he said, Thank you. The girl, her face aflame, hurried away. Even while tucked away in the corner, Matthew found himself approached more than usual tonight. Some came to chat. Others hinted at availability, and a few presented love letters before scurrying off. Out of courtesy, Matthew refrained from embarrassing the young ladies. His pockets were already brimming with love notes. I've never received so many love letters, Gerald remarked enviously. I want to join the Quidditch team next year. Jerry bluntly replied. Come on, even if you joined the Quidditch team, you wouldn't receive this many love letters. He glanced towards the center of the room, remarking, Marcus hasn't he received a single love letter tonight. Gerald playfully tossed his bangs aside and, with a grin, said, Well, I would still be a bit better than Marcus. As he passed an abandoned classroom, he noticed something emitting a faint glow within. Peering through the half-open door, he beheld a magnificent mirror, the light he had observed earlier reflecting off its surface from a nearby street lamp. The mirror stood several meters tall, framed in ornate gold, with a claw-footed base. Inscribed at the top of the frame were cryptic words. However, when read in reverse, they revealed, What I show is not your reflection, but the desires of your heart. Matthew's expression turned peculiar. He recognized he had encountered the mirror of Ariste, a sight that had not been there earlier this afternoon. Had Dumbledore transported the mirror overnight? Unable to ascertain whether Dumbledore was nearby, he resolved to indulge the natural curiosity expected of a student. With a curious demeanor, Matthew pushed open the ajar door and stepped inside. Standing before the mirror of Ariste, its polished surface transformed into a different scene, the midnight streets of London, illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. Everywhere, posters adorned with the image of a naturally curly-haired boy with black locks could be seen. His smile gentle, yet imbued with a hint of authority, a masterful blend of both qualities. The figure in the portrait was none other than Matthew himself. Matthew could not conceal his astonishment. When had he ever entertained such a thought? Had his mindset shifted gradually after traversing into the world of wizards, embracing newfound possibilities? At that moment, a warm voice resonated from behind him. Matthew, have you discovered this? Turning around, Matthew found Professor Dumbledore standing closely behind him. Remarkably, despite their proximity, Matthew's magical perception had failed to detect Dumbledore's presence. With a smile, he greeted, Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore blinked. I haven't yet congratulated you on winning your first match. I watched the game, and it was splendid. It appears that this year's best batsman will likely be you. Matthew humbly replied. Thank you. It was truly the teamwork of my companions that made it possible. I merely contributed a modest effort. Do not be overly modest. You played exceptionally well, Dumbledore remarked, giving Matthew's shoulder an encouraging pat. He then shifted the conversation, gazing at the mirror of Ariste. Have you discovered the allure of the mirror? I am curious about what you perceive. Matthew displayed a curious expression. Is this mirror truly called the mirror of Ariste? I saw myself on a tranquil street. He chose not to fabricate a story but employed a small journalistic technique. The image portrayed was indeed himself. And the moonlit street exuded a sense of peace. The mirror of Ariste reveals the deepest desires of our hearts, Dumbledore said in a measured tone. You saw yourself on a tranquil street. His face bore a contemplative look, as if pondering how best to assist Matthew in interpreting his vision. Professor, I believe it may be my past experiences that instill within me a longing for tranquility and peace, hence my vision of myself on a serene street. I once overheard Harry recounting tales from before he attended Hogwarts during our casual chats. In truth, my experiences resonate with Harry's in many ways. After my parents were slain by Death Eaters, I resided for a long time with my aunt and uncle. Fortunately, while they are muggles like Harry's relatives, they do not reject magic. They love me dearly and treat me exceptionally well. Furthermore, in the realm of magic, I have been guided by the magical portraits of my grandparents. Thus, despite losing my parents at an early age, my childhood has been fulfilling and beautiful. Oh, I apologize for not knowing, my child. You may consider Hogwarts your home. You are always welcome here, Dumbledore said, gently patting Matthew on the shoulder, seemingly wishing to offer him comfort. I am well now, Matthew replied, not dwelling on whether Dumbledore truly did not know. With a smile, he added, Can I interpret this to mean that if I do not find a job after graduation, I could come directly to Hogwarts for employment? Matthew seemed to have alleviated his emotions and continued the previous topic. Professor, are you aware of the Middle Eastern wars in the Muggle world? Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging the significant impact of several Middle Eastern wars, which even affected the local wizarding community, leading many wizards to seek refuge in Britain. Matthew paused briefly before continuing. My uncle is an official in the British Foreign Office. After the conclusion of the Fifth Middle Eastern War, he was dispatched as an overseas officer to the region. The country he was assigned to was not one of the principal combatants in this conflict, thus experiencing minimal repercussions from the war. He brought my aunt and me along. War is brutal. Even though we were not in a warring nation, it allowed me to witness a different facet of the world. There, food was scarce. Warm clothing was lacking, and even fresh water was a precious resource, with countless Muggle refugees having lost their homes. It is difficult for the average person to fathom the hellish conditions from which they fled. However, I once glimpsed photographs taken by war correspondents in my uncle's study, revealing a mere glimpse of that inferno. Dumbledore closed his eyes, seemingly envisioning such scenes in his mind. When the professor opened his eyes again, Matthew slowly articulated. It was then that I grasped a profound truth. What did you come to understand? Dumbledore inquired, gazing intently into Matthew's bright eyes, as if searching for answers within them. What we possess now is not an inherent right. Those Muggle refugees who have lost their homes have committed no wrong. Their suffering arises simply from the circumstance of their birth. Matthew's expression grew solemn. I have heard a saying in the Muggle world, if you lag behind, you will be beaten. A study of human history reveals that this adage remains applicable to all of humanity. I believe the same holds true in the wizarding world. To maintain tranquility and peace in one's heart, one must possess the strength to stand firm. Perhaps this is the reason I have diligently pursued the study of magic over the years. This evening's encounter was unlikely to be mere coincidence. Matthew found it challenging to gloss over the truth. Although part of his experience bore some resemblance to Harry Potter's, he was ultimately not Harry Potter. Dumbledore would not regard him as such, and regardless of what he said, Dumbledore would not wholly believe him. Lying in Dumbledore's presence was easily seen through, and rather than provoke unfounded suspicion, it was better to share some of his thoughts. Dumbledore, with a complex expression, had not anticipated Matthew's poignant words that night. After a moment of silence, he replied, There is no need for such pessimism. You must believe that Hogwarts will always be your support. Matthew smiled faintly, recalling his uncle's words. When you become strong, you will find that good people surround you. He wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, asserting that personal strength is fundamental. You are the finest exemplar. To become a great wizard like you is a dream for many. In the wizarding world, on the outskirts of Whitestone Town, beneath a tree wide enough for 3 people to embrace, a naked corpse knelt in a submissive position at its base. Her hands were clasped together, her wrists bound by rough hemp ropes to the protruding roots of a tree, her forehead pressed against the gnarled surface, closely aligned with her arms. Marks of restraint marred her wrists, ankles, and knees, while an odd circular pattern was etched upon her back, and atop her head rested a headdress adorned with antlers. The posture of the corpse was exceedingly bizarre, resembling an act of worship towards the great tree. Today alone, we have discovered 7, Link murmured. Along with the 6 victims found in the preceding days, the total now stood at 13, with perhaps more yet to be uncovered. In recent days, numerous such peculiar bodies had been unearthed, initially within the town, and today in the outskirts of Whitestone Town. Matthew surmised that this could likely be indicative of a sinister ritual, pondering whether these individuals were offerings to malevolent forces. He compared this with the dream induction ritual he had previously gleaned from Jack, finding no similarities. Chapter 48, Arrangements. Matthew heard the distant sound of hooves and wheels. Lifting his gaze to see a nondescript carriage, simply adorned, approaching along the slope. Moments later, the carriage halted near Matthew and his companions. Disembarking were Lady Alcia and her 2 assistant aides. Upon exiting the vehicle, they made their way directly toward Matthew and the others. Lady Alcia was clad in a pristine white gown, draped in a substantial grayish-white hooded cloak, her hands encased in long white gloves extending to her elbows. Matthew noted her meticulous attention to attire. Despite having encountered her numerous times recently, he seldom saw her in the same ensemble. As Lady Alcia approached, Link gestured towards the bound corpse at the roots, stating, "Madam, this is the body we have found. At present, it bears similarities to previous cases." Anna interjected, "We have observed that the items associated with these oddly positioned corpses vary. This girl bears antlers, while others have been found draped in wolf pelts, adorned with floral crowns, or wearing ram's horns." Lady Alcia nodded, signaling her aides to examine the body. Matthew perceived a hint of fatigue on her face, and within her gaze lingered a suppressed fury, suggesting that the recent discoveries had troubled her greatly. One aide donned lizard skin gloves to inspect the body, beginning with the skin. Through the examination of liver mortis and bruising, it was determined that the deceased had perished the previous night. Meanwhile, another aide with twin ponytails produced a quill and notebook, commencing to document the findings. Link stroked his chin, noting that prior to today, all discovered bodies had been within the town, while today's were exclusively in the outskirts. Could it be that the perpetrator has retreated to these remote areas to evade our investigation? He pondered. The aide continued to scrutinize the marks on the wrists, ankles, and knees, noting that the indentations were shallow, indicating that the victim had likely not struggled violently while alive. The impressions on the knees and soles suggested that the individual had most likely been placed in this kneeling position while in a state of unconsciousness. After thoroughly examining the corpse, the assistant concluded that, similar to the previously discovered body, there were no evident external injuries, and the cause of death was likely cardiac arrest. The body found a few days prior had already undergone an autopsy, with the cause of death confirmed as cardiac arrest as well. Lady Alcia rubbed her slightly swollen temples. Feeling a sense of agitation, these occurrences within her jurisdiction could adversely affect her political achievements. She turned to Link and the others, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Matthew voiced his suspicions, stating that the corpses were positioned in a kneeling posture, which he believed indicated some form of nefarious ritual, suggesting that these individuals were merely sacrificial offerings. The others present nodded in agreement, sharing a similar sentiment. Matthew continued, "The items found on the deceased were clearly placed there by the perpetrator, likely as part of the ritual requirements. So far, we have discovered animal pelts, woven garlands of flora, animal horns, and necklaces made from animal teeth. These are all relatively accessible items. Do you know of any rituals that would necessitate such objects? Furthermore, I believe the positioning of the bodies serves as a clue. Analyzing their distribution might allow us to narrow down the suspect's operational range." Lady Alcia displayed a look of appreciation, smiling as she remarked, "That is indeed insightful. We shall proceed as Mr. Matthew suggests. I will consult the internal records of the court sorcerers to see if there are any documented rituals of this nature. The records of the corpses are stored at the local constabulary. The locations of the discoveries should all be documented, and you may examine the records there." After assigning the tasks, Lady Alcia departed. Shortly thereafter, a guard arrived, driving a cargo cart to the scene. Once the guard had loaded the body onto the cart, Matthew and the others resumed their search in other areas. Within a residence in Byshire Town, the dust-laden floor indicated that the house had been uninhabited for some time. At that moment, 2 figures cloaked in hooded robes stood within. The sorcerer in a grayish-white cloak, brimming with ire, let out a disdainful snort, exclaiming, "What on earth does he intend to accomplish? Over 20 fatalities in just a few days, such a conspicuous method." The sorcerer in the black robe replied, "He claims he is experimenting with a recently acquired summoning ritual." The grayish-white cloaked sorcerer's chest heaved violently, as if about to erupt with fury. "An experimental summoning ritual? The headquarters sent him to assist us in the continued development of experimental subjects, not to test that ridiculous summoning ritual." The grayish-white cloaked sorcerer extended his hands to press against the table before him, only to immediately realize the thick layer of dust covering it. Disgusted, he brushed the dust off his white gloves, revealing slender and elegant hands despite the long gloves. After clearing away the dust, he coldly stated, "He has disrupted Byshire Town and can leave at any moment to wreak havoc elsewhere. We cannot easily abandon our identities. We will ultimately be the ones left to clean up this mess. Moreover, we can only endure the divine brew extracted from the experimental subjects. We must dilute it with the flesh and blood of the subjects to mitigate the peril of losing our sanity." departing from Byshire Town. Finding a suitable location for cultivating experimental subjects is no simple task. The black-robed sorcerer felt somewhat overwhelmed and helplessly remarked that within the society, he stood on equal footing with us. If we wished to thwart him, we could only act under our official identities. The voice of the gray-white, cloaked sorcerer grew increasingly frigid. Coincidentally, did not Link express a desire to explore the Winter Forest? I shall assist Link in seeking aid from the capital, and in due course, we shall assemble an expedition team for the Winter Forest, allowing them to engage in their own conflicts. The black-robed sorcerer found this suggestion agreeable. Assigning them a task would keep both troublesome parties occupied. Thus, it was decided, I shall also place some of my own people in the expedition team to fan the flames, so to speak. Furthermore, the Society's laboratory in the Winter Forest had long been dismantled, so they would uncover nothing upon their arrival. The gray-white, cloaked sorcerer nodded, indicating that arrangements would be made. After concluding their discussion, the gray-white, cloaked sorcerer departed from the courtyard, where a modestly adorned, unremarkable carriage awaited. Upon boarding the carriage, he lowered his hood, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage. Chapter 49, Breakthrough. In the study, the cauldron on the desk exuded a billowing steam. Matthew was diligently concocting a potent vitality elixir. After a period of effort, his mental sea had solidified considerably. He had successfully condensed 648 Niven models and was now poised to attempt a breakthrough to a third-tier sorcerer apprentice. After a flurry of activity, the liquid in the cauldron transformed into a vibrant blue hue. The potent vitality elixir was complete. He extinguished the magical flame and poured the potion into a pristine glass cup. From his pocket, he retrieved a delicately crafted incense burner and a piece of dark red spice the size of a thumb. Using a small knife, he sliced off a tiny fragment from the end of the spice and placed it in the incense burner before igniting it. An indescribable aroma wafted from the burner, transcending the limits of human olfactory perception. Matthew sensed a powerful expansion within his mental sea. Recently, he had attended another exchange meeting hosted by Lady Alsha, and this small fragment of spice was the most significant reward from that gathering. This was a first-tier dragon-scale incense, not a natural product, but an alchemical creation, said to be primarily composed of the scales of dragon-like creatures. The dragon-scale incense greatly benefits the growth of a sorcerer's mental sea. Utilizing it during meditation significantly enhances the process, and employing it during breakthroughs can elevate the chances of success. Even in the event of failure, it would not damage the foundational essence of the mental sea. However, the price of dragon-scale incense is exorbitantly high. The small piece Matthew purchased cost him a magic stone, far exceeding the price of first-tier spells. Nevertheless, this incense burns for an extended duration. A mere slice can smolder for 1 to 2 hours. Subsequently, Matthew consumed the potent vitality elixir, and despite the bubbling potion in the glass, it possessed merely a room-temperature flavor upon entering his mouth. The magical energy within him began to stir restlessly, prompting him to swiftly sit up on the bed and engage in the basic meditation technique of Eamon. Under the influence of the meditation, the tumultuous magic started to affect his mental ocean. After a period of meditation, the internal magic's agitation became rhythmic. Each surge would impact the mental ocean with alarming frequency, accompanied by intense dizziness, nearly disrupting Matthew's ability to maintain the meditation. After several minutes, the mental ocean trembled violently, causing Matthew's countenance to darken. However, with the assistance of the dragon-scale fragrance, his mental ocean remained remarkably abundant. Half an hour later, the potion's effects began to wane, and the dizziness gradually subsided. At that moment, the mental ocean shook violently, and Matthew heard a sound akin to shattering glass near his ear. He felt as though he had broken free from some shackles, and the expanse of his mental ocean rapidly expanded, doubling in size before stabilizing. Subsequently, the magic within him began to bubble, causing objects in the study to levitate under an inexplicable force. Moments later, the magic gradually calmed, and the floating items fell back to the ground. Upon careful reflection, he realized that his total magical capacity had increased by 30%. Unable to contain his joy, Matthew recognized that he had now ascended to the rank of a third-level wizard apprentice. His previous conjecture during the last breakthrough had proven correct, as this latest advancement had subjected him to a minor magical upheaval. Though he and Link were both third-level wizard apprentices, his total magical capacity was now nearly double that of Link's. At the West Street Tavern, it was midday. Link had arranged to meet Matthew at the tavern, which now had a new owner. After they dealt with the mutated Old White, the local authorities had posted a notice listing all the faces of the deceased, including the former tavern owner, Old John. Following the announcement, Old John's son sold the tavern to settle debts. Upon Matthew's arrival, he saw Link and Anna waving to him. The tavern was noticeably quieter, devoid of any debt-collecting patrons. After taking a seat beside Link, he signaled the server to take their order. The server turned out to be the young owner they had encountered previously, Old John's son, now clad in the tavern's servant attire. Link expressed surprise. having just noticed him without calling him over for inquiry. "Aren't you the owner now?" Link asked. Compared to their last encounter, young John appeared less anxious, though shadows of sorrow lingered on his face, a testament to the profound impact of his parents' untimely deaths. Young John shook his head, explaining, "To repay my father's debts, I sold the tavern. However, Mrs. Guile, who purchased it, is a kind woman and has allowed me to continue working here." "Mrs. Guile? What a coincidence," Link mused, stroking his chin. Mrs. Guile was a well-known widow in Whitestone Town, having taken over her late husband's prosperous business after his passing. Upon her assumption of control, she significantly expanded the business. Half of the establishments along Tavern Street now belong to her. However, her primary enterprise lies in freight logistics, managing numerous caravans that transport goods between various cities. In this realm, long-distance spatial teleportation arrays can only be arranged by formidable second-tier sorcerers, and are typically found only in major cities or the strongholds of powerful wizarding organizations. Moreover, activating a spatial teleportation array consumes a considerable quantity of magic stones. Consequently, the primary means of interregional transport in this world continues to rely heavily on caravans. Young John inquired with curiosity, "What a coincidence." "Oh, it's nothing," came the reply. "I just saw her earlier and was unaware she had purchased this tavern." Link chuckled heartily. "I'm rather hungry. Let us place an order first. I would like a serving of baked white stone fruit with cheese, 3 portions of meat, and a drink." Matthew promptly echoed, "I would like the same." Once young John departed, Link remarked, "My grandfather came to Whitestone Town with her caravan, and I wish to see if she possesses any clues." He further disclosed, "I learned from her that my grandfather traveled to the Winter Forest with a total of 4 individuals, one of whom was her subordinate. This subordinate was initially meant to explore resources in the Winter Forest, and gathering the colorful cloud grass from there was also part of her enterprise. However, like my grandfather, this subordinate has gone missing in the Winter Forest. The previous gathering area for the colorful cloud grass is nearly depleted. So she intends to assemble an exploration team to scout new gathering zones within the Winter Forest." Chapter 50. Luna's gift. The sorcerers hired by Mrs. Jill for the exploration tasks are primarily low-level apprentice wizards with limited combat capabilities. Therefore, she plans to request 3 investigative teams from the court sorcerers to join the exploration effort, aiming for a total team size of approximately 20 individuals. Link took a sip of red tea to moisten his throat and continued, "She extended an invitation to me, and I accepted. It presents an excellent opportunity to search for clues in the Winter Forest." Court sorcerer investigative teams typically consist of a capable 3rd-tier apprentice leading 15 proficient 2nd-tier apprentice sorcerers. Link's team is relatively small, with his captaincy recently promoted. After a moment's contemplation, Matthew queried, "Will the court sorcerers accept her kind of private commission?" Link shrugged ordinarily. "They do not entertain private commissions, but Mrs. Jill offers substantial rewards. An official investigation request regarding the disappearance of a formal member has been issued by the court sorcerers, and the 3 investigative teams are ostensibly dispatched to investigate my grandfather's case in the Winter Forest." Matthew raised an eyebrow. Acknowledging that a 20-member wizarding team constitutes a force to be reckoned with, Mrs. Jill's influence is evidently considerable to muster such a scale of personnel. Furthermore, it is rare for court sorcerers to accept private commissions, while ordinary individuals can discreetly hire members of the court. Securing an official commission like Mrs. Jill's entails a significant price. Link continued, "You are a temporary investigator and not yet a formal member of the investigative team. Whether or not you choose to participate in this operation is entirely up to you. However, this undertaking also offers a substantial number of contribution points as rewards, sufficient for you to apply for the formal membership assessment upon completion." The internal rewards of contribution points from the court wizards hold considerable allure for Matthew. Even if not utilized for the membership assessment, they can be exchanged for various wizarding supplies such as magical artifacts, spells, meditation techniques, potion recipes, and alchemical materials. Furthermore, these contribution points can be redeemed for items that are exceedingly difficult to procure externally. Certain resource points within the Blizzard Kingdom are monopolized by the court wizards, and the materials produced by these monopolized resource points command exorbitant prices outside. After some contemplation, Matthew agreed to join. Link nodded, noting that Lady Jill still required a few days of preparation, and the 2 other investigative teams would not arrive in Whitestone Town for another 3 to 4 days. The malevolent ritual that had transpired a few days prior had yielded few clues, and due to the high casualty count, the residents of Whitestone Town were in a state of constant fear, rarely venturing beyond the town. Consequently, the bizarrely posed corpses discovered in the outskirts had also diminished. In the Hogwarts dining hall, Matthew dined with his roommates, though today was somewhat different. His table was laden with gift boxes. Today, November 11th, marked Matthew's birthday. Jerry jested, "It seems your popularity has surged after defeating Harry Potter. You certainly didn't receive this many gifts last year." Matthew added a splash of milk to his coffee and stirred gently. I believe it has little to do with that. After all, Harry Potter is merely a freshman. Previously, people regarded me with more trepidation, but after being awarded the title of Best Seeker of the Year, that fear has transformed into admiration. Quidditch is the most celebrated sport within the wizarding world, and excelling at it easily garners adoration. Jerry rolled his eyes. Your self-perception is quite clear. Gerald nudged Jerry with his elbow and gestured towards a direction diagonally across from Matthew. There sat a Slytherin girl with voluminous hair, her left hand cradling her chin while her right stirred her teacup, her gaze fixed intently on Matthew. As soon as Matthew glanced up, he found himself ensnared in her gaze. Upon offering a faint smile, the Slytherin girl blushed and hastily averted her eyes, feigning nonchalance. Gerald teased, I dare say a significant portion of those gifts are from girls. Today, there are quite a few girls confirming your birthday date. Matthew took a sip of his coffee just as a brown owl flew into the dining hall, delivering a package to him. He accepted the parcel and rewarded the owl with a chicken strip. It was sent by Luna. Upon opening the package, he discovered a scarf and a letter. This morning, I couldn't find my airship earrings. I must have forgotten something. Upon checking the calendar, I realized today is November 11th. The baby thunderbird has been eating more and more lately. The insects I catch are no longer sufficient for its appetite. Yesterday, my father and I went into the woods to catch insects to satiate it. The baby thunderbird began molting last week, and I wove its shed tail feathers into this scarf, hoping you will like it. Lastly, wishing you a happy birthday. Luna Lovegood. Matthew produced a scarf and could not help but admire Luna's exceptional craftsmanship. It was a scarf of a deep golden brown hue, mirroring the color of Luna's hair. The fabric, a luxurious cashmere, was exquisitely chosen, with the tail feathers of a thunderbird naturally embellishing the scarf without appearing ostentatious. Matthew was thoroughly pleased. The weather in this world had turned cooler, prompting him to drape the golden brown scarf around his neck. Gerald felt a pang of jealousy. Despite having experienced numerous romantic entanglements, he had never known the innocent affection that blossomed between childhood friends. As Matthew strolled down the corridor, he encountered Fred and George, who promptly blocked his path. Hey Fred, look who we have here. You're mistaken. He is certainly not a Gryffindor. George shook his head. Have you forgotten that pile of gifts we just saw? Fred suddenly enlightened. Oh, it's the heartthrob of Hogwarts, Matthew Blake. Matthew tapped his forehead in exasperation, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at being associated with these two mischief makers. What on earth are you doing? Please don't bestow upon me these ridiculous titles. Fred dramatically clasped his hands to his chest, as if in despair. Oh dear, how heartbreaking. We are merely here to offer you our heartfelt congratulations. George produced a gift box and exclaimed, Happy birthday, Matthew. Thank you. Matthew raised an eyebrow, cautiously accepting the gift, secretly apprehensive that it might be yet another prank concocted by Fred and George. He inquired with caution, Is this gift normal? George and Fred exchanged knowing glances and then fell into a fit of exaggerated weeping. Fred, he doubts our sincere friendship. Chapter 51, The Weasley Gift. Fred urged Matthew to open the gift swiftly. Matthew gingerly unwrapped the box, still haunted by the memories of the surprises the Weasley twins had previously bestowed upon him, including a rather peculiar cake flavored like dung. He remained baffled by how they managed to create a cake that smelled perfectly normal, yet tasted utterly repugnant. Of course, Matthew was uncertain whether the nauseating flavor truly resembled dung, as he had never encountered it firsthand. He only knew because Fred had told him so. Inside the box, he discovered a delicately crafted wooden music box. Matthew raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as the alchemical device he had entrusted to them for repair. This music box had been salvaged from a dark wizard and was slightly damaged, causing minor disruptions in a wizard's magical flow. He had thought to let George and Fred attempt its restoration. Since childhood, the twins had a knack for crafting prank devices. But he wondered if the repaired music box would retain its original function. Dance. Is that truly its intended purpose? Matthew mused, opening the music box. As he did so, a wooden puppet sprang forth, arms outstretched, poised as if ready to perform. Quick, place it on the ground, George urged. Although Matthew was somewhat perplexed, he complied and set the music box down. A haunting melody resonated through the corridor, and mere seconds later, 3 individuals found themselves compelled to dance. Why did I join in? Matthew bent slightly, alternating his feet in a peculiar rhythm, his hands swaying side to side beneath his hips, performing an odd dance. The user was also swept into the movement. Fred, grinning, remarked as he and George commenced a lively cha-cha. Was there a way to avoid this? Matthew's dance transitioned again, his body leaning right in a deep lunge, shoulders shifting rhythmically. In truth, avoiding the enchantment was simple. One merely needed to refrain from hearing the sound. With an effective radius of 3 meters, George and Fred shifted their dance styles in harmony. Matthew's movements morphed once more, his left hand resting below his abdomen while his right hand, fingers splayed, waved before him. He observed students approaching from the opposite end of the corridor, their gazes curious and somewhat perplexed. Matthew endeavored to channel his magical energy, seeking to disrupt the influence of the music box. Moments later, he successfully liberated himself from its control. Even after breaking free, the music from the box continued to subtly hinder his magical flow. He attempted to conjure a flickering light. Distinctly feeling the spell's sluggishness, its speed noticeably diminished. By shaping his magic into invisible earplugs that sealed his auditory canals, he effectively isolated himself from the music, allowing his internal magic to flow freely once more. As the melody concluded, Fred and George ceased their movements as well. The puppet within the music box bowed to them, leaping to close the lid, thereby silencing the enchanting tune. Matthew felt a sense of satisfaction. The previous iteration of the music box had only slightly disrupted a wizard's magical operations, hardly qualifying as a first-tier magical artifact. The present control was vastly superior, exemplifying group manipulation. It had taken him nearly 5 seconds to escape the music box's grasp, a duration potent enough to alter the course of a conflict. Such mastery placed it among the elite of first-tier control artifacts. Moreover, even after liberating himself, as long as the music persisted, his magical operations would remain affected. Thus, his adversaries would first need to silence the music to rid themselves of the interference, granting him precious time. Matthew smiled, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I truly appreciate the gift." George winked at Fred, saying, "See? I told you he would relish the dancing feature. My suggestion was indeed correct." Fred's face fell with disappointment. "We originally intended to incorporate a feature where we would sing along to the music, but that proved too challenging. So we settled on George's idea of a dance function instead." Indeed, dancing was not part of the original design. George echoed Fred's sentiment, his expression tinged with regret. "This music box is, without a doubt, incredibly intricate. We greatly admire its features and have attempted to create replicas, but all our efforts have been in vain. Otherwise, it would have replaced the Weasley's Chewy Toffee as the best-selling item at the Weasley Wizard Wheezes." Matthew, astonished, inquired, "Have you established the Weasley Wizard Wheezes?" He was aware that opening such a shop had long been their dream. Fred's face darkened. "At present, we only have the Chewy Toffee, the automatic ink feather quill, and the dung bombs. Our funds are exceedingly limited, preventing many of our ideas from coming to fruition. Do you need investment?" Matthew smiled and remarked that he still had a little spare change. Fred and George's eyes instantly sparkled with eager excitement. Fred exclaimed, "Oh, the great black." George enthusiastically added, "Of course you need it. You shall not regret today's decision. This will become your proudest investment." Matthew decided to invest 300 galleons as research and development funds, hoping to see more products by the following year. He retrieved 300 galleons from his pocket and, with a flick of his wand, transformed a piece of white paper into a money pouch. The Weasley twins nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "No problem. 300 galleons is ample for us to realize many ideas." Fred gleefully accepted the pouch, promising to share half the profits from whatever they created. Matthew nodded in agreement, explaining that this was a preliminary investment, and once they graduated, they could establish a company for developing alchemical products, at which point he would like to invest as a shareholder. The Weasley twins paused slightly. Having never considered starting a company, their greatest dream was to open a Weasley wizarding joke shop in Diagon Alley. They felt an unprecedented sense of camaraderie. George nodded affirmatively, while Fred reiterated earnestly, "You will not regret today's decision." To Matthew's surprise, he encountered a package dragging Peeves at the lounge entrance, a gift from Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. He opened the package to reveal a magical portrait of a man in a green robe, soaring through the air on a broomstick, gripping a bat, and striking a quaffle into the distance. The man in the portrait was none other than Matthew himself, a depiction of his Quidditch prowess. Matthew felt a surge of emotion. Considering the magical prowess of Harry and his friends, creating such a portrait would require considerable effort, perhaps even consulting professors. The only gift he received from the faculty was from Snape, a tome filled with notes titled The Potions Code, its contents surpassing the standard curriculum of potion making. His roommates also presented gifts. Jerry gifted a cauldron care set, while Gellett provided a copied potion recipe from his family's library. Most other gifts consisted of Quidditch supplies and snacks, with chocolate candies being the most abundant, often accompanied by a love letter. Chapter 52, Hogsmeade Open Day. Hogsmeade is the only village in Britain inhabited solely by wizards, devoid of muggles. The village resembles a commercial street, brimming with numerous shops, restaurants, and taverns. Today marks the Hogsmeade Open Day, a favorite occasion for students and teachers alike, though Hogwarts stipulates that only third-year students and above may visit Hogsmeade, requiring a guardian sign permission. The school's owls are at their disposal, free of charge, and Matthew had arranged for his aunt to sign the permission slip the previous day. Gellett crossed his arms and rubbed his elbows, feeling a bit cold. Jerry shot him a glance, recalling who had just claimed not to need extra layers. Matthew chuckled softly, drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, cast a charm to ward off the wind and chill. Gellett, somewhat astonished, remarked, "I'm not cold anymore. What kind of magic is this? They didn't teach this at school." Matthew explained that he had discovered a cold-resistant spell in an ancient tome, which is an improved version of the hot wind incantation. The cold-resistant spell is more manageable than its fiery counterpart. Jerry remarked that the hot wind spell is indeed difficult to control, and one could easily suffer burns if not cautious. Gerald expressed his delight, exclaiming that he would no longer have to endure the cold, commending Blake for his extensive knowledge. Matthew then inquired if they had any purchases in mind, offering to assist them by carrying items while they secured seats at the Hogshead Inn, which is usually bustling on open days. Arriving late could result in a lack of available seating, and the more pleasant 3 broomsticks would already be crowded. Gerald requested that Matthew fetch a shorthand quill from the Scribulous writing instrument shop, along with some fizzing Whizbees and a peppermint drink from Honeydukes. Jerry added his own request for coconut ice and a fruit-flavored beverage. Matthew nodded, acknowledging that both roommates were avid enthusiasts of confectionery delights, often indulging in the sweets he received on his birthday. After parting ways, Matthew first visited the Scribulous shop to procure the shorthand quill, but upon arriving at Honeydukes, he discovered a long queue, indicating that purchases would take some time. He found a student and offered a few sickles as a tip to stand in line for him until he could return. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he slipped into a deserted alley. From his pocket, he retrieved a bottle of dark green potion, a concoction he had crafted from hair he had carelessly collected in the past. Matthew's pocket contained various disguises for different ages and genders. This time, he had come to Hogsmeade to procure a selection of potion ingredients and needed to disguise himself to avoid drawing attention. In an instant, his entire face contorted as something beneath his skin began to writhe. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears seemed to melt away, and his visage continuously morphed. Shortly thereafter, his bones began to shift, accompanied by an array of unsettling sounds throughout his body. Moments later, Matthew had transformed into a tall, slender man with golden hair. Masquerading as an ordinary adult wizard, he poured the remaining potion into a flask, ensuring he could maintain his disguise should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Matthew made his way to Slug Jigger's Apothecary, a chain store also present in Diagon Alley. The shelves of the apothecary were lined with an assortment of potions and ingredients, and behind the counter sat a rotund, bald man, engrossed in a book of considerable thickness. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The bald man eventually noticed Matthew's entrance, yet he did not lift his gaze from the pages he was perusing. "I wish to purchase a selection of ingredients," Matthew replied, listing the names and quantities of the items he required. The bald man promptly set his book aside and stood up, a warm smile spreading across his face as he casually assessed Matthew. "Thank you for choosing Slug Jigger's Apothecary. We have all the ingredients you need, except for the pullgrass." Matthew inquired, "You do not stock pullgrass?" The bald man smiled and remarked that the Slagajig's Apothecary was indeed a legitimate establishment, with the golden dewgrass falling under the purview of the Ministry of Magic's prohibition of sale regulations. Matthew furrowed his brow slightly. Golden dewgrass was a primary ingredient in the concoction of the incendiary explosive potion, a volatile and explosive elixir potent enough to effectively combat large creatures. He vividly recalled the tangled grove of dragon and serpent trees he had encountered upon his arrival in the Wizarding World, particularly the formidable tree atop the mountain that appeared quite troublesome. Noticing Matthew's genuine interest in purchasing, the bald man furtively glanced outside and said, "Sir, if you truly desire it, you may find green at the second window seat to the right of the Hogshead Inn." He slipped a card into Matthew's hand, inscribed with the message, "I have what you seek." The back bore a magical insignia for identification. Matthew nodded and requested, "Please prepare the other potions for me." "Just a moment," the bald man replied, retrieving various ingredients from a standing cabinet at the back, sorting and packaging them meticulously. "Thank you for your patronage. The total comes to 168 galleons." Upon exiting the apothecary, Matthew took a small sip from his flask and made his way toward the Hogshead Inn. The shabby sign of the inn hung precariously from a rusted bracket, adorned with an image of a wild boar's head. As the wind blew, the sign creaked ominously, provoking a concern that it might fall and strike someone below. Inside, the inn matched the dilapidated exterior. Thick grime coated the windows, further diminishing the already poor light. Nevertheless, the atmosphere buzzed with liveliness, for it was an open day, and many students had gathered to enjoy a drink. Such a monopoly allows for unchecked behavior. In the Muggle world, such an establishment would have long since shuttered, Matthew mused. In Hogsmeade, there were only 2 inns, the Hog's Head and the 3 Broomsticks. The proprietor of the Hog's Head was also a Dumbledore. Matthew had met him and noted a striking resemblance to his affable headmaster. Soon enough, Matthew spotted Jerry and Gerlet seated at a table on the left, but he chose to walk to the right instead. At the second window seat on the right sat a wizard clad in a hood, his aged visage bearing a chilling demeanor, fitting the stereotype of a dark wizard in the eyes of Muggles. He accepted the card Matthew extended, gently tracing his fingers over the magical insignia before inquiring, "What do you require?" Lowering his voice, Matthew replied, 50 ounces of golden dewgrass. Golden dewgrass. The hooded Green lifted a glass from the table, taking a swig of its contents. 8 galleons per ounce. Such an exorbitant price. Matthew's brow furrowed. This was not an exceedingly rare ingredient, yet it fetched such a steep cost. Green smirked, responding with languid indifference. The ministry prohibits the trade of golden dew grass, and I bear the risk. Thus, I am entitled to this price. The incendiary explosive potion crafted from golden dew grass was listed among the ministry's heavily regulated contraband, and consequently, the trade of golden dew grass was also banned. Matthew's potion recipe was inherited from his ancestors. Too expensive, Matthew attempted to negotiate. The back alley route only charges 5 galleons per ounce. Green took another swig of his drink, the minimum price being 6 gold galleons. Very well. How to negotiate with Matthew was a challenge. This was a seller's market. Even if he ventured to Diagon Alley, he would still be overcharged. The price he had just mentioned was entirely fabricated. Follow me, Green commanded, setting down his cup and rising from the tavern. Matthew trailed behind him, and once outside, they found themselves in a secluded corner. Wait here, I will fetch the goods. Green departed alone, heading to Slaggijig's apothecary for the merchandise. As a broker, he dealt in items that respectable shops dared not openly sell. From his bag, he produced a parcel containing 50 ounces of dragon grass. After Matthew confirmed the contents, he handed over the prepared 300 gold galleons. Once Green counted the galleons, he furtively glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then whispered, "Are you interested in a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg?" Matthew raised an eyebrow. Such a creature was exceedingly rare. Norwegian ridgebacks were typically found only within protected reserves, with few straying beyond their confines, and private ownership was illegal. A chilling smile crept across Green's face. Indeed, it is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, and it is viable for hatching. Matthew's expression shifted. Could this be the very egg Professor Quirrell had used to ensnare Hagrid? After all, Norwegian ridgeback eggs were remarkably scarce. Even in the black market of Diagon Alley, the likelihood of it being the same egg was substantial. If he were to acquire it, he could potentially use it to barter with Quirrell for certain items. Quirrell had connections to Voldemort, the notorious Dark Lord, whose mastery of dark magic far surpassed Matthew's own. Matthew envisioned trading the dragon egg for some arcane knowledge, which was exceedingly difficult to procure even with wealth. Given Voldemort's current weakened state, the risk of such a transaction seemed minimal. After advancing to a third-level wizard apprentice, Matthew's abilities had significantly improved, even if faced with Quirrell and Voldemort. He believed he could extricate himself unscathed. Not wanting to miss this rare opportunity, he urged, "Let me examine its quality." Green retrieved a scaled egg from his bag, its size surpassing that of a human head. Matthew infused his magical perception into the egg, sensing vibrant magical fluctuations within. The egg was indeed alive, showing no signs of tampering. "How much?" Matthew inquired, his expression darkening. "Why not simply steal it? I will take it for 1,000 galleons. Green replied coldly. "This is a Norwegian ridgeback egg. Such commodities are scarce on the market. 4,500 galleons. That is exorbitant. Owning a Norwegian ridgeback is illegal. Being such a massive creature, it is difficult to conceal, and few are willing to bear the associated risks." After much negotiation, Green stubbornly clung to the price of 4,000 galleons. Just as Matthew contemplated acquiescing, he suddenly sensed a subtle surge of magical energy emanating from Green's hand. Before long, several figures appeared at the street corner, blocking their path. Matthew's expression changed. It was a trap. Leading the group was a middle-aged woman clad in a pink frilled skirt, her broad, sagging face betraying a lack of refinement, flanked by a cadre of aurors. "Thanks to my brilliant idea, look, we have caught another who dares to defy the prohibition of Contraband Management Act," the leading woman exclaimed, her voice sharp and slick. The owner of this voice was Dolores Umbridge, the office director of the Department of Contraband Management. Since her appointment, in a bid to showcase her capabilities before Minister Cornelius Fudge, she devised a scheme to ensnare individuals involved in contraband. Green was her chosen accomplice, and those merchants seeking Green's services were mere lambs to the slaughter. These avaricious traders believed that Green's actions were tacitly condoned by Umbridge, thinking she would spare them. In reality, she was merely casting a long line to catch bigger fish. She deemed the current haul insufficient, waiting until the stakes were higher before she would turn on them, adding to her list of accomplishments. "Let me see, who dares to trade in Norwegian ridgeback eggs?" Umbridge shrieked. Matthew, with a swift kick, sent Green sprawling to the ground as she attempted to draw her wand. Unknown to her, he had already conjured a wand into his right hand, and with a quick flick, a dazzling silver bullet erupted in the air, bursting into a blinding white light. The corner lit up with a searing brilliance, obscuring everyone's vision, faint and petrify them all. As the aurors beside Umbridge reacted instinctively, casting spells towards Matthew's direction, they soon discovered that he had vanished into thin air once the light dissipated. Umbridge, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Capture him! Seize him!" For aurors hurriedly dashed outside, leaving only a young witch behind. "Intern, what are you still doing there?" The young witch snapped back to reality and quickly ran after her colleagues. Meanwhile, Matthew maintained his disillusionment charm as he descended into an unoccupied alleyway, having just cast a spell to obstruct vision before his escape. Engaging in a confrontation with Aurors and Hogsmeade was a foolish endeavor. Upon landing, he swiftly checked himself for any traces of tracking charms and exhaled in relief. The polyjuice potion he had consumed was also nearing its expiration, so he lingered in the alley, awaiting its effects to wane, while extending his magical senses to their utmost, constantly attuned to his surroundings. Moments later, his appearance reverted to its original state. After ensuring all was in order, Matthew strolled out of the alley with composure. Chapter 54, Umbridge's Malice. After exiting the deserted alley, Matthew made his way towards the bustling main street. There, he encountered Umbridge along with several Aurors. Her face flushed crimson with fury as she screeched in her sharp, oily tone, "Is this how he managed to escape? You must find him." A young witch with violet hair muttered, "How can we find him? He could have used apparition to get away." Umbridge, deeply irritated by any challenge to her authority, fixed her gaze on the young witch. "In turn, I am beginning to doubt your capabilities, and I shall report this to the Auror office." Umbridge did not enjoy a favorable reputation within the ministry, and her fishing operation had only garnered the assistance of one Auror and a few intern Aurors. The young witch pouted in displeasure, choosing to remain silent. As a mere trainee, she wondered if Umbridge could genuinely influence her evaluation. This internship experience had been exceedingly unpleasant. Since she began working under Umbridge, she had been persistently targeted by her. Fortunately, she was not alone in this regard, as Umbridge's treatment of her subordinates was universally poor, particularly towards the younger and more attractive witches. Suddenly, the young witch's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Matthew, what are you doing here?" "Oh, today is the Hogsmeade Open Day." The witch with violet hair was Nymphadora Tonks, Matthew's cousin, whose mother was also a black, making her Matthew's aunt. Matthew had a good relationship with this aunt. During his childhood, when he lived with her, she would visit annually to check on his well-being. Upon seeing Matthew, Tonks appeared somewhat cheerful. "The Auror department is understaffed, so they sent me for an internship." She had few siblings, only Matthew and Draco Malfoy as cousins. The relationship between their families was strained, which extended to her interactions with Draco, leaving Matthew as her sole familial connection. Matthew stroked his chin, pondering the unreliability of the Auror department. Tonks had only graduated from Hogwarts this year and had trained for a mere 6 months before being sent out to intern. Seeing that Tonks had not bowed her head in apology and instead turned to converse with others, Umbridge felt slighted. A woman with a strong desire for control. She perceived this as a profound insult. "Intern," she screeched. "What is this attitude? How has your teacher instructed you? It is working hours now, and you intend to act like a wage thief in front of the head of the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures? I will certainly report this to your evaluators." Umbridge emphasized her position, relishing in her authority. Tonks, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "I was merely greeting my cousin." Umbridge's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Matthew. Matthew Black? Her persistent targeting of Tonks stemmed not only from jealousy over Tonks' youth and beauty, but also from the fact that Tonks was a scion of the Black family, which gave Umbridge a sense of superiority, a fulfillment of her controlling nature. Umbridge's audacity was also fueled by Tonks having a Muggle father. Her mother had long been disowned by the Black family. To avoid significant trouble, Umbridge was acutely aware of the Black family's circumstances. Knowing that Tonks had 2 cousins, and that the young man before her was evidently not young Malfoy. Upon seeing Matthew nod, Umbridge's expression brightened with excitement. Here was yet another Black she could manipulate. Well versed in the Black family's history, she knew that Matthew's parents had perished at the hands of Death Eaters, making him an easily malleable target in her eyes. Although her assertion about examining Matthew's wand was a mere pretext, it was not solely intended to inconvenience him. Umbridge, known for her poor interpersonal skills, has ascended to her current position by skillfully discerning her superior's intentions. Presently, her direct superior is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, who harbors a keen desire to meddle in the affairs of Hogwarts, aspiring to undermine Dumbledore, a task he is most eager to undertake. Matthew, a scion of the Black family, is no stranger to the dark arts, as it is quite customary for those hailing from ancient lineages to dabble in such sorcery, even in the absence of tangible evidence. This knowledge can satiate her yearning for control. Tonks' expression shifted. She was aware that Matthew had learned magic from his family's ancestral portraits. It would be absurd to claim he had never practiced dark magic, especially since her own mother had imparted some of its secrets to her. This is a politically correct notion within the wizarding community, an unspoken truth that, while universally recognized, should not be openly acknowledged. Those who weigh the scales know that mere appearances can be deceiving. Tonks positioned herself protectively in front of Matthew. "He is merely a student. You cannot act this way." Upon witnessing Tonks' anxious demeanor, Umbridge's satisfaction grew. Whether there was an issue would be revealed once the wand was inspected. Matthew placed a reassuring hand on Tonks' shoulder, silently conveying that there was no need for alarm. Umbridge would not uncover anything from his wand. He was prepared, having refrained from practicing dark magic with it for years. With an impassive expression, he drew his wand, inviting her to proceed. The subsequent dozen or so recorded spells were transfiguration charms, prompting Umbridge to shriek. Is transfiguration the only magic you can perform? Matthew replied unhurriedly. I believe the head of the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures should possess a proper education. Transfiguration is an intricate branch of magic that demands diligent practice to master. Realizing she had found no incriminating evidence, Umbridge feigned nonchalance, stating, Very well, Matthew Black, who can only perform transfiguration. It seems the legacy of the Blacks will conclude with your generation. Chapter 55, The Memory Charm. Matthew raised an eyebrow, retorting, Is it truly within your purview to dictate the fate of the Black legacy, based on such narrow criteria? Umbridge, momentarily taken aback, could hardly believe a student would dare to challenge her, an affront to her authority. Enraged, she declared, Behold, a student who dares to defy a ministry official. Individuals like you belong in Azkaban, just like another Black, Sirius. Azkaban is your rightful home. Matthew continued to provoke her, cautiously countering. There is no statute that states disrespect warrants imprisonment in Azkaban. Umbridge, believing she had intimidated Matthew, relished the thought. Azkaban held considerable sway in the wizarding world, housing countless Dementors. A greasy smile crept across her broad, sagging face as she shrilled. There will be laws for those of your ilk who disrespect the ministry. Minister Fudge will ultimately deal with you. Matthew's countenance darkened. The Blacks were a venerable lineage among the Sacred 28. How dare you act in such a manner? Umbridge continued to intimidate and provoke Matthew, seeking to elicit irrational actions from him in a heightened emotional state, thus providing herself with an excuse to trouble him further. Even within the ranks of the Sacred 28 pureblood families, one is not exempt from the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. Once you find yourself in Azkaban, you will discover that many members of pureblood families reside within its walls. Prepare to spend your days in the company of Dementors. Matthew retorted, I have not violated any laws. You have no authority to imprison me in Azkaban. Umbridge, increasingly smug, declared in a shrill and oily voice. You must understand that laws are not immutable. By defying a ministry official and showing disrespect towards the ministry, you are challenging its authority. Mark my words, you are doomed. What Umbridge failed to mention was that even if laws were amended in the future, they could not retroactively apply to Matthew's present actions. Matthew had gathered the key phrases he desired and felt satisfied. He dismissed Umbridge and, after bidding farewell to Tonks, intended to leave. However, upon seeing Matthew attempt to depart, Umbridge swiftly obstructed his path, gripping his arm and exclaiming, Stop! Did I permit you to leave? Let go! Do not block my way, Matthew replied, pulling his arm free and departing without hesitation. In a fit of rage, Umbridge screamed, Damn you, Black! I will see you all imprisoned in Azkaban. She had no legitimate reason to act thus. When Matthew ignored her, she was left to seethe in impotent fury. After walking some distance away, Matthew extended his left hand, and a stream of light coalesced in his palm, forming a sphere that radiated with vibrant hues. Umbridge could never have anticipated that Matthew had captured the recent exchange using the recording charm, especially since he had not employed his wand. This particular charm was a form of Nivern magic, which allowed Matthew to execute it without a wand. Upon returning home, he planned to edit the recorded footage into a magical photograph or video to send to the newspaper. Furthermore, the recording charm documents the events within a space rather than from a personal perspective. By anonymously submitting the edited footage, even if suspicion arose, there would be no evidence linking him to it. Arriving at the designated location, he found the student who had assisted him in purchasing goods, squatting by the roadside and idly waiting. Upon seeing Matthew finally arrive, the student complained, Your money is hard-earned. I've waited quite a while. Matthew handed him a few extra sickles, apologizing, I'm sorry, I was delayed by an unexpected matter. After acquiring his items, he made his way to the 3 broomsticks to meet the eagerly awaiting Jerry and Gerald. At the Hogwarts Great Hall, while dining with his roommates, the students who had subscribed to newspapers and magazines received their deliveries via owls. Matthew and his companions also received their papers. The Daily Prophet bore sensational news. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge plans to regulate pureblood families. Accompanying the article was an image of Umbridge brandishing her wand at Matthew, depicting the moment she demanded he surrender his wand. Recently, the newspaper received a letter containing a magical image, reportedly capturing an unintentional moment where Dolores Umbridge inadvertently revealed that Fudge believes pureblood families disrespect the Ministry of Magic and intends to amend regulations against them. It is crucial to note that Dolores Umbridge, the director of the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, is a confidant of Fudge, and her statements may well be a prelude to Fudge's intentions. In a surprising turn of events, Umbridge, an official from the Ministry of Magic, has unjustly targeted students from Hogwarts. What is the Ministry's agenda? The Ministry must not abuse its power. Fudge's indulgence of his subordinate Umbridge's malevolence will inevitably lead to repercussions. Accompanying this discussion is an image of Umbridge casting spells towards Matthew, though the angle obscures the view of Matthew's wand, creating the illusion that she is continuously assaulting him with magic. The Magical World Weekly has unveiled Fudge's ambitions. Is he truly attempting to eradicate pureblood families during his tenure? This publication, known for its sensationalism, often attracts readers with outrageous headlines, and its accompanying image bears no relevance to Matthew, instead featuring a photograph of Fudge himself. The Magical World Daily News has reported that Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge has denied any intentions to target pureblood families, asserting that the circulating magical footage is fabricated. The accompanying image shows Fudge reading a press release. Recently, the prophet received an anonymous letter alleging that Fudge intends to revise the laws against pureblood families to suppress them. Fudge publicly declared this to be false information, suggesting that certain individuals aim to tarnish the ministry's reputation, while vowing to investigate such actions and ensure that these attempts to defame the ministry are not tolerated. Jerry exclaimed, "Matthew, the incident you experienced yesterday has been recorded and reported in the newspapers." Matthew had discussed the matter with them the previous day, but had not revealed that he had used a recording charm to document the scene. Jared held a tabloid, reading aloud its contents. Perhaps only those closest to Fudge could truly comprehend his intentions. If one were to delve deeper into the relationship between Umbridge and Fudge, it could be uncovered that their connection transcends mere hierarchy. We have previously captured numerous photographs of them frequenting private venues together. Jerry leaned in to see the accompanying image of Umbridge and Fudge in a CAF. Curiously, he remarked, "Could they actually be clandestine lovers?" Jarrett replied, "That would be quite fitting." Indeed. Matthew calmly sipped his tea. While such speculative information may not pose genuine trouble for Fudge, it is sufficient to direct his wrath towards Umbridge, whose professional future will undoubtedly suffer considerably. In the Minister of Magic's office, Umbridge stood trembling. Having been summoned by Fudge early in the morning, she had anticipated receiving a task from the minister, but upon entering, she was met with a tirade of his furious rebuke. Fudge's entire face was flushed with anger as he hurled a copy of the Daily Prophet at Umbridge, exclaiming, "Look at what you have done." Umbridge, perplexed, picked up the newspaper and, after a brief glance, shrieked in indignation, "This is false. I never said such things." Fudge roared back at her, "Can you not see the crux of the matter? How could you allow yourself to be recorded while conducting your duties? Are you a fool?" The veracity of the magical image was no longer the issue. Even if it were fabricated, many would still believe it. His fury stemmed from his subordinates' careless handling of the situation, leaving a trail that could be easily exploited. Trembling with fear, Umbridge asserted, "It must be that black. He certainly orchestrated the recording. He must have deliberately sought me out yesterday." Fudge fixed her with a penetrating gaze, demanding, "Do you have any evidence?" Umbridge wiped the sweat from her brow, lowering her gaze to avoid meeting Fudge's eyes, muttering, "I will find the evidence." Chapter 56, The Winter Forest. In the Wizarding World. The Winter Forest. Matthew followed the exploration team organized by the affluent Mrs. Gilderoy into the Winter Forest. This expedition comprised 24 members, aside from the 3 from Link's team. There were 2 additional 4-member teams of court wizards, with the remainder being members of Mrs. Gilderoy's Merchant Guild. The wizards rode on chocobos, a mount capable of adapting to various terrains. Additionally, the team brought along some bipedal pack beasts, creatures modified by wizards, known for their remarkable endurance and adaptability to diverse landscapes, even allowing for brief flights. The leader of the exploration team was a somewhat austere middle-aged wizard, reputed to be a trusted aide of Mrs. Gilderoy and the guild's supervisor. Upon entering the outskirts of the Winter Forest, they spotted a colossal dragon snake ancient tree in the distance, its upward curving branches forming a canopy resembling an inverted umbrella, vast and symmetrical. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see that the branches were covered in fleshy growths, giving the appearance of countless giant serpents writhing in the air. Matthew had encountered this giant tree before. It was at the outskirts of the Winter Forest that he first arrived during his initial traversal. The outskirts were dominated by the Dragon Snake Grove, a vast area that the exploration team was traversing via a different path than Matthew had taken, yet they still had to pass through this grove. The dragon snake trees thrived on magical energy, and any wizard or magical creature that approached would be attacked. If ensnared, they would quickly have their magic siphoned away by the branches. Upon reaching the entrance of the Dragon Snake Grove, the leader signaled for everyone to halt, stating, "We are about to enter the grove. Al, distribute the powder. Everyone should apply it." A stout, rotund wizard promptly retrieved a pouch of powder from the pack beast and distributed it among the team members. Al was the only first-level wizard apprentice in the group, specially assigned by Mrs. Gilderoy from her merchant convoy as logistical support, possessing practical outdoor magic skills and excelling in cooking and camping techniques. Upon receiving the medicinal powder, the individuals promptly sprayed it upon themselves. This powder, crafted from the pollen of the dragon snake tree, confounds the tree's sensory perception, rendering them impervious to attack. With the application of this powder, the dragon snake tree grove transforms into a sanctuary, devoid of other magical creatures. After dispersing the powder, The exploration team set forth into the grove, with the dragon snake trees around them displaying no reaction to the approaching wizards. Fortunately, the powder allowed them to evade detection and subsequent assault, enabling the team to traverse the grove unscathed. Exiting the grove, the team entered the winter forest, a realm perpetually blanketed in snow, yet flourishing with verdant flora, hence its name. Upon leaving the grove, Matthew's magical perception detected some magical creatures nearby, albeit weak and too timid to approach the exploration team. Hours later, they arrived at a ravine. The leading wizard cautioned, "We are about to cross the territory of the lantern monkey. Their territorial instincts are formidable, so remain vigilant." Seated upon a chocobo, Matthew retrieved the map from his pack, an exquisite winter forest map gifted by Link. The winter forest is primarily divided into 3 regions. The outermost area is the dragon snake tree grove, beyond which lies a forest ravine teeming with magical creatures, meticulously detailed on the map. The purpose of Matthew's expedition is to identify suitable locations for establishing a collection area for rainbow grass within this region. Although the winter forest harbors numerous areas conducive to the growth of rainbow grass, many are occupied by magical creatures that feed upon it, thereby limiting the availability of prime collection sites. Should their search prove fruitless, they may need to displace a creature inhabiting a rainbow grass growth area and seize its territory. Upon traversing the forest ravine, they would delve into the depths of the winter forest, where the map bears scant markings, merely indicating several perilous locations, some dominated by powerful beings, while others pose natural hazards. Matthew inquired, "Link, can you use the bloodline tracking spell to sense old Watson's location?" "Let me try," replied Link. Extracting a transparent crystal ball from his pack, he pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the crystal. Gradually, the crystal transformed to a crimson hue as Link focused intently upon it. After a moment of disorientation, he felt a vague connection to a location deep within the winter forest. Fortuitously, Link realized that if this team were merely a group seeking a collection area for rainbow grass, they would never have the opportunity to penetrate the depths of the winter forest, as the growth areas could be found within the forest ravine. Thankfully, Lady Jill had orchestrated the exploration team with an additional purpose. Her granddaughter needed to venture into the depths of the winter forest in search of the shadow white deer. It is rumored that the ethereal white deer is a benevolent spirit transformed, guiding those who find themselves lost in the winter forest back to safety. This elusive species is exceptionally rare, with its habitat once discovered deep within the winter forest. The current expedition aims to locate the ethereal white deer and retrieve the elusive dumplings from the bowl of vinegar. Thus, after completing the task of finding the collection area of the rainbow herb, the exploration team will venture into the depths of the winter forest. At that time, Link will be able to accompany the team into the heart of the forest, and their strength should suffice to handle the perils that lie ahead. Matthew nodded, indicating that they should first seek the rainbow herb collection area. Upon entering the forest canyon, the surroundings transformed dramatically, notably. The magical creatures here possessed greater strength than those previously encountered, daring to observe the exploration team from a distance. Moments later, Matthew sensed a group of magical beings approaching them. The team leader suddenly called out, "Be on guard." Equipped with a sensing artifact, the leader discerned the unusual presence. The wizards immediately heightened their vigilance. Before long, a troop of lantern-headed monkey creatures leaped forth from the trees. These beings featured elongated necks connecting to lanterns that emitted an orange glow, while their bodies resembled those of monkeys, with limbs that appeared to possess 4 hands. They gripped the branches with their feet, upside down in the trees, surrounding the exploration team. Chapter 57, The Camp. Matthew estimated that there were over 50 of the long-necked lantern monkeys encircling them. The sight of so many lantern-headed creatures suspended among the branches was quite spectacular, their heads illuminating the area around them. Be cautious of the mental attacks from the long-necked lantern monkeys. Do not gaze at the lanterns, as they can induce hallucinations. The leader wizard shouted, "Is there anyone skilled in fog magic?" The lanterns held a hidden mouth within, their light possessing hypnotic properties. Once prey was ensnared by the glow, the long-necked lantern monkeys would extend their mouths from the lanterns to feast upon the flesh and blood of their victims. With so many lantern monkeys, it was challenging to avoid their mesmerizing light. "I shall handle it." A young male wizard from the team produced a black orb from his robe, activating it to envelop the surroundings in a gray mist. The lantern's glow was reduced to a faint shimmer, insufficient to affect the wizards' minds. Through the dim light within the gray fog, they could pinpoint the location of the long-necked lantern monkeys. "Now unleash area attack spells," the young wizard shouted. The wizards immediately cast a barrage of spells, slicing winds, bolts of lightning, fireballs, and massive stones, firing them into the surrounding area. The collective assault from the wizards resembled a ferocious artillery barrage, and in an instant, piercing screams echoed through the gray mist, extinguishing much of the faint light. Matthew sensed that this onslaught had eliminated several of the long-necked lantern monkeys. Disturbing shrieks resonated from the mist as the lantern monkeys leaped swiftly among the branches, closing in on the wizards. The long-necked lantern monkeys exhibit a profound fear of fire. Matthew employed a burning hand spell to seize 2 of these creatures, igniting their fur in an instant. Soon, they were reduced to charred remains. The lead wizard, having observed this spectacle, unleashed a barrage of fire-based magic to suppress the creatures. Aware that the lantern monkeys would become a significant threat if they approached, as the gray mist would no longer shield them from the lantern's mental assaults. As casting spells requires a certain amount of time, several wizards opted for immediate magic activation through their enchanted artifacts, generating an invisible force that repelled the advancing lantern monkeys. Some of the creatures, unable to maintain their grip on the branches, plummeted to the ground. At that moment, the terrain had inexplicably morphed into a marshy expanse, ensnaring the fallen monkeys, who struggled futilely against the mire, only to sink deeper into its grasp. Just then, the wizards completed their fire spells, launching over a dozen substantial fireballs into the throng of lantern monkeys. The fireballs erupted among the creatures, engulfing them in searing flames. High-pitched cries of distress pierced the mist as the monkey horde disintegrated. The remaining lantern monkeys, stripped of their fighting spirit, began to flee in all directions. Some, in a state of panic, mistakenly fled towards the exploration team's position. Link drew his sword, though not adept at fire magic. He had been idly observing until now. With a casual sweep, he unleashed a blade of wind that cleaved a nearby lantern monkey in 2. He remarked with ease that the weaknesses of these creatures were glaringly apparent, making them quite manageable. Matthew, wielding the burning hand, dispatched another lantern monkey, reflecting on how troublesome an encounter could be if they were fewer in number, as the presence of one often indicated a nearby colony. Soon, the area fell silent, the defeated monkeys having retreated far, with roughly a dozen having escaped. The materials harvested from the lantern monkeys were of little value, and thus, the group deemed it unnecessary to pursue them. With the demise of the lantern monkeys, their luminous glow ceased to affect the mind. Matthew, intrigued by the lantern structure on the creatures, examined a corpse, attempting to discern its anatomy while discovering that it lacked any energy that could be absorbed by the metallic disc in his mind. The lantern's design on the monkey's neck was deceptively simple, resembling an oval lantern supported by skeletal structures, with the glowing wick appearing as the creature's mouthpart, a slender tube. Contrary to initial impressions, the lantern was not the monkey's head. Rather, its brain resided at the junction of the lantern and the neck. Astonishingly, Matthew found no ocular structures on the lantern monkeys, leaving him puzzled as to how they perceived their surroundings. The logistics wizard, Al, proposed that the deceased lantern monkeys could continue to emit light for a few days. He suggested removing the lanterns to serve as makeshift road lamps, useful for any nighttime travel they might encounter. The team leader assessed the twilight sky, nodding in agreement, and declared that they would set up camp for the night, taking care to secure the area to prevent attracting other magical creatures. This region had been magically cleared, devoid of trees, providing an unobstructed line of sight. A campfire blazed within the encampment, yet this was no ordinary fire. It was a mystical artifact, capable of maintaining a stable temperature within a limited radius, warding off wild beasts and concealing the camp's presence. Matthew took a bite of roasted meat, discovering that Al, the logistics wizard, possessed considerable culinary skills. The venison was roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within. He also found some mushrooms nearby, which he combined with dried meat to concoct a savory broth. Sipping the broth slowly, he observed the wizards in the camp, noting that the exploration team had subtly divided into 2 factions. The merchants' wizards congregated together, while 3 teams of court wizards gathered on the opposite side of the fire. From their seating arrangement, it was evident that the merchants were not centered around their leader, but rather around Lady Gill's twin granddaughters, who occupied the most central position. The atmosphere among the 3 teams of court wizards seemed amicable. Link was acquainted with the other 2 team leaders. One was a tall female wizard, the tallest among them, with a boisterous personality. The other was a striking young male wizard with chestnut hair and a voice that leaned towards the androgynous. Had it not been for Link's reminder, Matthew would have been unaware of his gender. After dinner, the lead wizard approached and suggested that they each designate someone to keep watch, ensuring a rotation. The apprentice wizards were not yet capable of staying awake all night. Someone needed to keep vigil. The tall female wizard volunteered, "I shall take the first watch." Link nodded in agreement. "Then I will take the second watch." After practicing his meditation for a while, Matthew lay down to sleep, in a state of hazy slumber. He was abruptly jolted awake by a sensation of falling. Startled, Matthew quickly lifted his head and scanned the surroundings. Everyone in the camp, save for him, had vanished without a trace. He swiftly rose and drew his wand. The light emitted by the campfire revealed a peculiar monochrome glow, peering beyond the fire's reach. He found the world enveloped in a grayish haze, reduced to shades of black, white, and gray. Chapter 58, Into the Dream. Outside the camp, The landscape was shrouded in a murky gray, obscuring all visibility. A lucid dream? It did not feel like one. Matthew's thoughts were clear, uncharacteristic of a dreamlike state. Focusing his awareness, an image of a circular metallic disc floated into his mind. Nevertheless, through his recent perception, he sensed that the disc's traversal ability remained unaffected, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. With wand in hand, Matthew cautiously searched the camp. The other members of the exploration team seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of their belongings, save for the bottles, bowls, iron pots, and sleeping bags that remained behind. The chocobos and pack beasts tethered to the stumps were similarly absent. As Matthew hesitated, contemplating whether to utilize his traversal ability to escape, he noticed a shift in the gray mist outside the camp. A glimmering light began to emerge from the fog, gradually growing brighter as it approached the encampment. Soon after, Matthew heard voices, those of Link and Anna. Rising, wand in hand, he directed his gaze towards the source of the luminous glow. Moments later, Link and Anna emerged from the mist, riding upon a chocobo. The faint glimmer that Matthew had just witnessed was, in fact, the lantern they carried. With a smile, Link inquired, "Are you awake?" At that instant, a subtle tremor coursed through the metallic disc in Matthew's mind. His consciousness surged violently, and a fleeting clarity flickered through him. As his gaze shifted from a haze to one imbued with awareness, he abruptly realized that he had unwittingly stepped into the fog. Before him stood not Link and Anna, but a grotesque creature of nightmarish appearance. This beast, though possessing limbs akin to a human's, had a neck that was not connected to a head, but rather bore a multitude of writhing appendages resembling sandworms. Each of these appendages was as thick as a human thigh, ending in a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. The creature's body appeared to be covered in hair, yet upon closer inspection, these were in fact a mass of squirming sandworms, eliciting a profound sense of discomfort at merely a glance. In its left hand, the sandworm creature clutched a bundle of lanterns, each emitting a faint glow. Notably, these lanterns bore a striking resemblance to those adorning the neck of the lantern beast. Matthew's countenance shifted as he comprehended the dreadful truth. The lanterns wielded by this monstrous entity likely possessed the same deceptive powers as those of the lantern beast, capable of ensnaring foes in illusions. He realized he had unknowingly succumbed to such a trick, his body unwittingly leading him away from the camp. With haste, he brandished his wand, summoning a translucent, circular shield before him. Simultaneously, he prepared to cast his next spell, the Invisible Hand. Several vicious sandworms latched onto the shield, sending ripples across its surface, nearly shattering it, yet it held firm against the onslaught. The sandworm creature immediately summoned more of its kind to attack the shield. In a swift motion, Matthew retrieved a shield artifact, nearly the height of a man, from his pocket, lifting it with the invisible hand. Just then, the circular shield succumbed to the relentless bites of the sandworms. With undiminished ferocity, the remaining sandworms charged toward Matthew. The shield, held aloft by the invisible hand, defended him from the oncoming assault, the sound of their jaws colliding against the shield resonating like thunder. Fortunately, the shield artifact proved sufficiently robust, leaving no marks upon its surface. To thwart the sandworms from dispersing their attack, Matthew encased himself in a magical armor, a myriad of translucent polygons encircling him protectively. Concurrently, he sensed that the mental immunity provided by the metallic ring was waning. He dared not test whether the disc would continue to tremor. Instead, he drew forth a vial of invigorating potion from his pocket and consumed it swiftly. Having stored the potion to enhance his mental resilience upon entering the lair of the lantern beast, he now found it indispensable. As the invigorating potion coursed through him, his mind sharpened further. Once fortified, he raised his hand and cast the killing curse, Avada Kedavra. A surge of green light cascaded toward the sandworm creature, yet it inflicted no discernible harm. Matthew furrowed his brow. Through the probing of the death curse, he discovered that the monstrous sandworm before him was devoid of a soul. At that moment, the sandworm made a new move, taking down a lantern and hurling it towards Matthew. Swiftly, Matthew cast a transmutation spell on a nearby stone, conjuring a pillar that shot skyward, intercepting the lantern. Upon striking the stone column, the lantern erupted, sending forth a burst of golden flames that ensnared anything it touched in a bewildering illusion. Just as the sandworm prepared to throw more lanterns, Matthew employed a bog spell on the ground beneath it, causing its heavy form to sink rapidly. As the sandworm struggled, the lantern in its grasp was also engulfed by the mire. Matthew continued to wield his wand, unleashing several transparent, arc-shaped wind blades that struck the sandworm's body, merely slicing off a few tiny worms. Its skin was tough and resilient. Matthew noted that the non-human entities he had encountered recently shared this robust characteristic. He retrieved a dagger coated in basilisk venom from his pocket of seamless extension, resolving to use the venom against the sandworm. Rather than recklessly approaching, he cast an invisible hand spell once more, directing the dagger to plunge fiercely into the sandworm's body. The basilisk venom wreaked havoc within, causing the numerous worms coiling around its neck to writhe chaotically in the air. Moments later, the worms collapsed to the ground, convulsing incessantly. The potency of the basilisk's venom was indeed remarkable. Even a creature with such formidable vitality could not withstand it. The magical fluctuations emanating from the sandworm gradually faded into silence. Chapter 59, The Girl in the Mist. The lethal efficacy of the basilisk venom was undeniable, thus far. Matthew had yet to encounter any flesh-and-blood creature that could endure its effects. Waiting until the signs of life from the sandworm had completely extinguished, he approached the creature's carcass. Gazing at the body teeming with sandworms, he felt a reluctance to touch it. However, sensing that there was energy within the creature that the metallic disc could absorb, he ultimately decided to make contact. As the slick texture met his fingertips, the metallic disc in his mind glimmered faintly in a stream of red light. Visible only to Matthew, emanated from the corpse to be absorbed by the disc. The energy absorbed this time was substantial, approximately 1/3 of what he had garnered from defeating Old John's mutated form. Estimating, he concluded that this energy could sustain around 23 instances of traversal. After absorbing the red light energy, Matthew bagged the sandworm's body into his seamless pocket, intending to study its anatomical structure when he had the opportunity. Only then did he take the time to carefully observe the environment shrouded in gray mist. Within this mist, his visible radius was roughly 5 meters. Beyond that, objects became indistinct and challenging to discern with the naked eye. Moreover, his magical perception was also hindered, preventing him from sensing any magical fluctuations beyond a dozen meters. Nevertheless, the gray mist did not impede Matthew's ability to manipulate the metallic disc in his mind, granting him the confidence to explore. He noticed that the terrain visible within his limited range differed from the original landscape surrounding the camp. Although the exploration team's camp was situated in a clearing created by magic, the surrounding area was still densely forested. However, Matthew currently found himself in an environment devoid of trees, where the ground was strewn with stones and gravel, occasionally punctuated by the remnants of withered stumps. A grave expression crossed Matthew's face as the uncertainty in his mind deepened. This place bore no resemblance to the forested canyon. The illusion conjured by the sandworm creature had not ensnared him for long. At that moment, the sandworm had lured him into the gray mist encircling the camp. And given the timeline, he could not have strayed far. Merely wandering for a short while had led him away from the forested canyon. Matthew surveyed his surroundings, attempting to locate the camp's position, yet every direction presented a nearly identical scene, devoid of the prominent campfire. Just then, he noticed a faint glow emanating from within the mist. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the glow took on a humanoid shape, remaining motionless amidst the gray fog. Frowning, Matthew slowly retreated in the opposite direction until the humanoid glow was entirely obscured by the mist, slipping beyond his line of sight. Before he could catch his breath and contemplate a new direction, he turned to find the humanoid glow reappearing, this time appearing clearer and closer. A chill ran down Matthew's spine. He could not sense the humanoid glow through his magical perception, unlike the sandworm creature's presence which he had sensed after breaking free from its illusion. Summoning a spell to enhance his speed, Matthew swiftly changed direction and fled into the distance. However, he halted abruptly as he beheld the humanoid glow manifesting once more ahead of him, appearing even more distinct. Narrowing his eyes, he observed that when he remained still, the glow also ceased its movements. He blinked several times, yet the humanoid figure remained motionless. Even as he moved his limbs, it did not react. A thought struck him. He turned his gaze in another direction, and the humanoid glow reappeared in his line of sight, now closer than before. Could it be that altering my perspective draws it nearer? Matthew pondered the logic behind the glow's movements. He conducted 2 more tests, confirming his hypothesis as the silhouette became increasingly pronounced. The figure did not exude any benevolent intent, prompting Matthew to take the initiative. Raising his wand, he thrust it forward, exclaiming, "Avada Kedavra." The green light surged forth from the tip of his wand, striking the humanoid glow within the gray mist. Yet, he felt no impact. The green light passed through the figure, vanishing into the fog, while the humanoid glow remained motionless. Matthew's expression darkened. Since arriving in the Wizarding World, the killing curse had proven increasingly ineffective. With a sudden surge of energy, he channeled his magic, transforming it into a bolt of lightning that shot forth towards the humanoid glow. The lightning too passed through the figure without effect. In a final attempt, he cast the spell Invisible Hand, directing it to thrust a venomous dagger towards the humanoid glow. The ethereal hand grasping the dagger also passed through the figure, rendering physical attacks futile. Matthew produced the eye of the serpent monster, deeming it his last resort. He resolved that if even the curse of the eye could not affect the humanoid specter, he would immediately activate the metallic disc to escape. As he advanced with the eye in hand, he noted that the gray mist would obstruct the curse's effect. To his astonishment, he realized that without altering his perspective, He was unable to approach the humanoid specter. The distance between them remained constant, regardless of how swiftly he moved. Nevertheless, Matthew decided to test the curse's efficacy. He could not allow such an enigmatic entity to linger beside him as he explored this realm, especially since encountering other monsters within the mist would make it difficult to avoid changing his perspective. By rapidly adjusting his viewpoint, the humanoid specter seemed to approach him in a manner akin to a low frame rate animation. After more than 20 shifts in perspective, he finally discerned the specter's form. A young woman seemingly emerged from a classical painting. She bore a pair of elegantly curved, pure white antlers atop her head. Her features exquisite, with mysterious, profound eyes. Cascading waves of chestnut hair framed her shoulders and chest, concealing the gentle rise of her alabaster curves. The white radiance that Matthew perceived emanated from her skin. Despite the young woman's striking beauty, which aligned with human aesthetic sensibilities, an inexplicable wave of intense fear surged within Matthew. He dared not gaze too long, and promptly activated the eye of the serpent monster, casting its intangible curse over the area ahead. Yet, it proved futile. The antlered maiden remained unturned to stone and, for the first time, exhibited movement. She slowly raised her right hand, fingers together, pointing in a certain direction with her index finger. She maintained this eerie gesture without further action, amplifying the fear that gripped Matthew's heart. In a moment of decisive clarity, he activated the metallic disc in his mind. Instantly, the scene before him was enveloped in crimson light. It felt as though he were being thrust into a constricting conduit, gradually descending, akin to the weightlessness experienced during a freefall in a malfunctioning elevator. Everything around him elongated, creating a lingering afterimage. Finally, as he departed from this realm, his perspective ascended to an extraordinary height, revealing a world shrouded in endless gray mist, above which hung a blood-red moon in the vast sky. Chapter 60, Confusion. A faint dawn light emerged on the horizon, illuminating the campsite. As he had just crossed through the mist, his perspective was abruptly elevated to an extreme height, causing a sensation akin to suffocation from drowning. After catching his breath, Matthew swiftly surveyed his surroundings. In the center of the camp, the fire burned with vibrant colors rather than the dull grayish hue, and everything around appeared in its natural shades. The other members of the exploration team had not vanished. The chocobos and two-legged beasts tethered to the stumps rested peacefully on the ground. On watch were Link and the logistics wizard Al, seated at the camp's heart, occasionally stirring the fire with sticks and exchanging hushed words. It seemed that Matthew had just heard a faint gasp. Link glanced over, and Matthew gestured for him to disregard it. The gray mist beyond the camp had dissipated, restoring everything to normalcy. The scene before Matthew gave rise to an illusion that all that had transpired was merely a dream. Yet, he sensed that the energy stored within the red crystal on the metallic disc had indeed increased. Even if the events were but a dream, they were undeniably authentic dreams. According to the information he received from Jack, the realm they entered during the dream ritual was referred to as the Divine Kingdom. Conducting the dream ritual within the mine made it easier to access the treasures of the Divine Kingdom. However, if one were to enter a location that was not a treasure trove, there was a significant risk of stumbling into a forbidden zone, where one might encounter perilous beings known as divine attendants. Creatures lost within the Forbidden Lands faced two potential fates, either being corrupted by the mist into monstrous forms or being slain by the divine attendants. Matthew had glimpsed Jack's memory of a previous venture into a forbidden zone, though Jack had not encountered a divine attendant during that instance, leaving Matthew unaware of their true appearance. Although the forbidden zone Jack entered differed from the one Matthew had just experienced, both shared the commonality of being shrouded in mist. If the mist-laden world he had just traversed was indeed the Divine Kingdom, then the bare, antlered maiden he had encountered must be a divine attendant. Rubbing his temples, he pondered the validity of his speculation. Upon seeing the antlered maiden, an inexplicable wave of fear had surged within him, akin to the invisible pressure emanating from a formidable being. He recalled that as he departed, he had seen the antlered maiden point her finger toward a certain direction, seemingly guiding him, though the significance of this gesture remained unclear. As for the sandworm creature he had slain, it was likely a being corrupted by the mist. The sandworm, while possessing tough skin and substantial mass, was not particularly strong, contradicting Jack's descriptions of the divine attendants. At that moment, other wizards gradually awakened from their dreams, their expressions calm as they began to tidy their sleeping bags. It appeared that the others had been wholly unaffected. Only Matthew had ventured into the mist-laden world the previous night. This perplexity nagged at him, as he had not engaged in any unusual activities, merely dining and practicing meditation like the rest before retiring to the camp for sleep. Yet, he alone had been drawn into that enigmatic misty realm. He could not help but contemplate whether the metallic disc had played a role in this peculiar occurrence, though such a situation had never arisen before. This entire episode left Matthew increasingly suspicious. Perhaps the wintry forest concealed unknown peculiarities. Once more rubbing his temples, He acknowledged the fatigue stemming from the previous night's ordeal and the battle he had endured. However, dawn had broken, and the logistical wizard, Al, had already begun preparing breakfast. Reluctantly, Matthew retrieved a vial of invigorating potion from his pocket and consumed it to alleviate his weariness. After a night of rest, the exploration team set forth once again. The leading wizard held a map that was no ordinary piece of parchment, but rather a magical artifact. By simply marking a route upon this enchanted map, it would autonomously navigate, guiding the user to the designated destination. The wizard elucidated to the team members, "Today, we have two objectives, both of which were marked during our previous expedition in the area known for the growth of the rainbow cloudgrass. Due to the insufficient yield observed last time, we abandoned those locations. However, 3 years have elapsed since our last exploration, and we must verify whether any changes have occurred." With their preparations complete, the wizards mounted their chocobos and continued onward. While several pack beasts laden with supplies were strategically placed in the center of the group for easier protection in case of danger. Bathed in the morning sunlight, the exploration team followed the path indicated by the magical map, surrounded by the silent tranquility of cedar trees, occasionally interrupted by the distant chirping of birds. Matthew, looking up intently, failed to spot any avian presence perched atop the branches. To his surprise, the sounds emanated from tiny openings in the treetops. Link smiled and remarked, "Haven't seen this before? It's quite common here. These are the birdcall pines, which are unique to forested canyons. They are not magical plants per se, but the small holes on them emit bird-like calls that attract insects. Once the insects enter these openings, they become a delightful meal for the birdcall pines." Nearby, a tall witch felt she had stumbled upon a treasure trove of knowledge and inquired, "Isn't this an excellent insect repellent plant? Why hasn't it been transplanted elsewhere?" Anna interjected with insight, "I can clarify that. The birdcall pine can only thrive in frigid regions, and their appetite is quite astounding, requiring vast quantities of insects daily. In the northern territories, only the winterwood forest has the abundance of insects that can survive in such cold climates. Although the southern regions are teeming with ants and bugs, the temperatures are too high for the birdcall pine to endure." After hearing Anna's explanation, the tall witch nodded in understanding. "Ah, that makes sense. No wonder I have never encountered a birdcall pine outside the winterwood forest. I had thought I was about to uncover a fortune in royal coins." Although she was the captain of the court wizard's investigative team, she was not of noble lineage, and the daily expenses of a wizard were considerable, leaving her in need of funds. The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 61, The Face Pine. Several hours later, the exploration team arrived at the first growth area of the rainbow cloudgrass. Here, the trees were noticeably sparser, giving way to expansive seas of vibrant colors, resembling a celestial paradise. Yet, this was not a realm of enchantment. The colorful clouds on the ground were merely the leaves of the rainbow cloudgrass. As a gentle breeze swept through, the vibrant sea of colors surged like tumultuous waves, a truly magnificent sight. The leading wizard scrutinized the surrounding flora, noticing some subtle changes compared to 3 years ago. Frowning slightly, the wizard observed that while the rainbow cloudgrass thrived in this area, it had unfortunately been overrun by a herd of two-headed demonic bulls, which were numerous indeed. The region occupied by the colorful cloudgrass is dominated by a herd of two-headed demon cattle. These formidable creatures possess 2 heads, enabling them to simultaneously unleash different magical spells. Their scaly hide exhibits remarkable resistance, making them exceedingly challenging magical beings, far more powerful than the lantern ape tribe previously encountered. The herd, amidst the vibrant cloud sea, became aware of the exploration team and grew restless. In a brief moment, their impatience towards the observing explorers became palpable. A colossal 2-headed demon cattle leader emitted a warning sound, both its heads exhaling a visible chill, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. "Let us depart. This herd of 2-headed demon cattle is not to be trifled with. Attempting to subdue them could result in casualties. We shall continue our search for the next growth area," commanded the leading wizard with a sweeping gesture, guiding the team towards another colorful cloudgrass region. The terrain was rugged, and after traveling from dawn until noon, even Matthew's riding bird showed signs of fatigue. In contrast, the 2-legged pack beasts at the center of the group remained vibrant and lively. These creatures were not natural beings, but rather constructs of the wizards, exhibiting exceptional endurance, adaptability, and ease of care, making them ideally suited for long journeys. After a while, Matthew spotted a peculiar old pine tree not far ahead, its crown and trunk connected by strange white markings. Upon closer inspection, these markings resembled a wrinkled human face. A face pine? Matthew's expression shifted as he recognized it. He had read about such a phenomenon in the Compendium of Magical Creatures. The face pine was not originally a magical plant, but rather an ordinary old pine that transformed over time. As the pine aged, it might develop these white facial markings. And once a face appeared, it would become a magical plant, gaining sentience and no longer remaining an ordinary pine. Significantly, The face pine is a rare material, utilized in concocting elixirs that slow facial aging and eliminate wrinkles, hence its alternate name, the beauty pine. The leading wizard also took note of the face pine ahead and expressed his delight, stating, "Encountering a face pine during the day bodes well for our fortune." The face pine enters a dormant state during daylight, exhibiting little aggression. However, encountering it at night could prove exceedingly challenging. The logistical wizard, Al, eagerly presented a small knife to the leading wizard, who accepted it and turned to the others, instructing, "Keep a watchful eye." Approaching the face pine, he plunged the knife into the edge of the white-marked visage. Although it was a plant, crimson blood oozed from the wound. The slumbering face abruptly opened its anger-filled eyes, emitting a dreadful shriek, while its branches began to glow ominously, seemingly preparing to unleash magic. The other wizards quickly cast spells to disrupt the branches. The leading wizard acted swiftly, severing the white-marked face in a matter of moments. As the face was detached, the face pine began to wither rapidly. In no time, the once thriving old pine had completely desiccated, leaving behind only its worthless charcoal. The white-striped face of the leader wizard ceased to bleed, its expression frozen, resembling a wooden sculpture of a visage. The leader wizard glanced at Mrs. Jill's pair of twin granddaughters, seemingly seeking their counsel. The more vivacious sister promptly understood, suggesting that since they had all discovered it together, they should divide it equally. The piece of the face was quite substantial, to be apportioned into 24 portions, allowing each individual enough to concoct several elixirs of beauty. Should anyone find themselves with surplus, they could sell it to me at a rate of 100 kingdom gold coins per gram. If anyone desires to procure the formula for the beauty elixir, they may approach me. The market price stands at 800 kingdom gold coins per copy, with trading restrictions necessitating the signing of a magical agreement, prohibiting resale. The twin witches bore almost identical features, yet their personalities diverged significantly. Vivian, the elder of the twins, was taciturn, having spoken only during her initial introduction. Thereafter, Matthew heard nary a word from her. Lilith, the younger sister, was much more effervescent and eager to engage with others. The leader wizard nodded and divided the face into 24 equally weighted fragments for distribution among the group. Matthew received over 20 grams of the face, sufficient for him to attempt the creation of several elixirs, as only a few grams were required for each potion. He chose not to sell the face, opting instead to experiment with crafting the beauty elixir himself. However, lacking the formula, he intended to procure it directly from Lilith. "Miss Lilith, I require a formula for the beauty elixir." "No problem," she replied, her smile brightening further at the prospect of gold coins. Unfortunately, after their encounter with the face, Matthew and his companions were not so fortunate. The area where they discovered the cloud grass in the afternoon remained occupied by a formidable group of magical creatures. As dusk fell, the exploration team sought out a suitable location to set up camp once more. The bonfire artifact was positioned at the center of the encampment, providing a comforting warmth. The industrious logistics wizard, Al, discovered a small river nearby. Tonight's dinner would consist of fish soup and baked buns. Al finely chopped deer meat, blending it with various ingredients to create a savory filling, which he then encased in thin dough, shaping it into rectangular baked buns. He conjured a baking pit over a meter deep, its bottom ignited with magically sustained flames. Al affixed the prepared buns to the pit's walls, occasionally sprinkling them with salt water to prevent charring. Matthew took a bite of the baked bun. The thin outer crust was exceptionally crisp, reminiscent of a biscuit, with a hint of saltiness. Upon biting into it, the rich, meaty juices burst forth, the fullness of the flavor spreading across his palate. After indulging in several buns, he leisurely sipped the fish soup to cleanse his palate. "Al's culinary skills are truly remarkable," remarked Link, seated beside Matthew. Indeed, the baked buns were delectable. Matthew nodded, continuing to relish a few more. After dinner, Matthew engaged in meditation for a while within the camp. Despite the invigorating effects of the potion, he knew he could not forego sleep indefinitely. He hesitated, uncertain if he would once again be drawn into that enigmatic misty realm tonight. In the early hours of the morning, it was his turn to keep watch, and he decided to take a brief respite. After consuming a potion to aid his slumber, he lay down within the encampment. With the assistance of this potion, a mere 2 hours of sleep would suffice to restore his vigor. Chapter 62, A Return to Dreams. Matthew was abruptly awakened by a potent sensation of falling. Upon regaining consciousness, he swiftly raised his head to survey his surroundings, only to find that the other members of the camp had vanished without a trace. At the center of the camp, the flames of the bonfire flickered with a grayish hue. Beyond the reach of the firelight, an endless gray mist enveloped everything. Matthew found himself drawn once more into this enigmatic realm of fog. The silver lining was that the luminous horned maiden was absent from this place. Rising quickly, Matthew drew his wand, scanning the misty expanse beyond the camp with heightened vigilance. He discerned that the environment within the fog differed from his previous encounter. leading him to increasingly believe that this was indeed the divine realm Jack had entered through the dream ritual. Though there were variations in the surroundings, Jack's world was similarly shrouded in mist, filled with eerie transformations. Those who entered this realm via the dream ritual sought to escape by locating a radiant rift within this domain, a region they referred to as the Treasure Land. Entering this world through the dream ritual from various locations would yield entry to diverse locales. Moreover, even when entering from the same spot, one might find themselves in an unknown area. Thus, becoming lost within the fog was the most probable peril encountered during the dream ritual. Upon stepping into the mist, he was astonished to discover that the ground and the surrounding area were dominated by colossal stone pillars with a black base and dark red patterns. These pillars, smooth as marble, were arranged in various formations, floating in midair, including the very platform beneath his feet. Through the mist, he could faintly perceive that the surrounding ground consisted of additional floating stone platforms, separated by intervals, and peering down through the gaps revealed an almost endless void of gray mist. All the stone pillars moved slowly, and when he turned to look back, he saw more of the same pillars. The original bonfire camp had completely vanished. Matthew was reluctant to test what would happen if he fell, so he promptly cast an invisible hand spell to elevate himself in the air, maneuvering forward with the aid of this ethereal force. Before long, he encountered the local inhabitants of this peculiar place. These beings bore a resemblance to the stone pillars, appearing akin to the species he had encountered in the winter forest. They resembled rhinoceros beetles, each roughly the size of a microwave, with a spiraled horn atop their heads, reminiscent of a rotating electrical device. The swarm of stone insects soon detected Matthew, and over a dozen of these horned creatures approached him, albeit at a leisurely pace, their wings appearing more ornamental than functional. They floated through the air like the surrounding stone pillars, but moved with far greater agility. Matthew brandished his wand, unleashing fiery projectiles that engulfed the swarm of stone insects. However, to his astonishment, the creatures emerged unscathed from the blazing flames. Could it be that they were immune to fire-based magic? Continuing to wield his wand, a beam of azure light shot forth from its tip, yet the unicorn stone insects remained unfazed by the impact. Matthew was compelled to maneuver the invisible hand beneath him to retreat. The floating swarm of stone insects lacked the velocity to pursue him, swiftly creating a considerable distance. A subtle unease crept into Matthew's mind. The creatures of this world were indeed peculiar, for magic seemed to have no effect on them. Observing the surrounding pillars of black with dark red patterns, he noticed that the unicorn stone insects bore a similar composition. A thought struck him, prompting him to halt the invisible hand in midair and attempt to cast a transmutation spell on the pillars. As expected, the pillars remained unresponsive. It dawned on Matthew that the stone material was impervious to his magic, identical in nature to that of the unicorn stone insects. He retrieved a solid iron ball from his pocket and conjured another invisible hand to hurl it from a height towards the pillars. With a resounding crash, the iron ball struck the pillar, creating a deep indentation. A faint smile crept onto Matthew's lips. Magic was not as cumbersome as it seemed. With clever application, he could indeed generate pure physical force through his spells, transforming the solid iron ball into a colossal hammer with his transmutation spell. He then grasped the hammer with the invisible hand. At that moment, the swarm of stone insects caught up with him. Matthew wielded the giant hammer through the invisible hand, bringing it down upon the swarm. In an instant, several unicorn stone insects were crushed, either vanishing into the gray void or shattering upon the stone pillar platform. After a few strikes, the entire swarm was obliterated. Matthew approached to collect the remnants of the unicorn stone insects, from which a crimson light, visible only to him, emanated and was absorbed by a metallic disc in his mind. These stone insects contained energy that could be harnessed by the disc. After examining all the fragments, he absorbed enough energy to sustain a single traversal. This was specifically in reference to the energy required to traverse between the Wizarding World and Hogwarts. Comparing the fragments of the stone insects with those of the pillars, he confirmed they were composed of identical material. When he infused the stone fragments with magical energy, he could distinctly feel them repelling his magic. He also discovered that even the undetectable extension charm could not contain stones of this composition. Matthew felt a pang of disappointment. Without the ability to store them in the charm, he could not carry many. Although the material was not particularly hard, its property of repelling magic still held value. The spell for creating a key was rendered ineffective. The space in this world appeared exceedingly unstable, preventing the crafting of a key. Continuing to manipulate the invisible hand to lift himself into the air, he moved forward, flying several dozen meters until he spotted a stone tree towering over 30 meters high. This stone tree bore a striking resemblance to the bird-call pines he had seen in the winter forest, its trunk adorned with numerous apertures. As he approached the stone tree, Matthew's expression shifted dramatically. He observed a swarm of stone insects erupting from the openings of the tree. Chapter 63, The Guidance of the Antlered Maiden. Before Matthew stood a colossal tree, formed from a multitude of rectangular stone pillars with a black base and dark red patterns stacked upon one another. From a distance, it resembled a collection of stacked building blocks, reminiscent of the Lego toys Matthew had played with in a previous life. The trunk of the stone tree was riddled with numerous openings. Unlike the bird-call pines, which had similar holes for trapping insects, the openings in the stone tree served as nesting sites for the horned stone worms. At that moment, a swarm of stone worms emerged from the tree's cavities, a dark mass surging toward Matthew. Employing his tried-and-true method, he conjured a solid iron ball that transformed into a colossal iron rod, manipulating it with an invisible hand to sweep through the horned stone worms. The fragile creatures succumbed to the onslaught, shattering into stone fragments that plummeted like rain from the sky. However, the moment of triumph was fleeting. The sheer number of horned stone worms proved overwhelming. Despite Matthew's relentless efforts to wield the iron rod, the swarm closed in on him. As they approached the invisible hand, it was pierced by the long, dark-hued horns adorned with crimson patterns atop the stone worms. The hand dissipated into the air, and the uncontrolled iron rod fell through the gaps between the stone pillars, plunging into the endless void of gray mist below. Observing this, Matthew swiftly commanded the invisible hand to retreat. The stone worms were not particularly swift, allowing him to distance himself from the swarm with relative ease. The sheer volume of the stone worms rendered his iron rod strikes inefficient, and in the absence of effective magic, large-scale harvesting seemed implausible. Moreover, considering the current circumstances, these petrified beings comprised of magic-suppressing stone would likely breach his protective spells with ease. Without the safeguarding enchantments, he could not delve into the mass of stone worms to gather the shattered fragments. Lacking access to these fragments meant he could not absorb the red energy from the remains of the stone worms, rendering his prolonged stay here futile. In this area, there was an abundance of such petrified creatures with dark bases and crimson patterns. He could seek out solitary ones, avoiding unnecessary conflict with the overwhelming swarm. Along the way, Matthew encountered numerous petrified beings, resembling the creatures of the winter forest, as if they were magical beings turned to stone. Regardless of their forms, these petrified creatures floated in the air like the stone beetles he had previously encountered. Presently, he stumbled upon a floating petrified two-headed bull, strikingly similar to the two-headed magical bull he had encountered in the winter forest. Matthew retrieved another solid iron ball from his pocket. Having commissioned many of these in the Muggle world, the recent loss of one was inconsequential. Upon noticing Matthew, the petrified two-headed bull did not charge at him like the stone beetles had. Instead, it opened its two mouths, emitting a dark, eerie glow. Two beams of shadowy light surged toward Matthew with alarming speed. His expression shifted dramatically as the translucent, polygonal shield before him crumbled under the onslaught of the dark beams. An invisible hand beneath him pulled him downwards as dark beams of light shot past Matthew. The petrified two-headed bull adjusted the direction of its heads, continuously spraying dark beams that followed Matthew's trajectory. Matthew deftly maneuvered the invisible hand to escape, while employing another invisible hand to hurl a solid iron ball at the head of the petrified bull. The bull turned its left head, unleashing a dark beam at the rapidly descending iron ball. Upon being struck by the beam, the iron ball was instantly transformed into a smooth sphere of black with dark red patterns, and the invisible hand lost control over it. Nevertheless, the sphere continued under the influence of inertia, crashing into the left side of the petrified bull's head. The left half of the bull's body shattered into fragments alongside the sphere. To Matthew's astonishment, he observed that the bull, despite losing half its body, was still alive. It consumed the debris with its remaining intact head, beginning a slow self-repair process. At that moment, the bull seemed devoid of any desire to attack, preoccupied solely with mending its form. Matthew watched intently, curious about the duration of this restoration. Nearly 100 breaths later, the bull completed its self-repair, even devouring the stones formed from the iron ball. It had now gained an additional head, evolving into a petrified three-headed bull. Remarkably, it had evolved through the consumption of stone material. However, its intelligence remained low. With abundant stone material surrounding them, these petrified creatures did not instinctively consume to evolve. Matthew gestured downwards with his fingers, and three solid iron balls, long awaited in the air, plummeted towards the three-headed bull. The bull unleashed dark beams at the iron balls, transforming them into stone spheres, yet they still crashed into the three-headed bull, reducing it to rubble under the force of inertia. Did it lack even the basic instinct to evade? The creatures in this world were indeed peculiar. Matthew approached the shattered pieces of the bull, and a red light, visible only to him, emanated from the fragments, absorbed by the metallic disc in his mind. The red energy contained within a single bull was roughly equivalent to that found in 2 or 3 unicorn beetles, while the mass of stone produced by one bull was comparable to that of 10 stone beetles. It appeared that the quantity of red energy bore little correlation to size. Just as Matthew contemplated further exploration for petrified creatures, his peripheral vision caught a dim silver-white glow. Upon focusing, he realized it was the girl with antlers atop her head whom he had encountered previously. Upon seeing the antlered maiden, a wave of fear surged within Matthew. More pronounced this time, emanating from the overwhelming presence of a powerful being. The antlered girl, as before, slowly raised her right hand, fingers together, and pointed in a certain direction with her index finger. Matthew immediately activated the metallic disc in his mind. The scene before him began to stretch slowly. This time, Matthew forcefully suppressed the discomfort brought by his traversal and concentrated his gaze towards the direction indicated by the antlered girl. That direction remained shrouded in endless gray mist, obscuring any distant view. However, at the moment of departing from this world, Matthew's perspective elevated, and the world beneath him transformed into an infinite expanse of gray fog. From this vantage point, he could faintly discern what appeared to be a colossal shadow lurking within the mist where the antlered girl had pointed. Chapter 64, The Chattering Sorcerer. In the camp by the crackling fire, Matthew abruptly awoke from his dreams, gasping for breath as he alleviated the suffocating sensation akin to drowning. Having just departed from the realm of mist, he experienced that overwhelming feeling of asphyxiation once more as his viewpoint ascended. The court sorcerer who had kept watch for half the night noticed Matthew's awakening and gestured that it was now his turn to stand guard. With others still asleep nearby, Matthew refrained from speaking, merely nodding in acknowledgement to the court sorcerer. Rising from his sleeping bag, he settled in front of the campfire at the center of the encampment. Beginning to reflect upon the occurrences in the misty world, he picked up a twig and stirred the burning wood in the fire, pondering, having just left the gray world, I seemed to have glimpsed a vast shadow when my perspective elevated. The direction indicated by the antlered girl aligns with that shadow. Is she urging me to venture towards that shadow's location? However, my initial exit from the misty realm was rather hasty, leaving me little time to observe further details, making it impossible to ascertain if that was indeed the same direction she indicated. Should I encounter the antlered girl again during my next venture into the mist, I could confirm whether she points to the same location. Based on my 2 encounters with her, it seems she merely seeks to guide me to a certain place, showing no intent to harm on either occasion. After a while, the watchful sorcerer from the Merchant Guild was replaced by another, who appeared to be quite loquacious and soon engaged Matthew in casual conversation. Are you a sorcerer from Whitestone Town? Victor inquired. He seemed indifferent to Matthew's origins. Continuing on his own, I came from the royal capital. You know, there are just too many apprentice sorcerers over there. Acquiring any resources is quite a challenge. Lady Jill is remarkably generous. I'm thoroughly satisfied with the remuneration for this trip. Matthew could not help but cast a glance at Victor, who resembled a veteran general on a theatrical stage. Best not to utter such words while on a mission. Victor, somewhat taken aback, asked, Is there something wrong with what I just said? Matthew smiled, responding, I once heard that mentioning anything foreboding during a mission could lead to unfavorable outcomes. Victor chuckled softly. I have not heard such a notion. We are sorcerers, after all. How could we believe in such things? Without being cursed, how could mere words summon misfortune? Matthew continued to poke at the firewood with a stick. I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it to heart. Victor remained unfazed and continued. However, we have indeed encountered a stroke of misfortune. The 2 regions marked for the growth of the cloud grass during the last exploration by the guild are unsuitable for establishing a collection site. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on a quest to discover new areas where the cloud grass flourishes. The Winterwood Forest is vast, and it remains uncertain how long this search may take. Matthew nodded, finding himself reluctant to depart the Winterwood Forest prematurely. Within its confines, he need not prepare for the elaborate dream induction ritual. A mere slumber would transport him into the enigmatic mist-laden realm. Remaining here would allow him to continue his exploration of the misty world, where he had yet to uncover the treasure from Jack's memories. He had not forgotten that the divine brew Jack used to create the aberrations was derived from that very treasure. Fortunately, Lady Jill had assembled the exploration team with another purpose in mind. Her granddaughter required entry into the depths of the Winterwood Forest to seek the elusive shadow white deer. Matthew inquired, Have you ever encountered the shadow white deer? Victor shook his head. I have not. In fact, I am uncertain whether the shadow white deer still exists in the Winterwood Forest. Upon receiving my assignment, I perused relevant records and discovered that there had been sightings of their habitats deep within the forest. However, it has been an exceedingly long time since anyone has laid eyes upon them. The last documented encounter occurred several centuries ago. According to legend, the shadow white deer are benevolent spirits transformed into deer, guiding those who become lost in the forest to safety. In reality, they are merely magical creatures that propagate within the Winterwood Forest. Given the abundance of magical species in this realm, it is entirely plausible that such a rare population has been driven to extinction by others. Matthew furrowed his brow. Does that not imply that finding the shadow white deer is highly improbable? After completing our exploration mission, we are also tasked with assisting Vivian and Lilith in their search for the shadow white deer. Victor reassured him, Do not worry. Lady Jill is not a miserly person. Even if we fail to locate them, she will still offer a considerable reward. Matthew nodded, recognizing that such matters must unfold naturally. The likelihood of rediscovering a species unseen for centuries was indeed minimal. Victor glanced back at the guild members and whispered, I have heard that their quest for the shadow white deer stems from an assignment related to the Spoon of Witches. The Spoon of Witches? Matthew asked, somewhat perplexed, as he was unfamiliar with this term. Vivian and Lilith are members of the Spoon of Witches, and it is said that their mentor has unearthed an alchemical formula from a millennium ago, requiring the antlers of the shadow white deer among its ingredients. Victor expressed a hint of envy. It is rumored that this potion significantly enhances the growth of the mental sea. If they manage to find the shadow white deer this time, Vivian and Lilith may swiftly ascend to become official sorceresses. Official sorceresses before the age of 20. There are hardly any in the entire royal capital. Matthew remained silent, contemplating that he could achieve such status without the ancient formula. His aptitude for sorcery in this lifetime was exceptional, bolstered by the potions of the Hogwarts world, allowing for rapid expansion of his mental sea and significantly reducing the accumulation period. He estimated that within a year, he would complete this process and meet the standards for a breakthrough. Though I lack such exceptional potions to aid me, I have persevered through the accumulation period with patience, and now I await Lady Jill's reward. Once I complete this task, I shall acquire the potions necessary to ascend to the rank of a formal wizard. Victor swiftly adjusted his mindset, thinking that it would not be long before he too would break through to the status of a formal wizard. Matthew gently wished him good luck. They refrained from discussing the low probability of achieving such a breakthrough. After conversing for a while, the faint light of dawn began to grace the horizon. The other members of the exploration team gradually rose, prepared to continue their search for the region where the cloud grass flourishes. Chapter 65. Wesley's Snowball. Matthew awoke in the dormitory, having enjoyed nearly 8 or 9 hours of restorative sleep, banishing his previous fatigue. Since entering the winter forest, he had spent his days engaged in exploration tasks and his nights battling monsters in the misty realm. This morning's lesson was herbology, to be conducted in the outdoor greenhouse. Snow blanketed the grounds outside, as winter at Hogwarts was inevitably marked by snow, akin to the tempestuous waves of a true sea. Feathery snowflakes cascaded from the heavens like a grand curtain, adorning the castle and the woods in a soft, white quilt. The once shimmering surface of the lake had frozen over, and some students had already taken to the ice for skating. As Matthew stepped through the door leading to the greenhouse, he beheld several students engaged in a snowball fight. Hey Matthew, come join us. The Weasley twins hurled snowballs in his direction. Just for a bit, Professor Sprout will forgive us. Fred tossed another snowball toward Matthew. This is unfair. George brushed the snow from his face and drew his wand, enchanting the snow on the ground to conjure several floating snowballs. With a vigorous flick of his wand, he sent the snowballs soaring toward Matthew. George, you are a genius. Fred followed suit, employing his magic to create snowballs from the snow below and launching them at Matthew. Armed with his wand, Matthew resembled an elegant fencer, deftly deflecting the incoming snowballs. Other students, initially on their way to the greenhouse, paused and could not resist joining the fray. These students, predominantly from Slytherin and Gryffindor, engaged in a spirited snowball exchange, but soon chaos ensued, rendering it impossible to discern the origin of the flying snowballs. At that moment, Professor Quirrell happened to pass by and was instantly pelted multiple times. What's the meaning of this? Class is about to begin, and you are not in your seats. Professor Quirrell exclaimed in irritation. However, with so many students present, he refrained from deducting points, or else the scores for both Slytherin and Gryffindor would have faced dire consequences. Upon hearing the professor's admonishment, the other students ceased their antics. Just then, several enchanted snowballs struck the back of Professor Quirrell's head, which was wrapped in a turban. Fred, laughing heartily, called out to the professor, "It's not time yet, you should join us." Matthew blinked, realizing that Wesley's snowball had indeed struck Voldemort's face. If Voldemort had possessed a corporeal form at that moment, he would likely be trembling with rage. Lacking a physical body, it was Professor Quirrell who now quaked with fury. His complexion turned ashen as he stammered, "Why you?" How his lips quivered, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence, while internally, he was in a state of utter panic, acutely aware of Voldemort's wrath. Quirrell silently begged for forgiveness from Voldemort. Ultimately, Voldemort remained silent, prompting Quirrell to breathe a sigh of relief before sternly declaring, "You have shown disrespect to the professor. 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor, and you will serve detention with Filch tonight." Fred scratched his head, feeling that Professor Quirrell was overreacting. He had merely invited him to partake in a snowball fight, yet found himself subjected to a swift penalty of point deduction and detention. "What are you all doing here? Hurry to the greenhouse for class." Professor Sprout's voice rang out from behind. The class hour had arrived, yet the students lingered. Upon exiting the greenhouse, she noticed a throng of students gathered nearby. The students promptly dispersed, hastening to the greenhouse to avoid being caught by Quirrell, who might find an excuse to impose further penalties. Matthew observed the shifting expressions on Quirrell's face, reflecting on how adeptly Voldemort concealed himself. He had not sensed Voldemort's presence at all. Had it not been for prior knowledge, who could have guessed that Voldemort was currently residing behind Quirrell's head? Even Headmaster Dumbledore, prior to Quirrell's venture into the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns, might not have been aware of Voldemort's proximity. Dumbledore would certainly have noticed something amiss with Quirrell, perhaps suspecting him merely as a pawn of Voldemort, unaware that Voldemort had directly possessed Quirrell. Therefore, he might use the Philosopher's Stone as bait to draw out the hidden Voldemort. Dumbledore did not possess omniscience from the outset, prior to the Chamber of Secrets incident. He was oblivious to Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes. At this juncture, Dumbledore could not ascertain Voldemort's condition. Matthew pondered that Quirrell had yet to embark on his hunt for unicorns. At present, Voldemort was likely at his most weakened state. The dragon egg he had procured from Hogsmeade still resided in his pocket, and the optimal moment for trading it with Quirrell would be before he commenced his hunt for unicorns. Today's herbology lesson focused on cultivating Devil's Snare. This enchanted vine is a perilous magical plant. A fully matured Devil's Snare can extend serpent-like tendrils to ensnare those who approach it. Once entangled, the more one struggles, the tighter the bindings become, ultimately leading to the demise of the captured creature. The Devil's Snare cultivated during class would be in its seedling form. It thrives in dark, damp environments and is averse to light and warmth. Hence the seedlings would be planted in dark boxes. The students were tasked with transplanting the seedlings into these shadowy containers. Matthew grasped a bundle of slender black vines, which tightened around his fingers with a tenacity that, due to their diminutive size, appeared somewhat comical. After burying the tendrils of the Devil's Snare seedling into the soil of the dark chamber, one must not attempt to extricate the Devil's Snare with brute force, for it would risk tearing the delicate seedling asunder. A flicker of luminescence illuminated the scene. As the tip of the wand radiated light, the Devil's Snare recoiled immediately, releasing its grip on Matthew's fingers. Upon completing the task, Matthew surveyed his peers. The operation was straightforward, and most had executed it successfully. Only a select few stubborn souls insisted on attempting to wrest free from the Devil's Snare through sheer force. Chapter 66. Young Leek Draco. In the Room of Requirement. At this moment, the sandworm creature had been dismembered by Matthew. He stumbled upon a most astonishing revelation. The anatomy of this sandworm creature was peculiar, for it contained no internal organs. Its abdomen was merely a mass of flesh and blood, devoid of any typical organ structures. Upon severing the connection between the sandworm's neck and body, he discovered a sac the size of a head, which Matthew suspected to be the creature's core. Cutting into the sandworms within the neck revealed that they differed from ordinary sandworms, lacking the expected organs. These sandworms, like the lower half of the creature's body, were similarly filled with a mass of flesh and blood. Such a being could not possibly have arisen through natural reproduction. Matthew set down the scalpel and opened the furnace embedded in the wall, disposing of the sandworm creature's carcass within. This chamber was equipped not only with an autopsy table, but also with a furnace for the disposal of experimental waste. Meow Piddin, having heard the commotion from the furnace, awakened, stretching its claws and arching its body in a languid yawn. Piddin had accompanied Matthew into the Room of Requirement that day. Ever since it had mastered the art of meditation, Matthew had taken to teaching it the ancient runes whenever he had the chance. To further advance its meditation practice, it was essential to construct a model of the ancient runes within the sea of consciousness. However, creating this model was not merely a matter of imitation. A profound understanding of its magical significance was required to accurately form the runic model in the mental realm. Consequently, Piddin's learning progress was rather slow. Matthew would also bring it along during his ancient runes lessons. After disposing of the waste, he removed his protective gloves and rinsed his hands in a nearby basin. Piddin, use your duplicates to keep an eye on Professor Quirrell's whereabouts. Piddin lifted its head, regarding Matthew with a look of confusion. Matthew dried his hands and continued. Send your duplicates to monitor the entrance to Hogsmeade. If you see Professor Quirrell heading there, alert me immediately. Piddin nodded, rising and shaking its tail, which shed several small black tufts that fell to the ground. In an instant, these tiny black tufts expanded, transforming into replicas of Piddin. Several black cat duplicates swiftly scampered out of the Room of Requirement, some concealing themselves in windows and walls that overlooked the path to Hogsmeade, while others dashed directly towards the village, hiding near its entrance. Having tidied up the laboratory, Matthew proceeded directly to the Great Hall for a meal. Is this the latest trend in magical toys? Matthew inquired, puzzled. He observed Jerry holding a palm-sized green frog model. Today, Gerald had not joined them for lunch. It seemed he had found a new pursuit. The frog wallet is certainly no mere toy. Jerry smiled mysteriously, declaring it an excellent financial assistant. Financial management? Matthew was taken aback. The term seemed utterly incongruous with Jerry. Although Jerry was a descendant of the Abbott family, their lineage had separated from the main house generations ago, and their financial situation was far from optimistic. Consequently, Jerry's allowance was rather meager. Jerry explained that if one allows the frog wallet to consume 10 galleons, it would regurgitate a new frog. That was how others had acquired theirs. It hardly appeared worth 10 galleons. Matthew frowned, finding the frog unappealing and questioning his own taste. But that is not all. Jerry exclaimed excitedly. The most crucial aspect is that the frog which eats 10 galleons will produce 1 galleon every day. Matthew examined the frog in his hand. Its texture was somewhat elastic, capable of being molded into various shapes, only to revert to its original form shortly after. Were it not for its occasional leaps, it could easily pass for a mere children's toy, even in the Muggle world. Moreover, the mechanism of consuming 10 galleons to yield a daily galleon reminded Matthew of certain illicit schemes he had encountered in the news during his past life, which involved recruiting individuals for profit. He had a foreboding sense that, without oversight, some might exploit this mechanism, investing large sums of galleons solely for the promise of greater returns. However, galleons were imbued with anti-counterfeiting magic. Even genuine gold could not circumvent Gringotts to be transformed into galleons. Therefore, galleons could not appear from thin air. Each one was produced with Gringotts' involvement and was subject to protective enchantments. Assuming this frog was not a product of Gringotts, any galleons it produced must have originated from previous investments. Matthew asked, "Do you have any galleons that the frog has produced?" Jerry retrieved a galleon from his pocket, claiming it had just been produced upon arriving at the hall. "I verified it, and indeed, it is a genuine galleon." Matthew took the galleon, distinctly sensing the protective enchantments upon it, confirming its authenticity. He returned the frog and galleon to Jerry, earnestly advising him to treat it as a mere diversion and not to invest excessively. Galleons do not materialize out of nothing, nor do they vanish into thin air. If someone gains, inevitably someone else loses. Jerry shrugged. "I'm only playing around with one. Don't worry, I don't have much pocket money to invest anyway." Wow. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the far end of the Slytherin table. Some students had gathered there, and even some from the neighboring house had rushed over to join the excitement. Matthew and Jerry, intrigued, approached to find the table laden with frog wallets. Draco Malfoy was incessantly feeding the frog wallet with galleons. Matthew roughly counted and deduced that there were at least 200 or 300 frogs on the table, which meant Draco had invested a minimum of 2,000 to 3,000 galleons. Matthew stroked his chin, realizing that Draco was about to take the plunge. He inquired, "Draco, where did you acquire such wealth?" Draco turned his head, initially eager to flaunt the Malfoy family's considerable fortune, but upon recognizing Matthew, he instinctively recoiled and honestly replied, "I borrowed it." In fact, Matthew and Draco were cousins. Draco's mother was also a black. Draco had always harbored a certain fear of Matthew. When he was younger, his grandfather, Cygnus Black, had hosted a grand birthday celebration, inviting nearly everyone connected to the Black family. That was the first time he encountered Matthew. Upon learning of Matthew's surname, he sought to befriend him. That day, Draco approached Matthew with his typical arrogance, attempting to showcase his social skills. "Matthew Black," he announced. Matthew turned his head in confusion, popping a candy eyeball into his mouth. "What is it?" The eyeball, a confection crafted by a rather morbid pastry chef, crunched between Matthew's teeth, splattering blood-like syrup across Draco's face. "I believe you would be delighted to gain the friendship of a Malfoy." Witnessing this scene left Draco speechless. He wiped his face and, upon seeing the blood, burst into tears. This incident left an indelible mark on his young psyche, instilling an inexplicable fear of Matthew. Now, finding himself once again before Matthew, he involuntarily confessed the truth. "You borrowed it?" Matthew furrowed his brow, advising, "If I were you, I would cease further investments." Although the Malfoy family was affluent, Draco's allowance was limited, preventing him from indiscriminately managing a large sum of galleons. He had borrowed several thousand galleons to seize this opportunity for substantial profit. Imagining the impending windfall, Draco's confidence swelled, and his tone became more assertive. "Matthew, you are far too conservative. Seeking stability rarely yields profit. Gains are often accompanied by risks. Without taking chances, one cannot achieve anything. Only those who dare to dream can dare to act, and it is through action that the likelihood of profit increases." Behind Draco, his followers looked upon him with admiration as he continued to feed the frog wallet, intent on investing the entire assembled 5,000 galleons. Jerry, having taken a cookie, curiously asked, "Are you so certain that problems will arise?" Matthew sipped his red tea and picked up a French croissant. "Unless every frog's belly houses a goblin from Gringotts tirelessly minting galleons, issues will soon emerge." Jerry pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, if all the students at Hogwarts combined were to feed the frogs tens of thousands of galleons, then they would have to regurgitate several thousand galleons daily. Goodness, that is quite terrifying. Matthew chuckled. "You needn't worry. Draco has your back." Jerry shrugged, hoping the losses wouldn't be too severe. As they traversed the corridor, they encountered the Weasley twins, with Fred surreptitiously gesturing to Matthew. Clutching his head dramatically, Fred exclaimed, "We've got a big problem." George chimed in, "Our new product has malfunctioned." "What new product?" Matthew suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in shock, "Is the frog wallet your creation?" "You guessed it, Clever Black. Please help us brainstorm a solution," Fred urged. Matthew, utterly bewildered, inquired, "How did you even come up with such a thing?" He now believed these two mischief makers had a strong inclination towards a stint at Azkaban. Fred tugged at his hair in frustration. "We initially intended to create a magical wallet. Many young witches and wizards have poor spending habits, and this wallet could help them save a bit. The envisioned function was that once money was deposited, it could not be withdrawn at will. The frog would only release the funds at a preset withdrawal time. However, there was a slight error in the feature George was responsible for." George spread his hands. "You kept insisting on haste. How could I be quick? The function for setting the withdrawal time malfunctioned, resulting in daily regurgitation instead," Fred added. "Moreover, the automatic money dispensing feature has no upper limit." Matthew queried, "You tested it, right? A malfunctioning product is still meant for sale?" Fred clarified, "We never intended to sell it. We left it in the dormitory, and a roommate took it for a spin. Somehow, it spread like wildfire." "You underestimated the greed of humanity," Matthew mused, casting a peculiar glance at the two jokesters. For a fleeting moment, he had suspected they were scheming to make a quick fortune and vanish, but it turned out to be merely an accident. Continuing, Matthew asked, "So where are the galleons that were fed into it?" George replied, "They are in the belly of the first frog, which was enchanted with a stretching charm. Not only did it store the galleons, but it also held materials for creating split frogs. The frog itself generates the split frogs from the materials inside. Does the first frog keep track of the galleons it dispenses? How many frogs can the materials inside it create?" Matthew inquired. Fred shook his head. "That would infringe on privacy. We did not create such a function. Besides, the first frog is now lost. We have enough materials to split into 1,000 frogs." Matthew found the situation quite troublesome, scratching his head as he suggested, "Perhaps we should let them consider it as if they spent 10 galleons on a frog toy. The materials inside the frog are limited and cannot reproduce indefinitely, and the galleons within will soon be depleted. It won't be long before it collapses." Fred and George exchanged a glance, a flicker of excitement passing between them. George enthusiastically declared, "Let us proceed with it. No need to concern ourselves with him. After all, we aren't charging for it." Fred nodded repeatedly, concluding that spending 10 galleons on an amusing frog toy was indeed a worthwhile venture. Matthew thought of Draco, pondering his fortunes. With the total number of split frogs not exceeding 1,000, if Draco had ventured in at an opportune moment, he might sustain fewer losses. Matthew advised, in the future, when crafting alchemical items, ensure they are not carelessly distributed. They must undergo rigorous testing before being made available to others, lest they lead to graver consequences down the line. The two nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in an investor's counsel. Chapter 68, Slytherin vs. Ravenclaw. The Quidditch pitch buzzed with fervent energy. Today marked the match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The players emerged from the locker rooms, waving to the spectators. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, their roars surging like waves, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Matthew remained seated in the stands with his roommates, as the starting batsman, Parakin McNeil, had recovered from his injury. Beside Gerald sat his new girlfriend, Lisa, a fifth-year student hailing from Ravenclaw, who gazed at him with a smile. Jerry shouted, "Gerald, which team do you support?" Of course, Gerald suddenly shivered, glancing at his smiling girlfriend, and promptly altered his response. "I support both teams. We all hail from Hogwarts. Do we not?" Jerry shot a disdainful look at this indecisive companion. The commentator, still Lee Jordan from Gryffindor, announced that the players were now in position. "We see that Slytherin has made another personnel change, substituting Matthew Blake. This raised suspicions of possible foul play." Lee glanced at Professor McGonagall, who was watching intently, and quickly corrected himself. "Actually, it is the starting batsman Parakin McNeil whose injury has healed. Let us observe how the fully starting Slytherin team performs today." Referee Madam Hooch is ready. The match is about to commence. Standing at the center of the pitch, Madam Hooch tossed the quaffle high into the air and blew her silver whistle. The players from both teams soared into the sky, with Ravenclaw's chaser seizing the quaffle first. Lee Jordan exclaimed, "The quaffle is initially captured by Ravenclaw's chaser. However, the two Slytherin chasers are launching a coordinated attack from both sides, forcing her to relinquish control of the quaffle. Oh, what do I see? A bludger is aimed at the Ravenclaw chaser, but she narrowly evades it. Yet, it disrupts the Slytherin chaser's offensive maneuver, compelling them to retreat and dodge the bludger. The one who executed this bludger strike was none other than the newly substituted starting batsman, Parakin McNeil. Was he attempting to emulate Matthew's rapid offensive style? Regrettably, Parakin's bludger did not yield the desired effect, inadvertently allowing the Ravenclaw chaser to escape the encirclement. As the chaser from Ravenclaw skillfully evaded those surrounding her while dodging the bludger, she burst forth from the circle, propelling the quaffle swiftly toward the goalpost. Jordan's voice rang out sharply, announcing that Ravenclaw had successfully scored, seizing an early lead with 10 points. At that moment, the expression on Marcus, the captain of Slytherin, was one of discontent. He had been among those attempting to thwart the Ravenclaw chasers' advance, and just as victory seemed within grasp, his own team's beater had interfered. Displeased, Marcus snapped, "Peregrine, have you rusted away in the hospital wing? Focus. Don't strike at every ball indiscriminately." Peregrine, visibly crestfallen, nodded in acknowledgement. He, too, bore a troubled countenance. His recent month-long hiatus from training had left him feeling somewhat out of sorts, and he regretted his poorly timed strike aimed at the Ravenclaw chaser. In the ensuing exchanges, Peregrine failed to capitalize on any opportunities, his anxiety mounting with each passing moment. Resentful of his misfortune, Peregrine believed that much of Ravenclaw's success was attributable to Slytherin's overall strength. Given the chance, he could certainly match their performance. Although he had only joined the team this year, his dedication to training was unwavering. His injury had resulted from excessive practice, leading to fatigue, and he was convinced that a long-absent substitute would not perform significantly better. His efforts could not go to waste. Seizing a moment, Peregrine swiftly flew in front of the Ravenclaw beater, striking the bludger away and directing it toward Ravenclaw's keeper. However, before he could relish his success, his expression turned ashen. The bludger missed the keeper and instead struck Marcus, who narrowly managed to stabilize his broom before crashing to the ground. Had he failed, Peregrine's reckless action could have jeopardized his captain. Marcus's face darkened ominously as he approached referee Madam Hawk, requesting a pause in the game to substitute a player. The spectators erupted into a wave of fervent chants. "Blake! Blake! Blake!" Matthew smiled and waved to the crowd, urging his broom to glide gracefully to the center of the pitch. Jordan's excitement soared as he exclaimed, "What kind of visual spectacle will he bring us today? Let us await the commencement of the match." Matthew urged his broom to ascend rapidly, heading straight for the bludger. As he aimed to strike toward the Ravenclaw chaser, he sensed an unsettling loss of control over his broom. It continued to climb at an alarming rate, soaring to an extraordinary height. It appeared that he intended to showcase a swift assault strategy as he sent the bludger hurtling toward the Ravenclaw chaser. Jordan exclaimed in disbelief, "What is he doing?" We can see Matthew climbing at an incredible pace. Is he unveiling a new tactic? Oh no, something is amiss. Why is he zigzagging at such heights? Has his broom gone awry? Jordan's expression shifted dramatically as he shrieked, "My goodness, what on earth is happening?" Matthew's flying broomstick spiraled out of control, whirling rapidly through the air. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. A violent surge of magical energy erupted from the broom in his magical perception. A deafening explosion ensued. High above, the broomstick detonated, engulfing the figures in the air with a blaze of fire. The sounds from the audience abruptly ceased, as if the pause button had been pressed. The students were left in stunned silence, gazing at the fiery spectacle above. The stadium fell into a hushed stillness for a brief moment, only to erupt moments later into frantic screams of panic. Chapter 69, The Unruly Quidditch Match. In the sky, as Matthew sensed the surge of magical energy, he leaped from the broomstick without hesitation. Simultaneously, he activated two protective artifacts he wore. A translucent, polygonal shield swiftly enveloped him, while four ice crystal shields positioned themselves between him and the broomstick. The iron armor charm silently encased him, and in an instant, Matthew erected 3 layers of defense. Boom! The broom exploded in midair, and the shockwave reached Matthew, engulfing him in flames. The heat wave from the explosion surged forth, incinerating the outer ice crystal shield into fragments that melted instantly under the intense heat. The second layer, the translucent polygonal shield, also sustained significant cracks. The shockwave rippled through the air, most of its force mitigated by the iron armor charm. Nevertheless, Matthew was still injured by the residual force. His insides felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer, sending waves of excruciating pain through him, with a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Under the dual forces of the explosion and gravity, Matthew plummeted rapidly towards the ground. He swiftly retrieved a healing potion from his pocket and drank it to staunch the bleeding and stabilize his injuries. Professor McGonagall at the podium, along with Professors Snape and Flitwick in the audience, rose to their feet, drawing their wands. They felt as though their throats were constricted by a cotton ball, their faces grave as they watched the fiery chaos above. Just as the audience erupted into a cacophony of frantic screams, a figure broke through the flames and smoke, descending rapidly towards the earth. The professors immediately prepared to cast spells to slow Matthew's descent, but what they witnessed next was astonishing. Despite the agonizing pain coursing through his body, Matthew extended his outstretched hands towards the ground, fingers splayed, palms facing downwards, channeling a torrent of magical energy into the earth. The sandy surface of the Quidditch pitch began to swell, the grains coalescing into a single mass, transforming into a vast cushion of sponge-like material. Moments later, the ground of the Quidditch pitch was filled with a colossal golden sand sponge. Crisis often accompanies opportunities for growth. Faced with the imminent danger, Matthew had numerous options at his disposal, yet instinctively, he chose to employ transfiguration. As he cast the spell, he felt as though he had shattered some constraint, reaching a new realm of mastery and transfiguration. The transformation of the sandy arena rendered the crowd utterly silent once more, as the professors, wielding their wands, appeared as if their voices had been stifled, unable to continue their incantations. Most affected was Professor McGonagall, who taught transfiguration. She murmured, "Such exquisite transfiguration is beyond even my capabilities." Matthew plunged headfirst into the sponge below. Despite the cushioning provided by the sponge and the professor's magic, he still felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. Fortunately, he had consumed a healing potion and a blood-replenishing elixir beforehand, which mitigated his injuries. Rubbing his slightly dazed head, he steeled himself and retrieved another potion from his pocket, drinking it down. The professors quickly entered the scene, with Professor Snape examining Matthew's condition. After sniffing the potion bottle Matthew had used, Snape produced another vial and drank it himself. Without hesitation, Matthew followed suit, confident that Snape's potion was indeed of high quality. The Quidditch players, stunned by the series of events, began to descend. Students in the stands attempted to join them, but many were obstructed by the elevated sponge Matthew had transformed. Only the older students managed to climb onto the sponge with the aid of spells. Professor McGonagall conjured a stretcher to assist Matthew onto it and announced to the students, "Today's match concludes early with the current score, declaring Ravenclaw the victor. However, after the regular matches, there will be a tiebreaker between Slytherin and Ravenclaw." In the hospital wing, Matthew lay on a bed, his complexion rosy, making it difficult to discern any injuries from his appearance. The professors had departed to investigate the incident's cause. Observing their concerned expressions warmed Matthew's heart. He reassured himself that he was not gravely harmed. Madame Pomfrey had asserted that his injuries were under control, and Snape's potion worked wonders. Had he arrived at the hospital any later, his wounds might have worsened. Jerry, with a grim expression, remarked, "How could such a thing occur?" Neville bluntly stated. When Harry participated in the match, Professor Snape interfered with his broom. Could it be? Neville was promptly silenced by Harry's hand over his mouth. He initially contemplated resisting, but, sensing the increasingly hostile gazes of the Slytherins around him, wisely chose silence. Matthew smiled as he defended Snape, saying, "Though Professor Snape can be stern, he would never harm a student." Hermione rationally interjected, "The professors are investigating. We shall have answers soon." Madame Pomfrey cast a stern glance at him, taking away the potion. "No thinking of that. You shall rest in the hospital wing for several days." Gellert remarked, "Take good care of yourself. If anything arises, we will inform you." Matthew nodded and bid them farewell. The last to linger was Griffin Everett, the junior whom Matthew had previously assisted. Matthew inquired, "Griffin, do you need something?" Griffin glanced at the departing crowd, ensuring Madame Pomfrey was not watching. He leaned closer and whispered, after the match was paused and the substitutions announced, "I saw we'll leave the arena alone." A glint of brilliance flickered in Matthew's eyes as he patted Griffin's shoulder, gently expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Griffin." Griffin shyly smiled and replied, "The senior has already assisted me greatly. It would be wonderful if I could reciprocate in any way." Chapter 70, The Beginning and the End. Once everyone had vacated the infirmary, Dumbledore arrived alongside Snape. With a kind demeanor, Dumbledore inquired, "Matthew, do you feel better?" "Professor Dumbledore, I am quite well," Matthew replied appreciatively. "Thank you, Professor Snape, for your potion." Snape merely nodded impassively, as if he had performed a trivial task. However, Matthew was acutely aware of the potion's considerable value. Not long after consuming it, his injuries had remarkably healed, and his earlier remark about being able to leave the hospital was no jest. Dumbledore smiled slightly and continued, "I visited the Quidditch pitch and witnessed your extraordinary transfiguration. Even at your age, I could not achieve such proficiency." He pondered thoughtfully. "Crisis often serves as a catalyst for growth. It appears you have successfully surmounted a significant barrier, one that many spend their entire lives unable to transcend. Matthew, you are more remarkable than I had anticipated." "Humbly," Matthew replied, "I have much to learn. My progress thus far is thanks to the diligent instruction of the professors." Dumbledore nodded kindly and stated his purpose. "Matthew, have you offended anyone recently? I am aware of past conflicts with certain students." Comprehending Dumbledore's implication, Matthew inquired, "Was this incident orchestrated?" Dumbledore nodded gravely, clearly disheartened by such occurrences at Hogwarts. He spoke slowly. "We examined the remnants of the broomstick and discovered a highly unstable magical interference within. This is not the characteristic of a broomstick." He continued, "We will conduct thorough inquiries with the players present, and the beater, Perkin McNeil, had the most motive." Under pressure from the professors, he confessed his involvement. Matthew was taken aback by the swiftness of the resolution. Dumbledore added, "However, I suspect he is concealing further details. Thus, I wish to consult you." Dumbledore was not one to casually employ legitimacy on students. Rather, he relied on his extensive experience to discern truth from deception. Recalling Griffin's earlier hint, Matthew tentatively suggested, "Perhaps the one who harbors the greatest animosity towards me is Will Crabbe." I have heard numerous instances of him inciting older students against me. Dumbledore mulled this over for a moment before responding slowly. We will address this matter appropriately. You should focus on recuperating in the infirmary. With that, Dumbledore and Snape departed, the latter remaining silent throughout. Matthew gazed at the deserted entrance, a faint smile gracing his lips. He sensed that the eventual resolution would not align with his wishes. Had this incident involved an ordinary third-grade student, they would likely have perished in the blaze of the explosion. If only the perpetrator could be confined to Azkaban, it would suffice. However, should his desired outcome remain elusive, he would not hesitate to exert himself. Reluctant to face Azkaban, he resolved to send them on their way instead. During the pause in the match, within the Slytherin locker room, the atmosphere turned notably somber. The team members began to reminisce about the exhilarating moments when Matthew graced the field. The sheer delight of swiftly overwhelming their opponents was unparalleled. Captain Marcus entered, announcing, "I propose a substitution. Perkin, allow Matthew to take the field shortly." Perkin's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that the captain would choose to replace him directly. He had assumed this pause was merely an opportunity for him to recalibrate his performance. "Captain, grant me another chance. I shall perform admirably in the second half," he implored. Marcus shook his head, surveying his teammates. "Perkin, you must understand, as captain, I bear responsibility for the entire team. I cannot allow their efforts to be in vain." Perkin's countenance darkened. Were his own efforts to be disregarded while others were valued? He had sustained injuries during practice, sacrificing greatly for this match. Moreover, should Matthew indeed alter the tide of the game upon his entry, Perkin would be utterly humiliated. "Do not despair. There will be future opportunities," Marcus reassured him, patting Perkin on the shoulder. Perkin glanced at his silent teammates, none of whom came to his defense. Shoving Marcus's hand away in a fit of indignation, he stormed out of the locker room. Upon exiting, he encountered Will. Fueled by anger, Perkin merely cast a glance at him, with no intention of engaging in conversation. Eager to leave, Will grasped Perkin's arm, saying, "Senior, I have something here that will surely pique your interest." Irritated, Perkin glared at Will, his voice low and firm. "Let go. I have no need for it." Unfazed, Will smiled slightly, leaning closer to whisper something in Perkin's ear. Soon, Perkin's expression shifted from anger to astonishment. "Really?" Will guided him to a secluded corner, smiling as he spoke. "Senior, you wouldn't wish for Matthew to step onto the field and secure victory, would you? In that case, you would forever be overshadowed by a half-blood wizard." As a staunch advocate of pure-blood supremacy, Perkin's disdain for Matthew was largely rooted in the latter's mixed heritage. A flicker of intrigue crossed Perkin's face, though hesitance crept in as he replied, "But if I am discovered to be the one behind this, I too will face repercussions." "Rest assured," Will continued, "this merely renders his broomstick difficult to control. No calamity will ensue. Even if discovered, the worst that could happen is a brief confinement." Perkin's expression fluctuated, his indecision palpable. Will urged him, "Time is of the essence. Matthew will soon be heading to the locker room." At that moment, the commentator Li Qiaodan announced the news of Slytherin's substitution, prompting an uproar of deafening cheers from the audience. Perkin's expression darkened swiftly, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Bring it on." Will, elated, promptly retrieved a package from his pocket, advising, "Simply inject this magical resistance liquid into the broom's power core. Hurry. Time is of the essence." Nodding grimly, Perkin took the package and proceeded to the room housing the brooms. The brooms in this chamber were superior to those used in flying lessons. Players without their own brooms would resort to those stored here. Moreover, once assigned a broom, players were responsible for its regular maintenance, thus dissuading casual exchanges of brooms. Perkin quickly located the broom typically used by Matthew. He opened the package, revealing a transparent tube containing a mercury-colored liquid with a slender needle at its end. Inserting the needle into the broom's power core, the liquid within diminished rapidly. After fully injecting the mercury liquid, he withdrew the tube and applied a paste over the needle hole, which then vanished. Once this was accomplished, he returned the broom to its original position and swiftly exited the storage room. Perkin nodded and coldly stated, "I have infused the liquid into the broom's power core. I hope it proves as effective as you claimed." Will smiled faintly, undeterred by his demeanor, and suggested, "Let us step outside and enjoy the forthcoming spectacle." Chapter 71, Will's Scheme. Perkin and Will stood together in a corner, observing the brooms spiraling wildly through the sky. Perkin, puzzled, inquired, "Was it not said that the brooms would merely become difficult to control? This appears to be beyond mere difficulty." Will smiled subtly, explaining, "That tube of mercury-colored magical resistance liquid was procured from a stall in Upside-Down Alley. The dark wizard claimed it would render brooms nearly impossible to handle. Instantly, I thought of Matthew, a Quidditch player with whom I sought to create trouble. This liquid might serve that purpose, so I purchased it without hesitation." However, he did not disclose to Perkin that merely a few drops would suffice to achieve the desired effect, and Perkin had injected the entire tube, which would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. Will spoke slowly, Fear not, the effect is merely excessive. Regardless, our objective of preventing him from winning the match has been realized. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the broom erupted in the air, engulfing Matthew in a fireball. Perkins' expression turned to one of shock, and soon his face flushed crimson. Grabbing Will by the collar, he exclaimed in fury, "What on earth did you give me?" Perkins' rage stemmed not from a reluctance to harm Matthew, but from the realization that if Matthew were to perish in such a manner, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. After all, it was he who had administered the substance. The accusation of causing a classmate's death at school would undoubtedly lead him to Azkaban. Will seemed genuinely innocent, stammering, "I have no idea." The seller claimed that the vial of liquid merely made the broomstick difficult to control. He would certainly not confess to knowing the conventional dosage of the magical resistance liquid. Soon after, they heard a commotion from the audience. Looking up, they saw Matthew burst out of the fireball, quickly landing on the sponge mat. Seeing that Matthew still had the strength to cast a spell, Peregrine let out a sigh of relief. Had Matthew perished in that manner, he might truly find himself in Azkaban. His family had some influence in the Ministry of Magic. As long as no one died, there was room for maneuvering. However, he would need to drag Will down with him. There was no way to salvage the situation now. If it came to light, expulsion was inevitable. Peregrine furiously accused Will. "If I get expelled, you won't have it any easier. Don't forget that vial of liquid was given to me by you." Will replied gloomily, "What's done is done. We must find a way to rectify this. As long as you don't betray me, I can have my father intervene and arrange for you to attend Durmstrang in Germany." Will's uncle was a professor at Durmstrang, and placing a student who had made a minor mistake would be quite simple. Peregrine pondered this, considering it acceptable, yet felt it necessary to discuss the matter with his family. Perhaps there were further benefits to negotiate. In the late night, within the hospital ward of the school, the patients had fallen into a deep slumber. A shadow flitted past the window, and a nimble black cat stealthily entered the room. Matthew immediately opened his eyes and peered over the edge of the bed, spotting only a pair of bright eyes. The cat's form perfectly blended into the dimness of the ward. Matthew whispered, "Have you found it?" The bright eyes nodded, confirming his suspicion. Grasping his wand, he transformed his pillow into a replica of himself asleep, cradled the cat, and cast a disillusionment charm to conceal his form. No one would suspect that Matthew, who had just been admitted for recuperation, would quietly leave in the dead of night. Matthew merely intended to prepare for any potential misfortune. He did not plan to engage in any reckless behavior at Hogwarts. The path from the hospital to the Slytherin common room was devoid of encounters. Upon reaching the common room, Matthew followed the direction indicated by the cat. Before curfew, he had instructed the cat to discreetly monitor Peregrine and Will and to ascertain the location of their dormitory. As the night deepened, he returned, holding the cat's original form. Soon, he discovered one of the cat's duplicates, which was crouched before a dormitory door. With a flick of his wand towards the door lock, it opened soundlessly. In the dim room, several students slept soundly. Matthew located Peregrine's bed, extending his right hand, whereupon a few dozen Newmen began to materialize in his palm. Moments later, the Newman coalesced into a translucent raven, gently lifting his hand. The raven spread its wings and flew towards Peregrine, merging into him and vanishing from sight. Peregrine remained in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. This was the magic of the Raven's Eye, a spell capable of tracking a designated target. After marking Peregrine with the Raven's Eye, Matthew proceeded in the same manner to find Will's dormitory, where he similarly marked Will. The following morning, Matthew was roused by a cacophony of noise. Madame Pomfrey's voice echoed from the doorway, reminding all that this was the hospital wing, and they ought not to disturb the injured and ill within. A woman's voice interjected, asserting that an alarming incident had transpired during the Quidditch match at Hogwarts, and as a diligent journalist, she felt compelled to reveal the truth to the public. "Step aside. You have no authority to obstruct a ministry official. We are here to offer comfort to the injured students." A sharp, oily voice pierced the air, and Matthew instantly recognized it as Umbridge's. Madame Pomfrey, resigned, replied, "Very well, but please keep your voices down once inside. The patients in the ward require rest." Soon, Matthew observed 3 individuals entering. At the forefront was the pompous Umbridge, clad in her signature pink attire, adorned with a wide-brimmed pink hat and clutching a pink handbag. Following her was a gaunt, middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle, accompanied by a woman carrying a crocodile skin handbag, her extravagant curls accentuated by a pair of gaudy, jewel-encrusted glasses. The trio approached Matthew's bedside. Umbridge wore a saccharine, affected smile as she introduced herself. "I am Dolores Umbridge, Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry of Magic. Beside me is Walton McNeil from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And this is Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet. We are here to investigate the incident involving the self-detonation of a broomstick during yesterday's Quidditch match at Hogwarts. And we hope for your full cooperation." Chapter 72, The Joint Investigation Team of the Ministry of Magic. Walton McNeil, from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, happened to be Peregrine's uncle. At that time, he was the head of the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Goods. But it seemed he had been reassigned and demoted, possibly due to the troubles Matthew had caused him previously. The nature of their visit was evidently not benign. Matthew glanced at the reporter, who had already produced her shorthand quill and parchment. With a journalist known for her propensity to incite, defame, and distort the truth present, he feared that anything he said would be manipulated to fit their narrative. Rita Skeeter caught Matthew's gaze and smiled, assuring him, "Rest assured. This enchanted shorthand quill will accurately record the contents of our inquiry today." Matthew replied coolly, "I am injured and unable to rise from my bed. I can only sit here to answer your questions." The parchment before Rita Skeeter unfurled automatically, and the pale yellow quill began to inscribe a series of words upon it. The Quidditch matches held at Hogwarts pose significant safety hazards. The unfortunate student, Matthew Black, sustained severe injuries due to the explosion of his broomstick, resulting in his loss of mobility. When the Ministry of Magic came to express their condolences, he displayed considerable discontent, likely directed at the ineffectual Hogwarts administrators. Umbridge, with her syrupy voice, remarked, "This is not an interrogation. We are merely here to offer our sympathies and inquire about the circumstances." She produced a crystal ball, assuring him, "Do not worry about any pressure from the school. From this moment on, no recordings will be made here." Matthew sensed that Umbridge was taking precautions against him. Umbridge inquired, "Did you retrieve the broomstick you rode yesterday from the school's broom storage?" Matthew nodded in affirmation. The quill continued to transcribe. Matthew Black remained notably reticent in response to the ministry official's questioning. Was it due to pressure from the school? Perhaps he had been threatened? After all, he still had several years to spend at the institution, and his reluctance was understandable. Matthew stated plainly, according to the professor's investigation, a highly unstable magical interference substance was found among the broomstick fragments. This was a man-made incident. Moreover, it was Perrykin McNeil who tampered with the broomstick. The professors have confirmed this from his own words. The previously silent Walton McNeil cleared his throat, stating, upon further investigation, "We discovered that Perrykin McNeil only confessed under pressure from the professors. The true circumstances are still under investigation by the Ministry of Magic, which has formed a joint task force from the Departments of Education and Law Enforcement to delve into this matter." Matthew was certain that if these individuals were involved in the investigation, it could extend over several years. The quill resumed its writing. According to eyewitness Matthew Black, Hogwarts pressured a student present at the incident to take the blame in order to shield their reputation. Did they truly believe this would secure their safety? The Ministry of Magic will not allow such occurrences to go unchecked. The Joint Task Force is diligently investigating, and the truth will soon be revealed to the public. Matthew felt a surge of agitation, knowing his foreboding was being validated. With these individuals intervening, it was unlikely that Perrykin McNeil would face Azkaban. Interrupting Umbridge, who was about to continue speaking, he quietly stated, "I am fatigued. My injuries have yet to heal, and I require rest. Let the questioning conclude here." The quill recorded, Matthew Black exhibited extreme behavior, rejecting the Ministry of Magic's assistance. What influence had rendered him thus? In truth, he need not worry. The ministry would serve as his staunchest ally, provided he cooperated with the investigation, ensuring him fair treatment. Before the quill could finish its task, an unseen force crushed it, and the parchment was torn into shreds. Just moments ago, Matthew had discreetly unleashed an invisible hand, unnoticed by the three individuals before him. However, this did not deter Matthew from choosing to obliterate those two unsightly objects. The sudden turn of events left the trio momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the shards strewn across the ground. Once they regained their senses, they collectively turned their gaze towards Matthew, realizing that someone must have been meddling. With an innocent expression, Matthew remarked, "It appears that the quality of your quill and parchment leaves much to be desired." Rita Skeeter's composure shattered instantly as she exclaimed, "My pen. It was a limited edition collaboration from the Knights of Merlin." Matthew feigned regret, saying, "What a pity. I would have quite liked one myself." Rita's face flushed crimson, yet the trio failed to witness any wand waving from Matthew, leaving them without tangible evidence to implicate him. Matthew fell silent, and with no reason to linger, the trio departed. Walton McNeil was the last to leave, his demeanor darkening as he coldly remarked, unappreciative. With a flick of his robe sleeve, he exited. Once the tiresome trio had vacated, Matthew pondered whether Dumbledore could exert more influence. Ideally to expel the perpetrator so he could take matters into his own hands outside the school. Chapter 73, Christmas Eve. 3 days later, Matthew received news from his roommates. Peregrine McNeil had withdrawn from school. According to rumors, he would be transferring to the Durmstrang Institute in Germany. The professors seemed unable to uncover any direct evidence linking Peregrine to the incident. After initially confessing, Peregrine retracted his statement, insisting he had only admitted to it under pressure from the professors. Under the influence of various forces, attention shifted towards the alleged safety concerns at Hogwarts. It was said that the Ministry of Magic might establish a Hogwarts Safety Oversight Committee to monitor the rectification of safety hazards and improve the educational environment. Ron exclaimed, "The professors cannot possibly force him to confess. They are utterly shameless. If you ask me, they should administer Veritaserum to Peregrine McNeil immediately." Jareth shook his head, stating, "I heard that Peregrine was taken away that very night. Without concrete evidence, the Ministry's joint investigation team would not approve the use of Veritaserum for questioning." Jerry scoffed. Of course they want to approve it. This so-called joint investigation team was established merely to shield Peregrine McNeil. The Ministry of Magic was eager to interfere with Hogwarts affairs, and the formation of this joint investigation team was the result of many individuals simply going along with the flow. Perhaps in due time, this joint investigation team would evolve into the Hogwarts Safety Oversight Committee. Harry scratched his head, now perceiving Quidditch as a rather perilous sport. He had nearly fallen from a great height during the last match, lacking the extraordinary transformation skills of Senior Matthew. He feared that a fall from such heights could result in dire consequences. Harry handed several gifts to Matthew, wishing, "Merry Christmas, Senior." Also, "This is a gift from Hermione and Neville." Ron quickly presented his own gift, adding, "Merry Christmas, this is mine." Matthew accepted the gifts with a gentle smile, replying, "Thank you, and Merry Christmas to you all." He retrieved a well-prepared gift from his hidden pocket, saying it was for you all, specifically for Hermione and Neville, and requested that you assist him in sending it to them via owl. After Harry and Ron hastily accepted the gifts, they departed. As Harry had recently discovered an intriguing mirror that allowed him to see his parents, which captivated him immensely. Jerry inquired, "Didn't you mention that you would be discharged today?" Matthew nodded, responding, "Yes, in a moment Madame Pomfrey will bring the final potion, and once I drink it, I shall be free to leave." On Christmas Eve, Hogwarts Express would transport students to King's Cross Station in London. However, some students would depart from Hogsmeade, where there were fireplaces, while others would have their parents come directly to Hogsmeade to collect them. Jerry remarked, "Well, I thought you would stay with us to celebrate Christmas." After exchanging Christmas gifts with his roommates, Matthew also took his leave. "Merry Christmas, dear child. Drink this, and you shall be free to leave," Madame Pomfrey said kindly as she approached with a cauldron of potion. Matthew accepted the potion, replying, "Merry Christmas, Madame Pomfrey. Thank you for your care over these past few days." After consuming the potion, Dumbledore arrived, appearing somewhat weary, having devoted considerable effort to addressing external complaints and interference from the Ministry of Magic. Noticing Matthew donned his coat, Dumbledore asked, "Matthew, are you to be discharged?" "Thank you, Professor," Matthew replied without hesitation, aware that Dumbledore's approach indicated he had something significant to convey. As they walked together, Dumbledore began, "Matthew, I must apologize. I failed to fulfill my earlier promise. We could not uncover evidence that Peregrine McNeil tampered with the flying broomsticks. After that night, when he was taken by the Ministry, he ceased to acknowledge his actions. We cannot employ truth serums or memory charms on a minor wizard for interrogation. Without evidence, a conviction is unattainable. Furthermore, he is transferred to the Durmstrang Institute in Germany. The incident indeed revealed flaws in Hogwarts management, and we shall ensure that the broomsticks are thoroughly inspected before future competitions. I assure you, such an incident will not recur in Hogwarts Quidditch matches." Matthew gleaned from Dumbledore that Peregrine McNeil had not been imprisoned in Azkaban, nor faced any charges, and was free to continue his magical education at Durmstrang. Matthew questioned, "Professor, will you allow them to act with such impunity? Surely you could intervene. I believe you possess that capability." "Matthew, it is not our abilities that define who we are, but rather our choices," Dumbledore replied. "I understand, Professor," Matthew conceded, refraining from further discourse, recognizing he could not compel Dumbledore to violate the established rules. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, Dumbledore produced a notebook, stating, "Merry Christmas, Matthew. Here are some of my insights on transfiguration. I believe they will be of assistance to you." "Thank you, Professor," Matthew said as he accepted the notebook. He had not prepared a gift for Dumbledore, so he could only pull a box of chocolates from his pocket. "Merry Christmas, Professor. These are liquor-filled chocolates purchased from the Muggle world. I hope you will enjoy them. Chocolates made by Muggles. I shall savor them." Chapter 74, A 1,000-Mile Pursuit. Matthew was transported from the headmaster's office fireplace to the leaky cauldron. "Hey, Black. Merry Christmas." Old Tom was polishing glasses behind the bar and waved at Matthew upon seeing him. Old Tom scrutinized Matthew from head to toe. "Are you healed? I read about it in the paper. The tavern has been abuzz with discussions lately." Matthew nodded with a smile. "I'm perfectly fine now, thanks to Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey. As for what the Daily Prophet said, it must be slander." Old Tom whispered, "I noticed. The writer is Rita Skeeter. Her articles have at best 5% credibility." After leaving the leaky cauldron, Matthew did not head straight to his aunt's house. Instead, he sought an unoccupied alley. Sensing the direction of the Raven's eye magical mark, and extracted a door key from his pocket using the non-verbal extension charm. The creation of door keys is relatively simple. Once one masters the incantation, they can produce them. However, like the nonverbal extension spell, failing to report to the Ministry of Magic is illegal. Matthew's unreported nonverbal extension charm pocket contained several unreported door keys, which he had crafted throughout much of Europe. He selected a key shaped like an umbrella adorned with a blue background and a red and white Union Jack pattern. These keys were distinguished by national flags to avoid confusion, with their approximate locations printed upon them. Activating the door key caused the space to twist, and Matthew vanished in an instant. His destination was the farthest eastern coastline of Britain. As he regained his composure from the discomfort of the key's transportation, he continued to sense the direction of the Raven's Eye magical mark. When the target of the Raven's Eye mark was too distant, he could not pinpoint the exact location but could sense a general direction. Thus, Matthew needed to use the door key repeatedly to ascertain the mark's position. Have they set sail? They are quite swift. Matthew gazed at the vast ocean and selected another umbrella-shaped key, this one striped in red, white, and blue, to continue his journey. After several consecutive transports, he arrived on an island in the Heligoland Bay. He was very close now, able to sense the precise location of the Raven's Eye mark. The weather was not pleasant. However, such conditions were more suited for gift-giving. The skies above the ocean were overcast, and a storm was imminent. In the Heligoland waters, a ship invisible to muggles sailed swiftly across the sea. This vessel resembled a wooden sailing ship from the age of exploration, yet there was not a sailor in sight on its deck. Clearly, this ship was an alchemical creation of wizards. Inside the cabin were only two individuals, Perry McNeil and his father, Augustus McNeil. Perrykin McNeil's father appeared rather stern, his hair impeccably slicked back and neatly arranged, complemented by a robust, curled mustache. They were currently partaking in a meal. Perrykin, I hope that once you arrive at Durmstrang, you will refrain from causing any trouble, remarked Augustus McNeil, leisurely slicing into a piece of steak. Understood, father, replied Perrykin, his demeanor reflecting a sense of dejection as he left Hogwarts, his heart heavy with unfulfilled desires. Augustus McNeil took a small bite of his steak and continued, Perrykin, it seems you have yet to grasp where your error lies this time. Observing his son's bewildered expression, he added, your actions have been rather reckless, and I am genuinely concerned for you. It is prudent to contemplate the consequences of your actions beforehand. What circumstances are permissible and which are not? For instance, did you not consider that, following an incident, you would emerge as the prime suspect? Remember, Perrykin, when you contemplate eliminating someone, you must first ensure your own concealment. Fortunately, you have not proven overly foolish, as you left no evidence behind. Perrykin McNeil nodded, shame etched across his face. I understand, father. Augustus McNeil glanced out the window at the gathering storm clouds. A tempest approaches, yet we should reach Germany before it strikes. Suddenly, a third voice interrupted their conversation in the dining cabin. Gentlemen, I hope I am not intruding upon your meal. Both father and son were taken aback, and the seasoned Augustus McNeil instinctively reached for his wand. However, he soon realized his hands were ensnared by an unseen force. Blake, exclaimed Perrykin McNeil, panic flooding his features. Father, I cannot move. Augustus McNeil shouted urgently, Carl. Carl was the McNeil family's house elf, who had prepared their dinner. Regret washed over Augustus as he realized he should have instructed Carl to remain in the dining area, on standby. Are you looking for him? I happened to encounter him in the kitchen, came the voice of the third individual, as the lifeless body of a house elf fell before them. The intruder was none other than Matthew. After pursuing the sailing vessel, he had sensed 3 magical signatures on board and had first dealt with the McNeil family's house elf in the kitchen. Once the house elf was disposed of, he maintained his disillusionment charm and entered the dining area, eavesdropping on their conversation before revealing himself. Despite the frigid winter air, beads of sweat trickled down Augustus McNeil's forehead as he forced himself to remain composed. Lord Blake, I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. Please, feel free to express your needs. The McNeil family will certainly accommodate you. Matthew smiled faintly. Lord McNeil, you flatter me. There is indeed some misunderstanding between Perrykin and myself, yet I believe it can be easily resolved. Augustus McNeil breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party had demands, his priority was to placate them. Once they reached the shore, he would swiftly contact allies to have this lunatic apprehended by the Aurors. He forced a rather unsightly smile and said, Your Grace, although the McNeil family may not possess the extensive legacy of the Black lineage, it certainly bears a wealth of depth that I believe will satisfy you. Matthew replied gently, My request is rather simple. Carl is a devoted house elf, and I fear he may feel too lonely. I hope he can have companionship on the journey. Chapter 75, Merry Christmas, McNeil. Upon hearing Matthew's words, the father and son, Perry-Jin and McNeil, felt as if they had plummeted into an icy abyss. A chill surging from their spines throughout their bodies, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, one of them seemed to recall something, screaming. It was Wilk Crab's vial of liquid that he gave me. You must go after him. I truly did not intend this. I never meant to harm you. Matthew's eyes glimmered with a blue light as he spoke soothingly, yet you have still done so. Had I lacked the ability to avert the crisis that day, it would have been my demise. As for Wilk Black, I shall seek him out, though not at this moment. Matthew glanced at the weather outside. It appeared that thunder was beginning to rumble. After disarming the magical items carried by Peregrin and McNeil, he wielded an invisible force to lift them onto the deck outside the cabin. Peregrin, I have thought of a fitting Christmas gift. I hope you will appreciate it. Matthew cast a protection spell against wind and rain, followed by a mage's armor to shield himself from potential repercussions. On the deck, the terrified father and son watched as Matthew was lifted away from the sailboat by an unseen force, soaring into the distant sky. Peregrin McNeil seemed to realize that further pleas would be futile. He ceased his begging and, with bitterness, shouted, "Black, I curse you. You shall not die a peaceful death. I shall await you in hell." His father, too, had lost his previous composure, his eyes vacant, speechless. Matthew intended to exploit the stormy weather to fabricate an accident here. Perhaps some might discern fragments of the truth, but as long as he could deceive the majority, it would suffice. This was a lesson he had learned over the past few days. With arms outstretched and his wand in hand, Matthew resembled a conductor poised to lead an orchestra. The sky over the sea thickened with ominous clouds, resembling a mountain range looming on the horizon. As flashes of lightning flickered within the clouds, the distant rumble of thunder faintly audible. The sea breeze intensified, the sail of the boat howled, and the vessel rocked violently under the tumultuous waves. Matthew's wand became a conductor's baton. With each flourish, the orchestra awakened, the notes of a thunderous symphony emerging in harmony with the elegant movements of the baton. His arms flowed gracefully, his fingertips seemingly tracing the path of thunderous notes, weaving them into a vivid tapestry of lightning and thunder. With each wave of his arm, the tumultuous forces of nature above stirred, the sound of thunder escalating in ferocity, as the raw power of nature prepared to erupt amidst the electric storm. Moments later, as lightning cleaved the sky, Matthew's form flickered, merging with the tempestuous forces of nature. With a resounding boom, bolts of lightning cascaded towards the sailboat. Merry Christmas, McNeil. The Great Summoning of Lightning is the only second-tier spell currently mastered by Matthew. This formidable incantation can summon multiple bolts of lightning from the sky to strike a target, influenced by the weather. During a thunderstorm, it can conjure even more lightning, exhibiting tremendous power, making it a spell with great potential. Evidently, when employed under suitable conditions, the efficacy of the Great Summoning of Lightning is indeed substantial. The alchemical sailboat belonging to the McNeil family was shattered by the lightning summoned by this spell. However, its extensive range proves somewhat challenging to control. Although Matthew has flown a considerable distance away, he was still nearly struck by a bolt of lightning. After delivering Christmas gifts to the McNeil family, Matthew retrieved an umbrella adorned with a blue background and a red and white Union Jack pattern from his pocket, teleporting to a tranquil neighborhood in London. Not far off stood a two-story building with a red brick exterior, the residence of Matthew's aunt and uncle. He did not intend to confront the mastermind Will Crabbe immediately, as doing so now would draw undue attention. He planned to wait until the commotion subsided. After all, as long as Will Crabbe remained on Earth, he could not escape. Arriving at the entrance of the two-story red brick building, he rang the doorbell. Moments later, a woman in a floral long dress opened the door. She was Matthew's aunt, Diana Huck. Matthew greeted her with a smile and outstretched arms. "Merry Christmas, Aunt." Diana took Matthew's hand and ushered him inside, saying, "Come in quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. Do you need any help?" She waved her hand dismissively, continuing, "No, I just need to finish the roasted fish. It will be ready shortly. You can chat with your uncle first. He is in the study. Please call him down for dinner in 10 minutes. In the corner stood a Christmas tree, adorned with a multitude of colorful lights, stockings, and small gift boxes. Beneath it lay a soft plush blanket, accompanied by various festive decorations. The walls were also decorated with colorful lights, stockings, red satin ribbons, and bells, all meticulously arranged. Matthew ascended to the second floor, where the study was located at the end of the corridor. He knocked on the door. "Uncle, may I come in?" The door opened to reveal a man with a slightly receding hairline. He was Matthew's uncle, Paul Huck. Matthew smiled and said, "Merry Christmas. I just arrived." Paul invited him in. "Come, have a seat." The study was somewhat chaotic, with papers strewn across the desk and a prominent red cabinet nearby. Paul had recently been promoted to a cabinet minister and appeared to be exceedingly busy, seemingly inundated with unending tasks. Matthew inquired, "Uncle, are you still working on Christmas Eve?" Pondering thoughtfully, Matthew contemplated what gift to present. He retrieved a shorthand quill pen purchased from a literary shop from his pocket. "Uncle, this is your Christmas gift. I hope this shorthand quill will alleviate some of your workload." Chapter 76. The Gift. Paul accepted the quill pen with astonishment. Its shaft was a long, pristine white feather, while the nib and ink core exhibited an ancient, golden sheen. "Oh, is it a magical item? What functions does it possess?" Matthew explained that when you write with the shorthand quill, it automatically embellishes the words that spring to your mind, significantly alleviating the workload associated with writing tasks. Furthermore, you can train its writing style without the fear of others detecting any anomalies. How splendid! Paul eagerly seized a piece of paper and began to inscribe upon it with the shorthand quill. In no time, he had filled an entire page effortlessly. Paul was utterly enamored with this quill. At that moment, he resembled a child who had just acquired a new toy, incessantly scribbling on page after page. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he nervously inquired, "Matthew, does this quill require a change of ink? Perhaps magical ink?" "Ordinary ink will suffice," Matthew replied, "and it can absorb a considerable amount, easily lasting throughout the day. This is the essence of magic." Paul's face lit up with admiration. "I absolutely adore this Christmas gift. I shall use it diligently. Of course, only at home." The Hark family was also aware of the Wizarding World's International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, having received an informative visit from Professor McGonagall after Matthew was accepted into Hogwarts. Diana's voice echoed from downstairs, "You too. Come down for dinner." Cheerful Christmas melodies filled the air, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere in the dining room. However, the golden brown roasted turkey, though visually enticing, turned out to be rather dry, lacking in delightful flavor. Another main dish was roasted cod, meticulously marinated and brushed with a layer of herb sauce or olive oil, seasoned with salt and pepper, and then baked until the surface was golden and crisp. This cooking method preserved the cod's tender essence while allowing the flavors to permeate thoroughly, a dish both convenient and delectable. Accompanying this were various side dishes, including vegetable salad, mashed potatoes, crispy French fries, and roasted sausages. Diana, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "We're already at the dinner table, and you're still writing? Is retro fashion trending in Whitehall now? Why are you using a quill to write?" At the dining table, Paul continued to scribble with the shorthand quill, seemingly unable to part with it. "A magical quill?" Diana glanced at Matthew. "Indeed, that is my Christmas gift for your uncle, designed to ease his workload." Seizing the moment, Matthew produced another gift and handed it to Diana. "This is for you. This beauty potion is a bestseller from Madame Pimpernel's Beauty Apothecary, known to enhance beauty and improve skin condition. Women have always held a fervent interest in beauty products, and Diana gratefully accepted the gift, exclaiming, "Thank you, Matthew. We have prepared a gift for you as well." Paul presented an unreleased prototype of a laptop, rumored to be launched in the latter half of the year. The hefty 35-kilogram laptop was impressively thick, featuring a cutting-edge design with a small red joystick in the center of the keyboard. Matthew immediately recognized this laptop as destined to become a benchmark product in the industry, likely to hold significant collectible value in the future. Diana presented a beautifully bound photo album, containing a collection of images she had captured, including their joint portraits, photographs of young Matthew, and some enchanting landscapes. "Thank you all. I truly cherish this gift." Diana sliced 2 chicken legs and placed them on Matthew's plate, urging him, "You must eat more. You've lost quite a bit of weight." After dinner, Matthew began to tally his gifts. The presents intended for mailing had already been dispatched while he was at Hogwarts, where the availability of communal owls made it quite convenient. To Professor Snape, he had sent a set of precision instruments commonly used in Muggle laboratories, accompanied by a comprehensive instructional guide. For Professor McGonagall, he crafted a miniature Quidditch pitch model using transfiguration, complete with tiny figures clad in the uniforms of the 4 Hogwarts houses. Professor Flitwick received a wand maintenance kit, while Professor Sprout was gifted various plant seeds. To Matthew's surprise, Draco Malfoy had sent him a box of chocolate frogs, containing approximately 7 or 8 of them. In his letter, Draco expressed his disdain for Peregrine McNeil, asserting that if it weren't for McNeil, the Slytherin team would not have lost to Ravenclaw. He further indicated that his financial venture would soon yield profits, and that he planned to sponsor a new batch of Nimbus Series brooms for the Slytherin team next year. Expressing a desire to join Matthew in battle on the field, Matthew smiled faintly, recognizing Draco's sense of collective honor, though he pondered whether Draco would face his father's wrath if his financial scheme were to fail. However, evening had already descended, and the chocolate frogs had yet to produce any galleons. The financial endeavor into which Draco had invested heavily was likely on the brink of collapse. Luna's gift remained a handcrafted item, a necklace made from cork. In return, Matthew had sent her a beaded bracelet, crafted from materials sourced from the Winter Forest, an object from another world. After cataloging his gifts, he retrieved the transfiguration insights bestowed by Dumbledore. Matthew had always strived for a well-rounded education. Aside from his studies in alchemy and the care of magical creatures, he had not neglected most subjects, with transfiguration being one of his more distinguished magical disciplines. That day on the Quidditch pitch, he had shattered certain constraints, elevating his transfiguration to a new realm. Now, it had become his foremost area of expertise. Following this revelation, he understood that to become a preeminent wizard, one must focus on honing their strengths. The greatest wizards each possess their own unique attributes, like Voldemort's killing curse or Dumbledore's mastery of transfiguration. Henceforth, he resolved to concentrate his magical endeavors on transfiguration, Chapter 77, The White Worm. In the Wizarding World, within the Winter Forest, an exploration team discovered a vibrant sea of colored clouds. Excitingly, this area was unclaimed by any powerful magical beast factions. The team leader, a wizard, wore a countenance brimming with delight. The exploration team had delved into the Winter Forest for over 10 days and had finally discovered an area suitable for establishing a collection zone. The team leader produced a map and marked the location, then turned to address the members of the exploration team. Our task is to expel the creatures inhabiting this area, followed by the establishment of a protective magical array. We shall form groups of 3, divided into 8 teams. 5 teams will handle the expulsion. 2 will construct the protective array, and 1 will remain to set up camp and prepare dinner. You may freely pair with wizards of your attributes, and the assignment of tasks will be determined by drawing lots. Naturally, Matthew teamed up with Link and Anna, and they drew the task of constructing the protective magical array. The team leader retrieved a set of protective array components from the pack of the 2-legged beast and instructed the 2 groups responsible for the construction. The assembly of this protective array is quite straightforward. You will need to bury a protective shield radiation device at 8 cardinal points, and then place the central core hub in the middle. Once you activate the core hub, the construction will be complete. However, do not activate it immediately after placement. Wait until we depart to do so, as I only possess 2 identity tokens. This protective array is equipped with a whitelist identity token. Only creatures holding the token may enter or exit freely. The other group assigned to construct the protective array was also comprised of court wizards, led by a tall sorceress. Link was well acquainted with her, and they coordinated their responsibilities for the construction. Matthew and his companions arrived at the periphery of the area where the colorful cloud grass thrived. The protective shield radiation devices they received required assembly, which was quite simple. Within 10 minutes, they successfully assembled a single protective shield radiation device. The completed apparatus stood over 2 meters tall and was as thick as a thigh. Once assembled, they buried it in the ground, leaving half exposed. Curious, Matthew inquired. What level of attack can this protective array withstand? Link reinforced the earth around the long stake with magic and explained, in extreme situations, it can resist attacks from formal wizards, but it depends on how many magic stones are used to power the core hub. If utilized for protection, it entails substantial consumption. He continued, this array also possesses a concealment effect. Our primary purpose in setting it up here is to obscure this area from nearby magical creature factions. Matthew further asked, how much would it cost to acquire such a protective array? He was quite intrigued by it. Link stroked his chin, uncertain, and hesitantly replied, it might require several tens of thousands of kingdom gold coins. Medium-sized arrays are relatively rare. Most available in the market are small arrays. To purchase an array of medium size or larger, one typically needs to commission it. Private residences and laboratories can suffice with small arrays, which can withstand attacks from formal wizards in extreme cases, generally costing around 10,000 gold coins. After completing the installation of this protective shield radiation device, Matthew and his companions proceeded to set up the remaining 3 devices in the same manner, accomplishing the entire process in under an hour. The core hub comprises components that require assembly, and with the collaboration of 2 groups, it was swiftly pieced together. Moments later, a circular platform supporting a blue crystal orb was positioned at the center of the area. The exploration team had successfully completed their task of locating the vibrant cloudgrass collection zone, and spirits were high among the members, as the logistics wizard, Al, had prepared an abundance of food to celebrate. They were set to delve deeper into the winter forest the following day, aiding Lilith and Vivian in their search for the elusive shadow white deer. Matthew awoke once more from the gray mist realm. At the heart of the camp, the campfire continued to emit a pallid, grayish light. Beyond the reach of its glow, an endless gray fog enveloped the surroundings. A thought crossed Matthew's mind. Recalling that their campsite was adjacent to a protective shield radiation device they had set up. Rising, he approached the edge of the camp and indeed spotted the device. Could it be obtained for free? He attempted to extract the protective shield device, but it crumbled into a handful of fine sand. Observing the sand in his hand, Matthew frowned slightly. This world was indeed peculiar. He tried to move the campfire basin, only to discover that it too shattered into a pile of sand. As the grayish light of the fire extinguished, the fog at the camp's edge swiftly encroached, and in mere moments, the entire camp was shrouded in gray mist. With his attempt at gaining something for nothing thwarted, Matthew ventured into the fog-laden world. This time, he walked for an extended period without encountering anything animated. The surrounding gray mist severely restricted his magical perception, leaving him reliant on his naked eye to observe his surroundings. Strangely, although enveloped in fog with no apparent light source, he could discern the mist with remarkable clarity, as if the fog itself served as a source of illumination. This realm was utterly bizarre and defied conventional reasoning. The area he traversed resembled a desert, the ground strewn with golden sand, and his footsteps left imprints in the grains. After a brief while, Matthew sensed an oddity beneath his feet. Something seemed to lurk beneath the sand. He promptly employed an invisible hand to elevate himself into the air. As he ascended, a pallid arm emerged from the sand, reaching for his right foot. In an instant, a semi-transparent, polygonal shield intercepted the arm. It was then that Matthew discerned the horrific truth. It was a creature resembling an arm, save for its hand, which bore a grotesque mouth filled with jagged teeth, while the rest of its form was eerily akin to a human arm, albeit unnaturally pale. The pale-armed worm gnawed at the shield before it, its jagged mouth attempting to break through. Once the invisible hand distanced itself from the ground, the pale-armed worm fell to the earth. Lacking the ability to fly, it writhed on the ground, appearing as a ghastly white arm beckoning towards Matthew. Chapter 78, 1,000 Hands. Matthew waved his wand, and a transparent, arc-shaped wind blade sliced through the writhing pale-armed worm, instantly cleaving it in two. Before he had a chance to assess the outcome of the battle, Matthew noticed that the sand beneath him began to tremble ever so slightly. Moments later, countless pale arms emerged from the grains, a sight that inexplicably evoked memories of the mythical river of forgetfulness from Eastern legends. At that moment, Matthew felt as though he stood upon the bridge of oblivion, gazing at the myriad of forlorn spirits reaching out toward him from the depths of the river. The scene sent a shiver down his spine, stirring a profound sense of unease within him, akin to experiencing the uncanny valley effect. Soon, the pale arms on the ground began to coalesce in a new formation. Countless ghastly limbs converged in one direction, intertwining as they climbed over one another, ultimately twisting into a colossal tree made entirely of these white arms. The sheer number of these white-limbed creatures was overwhelming. Despite Matthew casting several spells to vanquish a significant number, even more surged forth to fill the trunk of the grotesque tree. The massive structure, composed of pale arms, lunged toward Matthew, prompting him to swiftly maneuver his invisible hand to the right. To his astonishment, the grotesque tree exhibited an uncanny agility, altering its trajectory mid-air to pursue Matthew's evasive actions. Realizing that the speed of his invisible hand was insufficient to create a safe distance, he hastily retrieved a shape-shifting material from his pocket and transformed it into a giant eagle. Climbing onto the broad back of the majestic creature, he fashioned a saddle-like apparatus to secure himself, ensuring he would not be thrown off during flight. He then cast 2 spells to lighten his weight and enhance speed. The giant eagle took to the skies, quickly distancing itself from the lunging tree. This transformation was a recent breakthrough for Matthew. Prior to this, he could only morph into birds of ordinary size. When attempting to create a form capable of carrying a passenger, he often encountered various complications. Achieving the ability for human flight required more than mere proportional enlargement. Meticulous modifications to the wings were essential. As he controlled the giant eagle, he slightly reduced its speed, leading the tree made of white arms in a circular chase. After several passes, the tree's trunk became entangled, forming a knot, with its trunk unable to extend. The multitude of white arms began to fall, collapsing and then regrouping, ready to twist together once more. Quite agile indeed. Matthew pointed his wand toward the ground, unleashing a surge of magical energy that coursed into the sand. The grains rapidly melted and transformed, soon erupting into a sea of flames. He felt as if his very essence had been drained. The energy expended to convert the sand into fire was greater than he had anticipated. Since reaching a new level of mastery in his shape-shifting abilities, his powers had expanded considerably. After consuming several potions from his pocket to regain his strength, he waved his wand forward. The inferno surged ahead, coalescing into a colossal serpent of flames that swiftly engulfed the freshly intertwined white arms. The arms writhed and struggled within the fiery embrace, and in an instant, it seemed as if a rain of fiery meteors descended. The arms that fell to the ground continued to burn, soon beginning to carbonize and ultimately reduce to ash. Matthew's expression shifted as he realized the fragility of the white arm bug. Once reduced to ashes, it would be impossible to touch and harness energy for the metallic disc. He reverted the fire serpent back into sand, yet he had already exhausted himself during the transformation spell, and relying on potions to replenish his magical power yielded little. The extinguishing of the flames was sluggish, taking a considerable time before he finally succeeded, leaving behind a ground strewn with charred arms and carbon remnants. Approaching the charred limb, a crimson light emanated from it, absorbed by the metallic disc in his mind. The ashes contained no red energy. It seemed the energy had dissipated. Nevertheless, Matthew still garnered significant rewards this time. The red energy contained within a single white arm bug was comparable to that of the unicorn beetle he had encountered previously, and he had absorbed the energy from hundreds of white arm bugs. Moreover, the red crystal within the metallic disc appeared insatiable, the energy within it compressed to create more capacity, allowing for continuous absorption of this red energy. Matthew had initially wished to observe any changes in the red crystal once it reached full capacity, yet it remained perpetually stuck at 999, akin to a frustrating game event. She slowly raised her right hand, fingers together, pointing in a specific direction with her index finger. Without delay, Matthew activated the metallic disc in his mind. The scene before him gradually elongated. He suppressed the discomfort brought by his crossing into this realm and focused intently on the direction indicated by the antlered maiden. In an instant, as he prepared to leave this world, Matthew's perspective elevated, allowing him to view the direction indicated by the antlered girl from above. Once again beholding the enormous dark silhouette lurking within the gray mist. In the camp, Matthew awoke from his dream, gasping for air to alleviate the sensation of drowning. Observing the sky, he noted it was beginning to brighten. He had previously discovered that time did not halt upon entering the misty world. This contrasted with the transitions he experienced between the Hogwarts realm and the Wizarding World. He retrieved his pocket watch from his pocket and compared the time with the one he had placed on the ground before dreaming. The time in the Misty World and the Wizarding World seemed to run almost in synchrony, indicating a deeper connection between the two realms. He glanced toward the campfire, momentarily startled to find only one watchful wizard sitting by the flames. A quick survey of the surroundings revealed another watchful wizard near the beast of burden. Engaged in some unknown task, Matthew rose and approached the wizard at a leisurely pace. This night watchman belonged to the Merchant Guild, and Matthew was not well acquainted with him. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, the watchful wizard turned, smiling as he spoke, having kept watch all night. I find myself a bit hungry. Let me search through my supplies for something to eat. Just as he turned, the blue light in Matthew's eyes vanished swiftly. The watchful wizard paused momentarily, having thought he witnessed a flicker of blue in Matthew's eyes, but upon further scrutiny, he saw nothing and attributed it to fatigue from his night vigil. He retrieved a piece of jerky from his belongings and inquired, "Would you care for a piece?" Matthew smiled and shook his head. Dawn was approaching, and now would soon rise to prepare breakfast. The night-watching wizard nodded and, clutching dried meat, made his way toward the campfire at the center of the encampment. Matthew, his expression inscrutable, observed the wizard's retreating figure, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, he sensed that the night-watching wizard was deceiving him. Chapter 80. New coordinates. The environment within the core area of the Winterwood Forest starkly contrasts with that of the peripheral canyon region. Here, colossal trees, thick enough to be embraced by several people, abound. Moreover, the level of danger in this locale far surpasses that of the canyon region. The creatures that proliferate here are exceedingly troublesome, and merely searching for a few days has left everyone utterly exhausted. Since entering the core area of the Winterwood Forest, their dreams have drawn them closer to the enormous shadow looming ever nearer. When dreaming within this core region, one can even faintly discern the immense shadow amidst the gray mist on the ground. Matthew had a premonition that by dreaming in a certain spot within this area, they could reach the location of that vast silhouette. After entering the core of the Winterwood Forest, Link occasionally cast a bloodline tracking spell to sense old Watson's whereabouts. Lacking a specific direction in their search for the shadowy white deer, they followed Link's suggestion to pursue old Watson's location. Now, they had discovered old Watson's camp. The concealed magical artifacts within the camp were still functioning. From the outside, the camp remained invisible, employing a visual cloaking type of magic. Upon entering the camp, they were met with a disordered scene, as though it had recently been the site of a fierce battle. The campfire at its center was also a magical artifact, which, thanks to its enchantment, had prevented snow accumulation. Link furrowed his brow, noting the absence of old Watson and the others. Despite the bloodline tracking magic clearly indicating this camp's location. "Link, there are traces of blood over here," Matthew called out, having noticed something unusual before the campfire. Link crouched before the fire, casting a spell to confirm the blood's lineage. "This is my grandfather's blood." Following the trail of splattered blood, Link determined a direction and soon discovered additional bloodstains. Along the trail, they arrived at a colossal tree, thick enough to be embraced by several people. The trunk bore dried blood, as if it had seeped from within. Unsheathing his sword, Link sliced into the bark and was astonished to uncover a corpse concealed within. "Grandfather!" he exclaimed, recognizing old Watson hidden within the tree. Link hastily excavated the body, his face a mask of sorrow. He had grown up alongside his grandfather, so their bond was profound. After unearthing the body, he examined the wounds and noted a penetrating injury that traversed from the back to the front of the chest. "Grandfather was murdered," Link stated gravely. After a thorough search, they found no signs of anyone else. In his youth, old Watson had been a formal wizard, though he had once suffered a near-fatal injury that had severely diminished his capabilities. Before departing from the royal capital, he left behind his amassed wealth at home, which included a storage-type magical artifact. In this world, storage artifacts are exceedingly expensive, and most apprentice wizards lack such items. Link brought this artifact along, placing his grandfather's remains within it, intending to transport the body for burial. After failing to discover anything of further value, Link addressed Matthew and Anna, suggesting it was time to leave, as they had already waited for an extended period. Aside from Link's party, the others quickly exited the campsite. Upon the return of Link's group, the wizards resumed their search for the elusive shadow white deer. The leading wizard, noting the fatigue among the group, urged his mount, a bird-like creature, toward Lilith's location. He advised her, "Miss Lilith, many in the team appear quite weary. It is impractical for them to remain indefinitely to assist us in locating the shadow white deer. It would be prudent to make arrangements soon." Lilith tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us search for 2 more days. We shall set up camp early today to rest, and tomorrow we will employ a potion to attract magical creatures, attempting to draw the shadow white deer to us. If the deer does not come, or if we attract overly troublesome magical beings, we will withdraw from the winter forest." The leading wizard nodded. "I will inform the others while we set up camp." Just then, a series of unsettling giggles echoed through the woods, strange and eerie, sending shivers down everyone's spines. As if countless ants were crawling over their skin, the leading wizard shouted, "Stand guard." Moments later, a disheveled woman emerged from the forest. Her hair was dry and tangled, with bloodied patches visible on her scalp. She wore a tattered robe, and her exposed hands were marred by numerous scars. As the group regarded her, she was using the last remaining nail of her right hand to scratch at a wound on her head. This woman appeared anything but normal, prompting the leading wizard to warn, "Halt. If you come any closer, we will be forced to act." The peculiar woman seemed oblivious to the warning. Continuing to approach the wizard's party, Matthew distinctly sensed the magical energy emanating from her. She was a witch, though her magical aura was wildly erratic, starkly contrasting with that of a typical wizard. In a strange tone, the bizarre woman said, "You will stay and feed my little ones." Almost immediately, Matthew sensed that they were surrounded. The leading wizard, using his magical artifact, confirmed their encirclement. "We are surrounded. Prepare for battle." Over 20 spells were unleashed toward the strange witch, as the wizards had already been secretly preparing their magic. The eccentric woman was instantly obliterated into fragments. However, before the wizards could exhale in relief, a cacophony of rustling noises erupted from the forest. Moments later, a swarm of insects surged forth from the trees. Each insect was the size of a fist, with oval bodies connected to 8 spider-like legs, their exoskeletons encased in a hard chitinous shell, through which glimmered myriad compound eyes glowing a dark crimson. In the midst of the swarm, several insects clustered together, coalescing into the upper half of an eccentric witch, while the lower half remained a mass of writhing creatures. "Quickly, my darlings, feast upon them," the strange witch began. But her words were abruptly interrupted as she was struck by multiple fireballs, instantly disintegrating her form into fragments. Yet, from the swarm, her upper body soon reformed. She emitted a piercing shriek, sending invisible sound waves hurtling toward the wizards. Lin Ku, suppressing his discomfort, swiftly grasped the necklace around his neck and called to his companions, "Gather around me." Upon activating the necklace, a translucent shield enveloped Lin Ku and those nearby. The invisible sound waves rippled against the shield, and subsequent sonic assaults were effectively repelled. Lilith, a member of the group, raised her hands high, and a tome-like artifact floated before her, its pages flipping rapidly. Moments later, a fireball with a radius of several meters coalesced in the air, exuding a terrifying aura. The moisture in the air was instantly vaporized, and the accumulated snow on the trees and ground melted rapidly, raising the temperature in the vicinity. From Lilith's slightly pale countenance, it was evident that this spell took a toll on her. The fireball erupted with ferocity, and for an instant, it appeared as though a meteor shower rained down, with countless fireballs plummeting toward the swarm of insects. The insect horde ignited, filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. However, within the swarm, a transformation soon occurred. The insects coalesced into a massive sphere, with the flames only consuming those on the periphery. This burning mass of insects rolled toward the wizards, shedding the charred remains of its outer layer, which were swiftly replaced by those from within. Matthew's palm radiated with light as a bolt of lightning shot forth, striking the insect sphere. The outer layer of insects was instantly charred, while the inner layers were rendered immobile by the transmitted electricity, causing countless insects to plummet to the ground. The fallen insects were quickly consumed by the flames raging below. From within the inferno, the witch's haunting screams echoed, growing fainter as the number of surviving insects dwindled. "Well done," Lilith praised, acknowledging the immense cost of her magic, which had not achieved the desired effect. However, with Matthew's assistance, they had successfully vanquished the majority of the swarm. Through the collective efforts of the wizards, the seemingly overwhelming tide of insects was annihilated before it could encroach upon them. Following the battle, they found a nearby spot to camp and recuperate. Matthew awoke once more from the misty realm. This time, upon regaining consciousness, he noticed something unusual. The metallic disc in his mind was glowing faintly. It was the first occurrence of its kind, as he had not experienced this upon entering the gray mist before. Drawing his wand, Matthew quickly surveyed his surroundings. In the center of the campfire continued to emit a grayish-white glow. Outside the camp, the fog remained undisturbed. At first glance, Nothing appeared different from before. Matthew exited the camp, stepping into the enveloping gray mist. The environment, shrouded in gray mist, bears a striking resemblance to the core of the winter forest, where towering ancient trees stand tall, some so massive that a few people would be needed to encircle them. Within the mist, a colossal shadow can be faintly discerned, the very location indicated by the stag-horned maiden. Previously, Matthew had attempted to venture towards that direction in the fog-laden realm, yet it appeared endless. Upon stepping into the gray haze, the luminous metallic disk in his mind emitted an increasingly brilliant glow. Moments later, he perceived a glimmer of light concealed within the mist ahead. As he advanced, he found himself at a campsite that seemed oddly familiar. However, he soon realized that this was not the campsite he had just departed from. Rather, it was the very site where old Watson had been located. Unlike the tangible world, the central campfire radiated a pale grayish light. To his astonishment, there was indeed someone present at the campsite. The figure sat with their back to Matthew, positioned before the flickering flames. In the dim light, only a dark silhouette was visible, obscuring any discernible features. Sensing his presence, the figure slowly rose and turned to face him. It was then that Matthew discerned that the figure before the fire was not merely obscured by the light. It was entirely shrouded in darkness. Were Link to be present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the outline of this shadowy figure bore an uncanny resemblance to his grandfather. The obsidian figure raised its right hand, and Matthew's complexion paled as he swiftly leaped aside. The spot where he had just stood was struck by a beam of black light, instantly disintegrating the earth beneath it. Without hesitation, Matthew summoned his mage armor, pointing his wand towards the ground ahead. The earth before him roiled like tumultuous waves, causing the shadowy figure to lose its footing upon the violently trembling surface. Suddenly, a flaming hand materialized from thin air, seizing the dark figure, and the flames rapidly engulfed it. The silhouette writhed in agony but emitted no sound of despair. Moments later, it lay still. Approaching cautiously, Matthew found that the once formidable figure had been reduced to a mere thin layer, resembling a shadow. With an invisible hand, he prodded it, discovering a fragment of a shattered blue crystal within. Just then, the blue crystal transformed into a beam of azure light and vanished. Matthew was astonished to see that the crystal had reappeared on the metallic disc in his mind. The arcane energy contained within the disc surged towards the damaged blue crystal, and as the brilliance subsided, the broken crystal was restored to its pristine condition. Matthew was momentarily taken aback as the metallic disc conveyed a message to his consciousness, a coordinate. This coordinate corresponded to a location within the mist-laden realm. Subsequently, the metallic disc in his mind radiated with renewed vigor, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. In an instant, the figures within the campsite vanished. The massive tower was only partially visible, its upper portions obscured by the gray mist, leaving only vague shadowy outlines. As Matthew ascended the stone steps leading to the colossal tower, it trembled subtly, as if awakening. An unknown visitor detected the core hub's judgment weight acquisition permissions. An intermittent series of voices reached Matthew's ears. Moments later, the voice became fluid, announcing that the ownership of the wizard tower had been successfully transferred, and that Matthew had become the new master of the tower. A wave of astonishment coursed through Matthew. Was this colossal structure truly the wizard tower? And had he really become its master? Who are you? He inquired. The voice replied once more, Esteemed master, I am Zero, the artificial spirit of the tower. At your service. Matthew seized upon the key term, Zero. He had yet to witness the wizard towers of the sorceress realm, nor did he know if other towers possessed such artificial spirits. Given his experiences across 2 lifetimes, he surmised that an artificial tower spirit was akin to a sorceress version of artificial intelligence. Zero elucidated, originally, there were 24 artificial tower spirits within the wizard tower. However, after being eroded by the miasma of the rift world for tens of thousands of years, many internal areas have sustained damage, including the layer housing the core data of the spirits, rendering the others inoperative. Chapter 81, The Sorcerer of Time. Matthew pressed further, what is the rift world? Zero continued to explain. In the past, a malevolent deity from another realm invaded the wizard world, instigating a planar war. Subsequently, the ancestor of time, Eamon, intervened and defeated the malevolent deity. The conflict severely impacted the very essence of the wizard world. With the destruction of its foundational essence, the wizard world faces a continual depletion of its innate power, resulting in a dwindling number of future sorcerers and a diminishing upper limit of their potential. To compensate for the loss of the wizard world's essence, the ancestor of time shattered the native plane of the malevolent deity and merged it with the wizard world. In Eamon's design, the future of the wizard world would be a dual-structured plane, with the original wizard world serving as the surface of the plane, while the rift world would exist as an underworld capable of harboring formidable beings. The world you currently inhabit, shrouded in miasma, is a product of the fusion between the wizard world and the native plane of the malevolent deity. Here, the 2 worlds influence one another, exhibiting characteristics from both realms. The wizard tower present here is a legacy left by the great sorcerer Eamon, the ancestor of time. After the essence of the wizard world was compromised, it became unsuitable for high-level sorcerers to operate. To mitigate the loss of the world's essence, the ancestor of time positioned the wizard tower at the entrance to the rift world. Eamon, the ancestor of time. In ancient times, high-ranking sorcerers bore titles, often reflective of their specialized abilities. This Eamon was renowned for his mastery over the manipulation of time. Upon hearing this name, Matthew felt a profound astonishment. The meditation technique he was currently practicing was none other than Eamon's foundational meditation method. Yet he wondered if they were indeed the same individual. From Zero's description, the ancestor of time Eamon was immensely powerful, capable of shattering planes and merging them with another world, a realm of understanding that eluded Matthew at present, making it exceedingly difficult to associate it with a mere foundational meditation method. Matthew expressed his confusion. You mentioned that the wizard tower has been eroded by the miasma for tens of thousands of years. Yet historical records from the wizard world indicate that the planar war which damaged the world's essence occurred merely a few thousand years ago. This does not align with your timeline. Among the historical records Matthew had perused, there were mentions of the cataclysmic planar war that had ravaged the essence of the world. However, these accounts did not detail the involvement of the time ancestor, the grand sorcerer Eamon. Instead, the chronicles focused on the conflict between the realm of sorcery and the otherworldly entities. This planar war was exceedingly brutal. The sorcerers succeeded in repelling the invading foes. Yet the realm of sorcery itself suffered grievous wounds to its very essence during the strife. The spirit of the Zero Tower responded, indicating that remnants of the malevolent deity's power lingered within the interstitial world, alongside the residual forces left by the time ancestor. Under the influence of various factors, the time, space, and species within this realm were shifting towards an unknown destiny. At the onset of the planar convergence, time in the interstitial world was in disarray. One day in the realm of sorcery could equate to a century passing in the interstitial realm. Presently, while the flow of time in the interstitial world had begun to stabilize, its spatial dimensions remained chaotic. Given more time, it was anticipated that the spatial conditions would also achieve stability, allowing for a deeper integration with the realm of sorcery. Matthew suddenly recalled that during his time in the interstitial world, he was unable to utilize the spells of shadow teleportation or the key to the gates, likely due to the instability of the space. Furthermore, the peculiar life forms encountered within the interstitial world were evidently not products of natural evolution. They were manifestations of the residual power of the malevolent deity. Perhaps they had once been ordinary beings, but had undergone grotesque transformations under the deity's corrupting influence. Rubbing his chin, Matthew pondered a question. Zero, you just mentioned that the time ancestor placed the sorcerer's tower at the entrance of the interstitial world. Does this mean that this location was originally the gateway to the interstitial realm? Is there a connection between this entrance and the Winterwood Forest of the sorcerer world? He noted that he only entered the interstitial world while sleeping in the Winterwood Forest, suggesting a potential link between the two. Winterwood Forest? Searching the database for Winterwood Forest yielded no results. Please restore the database or establish a file for Winterwood Forest, Zero replied, offering no further answers. Matthew contemplated a possibility. He retrieved a map from his pocket, a representation of the entire continental landmass. Can you see this map, Zero? He inquired. Affirmative. A radiant beam of light appeared above the map, scanning its surface. The map data has been recorded and is currently undergoing verification. The Winterwood Forest you mentioned may correspond to a desolate expanse from millennia past. The entrance to the interstitial world lies within what was once this barren land. The desolate expanse was one of the primary battlefields of the planar war. After its conclusion, no forests remained in this area. Theoretically, over the course of thousands of years, the desolate land would not have possessed the conditions necessary for a forest to thrive. The formation of the Winterwood Forest should be attributed to the influence of an unknown power, possibly a consequence of the convergence with the interstitial world. Matthew considered that his automatic entry into the interstitial world during slumber in the Winterwood Forest lent credence to this theory. He continued to inquire, how can one access the interstitial world from the entrance of the Winterwood Forest? The Zero Tower spirit responded that the entrance to the Gap world had not yet been opened, and that your entry here must have been facilitated by the coordinates provided by that Nexus crystal. The Nexus crystal? Matthew pondered, is it a blue crystal? The Zero Tower spirit affirmed, indeed, the Nexus crystal is a blue polygonal crystal. Possessing it grants access to the highest authority of the Wizard's Tower, as many modules within the tower require manipulation through the Nexus crystal. Matthew stroked his chin, realizing that the additional blue crystal on the metallic disc was indeed the Nexus crystal referred to by the Zero Tower spirit. If the blue crystal was left by Eamon, then the other red crystal, and even the metallic disc, might also be remnants of Eamon. He had acquired the blue crystal in a damaged state, and after it was embedded into the metallic disc, it was mysteriously restored by an unseen force. This led him to reflect on Eamon the Archmage's title as the ancestor of time. Perhaps that mysterious force was the power of time itself. During his time in the Hogwarts realm, the enchanting portrait of Merlin had mentioned that he possessed a power of time, and that the portrait had traversed to the past by harnessing this very force. It was possible that the source of this temporal energy resided within the metallic disc. As for the energy stored within the red crystal, Matthew speculated that it was the power of space, for each time he traversed worlds. He consumed energy from the red crystal. Chapter 82, The Wizard's Tower. Matthew cautiously inquired, apart from the blue Nexus crystal, are there other crystals? Perhaps a red one? No. Came the reply, the blue crystal you possess is the only one that can unlock the highest authority of the Nexus crystal. The Zero Tower spirit seemed only aware of the blue crystal and had mistakenly assumed that Matthew had entered the Gap world through it, while in truth, he had directly entered while sleeping in the Winterwood Forest. Matthew began to suspect that his ability to enter the Gap world during slumber might be connected to the metallic disc. The Winterwood Forest served as the entrance to the Gap world, being the location most profoundly influenced by it within the wizarding realm. The metallic disc, affected by an inexplicable force, allowed him to enter the Gap world while in a dream state. This was not mere conjecture. The dream induction ritual he had learned from Jack White required communication with the forces of the Gap world to access it during dreams. Compared to the outside world, the Winterwood Forest exhibited a deeper connection to the Gap world. While in the Winterwood Forest, a peculiar property of the metallic disc enabled him to achieve the effects of the dream induction ritual, allowing him to enter the Gap world directly in his sleep. He further recalled that when he first traversed to the wizarding world via the metallic disc, he had landed in the vicinity of the Winterwood Forest. Perhaps this was not mere coincidence, but rather a manifestation of the connection between the metallic disc and the Gap world that transported Matthew to the Winterwood Forest. Matthew became increasingly convinced that the metallic disc was linked to Eamon, the ancestor of time. Deep within his heart, a flicker of unease emerged regarding the serendipity of acquiring the metallic disc, followed by the possession of the blue crystal that could control the wizard's tower. Were these truly mere coincidences? Matthew continued to inquire of Talon. Zero, do you know the whereabouts of the time ancestor Eamon? Why has his wizard tower lingered in the interstice world for millennia without care? The absence of data yielded no relevant clues from the database. I am equally unaware of the time ancestor's location. Suddenly, Matthew recalled an incident. Each time he entered the interstice world, he would encounter a luminous girl with antlers. She always pointed towards the location of the wizard tower. Zero, I have frequently met a girl adorned with pure white deer antlers. Her hair is a cascade of softly curled chestnut locks, radiating an ethereal glow. Each encounter, she gestures towards the wizard tower, seemingly urging me to approach it. Do you possess any information regarding her? Are you inquiring about her? The Talon responded with remarkable speed, and the light before Matthew shifted, revealing a projection of the antlered girl. After Matthew nodded, Talon continued, she is a nature spirit born from the primordial forces of the wizarding world. Following the devastation of the world's essence, the primordial energy has been in a constant state of depletion. Even after the formation of the interstice world, the loss of this energy has not ceased. What would have dissipated into the endless void beyond the realms has instead begun to flow into the interstice world. The wizard tower, by sealing the entrance to the interstice world, has also served to slow the rate of energy loss from the wizarding realm. The primordial energy that has transitioned into the interstice world has, under its unique environmental influence, given rise to the nature spirit. She often lingers near the wizard tower. Her intentions remain unknown. Matthew began to grasp the concept. If one were to liken the wizarding world to a vessel brimming with water, it would be as if a hole had been punctured at the bottom. If left unaddressed, the water within the vessel would eventually deplete. The time ancestor had placed another vessel at the bottom, allowing the water that leaked from the upper vessel to flow into it. Furthermore, the time ancestor had stuffed a wad of cotton at the breech of the upper vessel, thus mitigating the rate of water loss. The nature spirit formed from the world's primordial energy. Matthew pondered, what purpose does her guidance towards the wizard tower serve? He had previously attempted to communicate with this spirit, but regrettably, she merely stood there, vacantly pointing towards the tower, lacking the semblance of a sentient being. Is it possible to open the entrance to the interstice world? What grave consequences might arise from such an action? Repairing the passage and briefly opening it will not result in severe repercussions. However, prolonged opening will accelerate the flow of primordial energy from the wizarding world to the interstice world, suppressing his restlessness. Matthew observed that the wizard tower had been corroded by the interstice world's mist for millennia, leading to significant deterioration. It seemed imperative that he first devise a means to restore the tower. As Matthew ascended the final stone step of the towering structure, the once seamless wall parted, revealing a door within. Approaching the door, it opened automatically to welcome him. Within lies a circular hall, devoid of walls overhead, where one may gaze upward to perceive an expansive structure reminiscent of an immensely magnified lighthouse. The periphery of the circular hall is adorned with a spiraling staircase. The first floor is devoid of chambers, but beginning from the second floor, one can discern several room entrances adjacent to the staircase. However, above the fourth level, a veil of gray mist obscures the view of higher realms. The spirit of Tower Zero elucidated that the wizard's tower is fundamentally a hollow cylindrical construct, with doors lining the walls of the circular hall, each leading to distinct rooms. Inside, spatial folding technology has been employed, with some laboratories even housing complete ecological environments. The levitating lift, capable of transporting one to the desired tower level, is currently in disrepair. Thus, one must ascend via the staircase encircling the hall. Matthew inquired how to mend the damaged module. He shrugged, admitting, "I am not versed in alchemy." Chapter 83, The Alchemical Workshop. Matthew possessed only a rudimentary understanding of alchemy, and to expect him to craft an alchemical automaton capable of repairing the wizard tower was indeed a formidable challenge. The spirit of Tower Zero explained that although it is not specifically responsible for the alchemical workshop as the core spirit of the wizard tower, it could activate the workshop's automated alchemical mode, albeit lacking the materials necessary for crafting the automaton. Relieved that he need not engage in the laborious process himself, Matthew followed the spirit's guidance to the alchemical workshop on the second floor. In an instant, he felt as though he had stumbled upon the ruins of a long-abandoned assembly line factory. The equipment piled here bore the marks of time, leaving Matthew skeptical of their functionality. He questioned, can these devices still be utilized? The spirit projected a translucent image before him, resembling a three-dimensional model of the workshop, with the majority of areas marked in red and a select few in blue. It stated, currently, there is not a single intact production line for the automaton. Yet it is possible to disassemble and reassemble a complete production sequence from various devices. I have marked the equipment requiring disassembly in blue. You need only follow the guidance to piece them together. After considerable effort, guided by the spirit, Matthew successfully assembled a production sequence for the automaton. He recalled the spirit's earlier mention of the materials required for its creation. Zero, please inform me of the materials needed to craft the automaton. A list projected before him, densely populated with the names of materials, accompanied by illustrations and descriptions to prevent confusion. The materials marked in gray indicated those that were lacking. Before Matthew, the three-dimensional model of the alchemical workshop reappeared, updated with color-coded equipment. Fortunately, with the assistance of magic, moving these devices would prove far less daunting. The recycling workshop is adjacent to the alchemy workshop, where Matthew transports the damaged equipment and methodically disassembles it into materials, a process that occurs automatically. Upon acquiring the decomposed materials, the inventory list is updated once more. Matthew scrutinizes it closely, noting that some of the missing metals can even be found on Earth, which he intends to procure. However, after the winter forest exploration task concludes, Matthew will receive a substantial reward by selling some potions at that time. He should have sufficient funds. As for the sealing stones, Matthew recalls encountering a petrified creature with a black base and dark red patterns in the Interstice world, which was immune to magic and comprised entirely of sealing stones. That locale was also surrounded by floating pillars of sealing stones. Fortunately, the peculiar properties of the sealing stones prevented them from being stored in his seamless expansion pocket, arousing Matthew's curiosity, leading him to record the location of that dream entry with his door key, which now proves useful. After attending to matters in the alchemy workshop, Matthew begins to examine the additional blue crystal on the metallic disc. He discovers that by concentrating on the blue crystal, an invisible three-dimensional projection of a wizard's tower emerges before him. The wizard's tower consists of 9 levels, one of which lies underground, where the magical core and the Zero Tower spirit's essence reside. Through this projection, he can manipulate the wizard's tower. However, the functionalities above the 4th level are currently damaged and rendered inoperative. Matthew's interest peaks at the 8th level, where the chamber of the time ancestor, Eamon the Grand Sorcerer, is located. He believes he may uncover clues regarding Eamon's whereabouts here. The 7th level houses the library, and Matthew inquires of the tower spirit. 0. Is there a collection of magic, formulas, and meditation methods in the library on the 7th level? Yet, the data core of the 7th tower spirit resides on the 6th level, which is now non-operational. Aside from myself, the data cores of the other 23 tower spirits are also stored on the 6th level. Matthew furrows his brow, pondering whether the data cores of the other spirits might still be reparable. 0. The tower spirit cannot provide a definitive answer, as the gray mist continues to corrode. I have isolated the 4th level, making it impossible to ascertain the conditions above that level. Matthew gazes at the 4th level of the wizard's tower projection, which is designated as the biological workshop. The thought of the bizarre life forms influenced by the remnants of the malevolent deity in the Interstice world sends a shiver down his spine. Surely, the biological workshop is not teeming with numerous mutated monstrosities twisted by the remnants of the malevolent deity's power? To this, 0 affirms Matthew's concern, stating, indeed, The biological workshop contains a complete ecological environment where many forms of life once flourished. The gray mist of the interstice world is a byproduct of the residual powers of the malevolent deity and the influences of the time ancestor. The life forms within the biological workshop have succumbed to the corruption of the gray mist, resulting in twisted mutations and an insatiable desire to attack. The ecological zone has suffered severe damage, rendering it incapable of containing them any longer. Consequently, I have sealed off the fourth layer to prevent these mutated creatures from wreaking havoc in other areas. Should you wish to ascend to higher levels, you must first eliminate the mutated monsters within the biological workshop. Meanwhile, Matthew continued his research on the properties of the blue crystal, making a groundbreaking discovery. The energy stored within the red crystal on the metallic disc could be transferred to the blue crystal after undergoing conversion. Upon attempting to channel a portion of this energy into the blue crystal, the magical core at the base of the wizard's tower's three-dimensional model illuminated, indicating that he could infuse energy into the tower's magical core. Thus, the red energy he acquired in the interstitial world, transformed by the metallic disc, became a source of magic usable for the wizard's tower. Initially, he had been troubled by how to address the energy consumption issues of the alchemical workshop once he gathered sufficient materials. Producing magical dolls in the workshop demanded a substantial amount of magic, and supplying this magic with magical stones was beyond Matthew's means. At noon, at the London port, several trucks were parked in front of a warehouse, a kilometer away from the harbor, where a few workers were unloading cargo. After some time, a variety of metals filled the spacious warehouse. These were metals Matthew had procured, as the alchemical workshop within the wizard's tower had a significant demand for them. The production line for magical dolls in the workshop could create various types of auxiliary magical dolls, not solely those with repair functions. Thus, Matthew had stocked up on additional metals. Once the workers departed, Matthew swiftly placed all the metals into his concealed extension pocket and carried them away. A small creature nestled within his hood, hidden, climbed onto Matthew's shoulder and let out a sound. Matthew pointed his wand at his throat, enabling him to comprehend feline speech. Matthew, my avatar, observed Professor Chilo heading to Hogsmeade. Piddon's voice echoed in Matthew's ear, transformed into a language he could understand. Matthew smiled gently, cradling Piddon in his arms and stroking its fur. Thank you for your hard work, Piddon. He then retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket and consumed it. In an instant, his appearance and form began to morph continuously. Moments later, he had transformed into a man with chestnut curls. Matthew was now disguised as a merchant wizard, one who conducted business in Diagon Alley, making the likelihood of encountering the real individual in Hogsmeade exceedingly low. With a twist, his attire transformed into an ordinary wizard's robe, and in a blink, Matthew vanished from his original location, reappearing in a secluded corner of Hogsmeade. I am currently in the Hogshead Inn, Piddon remarked from within the hood. The dilapidated sign of the Hogshead Inn remained unchanged, hanging from a rusted bracket adorned with the image of a wild boar's head. The inn itself mirrored the sign's weariness, with thick grime coating the windows, further diminishing the already inadequate light. Upon entering the tavern, Matthew quickly spotted Professor Chilo, who was drinking alone. Matthew seated himself beside Chilo, who now bore an expression that exuded shrewdness and cunning, unmistakably the demeanor of a seasoned rogue. I possess some rather rare goods. Do you have any interest? Chilo merely cast a fleeting glance at Matthew and swiftly replied, not needed. He appeared slightly inebriated, with flushed cheeks and a sorrowful expression, yet at that moment, he exhibited no signs of stuttering. Matthew, absorbed in his own thoughts, produced an egg of the Norwegian ridgeback dragon, cryptically stating, I have a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, a truly scarce item in the market. Chilo, growing impatient, retorted, I do not need it, do not disturb me. Then, he paused, as if straining to hear a distant sound. Voldemort's voice echoed within Chilo's mind, fool. Have you forgotten how much Hagrid adores these peculiar magical creatures? You should acquire this dragon egg to extract some information from him. Chapter 84. The Arcane Knowledge from the Dark Lord. Chilo's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of fear. He was now possessed by Voldemort, who could directly access his thoughts and converse with him mentally. I understand, Master. Chilo cleared his throat and feigned nonchalance. Is this the Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg? Indeed. A Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, and one that is capable of hatching, Matthew replied with a slight smile. You may verify it, if you are knowledgeable. You should recognize that hatching dragon eggs exhibit brighter colors. Matthew was unperturbed by the notion of Chilo seizing the egg within the bar, for Voldemort would not permit such an act, as the Dark Lord still sought to remain concealed within Hogwarts. Chilo took the egg to examine it, inquiring, what price do you seek? If the cost is reasonable, I might consider it. Matthew held up a single finger. 1,000 galleons? Chilo responded, somewhat taken aback. Such a price for a dragon egg seemed rather inexpensive. Matthew shook his head, interrupting Chilo. It is 10,000 galleons. You must understand. This is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg. Outside of protected areas, there are scarcely any left in the wild. Chilo's pupils dilated, momentarily rendered speechless before he erupted in anger. You are greedier than the goblins of Gringotts. 10,000 galleons for a single egg? At most, 3,000 galleons. Ever since being possessed by Voldemort, he had been subjected to continuous demands from the Dark Lord, spending vast sums on items to replenish Voldemort's strength. Now, his entire fortune amounted to merely a few thousand galleons. Matthew, unfazed, stated, "You will find few dragon eggs circulating in the market. This may be your only opportunity in a lifetime. If you are sincere, I can sell it to you for 8,500 galleons." Matthew intentionally quoted a high price, aiming to acquire some dark magical knowledge from Voldemort, necessitating an offer that Chilo would find unacceptable. However, if Chilo were indeed affluent and purchased the egg at the elevated price, it would not be a loss for Matthew. "Master, I truly cannot muster such a sum," Chilo thought despairingly. Voldemort's voice resonated in his mind. "Incompetent fool. How can you not even gather 8,500 galleons? How did I end up possessing such a worthless vessel?" Matthew discerned that Rocky was financially challenged and offered Chilo a way out, speaking slowly, "As you can see, I am a merchant, and I also accept barter. If you possess items of equivalent value, be it potions, formulas, magical knowledge, or other magical artifacts, they can be exchanged." Chilo pondered this for a moment, realizing he held little of worth, save for the Dark Lord residing on the back of his head, which was hardly tradable. Voldemort sensed Chilo's thoughts, and in an instant, Chilo trembled, a sharp pain coursing through his head, causing him to curl up in his seat. Observing this, Matthew stood, feigning an intent to depart. "It appears you are not destined to possess this Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg." Chilo promptly grasped Matthew's hand, forcing a smile upon his face. "I possess some magical knowledge." This was a command from Voldemort. Matthew resumed his seat, a look of keen interest adorning his features. "Do tell," Chilo replied. "I can teach you the unforgivable curse." In the black market, the unforgivable curses hold little value, for many wizards are adept in their use. They are merely forbidden due to their cruelty and the absence of counter curses. Matthew shook his head and continued, "Indeed, even if those spells are not rare, possessing related and more profound insights into magic would still hold some value." Chilo fell silent, seemingly attuned to some distant sound. After a moment, he spoke again. "You may choose between the insights of the Fiendfire Curse or the Legilimency technique. I assure you, both are of considerable depth." It appeared Voldemort was unwilling to part with his most proficient knowledge of the unforgivable curses. Matthew contemplated, recognizing his mastery of Legilimency, which, when combined with potions, rendered him nearly unbeatable against those of lesser power. However, against someone stronger, even the most skilled Legilimency would prove futile. Attempting to use it against a powerful adversary was tantamount to courting death. He resolved to select the insights of the Fiendfire Curse. "I choose the insights of the Fiendfire Curse, but I must first examine the material," Matthew stated. Chilo produced a notebook and, with a flick of his wand, the formerly blank pages gradually revealed text. Moments later, the notebook brimmed with knowledge pertaining to the Fiendfire Curse. Chilo extended the notebook to Matthew, untroubled by the prospect of Matthew defaulting, for no one could evade the wrath of the Dark Lord. Voldemort's knowledge was not easily obtained without consequence. During his travels, Chilo had fortuitously encountered Voldemort concealed within the forests of Albania. At that time, he had willingly engaged with Voldemort, who was in a state of extreme weakness. Chilo deemed this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as Voldemort had once been a formidable Dark Lord, undoubtedly possessing profound magical knowledge. Capitalizing on Voldemort's frail condition, he sought to extract knowledge from him gradually. However, he was unprepared for the fact that even in such a weakened state, Voldemort's essence would gradually entwine itself with his own. Eventually, one fateful day, he found himself possessed by Voldemort. In that moment, his life was irrevocably entwined with Voldemort's will, his existence hanging by a thread at the whim of the Dark Lord, and he was forever bound as Voldemort's puppet. Unexpectedly, there are still individuals who have acquired profound magical knowledge through dealings with Voldemort. This incited immense jealousy within Quirrell. However, it was his master's decision, and he dared not dwell on it further. Matthew briefly perused the freshly acquired notes on the Fiendfire Curse, his discerning abilities still intact, quickly recognizing the immense value of the knowledge. A shrewd smile befitting a merchant graced his face. Indeed, this was exceptionally advanced knowledge. "This dragon egg is now yours." Matthew placed the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg on Quirrell's desk, tucked the notes into his pocket, and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he slipped a business card into Quirrell's hand. "I often conduct trades in Diagon Alley. Should you require anything, you may find me there. I possess quite an array of fine goods." The merchant persona Matthew had adopted had once been instrumental in significantly profiting from Quirrell when Matthew was still naive about the prices of potions in the black market. Sharing this information with Quirrell was merely a goodwill gesture to help him secure some business, devoid of any desire for revenge. Chapter 85, The Fiendfire Transformation. In the room of the All-Request House, to the right stood a desk, while to the left were several targets. Matthew was engrossed in studying the notes he had acquired from Quirrell. Voldemort truly lived up to his reputation as the Dark Lord. His understanding of dark magic surpassed that of others, and the notes he had traded for provided Matthew with significant insights. Fiend fire was exceedingly wild and difficult to control, and Matthew's fire control magic could only manage ordinary flames. Through Voldemort's notes on the fiend fire curse, he gleaned some secrets to wielding this formidable fire. Grasping the wand on the desk, he flicked the tip toward the target and incanted fiend fire. Suddenly, a tumultuous blaze erupted on the ground, golden flames soaring into the air, enveloping the target completely. The target, engulfed in the golden fire, was reduced to ashes in an instant. Matthew gently waved his wand to the left, and the golden flames surged toward the leftmost target, consuming them all. He then commanded the fiend fire to remain 3 meters from himself, closing his eyes to feel the searing heat and the tumultuous waves of magical energy that washed over him. The golden flames in the air continuously morphed, at times taking the form of a colossal golden serpent, at others, a magnificent golden beast, and even occasionally transforming into objects like scissors, hammers, and great swords. Ultimately, a giant bird composed of golden flames hovered in the air. All spells must cease. With a gentle tap of his wand, the golden flame bird dissipated into nothingness. What Matthew had just accomplished was not merely controlling fiend fire with fire magic. He had also ventured into the realm of transfiguration. The transfiguration notes gifted to him by Dumbledore on Christmas Eve had greatly benefited him as well, combining the control techniques from Voldemort's notes with his own understanding of transfiguration. He had finally mastered the manipulation and transformation of fiend fire. Matthew was thoroughly satisfied with this transaction. Had it not been for Voldemort's urgent desire for the dragon egg, he would not have parted with such invaluable knowledge of dark magic, knowledge that seldom surfaced in the outside world, difficult to procure even with wealth, and could even serve as the core inheritance of certain minor wizarding families. Concluding his studies on the fiend fire curse, it was already time for dinner. Departing from the ever-receptive chamber, Matthew tidied up the wreckage of the targets that had been obliterated in the practice room, employing magic to erase the traces of ash. Upon entering the grand dining hall, he immediately spotted the despondent Draco Malfoy. Draco sat listlessly at the dining table, his expression akin to a frostbitten eggplant. His 2 companions sat nearby, hesitating to speak. From the snippets of conversation around him, Matthew gleaned that the duo had seemingly lent all their money to Draco. His assumptions were confirmed. On Christmas Eve, Draco's substantial investment in a financial scheme had collapsed. The Christmas gift Draco had bestowed upon Matthew was a frog wallet, which had ceased to dispense galleons since that fateful night. It was evident that Draco had not experienced a peaceful Christmas Eve. As Matthew passed by Draco, he gently remarked, "Thank you for the frog toy." Draco slowly lifted his head, staring blankly at Matthew, before nodding. Matthew scratched his cheek, pondering whether this incident had inflicted too great a blow on the boy. Reflecting further, he recalled that the frog wallet, crafted by the Weasley twins, had been completed with his financial backing. He patted Draco on the shoulder, offering words of consolation. "Draco, cheer up. Given the wealth of the Malfoy family, a loss of a few thousand galleons is trivial. Consider it a lesson learned." Indeed, he could not allow the Malfoy family's reputation to falter, at the very least. He ought to conceal the extent of his concern regarding the lost galleons. Clearing his throat, Draco feigned nonchalance, declaring, "Of course, a few thousand galleons is nothing for the Malfoy family." He then regaled his followers with grandiose promises. "Rest assured, it won't be long before I repay you." In truth, his father, Lucius Malfoy, upon learning of the debacle, had been furious and threatened to have Draco's allowance. At that moment, Draco had not dared to confess the depth of his financial entanglements with his classmates, merely stating that he had invested his own pocket money. Repaying his debts seemed a distant prospect, and for now, Draco could only seek to buy time. Noticing that Draco had rallied somewhat, Matthew chose to disengage and made his way toward his roommates. "Good evening," he greeted the girlfriend of Gellert, though he momentarily faltered in recalling her name. Although Lisa was not a Slytherin student, during such informal dining occasions, students from different houses often mingled rather freely, with friends and couples from various faculties sharing tables. Jerry, stuffing a piece of sausage into his mouth, slowly remarked, "Fortunately, I heeded your advice and didn't invest too heavily. My frog wallet has ceased to yield galleons since Christmas Eve." Matthew smiled faintly, selecting a few pieces of mochi from his plate. It was evident that similar schemes existed in the Muggle world. Wealth does not simply materialize or vanish into thin air, but rather shifts from one party to another. The greater the number of participants, the longer such ventures can endure, ultimately resulting in a broader base of individuals incurring losses. Jerry nodded and speared a roasted sausage with his fork. "I, on the other hand, did not incur any losses. In fact, I even earned a few golden galleons. The most unfortunate one must be Malfoy, who had invested so much. Just moments ago, I saw him sitting there, his expression akin to that of Jane during a heartbreak. Gellert was desperately casting glances in his direction, which reminded Jerry of Gellert's new girlfriend sitting among them, prompting him to change the subject. Indeed, Gellert could be quite disheartened during his breakups. Despite having changed girlfriends numerous times, he claimed that he had poured his heart into each relationship. Gellert cautiously glanced at his girlfriend beside him, relieved to find no signs of distress, and let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 86. The Alchemy Master. The alchemical formula for the flying broomstick? No problem. Any alchemical formula would suffice. This particular formula was a request from Matthew to Gellert, as the alchemical workshop within the Wizard Tower was equipped to produce alchemical products, provided the necessary raw materials were supplied. He wished to test whether the alchemical formula from the Hogwarts world could be utilized in the workshop. Gellert took a bite of the tart in his hand and nodded, stating that after dinner, he would write to his father to have the formula sent over. The convenience of owl delivery was remarkable. That very evening, Matthew received the alchemical formula for the flying broomstick. This formula was somewhat dated, originating from over a century ago. Upon reviewing the required materials, he noted that none were particularly rare, and the missing components could be found in Snape's office. Matthew proceeded directly to Snape's office, intending to borrow some materials from the professor. Upon arrival, he found Snape engrossed in the set of Muggle precision instruments that Matthew had sent him. "Good evening, Professor," Matthew greeted with a smile. "Are these Muggle instruments effective?" Snape nodded slowly, acknowledging the ingenuity of Muggles. "This set of apparatus will greatly benefit the teaching of potions, perhaps reducing the number of elementary errors made by those with less discerning minds." The materials for the broomstick's shaft bore some resemblance to wand components. Matthew chose the wand material that resonated most with him. His wand, acquired from Ollivanders, was crafted from purple wood and dragon heartstring. However, Matthew was not particularly finicky about wands. He could wield others' wands, though they lacked the same ease of use as his own. Moreover, his first wand was not his own, but rather one bequeathed by his father. Snape continued to fiddle with the Muggle apparatus without lifting his gaze, stating, "The purple wood is in the second compartment of the left cabinet, and the dragon heartstring is in the last compartment." After a brief pause, Snape raised his head and inquired, "Have you begun researching wand-making?" Matthew shook his head and replied candidly, "I have obtained an alchemical formula for the flying broomstick, and I wish to attempt its construction." Snape advised, "Select a longer piece of purple wood from the third compartment, but do not invest too much energy into it." He believed that young people should be encouraged to explore, and the creation of a simple flying broomstick posed little risk. "Thank you, Professor," Matthew gratefully acknowledged, successfully borrowing the materials he needed. Now armed with the coordinates of the Wizard's Tower, he could choose to traverse directly into its depths. Once again, he found himself in the circular hall, his gaze penetrating the intricate latticework at the center, where a colossal blue orb dominated the entire lower level. This orb served as the epicenter of the tower's magical energies and was also the core of the Zero Tower spirit. Upon entering the Wizard's Tower, Matthew ascended the spiraling staircase that hugged the edge of the circular hall, making his way to the alchemical workshop on the second floor. Here lay a device known as the analysis apparatus, capable of dissecting materials, even unraveling alchemical recipes and magical artifacts. Upon entering the workshop, the magical crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling illuminated instantly, casting a gentle, warm glow that brightened the entire room. At the heart of the workshop stood an immense circular workbench, the analysis apparatus itself. Matthew stood before the apparatus, clutching the recipe for the flying broomstick, his heart racing with anticipation. Should the workshop indeed possess the capability to produce alchemical items from the Hogwarts realm, it would prove to be an immeasurable boon, akin to carrying a master alchemist at his side. Matthew placed the broomstick recipe upon the analysis apparatus, invoking Zero to analyze the alchemical formula. Although Zero was not the dedicated spirit of the alchemical workshop, it was nonetheless proficient in operating these devices. The process commenced, with Zero's voice resonating in Matthew's ear, revealing new alchemical techniques unearthed during the analysis. Moments later, Zero instructed, "Please place the materials upon the analysis platform." Matthew complied, depositing purple wood, dragon nerves, and other components onto the platform. A cascade of luminous rays ascended from the apparatus, enveloping the materials within. "Material analysis in progress," Zero announced once more. "Calculation results. Success rate 886. You may attempt the concoction. Please place the materials onto the alchemical platform." Nodding in agreement, Matthew placed the purple wood, dragon nerves, and additional materials onto the conveyor belt adjacent to the alchemical platform, commanding, "Commence the alchemical process." With a series of clicks, the shell of the alchemical platform opened, and the materials from the conveyor belt were systematically fed into its interior. Once all components had been deposited, the shell sealed shut once more. A brief moment later, the shell reopened, revealing a massive orb that began to rotate gracefully. Golden light streamed from the seams surrounding the orb. After more than 2 hours, as the last glimmer of light dissipated, the orb descended gently, opening to reveal a smooth broomstick handle. Subsequently, an alchemical mechanical arm emerged from below, retrieving vials filled with an assortment of magical herbs and minerals. These potions played a pivotal role in alchemy, bestowing the broomstick with the ability to fly. Following the instructions of the recipe, the mechanical arm meticulously dripped the potions onto the broomstick handle. Each droplet seemed to awaken the broom's vitality, causing it to tremble slightly. Soon after, the mechanical arm replaced its attachment with a nozzle, and a fine mist enveloped the broom, rendering the handle as glossy and smooth as freshly polished wooden furniture. Moments later, the broomstick seemed to come alive, slowly rising and hovering in midair. Matthew gingerly retrieved the floating broomstick, savoring the warmth emanating from its handle, a remnant of alchemical heat. He mounted it, and, with a gentle ascent, found himself gliding effortlessly around the alchemy workshop, everything functioning flawlessly. The broomstick had been successfully crafted, and a satisfied smile graced Matthew's face, marking the successful transformation of alchemical formulas from the Hogwarts realm into tangible reality. Perhaps, in the future, he would earn the title of a master alchemist. Chapter 87. Unexpected Events. In the Wizarding World, within a winter forest, a small protective magical array had been established around the campsite, with 4 protective shield emitters positioned at its perimeter. Lilith employed a special bait potion designed to attract magical creatures, enabling a rapid activation of the protective array should particularly troublesome creatures appear. The wizards had already dispatched numerous waves of magical beings drawn by the enticing potion, and after relentless battles and frequent spellcasting, fatigue began to etch itself on their faces. A peculiar flock of flying fish emerged from the sky, encircling the campsite. Viewed from the side, their triangular bodies shimmered with alternating purple and white scales, casting a gentle glow in the air. The dorsal scales of the purple fish ignited with a violet luminescence, and a fierce wind surged through the forest, transforming into sharp blades of air that assailed the wizards within the camp. The leader of the wizards, face etched with concern, swiftly activated the protective array, enveloping the camp in a translucent barrier akin to a shield. The barrier successfully repelled the wind blades, which struck against it with a piercing, shrill sound, ultimately being completely thwarted. Once the blades were exhausted, the leader promptly deactivated the protective array to conserve magical energy. The wizards, already prepared, unleashed their spells in an instant. Boom. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the magical resistance of the purple fish was weak, and they fell victim to the wizards' magic in droves, quickly succumbing to defeat. The remaining fish, in a frenzy, scattered in panic. The more intelligent magical creatures, drawn by the potion, retreated upon encountering the wizards, while those unable to escape left their lifeless bodies around the camp's perimeter. A court wizard cautioned Lilith, "Miss Lilith, everyone is somewhat fatigued. We must preserve our strength for any unforeseen circumstances. The shadowy white stag has yet to appear." Although Lilith felt a twinge of disappointment, she understood the necessity of conserving energy. She stowed away the potion and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "It seems the shadowy white stag will remain elusive. However, rest assured, the rewards promised by the guild will not be diminished." The wizards readily agreed and began to clear the battlefield, collecting the remains of the magical creatures in hopes of extracting valuable magical materials. Matthew was busy harvesting the dorsal fins of the purple fish, having been recently informed by Link that these fins were a highly valuable magical resource. It appeared that the shadowy white stag had indeed become extinct. Link remarked from beside him. Matthew severed a fin from the fish and spoke slowly, recalling a conversation he had overheard from Victor in the merchant caravan, about how it had been ages since anyone had glimpsed the elusive shadow white deer in the Winterwood forest. The last recorded sighting had occurred several centuries prior. One night, while on watch with Victor, they had idly discussed this very subject. As Matthew paused momentarily in his task, he glanced toward the camp, noticing that Victor and 3 wizards appeared to be engaged in a discussion, showing no intent to gather the spoils. This sight troubled Matthew, causing him to furrow his brow, as he recognized one of the wizards, the one with pronounced eyebrows, who had been lurking near the pack beasts a few nights ago, when Matthew had inadvertently encountered him. The wizard had merely claimed to be hungry and rummaging for food. Yet, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Matthew had employed his mind-reading ability. Realizing the wizard had been deceitful, to avoid detection, he refrained from probing deeper into the wizard's thoughts. Moreover, the wizard standing to Victor's left seemed to be the same one who had kept watch alongside the pronounced eyebrow wizard that night. Was it mere coincidence? Or were they plotting something nefarious? Perhaps he was simply being overly sensitive. Matthew had shared his concerns with Link, though he refrained from disclosing his ability to discern lies, merely commenting on the wizard's suspicious behavior. In the subsequent nights, both he and Link had kept a closer watch on that wizard, yet had uncovered no anomalies. As Matthew pondered whether he was being too paranoid, he sensed a disturbance around them. Magical creatures were approaching. He immediately called out to Link and Anna, urging them to be cautious. Soon after, he observed a flurry of what appeared to be maple leaves descending from the trees. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these were not leaves at all, but rather insects with wings resembling those of maple leaves. Upon arriving at the camp, they were greeted by the sounds of explosions and screams emanating from the forest. It seemed that someone had become ensnared by the maple insects. The lead wizard, hearing the commotion, paled and swiftly retrieved a magical sensing artifact. Through it, he discerned the presence of numerous magical creatures lurking in the woods. Without hesitation, he fired a flare into the sky, signaling for a gathering. At that moment, the camp held but a few wizards, while others lacked the ability to sense magic, remaining blissfully unaware of the impending danger. As Matthew continued to use his magical perception to gauge the situation in the forest, the maple insects drew ever closer. Realizing the insects were on the verge of breaching the camp, the lead wizard's expression darkened as he declared, "We cannot wait any longer. Activate the protective magic array immediately." He took control of the array's core mechanism and swiftly initiated its activation, enveloping the camp in a translucent barrier akin to a shield. The swarming maple insects crashed against the barrier, igniting fireballs that exploded upon impact. With a thunderous roar, the protective array's shield flickered erratically under the pressure of the explosions. Before us, the self-destructive maple leaf insects are in fact spawned by the mother insect, which employs this extraordinary predatory method. The mother insect utilizes her magical prowess to generate these explosive creatures, which then obliterate their prey, allowing her to extract sustenance from the remnants. Captain, we must identify the mother insect. Otherwise, these progenitors will incessantly produce more of these explosive insects. The lead wizard, well aware of the characteristics of the maple leaf insects, struggles with his magical sensing artifact, which fails to execute such intricate operations. Veins bulging on his forehead, he finds it arduous to maintain the protective array, and my artifact is unable to discern the mother insect amidst this swarm. You must devise a solution. At that moment, the burden shield suddenly shattered under the relentless explosions, the fissures rapidly expanding until a considerable breach formed, allowing a throng of maple leaf insects to surge through. The four wizards near the breach had no time to evade. Becoming engulfed by the insects, they cried out in terror, swatting at the creatures in a futile attempt to repel them. But their efforts were in vain as the four wizards were swiftly engulfed by the explosions. The lead wizard shouted in fury, "Two more individuals. Maintain the protective array." Immediately, Vivian placed her hands on the core of the protective formation. Link, lacking proficiency in dealing with such magical creatures, instinctively stepped forward to grasp the core of the protective array, channeling his magical energy into it. With the infusion of vital force, the faltering shield regained its brilliance, and the fissures were swiftly mended. Matthew pointed his wand forward. The remaining maple leaf insects within the shield had not yet approached the group when they detonated in the air. Following this, Matthew meticulously sought the mother insect hidden within the swarm, using his magical perception, a capacity that the lead wizard's sensing artifact could not replicate. Soon, Matthew detected several magical sources distinct from the other insects, unlike the chaotic magical fluctuations of the explosive ones. These particular insects exhibited a steadier and far more robust magical resonance. With a precise flick of his wand, he targeted the few unusual mother insects, and they were instantly crushed by an unseen force. Once the mother insects perished, the remaining maple leaf insects became akin to a river without a source, with no new explosive creatures to replenish their ranks, and the explosions outside the shield gradually subsided. The wizards gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Such feats could only be accomplished by those endowed with the gift of magical perception. This ability is typically exclusive to official wizards, with only a rare few possessing the innate talent for magical perception. Such wizards often encounter little obstruction when breaking through to become official wizards, as the process of inscribing innate spells in the sea of consciousness is remarkably smooth for those with this talent. Lilith tucked her delicate, pale golden locks behind her ear and smiled brightly, saying, "My dear Matthew, your contributions have been invaluable this time. I wonder if you would consider joining the Guild of Merchants. We could offer you a position as a consultant." The advisory position within the Guild Merchant Association is merely a nominal role designed to attract talents, requiring no substantial work, yet yielding a handsome remuneration annually to entice gifted wizards or those in pivotal positions. However, this particular wizard has become a primary target of Matthew's scrutiny. The moment he approached, Matthew had already heightened his vigilance. The protective talisman he wore was instantly activated, enveloping him in a translucent, polygonal shield. The right hand of the mustachioed wizard, ablaze with crimson flames, was thwarted by the ethereal barrier. Immediately after, Matthew repelled the mustachioed wizard with a ring of repulsion. Simultaneously, two other wizards, who had just been conversing with Victor, sprang into action, launching an assault on their nearby companion, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Incapacitated by the magical onslaught, Matthew cast a wary glance at Victor, It became increasingly difficult to dismiss the notion that Victor too was compromised, given that all three wizards who had just conferred with him were now suspect. Indeed, as the other three wizards attacked, Victor shattered an object, from which a dense black mist began to emanate upon impact with the ground. Victor looked at Matthew with a grin, acknowledging his alertness, but it was already too late. He surveyed the weary crowd, declaring, "My spirit of corruption shall consume all that you are." The black mist that swirled about coalesced into pale visages resembling human faces. Matthew's pupils constricted slightly. These faces struck a chord of familiarity within him. Link recognized them and exclaimed, "It's you. You are the perpetrator behind the mysterious blood ritual case in Whitestone Town." Memories flooded back to Matthew. He had indeed seen these faces before. Prior to the Winter Forest exploration mission, Whitestone Town had been plagued by numerous cultic blood ritual incidents, and these visages belonged to the victims. With a maniacal laugh, Victor proclaimed, "Have you discovered it?" "Indeed, I orchestrated those rituals, but alas, your realization comes too late. The spirit of corruption will seize your bodies, transforming you into my puppets." The pale faces within the black mist surged forth towards the crowd. In a frantic response, the wizards unleashed their magic. Yet it seemed only fire spells were effective against the faces, resulting in several wizards succumbing to the intrusion of these visages into their minds. "Sister!" Lilith's furious cry pierced the air as a pale face invaded Vivian's consciousness, causing her to collapse in a struggle. Vivian had been maintaining the protective magical formation and was caught unawares by the assault. Lilith attempted to cast a protective spell to shield both herself and her sister from the encroaching face, but it traversed the barrier effortlessly. In a moment of desperation, Lilith activated her talisman to create distance, inadvertently allowing the face to invade Vivian's mind unimpeded. The team leader Wizard and Link were also taken by surprise. Both engaged in sustaining the protective formation. Fortunately, Link and Anna narrowly escaped peril. Anna, a master of fire magic, successfully vanquished the pale face that threatened them. He reveled in the knowledge that the despairing struggle of his adversaries, upon realizing the truth, only heightened his exhilaration. Matthew exploded a man's face with a burning hand and swiftly retreated. The three wizards who had initially attacked immediately surrounded him, attempting to ensnare him. Matthew unleashed a ring of resistance, repelling the three assailants. He surveyed the battlefield, quickly assessing the situation. Chapter 89, Zowu. After fending off the assault of the maple leaf insects, only 14 wizards remained. Excluding Victor, the three wizards currently attacking Matthew, and 4 others possessed by the corrupted spirits released by Victor. Only 6 combat-capable wizards remained in the exploration team. Lillian retrieved a vial of medicinal serum and injected it into the pained Vivian, who seemed to stabilize, ceasing her struggles, though she remained unconscious. At that moment, the 4 wizards, previously knocked down by the maple leaf insects and now lifeless, were also possessed by the corrupted spirits, struggling to rise. The situation took a dire turn. Matthew, acting decisively, summoned 3 massive spikes from the ground. One of the wizards attacking him was caught off guard and impaled in the abdomen, lifted into the air. The other 2 wizards evaded, only for the spikes to immediately change direction and target their new positions. With the distraction momentarily eliminated, Matthew raised his wand, channeling his mental energy into it. The tip of the wand blazed with brilliant light, coalescing into a massive sphere of radiance before him. An enormous claw emerged from the sphere, resting on its periphery, followed closely by a fearsome head, resembling a creature that was neither entirely tiger nor lion. It struggled from within the sphere, extending another claw, its formidable forelimbs exuding fierce power. Moments later, its front half fully emerged from the sphere, while its rear was enveloped in a shimmering aura, trailing a long tail. This was the guardian spirit Matthew had conjured using pure mental energy, a spell he had learned from the portrait of his grandfather, Alphate Black. Typically, guardian spirits are manifested through positive emotions such as joy and hope, serving as protectors with a strong suppressive effect against dementors. However, Matthew faced a different foe and opted for a unique technique, condensing a guardian spirit from pure mental energy. Such a spirit possesses immense counteracting power against souls, undead, and similar entities. Moreover, most people's guardian spirits do not take the form of magical creatures. Matthew's guardian spirit, Zowu, is a rare being from the mysterious East. The technique of summoning a guardian spirit from pure mental energy is quite intricate, and given Zowu's considerable size, Matthew could only materialize its upper half. This was sufficient. Upon Zowu's appearance, the pale faces drifting in the air seemed struck with terror, scattering in disarray. What is this? Victor seethed with rage. As the caster, he could distinctly sense the profound fear that the corrupted spirits held for the colossal creature. Before embarking on his journey, Victor had conducted a thorough investigation, ensuring that there were no wizards proficient in soul magic within his ranks. Moreover, the spirit of corruption he summoned had consumed a vast amount of resources and rituals, depleting numerous offerings in the process. It was unlikely that ordinary soul magic would possess such a restraining effect on the spirit of corruption. In Victor's understanding, only wizards who specialized in soul magic possessed such formidable capabilities. The soul magic of the wizarding world is a complex and rare branch of magic. One would be hard-pressed to encounter a wizard specializing in it outside of organizations dedicated to that discipline. Victor gritted his teeth and retrieved several transparent spheres, within which swirled countless tendrils of black mist. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the black mist was animated by diminutive faces, grotesquely distorted. He crushed the spheres, and an overwhelming tide of black mist oozed forth from the shattered glass, enveloping the entire forest. Hundreds of faces drifted through the air, emitting unintelligible whispers. These faces coalesced, and the black mist danced around them like strands of hair. Victor spread his arms wide, his laughter tinged with madness. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with a frenzied light as he proclaimed, "Even soul magic cannot thwart my hundreds of spirits of corruption. You shall perish in despair." Link was struck with horror at the realization that these spirits of corruption were once living humans, and Victor had sacrificially summoned so many. Victor had not only performed the sacrificial rituals in Whitestone Town, he had relocated there to evade scrutiny after a spate of disappearances had drawn the attention of court wizards. He had received word of impending investigations and had come to Whitestone Town to lie low. The remaining wizards, including the three who had previously besieged Matthew, gazed in dread at the terrifying black mist overhead. Their bodies felt paralyzed, as if their souls were being inexorably drawn towards the ominous fog, instilling a sensation that they might at any moment detach from their corporeal forms and merge with the mist. Only Matthew remained unfazed, his guardian, the Zowu, standing protectively between him and the black mist, feeling no pressure whatsoever. The Zowu licked its lips, belching contentedly, exuding an expression of satisfaction. Victor's manic grin froze on his face, his trembling arms outstretched in disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," he bellowed in a hoarse voice. Victor could not accept that the spirits of corruption he had painstakingly gathered could be so effortlessly dispelled by Matthew. While he had indeed collected ordinary humans transformed into spirits of corruption, the sheer number, hundreds, was meant to embolden his ambitions against the wizards. His next plan was to create spirits of corruption derived from wizards themselves, which would possess no weaknesses to fire. Even if the court wizards uncovered his scheme, he would be undeterred. He had never anticipated that these spirits of corruption would be so easily vanquished. "You all must die." With a countenance increasingly frenzied, Victor withdrew a small knife from his pocket and plunged its tip into his heart, uttering incomprehensible murmurs. "O great lord of the moonlit candle." Thud, thud. "Your devoted follower, Victor Hansen, beseeches your aid." Veins appeared upon the skin over his heart, gradually spreading throughout his body. Thud, thud. Accompanying Victor's whispers was the resounding beat of his heart. A tremendous sound, akin to a drum, emanated from his chest, which heaved violently, as if it might burst at any moment. The forest reverberated with a thunderous cacophony, reminiscent of the roar of a tempest. This deafening heartbeat even rendered other wizards unconscious. Only Matthew, shielded by a guardian conjured from pure mental strength, remained unharmed. Thud, thud. At this moment, Victor's face was marred by veins extending from his heart, and his murmurs crescendoed into a near shout. "I dedicate all of myself to you. Please manifest your divine presence." Avada Kedavra. Matthew unleashed a killing curse upon him. Chapter 90. Aftermath. The green light cascaded over Victor Hansen, and his contorted expression abruptly froze. Yet, within Victor's mind, no strategy existed to navigate the impending crisis. His soul was swiftly dissipating. One who perishes by the Avada Kedavra curse leaves no soul behind. The once thunderous rhythm gradually subsided, the veins stretching from his heart to his skin withering rapidly. Ultimately, Victor Hansen could only fall backward, filled with unfulfilled rage. Upon sensing the magical fluctuations of the wizard before him plunge into silence, Matthew slowly lowered his wand. The guardian also began to fade into the ether. In that moment, it seemed Victor Hansen was communicating with some entity. Matthew, unaccustomed to waiting for his adversary to prepare a grand spell, opted to wield the killing curse directly. Victor's soul proved insufficient to withstand Matthew's incantation, shattering under its force. Matthew chose not to awaken those wizards who had succumbed to unconsciousness, but instead approached the wizard who had previously assaulted him. The wizard, impaled in the abdomen by a massive spike, was barely clinging to life, his wound untreated, having been rendered unconscious by the reverberations of Victor's heartbeat. Matthew first cast a petrification spell on the other two wizards who had attacked him, to prevent them from awakening prematurely. He then lifted the eyelid of the dying wizard, pressing his wand against the wizard's forehead. Legilimens. Matthew's eyes glimmered with a blue light as he employed the legilimency spell on the near-death wizard. When one is on the brink of death, their bodily functions begin to fail, and consciousness becomes foggy, marking the moment when mental defenses are at their weakest. Human memory is not a mere book to be perused at will, nor are thoughts inscribed in the mind for easy retrieval. Memory and thought are intricate, multi-layered constructs. The Miners' Brotherhood? The president of the Whitestone Town chapter, Tor Griffin? Matthew's heart tightened. These matters were not the most pressing. Within the memories of the sorcerer, he had glimpsed Lady Alsha and the enigmatic Tor Griffon seemingly conspiring. Lady Alsha represented the court sorcerer's influence in Whitestone Town, and if she harbored ulterior motives, their situation in the town would become exceedingly precarious. However, he had gleaned another piece of information. The logistics sorcerer, Al, was indeed an agent planted by Lady Alsha. Matthew cast a glance at the unconscious logistics sorcerer Al, who was among the surviving sorcerers. It was no wonder he had managed to evade several crises despite possessing only the strength of a first-level sorcerer's apprentice. The outer regions of the winter forest were dominated by a vast grove of dragon snake trees. The powder derived from their pollen, when applied to the body, would obscure one's presence from the dragon snake trees, thus averting their attacks. Yet, Lady Alsha had entrusted the logistics sorcerer Al with a tampered version of this powder. Spraying it would not only fail to prevent the dragon snake trees' assaults but would, in fact, attract them. However, during a casual conversation with Lilith, they had learned of a scheme to lure the phantom white deer using a secret potion. They had hastily changed their plans and pilfered a potion designed to attract magical creatures, releasing it when others were caught off guard, thereby diminishing the strength of the exploration team. Seizing the moment while the others remained unconscious, Matthew brandished his wand, and two sharp spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the heart and throat of the logistics sorcerer Al. This adept cook perished in his stupor. Matthew had no intention of revealing to others what he had seen in the fragmented memories, as he could not explain that Al was also allied with those four. To prevent any further misfortunes, he opted to eliminate Al directly. He glanced at the lifeless Victor Hansen, who should have known more about the situation, but alas, he was deceased. From the memories of the near-death sorcerer, Matthew discerned that the core members of the Miners' Brotherhood appeared to have formed a clandestine society. Yet, from their affiliations, it seemed more likely that members of this secret society had established the Miners' Brotherhood. Victor Hansen was indeed one of those members. Matthew then recalled that Victor had referred to an entity as the Lord of the Moonlit Candle during their communication. Perhaps this secret society was connected to the Lord of the Moonlit Candle mentioned by Victor. Subsequently, Matthew discovered 4 magical artifacts on Victor, while the 3 sorcerers who had besieged him each possessed one as well. By this time, some sorcerers were beginning to regain consciousness. Link, battling through the excruciating pain in his head, had just heard the thunderous sound of his own heartbeat, causing his mental sea to tremble violently before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Link surveyed the fallen sorcerers, a jolt of realization coursing through him. It appeared Victor had been vanquished solely by Matthew. Assessing the situation, he staggered to awaken Anna. Link and Anna accepted the potion Matthew offered, and after consuming it, their minds cleared considerably. Link expressed his profound relief, stating that they owed their survival to him. Otherwise, they might have faced total annihilation. Who could have anticipated that their team harbored for sorcerers with malevolent intentions? Link was unaware that the logistics wizard, Al, was also part of their group. Moments later, Lilith and the Tall Witch awakened. The wizard possessed by the spirit of corruption lay unconscious on the ground, following Victor's demise. The spirits of corruption within them seemed to have fallen into a state of dormancy. Presently, among the once numerous merchant wizards, only Lilith retained her combat prowess. The small team led by the Tall Witch had suffered grievous losses. Apart from herself, the other 3 perished when the protective barrier shattered, blown apart by the leaf bugs. The original exploration team of 24 was now reduced to merely 5 capable of fighting. Chapter 91, Interests. At the entrance of Whitestone Town, a party riding chocobos and accompanied by 2-legged pack beasts entered the settlement. The members of the Gill Merchant Guild had long been awaiting their arrival, assisting several wizards as they dismounted their chocobos. After the battle that day, only 5 members of the exploration team remained with any fighting ability, and naturally, they dared not linger in the winter forest any longer. The 2-legged pack beasts carried the 4 wizards afflicted by the spirit of corruption and 2 captives, as they hastily departed the core area of the winter forest. Matthew had also attempted to expel the spirits of corruption afflicting them using a purely mental invocation of the guardian spirit. However, the spirits had entwined themselves with their very souls, making it impossible for Matthew to eradicate them without harming their essence. Communication cards could be employed to activate long-distance communication magic. Each card possessed a specific and unique magical frequency. By exchanging these frequencies, the holders could engage in remote communication. Generally, these communication cards were common alchemical products devoid of any built-in encryption magic. In fact, one could utilize long-distance communication magic directly without these alchemical items, and could also cast encryption spells to safeguard the content of their messages. However, without these alchemical tools as a medium, one would need to memorize numerous magical frequencies. Consequently, Many wizards simply used these alchemical tools as a magical frequency directory. Moreover, whether through alchemical tools or long-distance communication magic, effectiveness was contingent upon a minimally disruptive environment. Such remote communication was highly susceptible to magical fluctuations, and wizards possessed various methods to block communication spells. Nevertheless, his assessment task would likely be administered by Madame Allschaffer. Should he apply directly, Madame Allschaffer might impose unforeseen arrangements upon him. While the motives of Madame Allschaffer remained unclear, her decision to include the logistics wizard Al in the exploration team suggested her intent to entomb them within the winter forest. After exchanging magical frequencies with Matthew, Lilith addressed everyone, stating that the compensation for the casualties would be borne by the Gill Merchant Guild. Furthermore, the remuneration for each individual would be doubled from the previously agreed amount. The mithril required by Lord Matthew would be delivered to Whitestone Town within a week. Matthew was rather content, as he found himself in dire need of funds. He required a substantial amount of mithril to craft alchemical automatons, and merely possessing these creations would not suffice for the restoration of the Wizard's Tower. Significant resources were necessary for that endeavor as well. During his time in the Winterwood Forest, he had negotiated with Lilith, agreeing to receive his remuneration in mithril. In the future, he could procure materials at cost through the Gill Merchant Association. Initially, his payment was insufficient to acquire enough mithril for the construction of even a single alchemical automaton. But Lilith, in gratitude for his assistance, compensated for the shortfall. Observing the nods of agreement from the gathered crowd, Lilith turned her gaze towards the captives bound to the two pack beasts and continued, "These two captives." The two wizards from the Miners' Brotherhood had remained utterly silent since their capture, revealing not a single word. Lilith's expression darkened. She was reluctant to hand the captives over to the court wizards, as they were employed by the Gill Merchant Association. If they were to be subjected to harsh interrogations, they might divulge information detrimental to the association. Surrendering the captives to the court wizards would be akin to providing them with a weapon. Sometimes, the truth is secondary. Once the adversary possesses the means to inflict harm, they can extract one's very essence. At that moment, Matthew's eyes flickered as he glanced towards Whitestone Town, sensing the approach of wizards at the entrance. Leading the group was a woman clad in an elegant black gown adorned with lace gloves extending above her elbows, her meticulously styled chestnut locks cascading over her shoulders, and a wide-brimmed black hat secured with a silver satin ribbon atop her head. The trio consisted of Madame Alsha and her two aides, accompanied by a contingent of guards. With a gracious smile, Madame Alsha waved her hand, prompting her associates to advance and escort the captives away. "Miss Lilith, rest assured, we will extract the truth from them," she stated slowly. Lilith bit down on her silver teeth. The circumstances were beyond her control. With Madame Alsha leading the team, she had no choice but to allow the court wizards to take the captives. Chapter 92. The Art of Magic Stone Engraving. "Tina, where's your father?" As Matthew entered, he spotted little Tina playing wizard chess in the courtyard. Recently, Chris had found himself with some leisure time. He had initially intended to open a blacksmith shop in Whitestone Town, but had yet to find a suitable location. Nowadays, he occasionally ventured to the river to fish. With a smile, Matthew affectionately ruffled Tina's hair, retrieving several azure seeds from his pocket. These were seeds of the cloud grass from the Winterwood Forest. When grown, they resembled colorful clouds, truly a sight to behold. "You might try your hand at nurturing these," he suggested. During his time in the Winterwood Forest, he had collected numerous exotic plant seeds, with cloudgrass being among them. Matthew had attempted to use magic to hasten the growth of cloudgrass, but it would only thrive for a day before withering. "Thank you, Brother Matthew. I will do my utmost to keep them alive," Tina exclaimed with delight, receiving the seeds. Although she had grown up in Gemu Village, not far from the forest, she had never ventured into the canyon region of the Winterwood and had never seen cloudgrass. Matthew nodded with a smile. "You shall have a delightful treat. Link and Anna will be joining us for dinner shortly." Returning to the study, Matthew began to reflect upon the treasures garnered from his winter excursion into the forest. The most significant prize, undoubtedly, was the addition of a blue crystal to his metal disc, a gem that conferred authority over the Wizard's Tower within the interstitial realm. The second most notable boon was the special advisory position promised by Lilith within the Gill Merchant Association, which would yield a continuous stream of monetary gifts. Matthew discovered that this remuneration surpassed even that of Link, the captain of the court wizard squad. Additionally, a supply of mithril sufficient to construct an alchemical automaton would arrive in a few days. The remaining spoils included various materials harvested from magical creatures and items scavenged from the betrayers. Among them were two enhancement-type magical rings, one that accelerated spellcasting and another that fortified wind-based magic. Generally, one cannot carry an excessive number of magical artifacts of the same type. Exceeding 23 would lead to interference. Currently, Matthew possessed only one enhancement-type artifact, the dark fingertip bone that he had previously acquired, which, when adorned with the ring that accelerated spellcasting, halved the time required to channel Niven's magic. He had also discovered a peculiar ring on Victor Hansen, its surface pockmarked and featuring an outer band that extended outward, resembling the sun's halo as portrayed in a child's drawing. Contemplating this horizontally positioned ring, Matthew was struck by the realization that he had encountered this design before. The victims of Victor's sacrificial rituals near Whitestone Town bore this very pattern upon their necks. Upon further reflection, he recognized that this motif bore an uncanny resemblance to the moon in the interstitial realm. During his departure from that world, his perspective had been drawn to a height from which he beheld the red moon, its edges adorned with tendril-like halos. The Moon Candle Lord was the name Victor had cried out as he plunged a dagger into his heart. The dream induction ceremony he had previously obtained from Jack White was also fully entitled the Moon Candle Dream Induction Ceremony. Perhaps this Moon Candle Lord was indeed the linchpin of their clandestine society. Matthew even speculated whether this enigmatic figure might be linked to the malevolent deity slain by the Archmage Aemon, the ancestor of time. In addition to these revelations, Matthew had pilfered several potions from Victor Hansen, most of which he could identify, except for one vial containing a dark red liquid of unknown composition, which surprisingly emitted an energy that the metal disc could absorb. It was known that the metal disc was notoriously selective, having only activated once in the past, and never absorbing Matthew's inherent magical energy or that which diffused through the air. It absorbed solely an enigmatic red energy. To this day, he had yet to discern the source of this red energy during its self-replenishment. Now, this vial of dark red liquid obtained from Victor Hansen contained a form of red energy that the metal disc could indeed absorb. This liquid bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine brew Matthew had glimpsed within Jack White's memories. Jack White acquired the divine brew after entering the interstitial realm through the dreaming ritual. Matthew harbored an unsettling premonition that this so-called divine brew was, in fact, a remnant of the malevolent deity slain by the Archmage Aemon, the progenitor of time. Could this be a prelude to the resurrection of an evil god? Pondering this, Matthew stroked his chin, recalling tales from his previous life that sparked his imagination. However, he wondered why the metallic disc, presumably left by the progenitor of time, could absorb energies associated with the malevolent deity. Unable to discern the connections and lacking sufficient clues, he recognized his limited understanding of the progenitor of time. Matthew continued to examine his other findings. The remnants from the three traders were rather meager. Each possessed merely a single magical artifact, reflecting the plight of most apprentice wizards. Each artifact was offensive in nature, casting spells of little potency, which did not captivate Matthew's interest. He intended to sell them off in the future. But another item he unearthed piqued his curiosity. The wizard with the notable mustache carried a tome on the art of magical inscription, a subject Matthew had long desired to explore but had never found the opportunity to procure. The art of magical inscription allows one to etch spells, such as the mage armor, into magic stones, a gift previously bestowed upon Matthew by Link, who had once given him a stone inscribed with the mage armor spell. However, upon inquiring, Matthew learned that the inscribed stone was also purchased by Link, who himself had no mastery of the magical inscription technique. The tome detailed the inscription processes for two spells, the second-tier spell, Fireball, and the second-tier spell, Grip of Thunder. This complexity of the magical inscription art stemmed from the fact that each spell required a unique process. It was evident that the mustachioed wizard had not mastered the techniques inscribed within, as Matthew found no ready-made stones inscribed with either Fireball or Grip of Thunder among his belongings. Chapter 93, Reverse Analysis of Spell Models. As Matthew gazed at the tome in his hand, a spark of realization ignited within him, and in an instant, he found himself transported to the wizard's tower. Upon arriving in the circular hall on the first floor, Matthew inquired, "Zero, can you analyze the spell model for the inscription magic?" The Zero Tower spirit scanned the tome Matthew held and promptly responded, "There exists a fully operational magic stone inscription device in the alchemy workshop. This device can analyze the spell models for the inscription magic, and you may also use it to inscribe magic stones. Would you like me to create a project for the magical inscription technique in my database, incorporating the processes for Fireball and Grip of Thunder? Once recorded, I can activate the inscription device and autonomously produce stones inscribed with Fireball and Grip of Thunder." The spirit responsible for the alchemy workshop, the third tower spirit, had become inoperative, prompting Zero to ask Matthew about incorporating the inscription techniques into its database. Upon reaching the alchemy workshop on the second floor, the magical crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling suddenly illuminated, casting a warm, gentle glow that brightened the entire room. Zero immediately projected guiding markers before Matthew, leading him to the magic stone inscription device. This device, predominantly black and square in design, exuded a minimalist elegance. Upon activating the Zero model's magic stone recording device, a series of luminous rings illuminated the edges of the apparatus. It commenced an analytical reverse parsing of the Fireball spells model. Matthew, lacking any prior knowledge of magic stone recording, found himself limited to the two spells documented in the tome he possessed. Without a foundational understanding of the recording techniques, he struggled to comprehend much of the content. Fortunately, with the assistance of Zero and the recording device, he was able to directly obtain the parsed spell model. The parsing process was swift. Before long, Zero projected the fireball spell model before Matthew. He retrieved a quick scribe feather quill and some parchment to meticulously record the spell model. The fireball spell, classified as a second-tier magic, required the condensation of 72 runes. It summoned a massive flame that, upon striking an adversary, would erupt with tremendous force, making it a potent fire-based incantation. After documenting the fireball model, Matthew instructed Zero to proceed with the analysis of the Thundergrip spell model. Shortly thereafter, Zero displayed the model of the Thundergrip spell. This too was a second-tier magic, necessitating the gathering of 68 runes. Thundergrip unleashed several bolts of lightning in close proximity to an enemy, capable of ensnaring them in a lethal grasp. Thus, coupled with the powerful Summon Thunder spell he had previously wielded in the Helgosea region, Matthew now possessed 3 second-tier spells. All second-tier spells appeared to require over 50 runes, and the time needed to guide the spell model was considerable. During his use of the Summon Thunder spell in the Helgosea, it took nearly 15 seconds to complete the incantation. To reduce the time needed for guiding spell models and to hasten casting speed, Matthew was aware of 2 potential methods. The first involved utilizing enhancement-type magical artifacts that boost casting speed, such as the fingertip bone he owned and the ring artifact discovered on Victor Hansen. The second method was the practice of advanced meditation techniques, which allowed one to inscribe spell models into the mental sea, enhancing spell potency while simultaneously decreasing the time required for guiding spell models and expediting casting. This deepened Matthew's yearning for advanced meditation techniques. However, such knowledge was seldom found in the black market, predominantly monopolized by various wizard factions. An apprentice-level wizard would require an abundance of contribution points to exchange for advanced meditation within the court wizard circles. Even Link, the captain of a small team, had yet to accumulate sufficient points for such an exchange. Nevertheless, upon advancing to the status of a full-fledged wizard, one could procure advanced meditation techniques at a reduced cost of 20%. As the calculations of magical power consumption ensued, it wasn't long before Zero provided an answer. Projecting a list before Matthew's eyes, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, finding no objections to the majority of the list. Though he was somewhat bewildered by Zero's method of measuring magical energy, he retrieved a magic-infused gem, designated as Zero, to establish a new standard for measuring magical energy, 1 degree of magic equating to the energy stored within a single gem. He recalibrated the consumption of magical energy, also displaying the amount stored within the central magical reservoir of the wizard's tower. Matthew then elucidated to Zero the significance of decimal points and percentages, and a new projection list materialized before his eyes. This rendered the information significantly clearer. To create a recording gem inscribed with the fireball spell using the gem engraver, one would need to expend 1 fully charged gem along with an additional 0.2 degrees of magic, drawn from the central reservoir of the wizard's tower. Similarly, the creation of a recording gem for the Thundergrip would also require 0.2 degrees of magic. Currently, the central reservoir of the wizard's tower retains 453 degrees of magic, equivalent to the energy stored in over 10,000 gems. However, this did not imply that Matthew possessed 10,000 gems. For gems were not naturally occurring, but rather alchemical products, necessitating materials for their fabrication. What astonished Matthew the most was that this figure of over 10,000 degrees of magic represented merely 0.0001 of the storage capacity. The wizard's tower's central reservoir could accommodate billions of degrees of magic. He attempted to transfer a portion of the energy stored within a red crystal to a blue crystal via a metallic disc, causing the magical reservoir at the tower's base to illuminate. He could now channel the energy stored in the red crystal into the central reservoir. After transferring enough energy for a single traversal, the reservoir's stored magic increased by a mere 100 degrees. Upon realizing this, Matthew was overwhelmed. 0. How much magic is required to create an assistant automaton in the alchemy workshop? The Zero Tower spirit promptly replied, the creation of an assistant automaton necessitates 10,000 degrees of magic. 10,000. Matthew exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated such a substantial requirement for creating an automaton. With a hint of concern, he inquired, does maintaining the automaton's operation require magic? The Zero Tower spirit responded, initiating production processes in the alchemy workshop consumes a considerable amount of magic, and the assistant automatons produced therein are highly capable. Daily operation of the automaton requires 0.1 degrees of magic. Matthew breathed a sigh of relief. The operational consumption of the automaton was manageable and within acceptable limits. He then asked, are there any other methods to replenish the magic stored in the central reservoir? The Zero Tower spirit suggested, one could construct a void energy extractor to siphon the void power from beyond the planes. Furthermore, the interstice world contains abundant void energy, originating from the malevolent deity slain by the ancestor of time. However, my database does not hold the blueprints for the void energy extractor. Perhaps the database of the third tower spirit does. A flicker of interest crossed Matthew's face as he continued. Is the void energy red upon manifestation? He had long believed that the red energy he had been absorbing was indeed the void energy, which emanated from the boundless void beyond the planes. Matthew gazed at the descriptions of the void projected by the Zero Tower Spirit. Within the infinite void existed various void entities, known for their highly aggressive nature, relishing in invasion, destruction, and the consumption of entire planes. The otherworldly malevolent deity, a being of the void, had evidently seized the realm that once belonged to the interstitial world. Chapter 94, Escape. Matthew arrived at the heart of the alchemical workshop. At the center stood a colossal circular workbench, the analytical instrument of the workshop. He placed some unfamiliar materials from his spoils into the analyzer. Rays of light ascended from the surface, enveloping the materials within the apparatus. The analysis identified that purple pine wood, when ignited, emitted a deadly toxin commonly found in winter forests. The analysis determined that the antlers of the two-headed stag, when consumed, invigorated one's vitality and enhanced reproductive capabilities. The analysis revealed that the void mushroom, when ingested, induced hallucinations, stirred magical energies, and exhibited aberrant growth in the boundless void. The analysis indicated a common stone found in the central region of white phosphorescent stone, deemed useless. The details of the materials materialized before Matthew within a translucent screen, even annotating the characteristics of each item. Void mushroom. This was something Matthew had discovered on Victor Hansen. Its peculiar appearance featuring a deep crimson cap resembling the tentacles of a jellyfish, with regular patterns adorning the stalk, presenting an extraordinary visage. Matthew speculated that this was an item Victor Hansen had procured through the dreaming ritual in the interstitial world, where the remnants of the malevolent god's void power lingered. Thus, the presence of the void mushroom was hardly surprising. As Matthew observed the functioning analyzer, he recalled the Zero Tower Spirit mentioning that besides analyzing materials, the apparatus could even decipher alchemical recipes and magical artifacts. 0. How does one operate the analyzer for magical artifacts? Operating the analyzer for magical artifacts requires personal interaction with the device, and one must possess a certain level of alchemical knowledge. Matthew stroked his chin, realizing that creating a magical assistant automaton had become an urgent necessity. At that moment, he noticed a slight decrease in the magical energy stored within the central core of the wizard's tower and continued to inquire about the calculation of the magical energy consumed by the analyzer. He couldn't help but be astonished. The energy expenditure of this analytical device was indeed substantial. 0. Do you know how long it takes to analyze a first-tier magical artifact? I do not know. I have never witnessed the ancestor of time analyze a first-tier magical artifact, the Zero Tower Spirit replied candidly. Matthew paused, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the analyzer. After all, this device had once been employed by the ancestor of time, a figure of such stature that he would scarcely regard first-tier artifacts as worthy of his attention. He inquired further. What was the tier of the last magical artifact analyzed by this device? A 6th-tier magical artifact. At that time, the ancestor of time remarked upon acquiring a novel toy, eager to dismantle it for inspection. Originally, the analysis was projected to take 7 days. However, under the ancestor's deft manipulation, it was completed in an instant. For the ancestor of time, even a 6th-tier magical artifact was merely a plaything? In the current wizarding world, 6th-tier artifacts existed only in legends. Even 3rd-tier artifacts were possessions of potent 2nd-tier wizards. It was hard to fathom the realm of mastery held by the great wizard Eamon. A question Matthew had previously posed to the Zero Tower Spirit, only to discover that the database lacked an answer. 0. Did you record the analysis results of that 6th-tier magical artifact? Matthew asked eagerly. Matthew longed to ascend to the 6th floor and restart the other tower spirits, but alas, the 4th level of the wizard's tower had been sealed off, rendering access to the 6th floor impossible. Moreover, the data core of the 6th floor's tower spirit had suffered corrosion and damage, leaving uncertainty regarding how much data could be salvaged in the future. At that moment, Link's face was filled with fury as he engaged in conversation with Anna. Anna, in a fit of anger, exclaimed about their inability to keep watch over 2 wizards who had been ensnared by a sealing spell. Perceiving Matthew's look of confusion, Link elaborated. After we parted ways, we accompanied Lady Alsha to the council chamber to relay the mission information. The 2 captives were escorted by guards to the police station. However, they managed to escape along the way. Matthew understood and was not surprised by this outcome. The 2 captives were members of the Miners' Brotherhood, and they possessed far too much knowledge. He suspected that these individuals would ultimately vanish silently from this world. Matthew hinted that the guards escorting the 2 captives were affiliated with Lady Alsha. However, Link shook his head, clarifying, no, those guards are merely from the police station. Lady Alsha, as the most senior officer in Whitestone Town, has the authority to call upon the guards. Link paused, realizing Matthew's implication, and asked with curiosity, "Are you suspecting Lady Alcia?" After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I doubt it would be her. Lady Alcia is quite adept at socializing and bears no substantial grudge against us. I have heard that her relationship with Lady Jill is also amicable. The court wizard team participating in the exploration task was recommended to her by Lady Jill. Lady Alcia has no reason to infiltrate our ranks and betray us. Furthermore, the rebellious wizards were all recruited by the Merchant Association." Matthew stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lady Alcia's reputation was well established, and she maintained friendly relations in many circles. Link remained unconvinced, yet he had no means to articulate his thoughts, as he could not reveal the insights gleaned from the captive's memories. Link then produced a folded card from his pocket. "Ah, this is an invitation. Lady Alcia will host a celebratory banquet next Friday to commemorate her promotion to a formal wizard." Matthew was taken aback. Lady Alcia has been promoted to a formal wizard? When I encountered her today, I sensed no air of dominance about her, only the tumult of magic within her. Perhaps the disparity between himself and a formal wizard was not as vast as he presumed? Matthew discerned that other third-level wizard apprentices possessed significantly less magical energy than he did. This might be attributed to the fact that wizards in this world do not experience magical upheaval during their childhood, granting him a naturally higher starting point. Even without practicing advanced meditation techniques, one could inscribe spell models in the sea of consciousness upon ascending to formal wizard status. Yet, wizards who mastered advanced meditation could inscribe a far greater number of spell models compared to those who only practiced the basic methods, resulting in significantly enhanced spell potency and casting speed. Link nodded, gazing at Matthew with a look of confusion, not comprehending why he had inquired about this. Chapter 95, Matthew's Invitation. That evening, the Whitestone Manor was ablaze with light. The moonlight, intertwined with the radiance of lanterns, cast an even more vivid hue upon the red irises in the garden. In the heart of the backyard garden, there stood a delicate fountain, surrounded by beds of vibrant red irises. Elsa sat silently on a wicker swing chair, gazing at the fountain and the blossoms before her, her deep emerald eyes reflecting a hint of ethereal wonder. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the hem of her light dress, causing it to flutter gracefully. This was a cherished post-dinner ritual. If time permitted, she relished the moments spent in the garden after her evening meal. Elsa held a profound affection for the red irises. Exquisite and transient, they bloomed for but a single night, generally unfurling their petals at dusk only to wither by dawn. Yet, she was acutely aware that, akin to the fleeting bloom of the irises, her own youth would inevitably fade. Even though her transformation into a sorceress had substantially prolonged this passage of time, she remained engulfed by an overwhelming fear of aging, desperately yearning to preserve her beauty. She had sacrificed so much to maintain this allure. Once the attendants had withdrawn, Elsa furrowed her brow, casting her gaze toward a shadowy corner of the courtyard, shrouded in darkness where the light dared not reach. There, a figure stood, obscured from view. Suddenly, Elsa's refined visage betrayed a look of astonishment. "Victor, it is I, Lady Elsa. I have heard that you are now a fully fledged sorceress." The shadowy figure approached, stepping into the light, revealing the visage of the long-deceased Victor Hansen. Elsa's expression turned cold. "Victor Hansen is dead. Who are you, truly?" With a faint smile, he replied, "I felt the call of the Master. The great Master has ushered me into the divine realm, allowing me to escape death." He spread his arms wide, fervently proclaiming, "This time, I did not need the moon candle ritual to enter the realm of the Master." Elsa was engulfed in uncertainty. Could this Victor Hansen truly possess knowledge of the Society's secrets? Was he genuinely Victor Hansen? Had he truly evaded death, favored by the Lord of the Moon Candle? As she beheld the figure of Victor Hansen advancing toward her, she detected no traces of magic. This was not an illusion, and she was not under its influence. The Victor Hansen before her felt undeniably real, devoid of any guise. Victor Hansen continued to smile, addressing her, "Lady Elsa, I have yet to congratulate you on your breakthrough. Coincidentally, I gathered a selection of exquisite flowers in the Winterwood Forest, which correspond beautifully with your elegance." With that, he produced a handful of vibrant blooms, each petal seeming extraordinarily alive. Some were as red as fire, captivatingly radiant, while others exuded the warmth and softness of winter sunlight. These were not haphazardly collected. They were artfully arranged, full-bodied and distinctly layered. Suddenly, Elsa was gripped by a chilling sensation that coursed through her body, her heart racing uncontrollably. It dawned upon her that something was amiss with the Victor Hansen before her. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through her mind, prompting her to activate her protective charms and attempt to create distance. Yet, nothing transpired. She soon realized her body was beyond her control. Elsa remained frozen in place. Her hands, adorned with lace gloves, slightly outstretched, still mimicking the gesture of receiving flowers. She observed that the colorful cloud grass nestled amidst the beautiful bouquet had begun to wither and shed its petals, which danced away like wisps of cloud scattered by a gentle breeze, revealing a chilling yellow orb. A serpent's eye? Elsa cried out silently within her mind, realizing that she could not even voice her alarm. Victor Hansen smiled and said, "Madam Elsa, the moonlight is exquisite tonight. I would like to invite you to join me in a place where we can bask in its beauty together." He placed the bouquet into Elsa's palm, his hands enveloping the back of hers. Even through the gloves, she could feel a smooth and delicate touch, akin to brushing against soft satin. After a moment of distortion in the space around them, the courtyard returned to tranquility, the unoccupied rattan swaying gently in the breeze. In the winter forest canyon, on a relatively open patch of land with sparse trees, the space twisted once more. Two figures suddenly materialized in the clearing. They were Elsa and Victor Hansen, who had just vanished from the courtyard of the Whitestone Manor. Victor Hansen was an alias used by Matthew. After he had slain Victor Hansen, he took some of his hair for future use. Upon receiving word from Link that Elsa had officially ascended to the rank of a formal sorceress that very morning, he resolved to act swiftly and seize Elsa, a sorceress of such high standing, who had previously embedded a logistical sorcerer within the exploration team, posed a significant threat to Matthew. At present, Matthew's contributions within the Court of Sorcerers were sufficient for him to apply for a critical assessment task. As Elsa was the highest-ranking official sorceress in Whitestone Town, it was likely that any assessment tasks would pass through her hands, potentially leading to unforeseen complications for him. Matthew was uncertain of Elsa's motives in dealing with the exploration team, whether she was merely caught in the crossfire, but he was determined not to remain idle. This moment represented the optimal opportunity for Matthew to act. If he missed it, he would likely face a fully empowered adversary in Elsa in the future. Chapter 96, Capturing Elsa. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Should he succeed in capturing Elsa, he would gain access to her resources and wealth, and perhaps even acquire advanced meditation techniques ahead of time. Now that Elsa had become a formal sorceress, she could exchange advanced meditation techniques at a discounted rate within the Court of Sorcerers. In light of this, Matthew meticulously planned the evening's endeavor. He disguised himself as Victor Hansen using a potion and concealed the serpent's eye within the carefully arranged bouquet of flowers. Taking advantage of the cloud grass's tendency to wilt and scatter easily, he intended for Elsa to gaze upon the bouquet, unwittingly locking eyes with the serpent's eye hidden within. Matthew had also fashioned the bouquet into a key. If Elsa proved to be more formidable than he anticipated and resisted the petrifying gaze of the serpent's eye, he would promptly escape through the key. The operation proceeded smoothly. Elsa failed to see through Matthew's disguise. The disguise of the compound decoction extends far beyond mere appearance. It profoundly alters the flesh. Matthew had previously conducted an experiment, transforming himself into a myopic individual, and after the metamorphosis, his vision mirrored that of a nearsighted person. He employed various terms associated with secret societies, such as lunar candle rituals, the divine realm, and entering dreams, to temporarily distract Elsa. Seizing the moment of her confusion, he presented her with a meticulously prepared bouquet. Upon gazing directly into the serpent's eye, Elsa was instantly petrified, and Matthew adeptly utilized the door key to transport them both to the wintry forest. The moonlight cascaded like water, and the two figures in the woods remained in their previous poses, resembling a pair of lovers entwined in a clandestine meeting. The moonlight draped over Elsa's flowing gown, akin to a veil of translucent silk, illuminating the graceful curves beneath. Yet, within her profound emerald eyes, fury threatened to erupt. Matthew, holding her delicate hands, smiled gently and remarked, "Madam Elsa, this splendid scenery is unparalleled, perfect for moon gazing." At that moment, through her gentle grasp, Matthew perceived the surge of magic within Elsa, even sensing the tremor of her hands in his palms. He swiftly realized she was breaking free from the effects of petrification. However, his hands were larger than hers, and his fingers remained in contact with the bouquet housing the serpent's eye. Without hesitation, Matthew activated the serpent's eye, expending more of its power to enhance the petrification effect. The two remained locked in place, and as time passed, the anger in her deep emerald gaze gradually faded, replaced by unease, anxiety, indignation, and despair. After nearly depleting half of the serpent's eye's power, Elsa's magical energy was nearly exhausted. Only then did Matthew retrieve several vials of potions, administering them to her. He confiscated all her magical items, casting a sealing spell to confine her source of magic, rendering her incapable of regaining her powers autonomously. In a stark, square room, sparsely furnished with a single chair at its center, Elsa languished, her eyes devoid of life, stripped of her former elegance and composure. This was a chamber within Matthew's seamless extension spell pocket, which spanned approximately 1,000 cubic units, divided into numerous rooms for storing various items. He had cleared this space for interrogation purposes. After subduing Elsa with the serpent's eye, Matthew utilized mind extraction techniques and potions to glean the majority of her thoughts. From her memories, he uncovered many secrets. Alcia had come to Byshire Town to conduct a dream-entering ritual at a nearby mine, which allowed access to a treasure trove within the interstitial world, where they procured divine brews. The divine brew obtained from the interstitial realm, when nourished by the flesh and blood of the living, could be transformed into a secret elixir that promised eternal youth and extended life. In the world of sorcery, although there exists a plethora of methods to mitigate aging and extend one's lifespan, most of these approaches possess inherent limitations. A wizard apprentice may prolong their life to a maximum of 150 years, while a fully fledged wizard may extend their existence to just over 300 years. However, the elixir crafted from divine brew knows no bounds. It transcends the very limits of life itself. This miraculous concoction has the potential to enable an ordinary individual to live indefinitely, provided they continuously partake of the divine brew. Such a discovery is enough to drive all who fear aging into a frenzy. The initial discoverers of this divine brew were the members of the Moon Candle Society, who have been exploring the interstitial realms for decades. Combining the knowledge retained in Alcia's memories with Matthew's speculations, it becomes apparent that as the convergence of the interstitial realms deepens, certain entities within those realms begin to exert influence over the wizarding world. In this context, the Lord of the Moon Candle conferred upon select individuals the Dream Entrance ritual, enabling them to access the interstitial worlds. These individuals subsequently organized themselves into the Moon Candle Society. Alcia, a member of this society, quickly joined upon learning of the divine brew's effects. As her greatest fear was aging, she harbored an intense desire to preserve her beauty, unwilling to wither like the red iris. Moreover, through the divine brew, she forged connections with many highborn nobles, thereby amplifying the society's influence. With the promise of limitless longevity offered by this elixir, the Moon Candle Society rapidly expanded its sway among the upper echelons of nobility within the present-day Blizzard's kingdom. Numerous noble families are now entangled with the Moon Candle Society, with some having even joined its ranks. Upon discovering the precious site of the White Stone Town mine, which could access the interstitial realms, the society orchestrated the acquisition of the mine by the peripheral faction known as the Miners' Brotherhood, dispatching Alcia to oversee the proceedings. Little did she anticipate that she would fall into Matthew's hands that very night. Matthew had also uncovered Alcia's motives regarding the exploration team. Victor Hansen was the society's envoy assigned to assist Alcia in concocting the divine brew. However, he proved to be unreliable. He conducted experiments in Whitestone Town, employing rituals derived from the interstitial realms, sacrificing the town's residents to create corrupted spirits. Alcia, wishing to avoid drawing excessive attention, and Victor, desiring to use wizards as sacrificial subjects, thus orchestrated an exploration mission to divert Victor's focus. Consequently, Alcia positioned a logistical wizard within the exploration team, with the intent to eliminate Link should the opportunity arise in the Winterwood Forest. Link's grandfather's demise bore no relation to Alcia. Old Watson had voluntarily ventured into the Winterwood Forest. Chapter 97, Matthew's Dilemma. As evening descended, with the sun and full moon yet to complete their transition, the Whitestone Manor glowed with bright lights. Occasionally, one could glimpse hurried servants scurrying about, diligently preparing for the evening's banquet. On the left side of the manor stood a building adorned with white walls and a red roof. Its walls embellished with creeping vines, a space designated by Alcia for her daily administrative tasks, which also housed her study. The long table in the study was cluttered with books, giving it a somewhat chaotic appearance. A beautiful woman with chestnut hair sat poised at the long table, engrossed in the tome before her. At that moment, a maid entered the study, bowing respectfully before speaking. "Miss Alcia, the banquet will commence in 2 hours. Please proceed to the dressing room, where preparations are already complete." The chestnut-haired woman closed the book in her hands, a hint of resignation flickering in her emerald eyes. This individual was not the genuine Alcia, but rather Matthew, disguised as her through a complex potion. Matthew's scheme had encountered a minor setback. His original intention was to control Alcia with a soul-binding spell, utilizing her identity to procure greater advantages and resources. Furthermore, he needed to restore the Wizard's Tower, which presented a significant resource deficit, and Alcia's status could have facilitated shortcuts in this endeavor. Regrettably, fate did not favor him. Alcia, being a bona fide wizard, had undergone a transformation in her mental landscape, rendering Matthew incapable of suppressing her mental resistance. His soul-binding spell failed to exert control over her. This predicament posed a challenge for Matthew. Alcia could not remain missing for an extended period without arousing suspicion, which would thwart his plans to exploit her identity for additional gains and resources. To maximize his benefits, Matthew had no choice but to assume her role himself. Fortunately, Alcia was already recognized as a formal wizard, and Matthew, masquerading as her, managed to decline most social engagements without raising eyebrows. as a newly promoted court officer of a formal wizard could easily excuse himself from mundane social obligations. However, tonight's banquet had been arranged by Alcia to celebrate her recent breakthrough, and many would arrive with gifts, making it difficult to evade participation. Matthew placed the book down. Alcia's collection far surpassed that of the Chris family and Jack White. Having never received formal magical education from the Wizarding World, he found a comprehensive knowledge system among the tomes Alcia possessed, including foundational knowledge of various magical crafts. For the past few days, he had been immersed in this sea of knowledge. After consuming another dose of the complex potion to extend his transformation, he followed the maid to the dressing room. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to a pale yellow gown displayed on a half-body mannequin, adorned with intricate embellishments, while two maids busily inspected for any oversights. Witnessing this scene, his brow furrowed in dismay. Was this the attire for tonight? The maid appeared puzzled, responding, "But this is the gown you selected earlier." Matthew forced a stiff smile, replying, "I meant to say, I would like to change styles. I prefer something simpler for today. Please hold on." The maid, unperturbed, thought it was common for Alcia to request a change of outfit at the last minute. The two maids proceeded to roll out a rack from the wardrobe, showcasing an array of different gowns. As Matthew surveyed the selection, he felt overwhelmed. Not a single gown in Alcia's wardrobe could be deemed simple or unadorned. The pale yellow gown he had just seen was, in fact, one of the less elaborate options. While Matthew wrestled with his thoughts, a knock echoed at the dressing room door. The maid opened the door to reveal a well-dressed steward entering the room. The butler, with hair graying at the temples, entered and bowed respectfully before presenting a list to Matthew. "Miss Alcia, here is the list of gifts for this evening." Matthew glanced at the list, captivated, as it revealed that the gift givers extended beyond the residents of Whitestone Town. Many from the capital had also sent their congratulations. After calming his slightly agitated heart, he returned the list to the butler and instructed, "Please place a copy in the study, and for now, take these gifts to the underground storage." Once the butler had departed, Matthew addressed the two maids, "No need to change. Let us remain in the previous attire." To preserve this identity, and for the sake of the list, Matthew deemed it a reasonable sacrifice, especially since no one would be the wiser. In the world of Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest echoed with the melodious songs of myriad birds, heralding the arrival of spring. The Hogwarts castle had now embraced the season's warmth. Within the room of requirement, Matthew was engrossed in a book, knowing that once he ventured forth, he would often have to masquerade as Alcia. It was not merely to avoid wearing dresses. Rather, he simply wished to refrain from perpetually impersonating another. This was akin to constructing a skyscraper. One must first lay a solid foundation to elevate the structure higher. Matthew's mental capacity was nearing the threshold of a third-tier wizard apprentice, and he had been contemplating the inscription of innate spells within his mental realm, an essential prerequisite for advancing to the rank of an official wizard. He pondered whether he could inscribe the magical spells of the Hogwarts world into his mental domain. Having acquired comprehensive notes on the breakthrough to official wizardry from Alcia, he was well-versed in the method of inscribing innate spells. However, the inscribing process required the utilization of ancient Runic. To inscribe the spells of the Hogwarts realm, he first needed to transcribe them into ancient Runic magic. In the Hogwarts library, resources on this subject were scarce, with only fragments found within texts concerning ancient magic. Nevertheless, as Matthew's knowledge expanded, he began to glean insights and embarked on experiments to transcribe magic into ancient Runic. Setting his book aside, he entered a contemplative state. He slowly extended his right hand, focusing intently on his palm while attuning to the flow of magic within him. A glow flickered, his palm illuminated with a radiant light, prompting him to furrow his brow. He clenched his fingers, dispelling the luminescence. The glow flickered once more. After reopening his palm and reigniting the glow, he again dispersed the light. This process repeated several times until a spark of inspiration ignited within him. After dispersing the light again, he opened his palm without uttering a spell, instead concentrating his magic to conjure several ancient runic symbols within his hand. He guided the ancient runic symbols in his palm to form a spell model. Suddenly, his palm erupted with brilliance as he released a Lumos spell through the ancient Runic. This marked his first successful transmutation of ancient Runic magic. The initial success, often the most challenging, provided a reference for translating other spells henceforth. Chapter 98, Confinement. Matthew successfully translated the illumination spell into ancient Runic magic, then retrieved a square metallic box from the pocket of his non-trace extension spell. This artifact was a legacy from his grandfather, Altar Black, who had collected various items during his early studies of ancient Runic texts. The box, approximately the size of a basketball, was adorned with inscriptions in ancient Runic on its four sides, while the top bore 4 glowing characters. After extracting the box, Matthew once again concentrated his magical energy to form ancient Runic symbols in the palm of his hand. The box absorbed the magical runes, causing a corresponding inscription on its surface to illuminate and become mobile. Subsequently, Matthew summoned several more runes, allowing the box to absorb them in succession. Precisely those that corresponded to the illumination spell he had just translated. Upon recalling the metallic box left by his grandfather, Matthew speculated that it might be connected to the ancient runic magic of the illumination spell. He then maneuvered the glowing runic inscriptions according to the spell model of the illumination incantation. Once the model was properly arranged, the metallic box radiated a dazzling light. A cracking sound emanated from within the box, resembling the splintering of a toy made of interlocking blocks. Indeed, as Matthew had surmised, the ancient runic magic of the illumination spell served as the key to unlocking this metallic box. Curious, Matthew picked up the object that had emerged from the box and examined it closely. It was an exquisitely crafted cube, unmistakably a product of fairy craftsmanship. When he attempted to twist the cube, he found that it resisted any brute force. Even the infusion of magical energy yielded no response. What could this be? Matthew was at a loss and thought it might be prudent to consult a fairy. Checking his pocket watch, he noted that it was time for his appointment with Professor Snape to assist him with a batch of potion ingredients. Several hours later, in the corridors of the castle, Matthew followed closely behind Snape, who was carrying a box. The black lizard tail cannot be dried using flames or magical means. It must be air-dried under the light of a full moon to preserve its potency, Snape stated slowly. Matthew nodded, realizing why the potions he had brewed with black lizard tail sometimes failed to meet expectations. The drying method had been flawed. This was the essence of experience. Potion textbooks offered only a limited scope of information, teaching only the foundational concepts, while the accumulation of experience was an indispensable part of growth. Suddenly, Snape spotted a few students approaching from the front: Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. With an icy glare, Snape addressed them in a measured tone. "I believe you are well past curfew, Potter." Harry paled slightly under Snape's frosty gaze, yet he retorted defiantly, "Professor Snape, we are on our way to serve detention. It was Professor McGonagall who instructed us to find Mr. Filch." Matthew immediately understood. They were headed to the Forbidden Forest. It should be that Hagrid has successfully hatched the dragon egg he acquired from Chiron. As they bid farewell to the young dragon, they were caught wandering at night. Snape wore a mocking expression, remarking that if one adhered more closely to the school rules, one would not face detention. To Filch? Snape furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing towards a certain direction, the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. "Matthew, I am in need of fresh sunroot, which I require for tonight. Please find Hagrid and ask him to take you into the Forbidden Forest to gather some." Snape's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. Matthew, puzzled, questioned the necessity of venturing into the Forbidden Forest at such a late hour. However, upon observing Snape's countenance, he began to understand. There had been reports of an injured unicorn in the forest, and it seemed that Snape was somewhat concerned for the safety of the younger students. "Then this box of black lizard tails," Snape interjected. "You may proceed to collect the sunroot." He accepted the box and handed Matthew a round object, saying, "The conditions in the forest at night can be more perilous than during the day. Should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, toss this into the air." The remaining four exchanged glances. Harry took the initiative to speak. "Senior, we must head to detention." Matthew smiled and nodded. "Let us go together, Mr. Filch's office is also nearby." Unbeknownst to them, they were also destined for a journey into the Forbidden Forest. Upon arriving at the entrance hall, they found Filch waiting, accompanied by Draco Malfoy. Filch, upon spotting Matthew, inquired quizzically, "You two are here for detention?" "Professor McGonagall did not inform me," Matthew explained. "Professor Snape has instructed me to assist in gathering sunroot from the Forbidden Forest." Filch regarded Matthew with a peculiar expression, muttering softly, "It is these professors who lead students astray by allowing them to breach school rules so late at night." "Follow me," Filch said, illuminating a lamp as he guided them outside. He then turned to Harry and the others, ominously declaring, "It is truly unfortunate that they abolished the old-fashioned punishment of suspending you by your wrists from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office. I often oil them. Who knows, they may come in handy one day." Harry and his companions shivered at the vivid imagery conjured by Filch's words, feeling immensely relieved that Hogwarts had discarded such archaic methods of punishment. Outside the castle, relying solely on the faint moonlight to navigate, Filch, well acquainted with the path, soon led them to Hagrid's hut. The windows of the hut glowed warmly, and as they approached, they could hear the sound of barking dogs from within. The door swung open, and Hagrid leaned out, exclaiming, "Filch, you've finally arrived. I am ready to depart." Harry's face lit up with joy at the prospect of working alongside Hagrid, believing it would be a delightful experience. Filch scoffed, darkly adding, "Foolish fellow, do you think accompanying Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest is a leisurely endeavor? I hope you emerge unscathed." At this, Malfoy became visibly agitated, exclaiming, "The Forbidden Forest? How can we venture there at midnight? I've heard there are werewolves lurking within." Beside them, Hermione bit her lip, her complexion pale, while Neville clutched Harry's sleeve tightly. Trembling slightly, Filch remarked sarcastically, This is entirely your own fault. Did you not consider the consequences before stirring up trouble? Chapter 99. The Fierce Battle in the Forbidden Forest. Why is there an extra one? Hagrid inquired curiously, glancing at Matthew. Matthew explained once more, Professor Snape asked me to gather some sunroot in the Forbidden Forest. Going to the Forbidden Forest at night for sunroot? Well, to be fair, it's not as perilous as it seems, provided you remain cautious, Hagrid replied, shaking his head dismissively while pointing towards the forest. However, the forest has been rather unusual lately. Just last week, a unicorn was found dead within. Hagrid addressed the four of them. You should split into two groups. Harry, Malfoy, and Yaya will accompany Matthew to assist Professor Snape in gathering sunroot, while Neville and Hermione will join me in searching for traces of the unicorn. Matthew, if you encounter a unicorn, send up green sparks, if trouble arises. Send up red sparks, and I shall come at once, Hagrid instructed earnestly. Matthew nodded, accepting the lantern Hagrid offered. Once they entered the Forbidden Forest, Neville closely followed the group, his pale face betraying his intense fear. Hagrid pointed to some silvery traces on the ground. This is unicorn blood. Typically, unicorns avoid the edges of the forest. If one has ventured here, it must be seeking my help. After saying this, Hagrid tenderly wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. He indicated a direction. Follow that path until you find a stream. Sunroot grows in that area. Hagrid was well acquainted with the Forbidden Forest and knew exactly where to find the sunroot. Before long, Matthew and the others parted ways with Hagrid, each heading in different directions. The forest was occasionally filled with the rustling of the wind weaving through the trees. Apart from that, the only sounds were the crunching of leaves beneath their feet. Draco seemed to adapt to the atmosphere, initiating conversation. Potter, if it weren't for you, I would be sound asleep in the dormitory right now. Harry frowned, choosing not to respond. He had no desire to engage with Draco. Undeterred, Draco continued, but now, you've cost Gryffindor 150 points. You won't win the Quidditch Cup this year. It seems you're completely out of the running for the House Cup. This year, Gryffindor's Quidditch performance had been lackluster, having lost to both Slytherin and Ravenclaw. With both teams currently holding 2 match points each, the championship would be decided between these two teams in a playoff. Matthew mused that the outcome was uncertain, dependent on Dumbledore's whims. Draco persisted, next year, I will definitely join the Slytherin team, Potter, so don't forget. Matthew interrupted Draco's incessant chatter. Quiet. It seems there is something ahead. He had noticed a faint magical disturbance in the air, a presence that felt as if it could vanish at any moment. Moments later, they beheld a pool of dense, silvery blood upon the ground. Following the trail, they discovered its source, a creature sprawled upon the earth, emanating a phosphorescent glow. Its pristine mane cascading around it in heartbreaking beauty. This fallen unicorn exhibited slight convulsions, its rising abdomen a testament to its continued existence. Is this a unicorn? Draco's voice trembled. You, conjure sparks into the air, commanded Matthew. Harry, somewhat bewildered by Matthew's directive, nevertheless complied, preparing to unleash sparks into the sky. At that moment, Matthew waved his wand, invoking a protective shield. A semi-transparent circular barrier manifested before the trio, deflecting an incoming slicing curse. A figure cloaked in black robes emerged, hunched over as if crawling upon the ground. Harry, who had stumbled and fallen behind Matthew, clutched his head in visible agony. Draco, petrified by the unfolding scene, dropped his lantern and fled, with Yaya, a timid dog, scampering alongside him. Despite his throbbing headache, Harry resolutely lifted his gaze towards the shadowy figure. I'll keep an eye on him. You quickly hide and launch a red spark. Hagrid will come immediately upon seeing it, Matthew instructed, deflecting another beam of light cast by the cloaked figure. Be careful, Matthew. Harry understood the gravity of their predicament. Summoning Hagrid was indeed the optimal choice, and he dashed away without hesitation. After ensuring Harry's retreat, Matthew raised his wand above his head, swirling it several times. He anticipated an encounter with Quirrell that night, and had resolved to hasten Voldemort's progress, while also testing his own capabilities. Since his breakthrough in Transfiguration, he had yet to engage in direct confrontation with the formidable beings of the Hogwarts realm, and he felt a burgeoning eagerness to do so. This night, he intended to rely solely on his Transfiguration, as it had already been revealed in prior encounters. As Matthew stirred his wand, the surrounding trees morphed into countless blades. Launching toward the dark figure, a circular shield enveloped the cloaked figure, the leaf-formed blades creating a sizzling cacophony against it. However, it did not hold for long before fissures appeared. As the shield shattered, the cloaked figure instantly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, dispersing in all directions. Oh! Matthew was taken aback. Truly, Voldemort was formidable, employing magic he had never before witnessed. What of this? Matthew flicked his wand forward, and the flying blades morphed into snowflakes, their frigid essence melding with the dark mist. A roar erupted from the black smoke, a voice reminiscent of a beast. Suddenly, the mist erupted into flames, dissipating the chill in the air, instantly melting the swirling snowflakes. Matthew furrowed his brow, realizing that Voldemort's power exceeded his expectations. Since Voldemort's possession, Quirrell had been tirelessly endeavoring to replenish his strength, depleting all his resources in the process. Voldemort frequently siphoned the life force from Quirrell, and the longer this persisted, the more precarious Quirrell's condition became, resulting in a diminished strength that Voldemort could exert through him. Perhaps due to his intervention, Quirrell had acquired the dragon eggs sooner than expected. Presently, Quirrell was not as feeble as before, leading to an even greater strength emanating from him than Matthew had anticipated. In Chapter 100, the first encounter with the Dark Lord unfolded. Flames erupted from the dark mist, instantly melting the snowflakes that danced in the air and enveloping the surrounding flora as they surged toward Matthew. However, despite the ferocity of the flames, Matthew discerned Voldemort's weakness. He had resorted to mere ordinary fire rather than the intense flames he was capable of. With a flick of his wand, Matthew caused the earth before him to shift rapidly, transforming into a pool of water. He then lifted his wand, conjuring a massive wave that crashed toward the flames. Avada Kedavra! Before Matthew could catch his breath, a roar echoed from the dark mist, and a green light shot forth. The green beam pierced through the intertwined waves of water and fire, advancing towards Matthew. He remained vigilant, and the moment the green light appeared, the ground beneath him swelled instantly. With the change in terrain, Matthew found himself atop a small slope. The killing curse struck the soil of the slope, achieving no effect. Simultaneously, the recently intertwined waves of water and flames began to subside, and the fire disintegrated before reaching Matthew. The evaporating steam spread through the air. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, recognized Matthew's tenacity and seemed intent on retreating, with the dark mist retreating toward the woods. However, Matthew was determined not to let him escape so easily. With a wave of his wand, he ensnared the dark mist within the steam, moving it in tandem. This steam was a product of his transfiguration. The vapor remained under his control. The steam in the air underwent a violent transformation, gradually morphing into a corrosive green mist. A scream erupted from within the dark mist. Yet, Matthew's expression shifted. He sensed a surge of intense magical energy emanating from the mist. The ground beneath him collapsed swiftly, forming a pit deep enough for him to conceal himself. Armoris. As he sheltered himself in the pit, a translucent circular shield materialized before him. A violent explosion erupted from the dark mist, its shockwaves toppling nearby trees. Fortunately, Matthew, hidden in the pit and protected by the ironclad spell, endured little impact. Just as he contemplated emerging, he heard a somber voice from afar. Stop the spell. The flames from the explosion gradually extinguished, and after a moment, hurried footsteps approached. As Matthew emerged from the pit, he encountered Snape, who appeared somewhat relieved upon seeing him, his previously stern countenance softening. Did I not instruct you to cast that sphere if you encountered trouble in the Forbidden Forest? Snape's tone was rather unpleasant, tinged with a hint of irritation. Matthew awkwardly replied, I think I can manage. Those who can swim often drown, Snape admonished. It won't happen again, Professor, Matthew said. Casting a glance at the site of the explosion, where the black mist had vanished, the dark-cloaked figure having departed after unleashing the blast. Then, footsteps approached from behind Snape. It was Hagrid, accompanied by Harry and the others. After Harry had dashed away, he promptly fired a red flare into the air. To his surprise, the first person to reach him was not Hagrid, but Snape. In that instant, fear gripped Harry, prompting him to cast a disarming spell on Snape, mistakenly believing him to be the dark figure from moments before. In the brief time that had passed, Matthew might have already met his demise at the hands of that figure, and now, the thought of being pursued and killed for interrupting his nefarious deeds, specifically the slaying of a unicorn, filled Harry with dread. Snape could hardly fathom how such an accusation had been thrust upon him. Upon encountering Harry and the others within the castle, he had learned of their intention to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Considering the recent deaths of unicorns and the suspicious behavior of Quirrell, he felt a sense of unease but refrained from voicing his concerns. After attending to a box of black lizard tails, he made his way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to prevent any unforeseen calamities. Hagrid soon arrived, and Harry informed him that it was Snape who had slain the unicorn. Hagrid, however, was skeptical of Harry's claims. He had never doubted Snape, who frequently ventured into the Forbidden Forest for materials. The group remained in a standoff for a moment, but fortunately, the misunderstanding did not linger long, as an explosion echoed in the distance. Seeing that Harry was under Hagrid's protection, Snape swiftly made his way toward the source of the explosion. Are you all right? Hagrid's booming voice resonated from afar, sounding as though he were right beside them. I'm fine, but the culprit who killed the unicorn has escaped, Matthew replied. Upon seeing Matthew, Harry realized he might have misjudged Professor Snape, leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I shouldn't have doubted you, Harry apologized. Although Snape had easily deflected Harry's disarming spell, the encounter left Harry with a sense of guilt. Hagrid scratched his head, realizing that he did not want Harry and the others lingering in the Forbidden Forest any longer. What about Malfoy? He scanned the area and then noticed Malfoy was missing. He ran off with Fong when we encountered the dark figure, Matthew explained. Hagrid produced a whistle. We need to find Fong first, though timid. He's quite adept at locating people. Hagrid blew a whistle into the trees, and shortly thereafter, Fong emerged from the woods, with Malfoy trailing behind. Fortuitously, Malfoy had not gotten lost. In his frantic escape, he had followed Fong in the same direction. Once he regained his composure, he remained with Fong, who promptly returned to his master upon hearing Hagrid's whistle. Was that a werewolf? I knew it. I told you there were werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy was filled with excitement upon seeing a few individuals. Hagrid had already departed with Harry and others, leaving Matthew behind as Snape still had inquiries to make. Snape meticulously questioned Matthew about his encounter with the hooded figure. Did you see his appearance? Snape inquired. Matthew shook his head, explaining that when he first encountered the figure, he was cloaked in black robes and wore a hood, concealing his face and even masking his voice. It was evident that he was in disguise. The necessity for such concealment indicated a questionable identity. Snape scoffed, then further probed, what was your impression of him? He had long harbored suspicions about Quirrell. Yet he was increasingly troubled by the thought of whether the Dark Lord was also present in the Forbidden Forest. It is difficult to articulate. He seemed volatile, tinged with a hint of madness. Unlike any ordinary wizard, Matthew replied. Perhaps the Dark Lord was not in a favorable state. Chapter 101. A conversation in the headmaster's office. At the entrance to the headmaster's office stood a gargoyle that dripped water. If one spoke the correct password, it would leap aside. Fizzing Whizbees, Snape intoned expressionlessly, and the gargoyle moved aside, revealing a spiral staircase that led upward. The circular office was adorned with portraits of former headmasters, both male and female, each gently snoring in their respective frames. A massive table with clawed legs occupied the room, and on a shelf behind the table lay a patched sorting hat. Dumbledore had not yet rested. He was engrossed in reading some letters. Upon seeing Snape and Matthew enter, he removed his glasses. Severus, is there something amiss at this late hour? Snape quickly recounted the recent incident in the Forbidden Forest, where a unicorn had been slain by a hooded figure, and that Potter, Draco, and Matthew had encountered him. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What about the other two children? Are they injured? The portraits of the former headmasters also awakened, attentively listening to the unfolding drama. Matthew, could you recount the events as they transpired? Dumbledore inquired with a questioning gaze directed at Matthew. Certainly, Professor. Matthew nodded and recounted the incident once more. After he finished, Dumbledore fell into contemplation, and before he could speak, the portraits began to chatter. Ha ha ha, truly the descendant of Black. You remain remarkably composed in the face of danger, Matthew Black. You are indeed an exceptional Slytherin, exclaimed a bearded wizard, bursting into laughter. This wizard was Phineas Nigellus Black, an ancestor of the Black family and a former headmaster of Hogwarts. Snape, addressing the pensive Dumbledore, asked, who do you suspect he is? He retrieved some sweets and a pastry from his drawer. Matthew, this honeycomb cake is quite delightful. You should give it a try. Professor Severus and I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest. Do you require anything to drink? I would like a glass of milk, Professor, Matthew replied, nodding. Dumbledore tapped the table with his wand, and a cup of milk from the Hogwarts kitchens materialized before him. Fawkes, the phoenix perched nearby, soared over and settled on Dumbledore's other arm, as he placed a hand on Snape's shoulder. In an instant, both Dumbledore and Snape vanished. Matthew sat at the long table, indulging in pastries, feeling a pang of hunger after a late-night skirmish with a figure in black robes. As the portraits of former headmasters began to stir, they engaged Matthew in light conversation. Phineas Black started to boast, claiming that as a descendant of the Blacks, he was destined for greatness, akin to himself as Hogwarts' greatest headmaster. The greatest headmaster? How audacious, interrupted Headmistress Dolores Umbridge, exposing his true nature. Matthew was aware of Phineas Black's reputation, and as Umbridge had stated, he was indeed rather unpopular during his tenure. Unperturbed by the revelation, Phineas continued, Matthew Black, I believe I must reconsider the matter of the Black heir. When you have the opportunity, do visit the ancestral home at number 12, Grimmauld Place, and we shall discuss this further. The Black family had declined significantly, with few descendants remaining. Sirius Black, the one who had inherited the Black legacy, was imprisoned in Azkaban, likely to remain there for life due to his crimes. Phineas Black intended to select a new heir, and Matthew seemed a promising candidate. Surprised by this unexpected opportunity, Matthew readily agreed. Very well, Ancestor Phineas. I shall make a trip to Grimmauld Place at my earliest convenience. Meanwhile, Fawkes transported Dumbledore and Snape to the Forbidden Forest in an instant. Snape led Dumbledore to the spot where Matthew had previously battled the figure in black. The ground still bore the dark marks of the recent explosion. Dumbledore crouched slightly, pinching some of the blackened earth and rubbing it between his fingers. Unable to discern Dumbledore's murmurs, Snape stepped forward, asking Dumbledore? Snape's expression darkened as he realized his suspicions were confirmed. The disturbance had indeed been caused by Voldemort. What is his current condition? Snape inquired. Dumbledore sighed gently. I do not know. However, he must be in dire straits, hunting unicorns, perhaps to drink their blood to prolong his life. Unicorn blood can extend life and lift dreadful curses. Yet, those who harm unicorns are cursed themselves, which indicates he is truly desperate. Dumbledore had long suspected that Quirrell was compromised, though he was unaware that Voldemort had directly possessed him. He merely believed Quirrell had become a puppet for the Dark Lord. Thus, Dumbledore made certain arrangements, using the Philosopher's Stone as bait to draw out the concealed Voldemort. After Matthew's departure, Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed on the doorway, and after a while, he murmured, "What a determined child, with such remarkable charisma and astonishing talent. He bears a striking resemblance." Snape, with his characteristic languor, remarked, "Both being Slytherins, both possessing the blood of ancient families, both being half-blood wizards. Does Matthew remind you of anyone?" Dumbledore shook his head, locking his gaze with Snape's, and stated, "He is unlike Voldemort. He has felt warmth, and within him resides love. Love is the greatest power, Severus." Snape curled his lips in a sardonic smile and retorted, "Any grand plans afoot, the illustrious Dumbledore?" After Snape's departure, silence enveloped the headmaster's office once more. After a considerable time, a low whisper echoed within the room, Grindelwald. Chapter 102, The Discussion of the Quartet. In the centaur habitat of the Forbidden Forest, a young centaur with platinum hair awakened from his slumber. He bore the body of a silver-maned horse, while his torso, arms, and head resembled that of a human. He stepped out of his wooden abode and gazed at the night sky, where stars twinkled like scattered gems. Some centaurs are born with the gift of foresight, able to glean glimpses of the future through the celestial tapestry above. To the young centaur, the night sky appeared as if someone had painted a canvas of pure black and punctured it with numerous tiny holes, allowing starlight to seep through the openings. This young centaur could discern fragments of the future through the light that filtered in from the black canvas's pinpricks. Furthermore, his prophetic abilities were exceptional. He perceived the celestial phenomena with greater clarity than his peers. After a moment, the young centaur furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. The stars of fate have shifted again, I can scarcely see. The recent tranquility of the Forbidden Forest had been disrupted, prompting the centaur community to organize patrols around their encampment in preparation for unforeseen events. Forenza, haven't you rested? It's your turn to patrol. Don't let your mind wander during your watch. I just encountered Hagrid, who mentioned that another unicorn has perished, proclaimed the leading centaur. His red hair and beard contrasting sharply with his chestnut-colored horse body, which sported a long, flowing red tail. Ronan huffed softly. Indeed, it has changed. Another unicorn is dead. All due to that troublesome crowd of humans. Forenza frowned. That was not his intention. He had foreseen the unicorn's demise long ago, but it should not have occurred at this time. Moreover, he was meant to meet that ill-fated boy on the night of the unicorn's passing, and now everything had altered. The centaur's foresight was not whimsical. No one could predict the future at will. They could only catch glimpses of future events at random moments. Furthermore, the stars of fate did not reveal the future directly. Instead, they required interpretation. In the past, the stars had been misinterpreted, a mistake that even centaurs could not entirely evade. Perhaps I have misinterpreted the celestial prophecies this time, mused Forenza, gazing at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky. Yet, why do the fated constellations appear increasingly obscure? A few days later, within the cozy confines of the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville huddled together, their expressions rife with tension. Hermione spoke rapidly. I discovered that unicorn blood can prolong life and lift dreadful curses. However, to slay a unicorn and consume its blood exacts a grievous toll, cursing one to a state of living death. The hooded figure Harry encountered must have killed the unicorn to drink its blood. I inquired with Hagrid, and indeed, a significant quantity of blood was missing from the unicorn's corpse. Ron, biting his fingernails, contorted his face in distress. To drink unicorn blood for the sake of prolonging life? The cost is too steep. If one is to be cursed for eternity, death would be preferable, wouldn't it? Was this the scene he witnessed when confronting the hooded figure? Yet, why was the figure absent from his memory? Where did this vision originate? Harry, grasping at straws, heard Ron's question and suddenly exclaimed, to be cursed for a lifetime is indeed terrifying, unless he has no other option but to use unicorn blood to sustain his life. As this realization dawned upon him, it felt as if a colossal hand had seized his heart, quickening his breath significantly. Voldemort, Harry declared loudly, noticing the fearful expressions of his companions. He recalled how many trembled at the mere mention of that name. Cautiously, he scanned the room, relieved to find it mostly empty, with no one paying them any heed. Lowering his voice, he continued, it is Voldemort. He seeks to prolong his life, which is why he has slain the unicorn. He is drinking its blood to sustain himself, and furthermore, he aims to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Ron, filled with dread, implored, Don't utter that name. Neville, equally terrified, understood the gravity of the situation. For their backgrounds in wizarding families rendered them more aware of Voldemort's malevolence than their peers raised among muggles. It must be Snape. He is attempting to procure the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort, Harry asserted, though he soon felt a twinge of doubt. No, that can't be right. It shouldn't be Snape. Hermione. Influenced by Ron and Neville's anxiety, too felt fear creeping in, but she compelled herself to remain calm and ponder Harry's words. Harry, it likely isn't Snape. If it were, he would have aided Voldemort that night in the Forbidden Forest. Moreover, have you noticed Professor Quirrell's poor condition these past few days? Since that unfortunate incident. He took 3 days off, and upon his return, he appeared exceedingly pale, speaking in an odd manner. Ron questioned, wasn't it said that Professor Quirrell was ill? He has always spoken with a stutter. Hermione shook her head. No, he is not merely stuttering now. He sounds feeble, as if he is utterly drained. This change is far too coincidental. He is the most suspicious individual at present. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their minds preoccupied with the recent events in the Forbidden Forest. Leaving them little inclination to attend classes, they had scarcely noticed the changes in Quirrell. Harry pondered for a moment, finding no further clues pointing towards Quirrell. Yet it was evident, as Hermione had surmised, that Quirrell was the most suspicious individual. Harry nodded resolutely and declared, at the very least, we should convey these suspicions to Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Chapter 103, Dumbledore's Trial? In the room of requirement, fragrant wisps of smoke curled gracefully. A finely crafted incense burner adorned the long table within the chamber, emitting the soothing aroma of second-tier jade incense. The jade incense significantly benefited the growth of a wizard's mental realm, greatly enhancing the practice of meditation. This was one of the treasures Matthew had acquired from Alcia. Alcia, despite her lackluster wizarding talents, had expended considerable resources to attain the status of a fully fledged wizard. Thus, Matthew had unearthed various cultivation aids from her Whitestone Manor, with jade incense among them. An indescribable fragrance emanated from the incense burner, surpassing the limits of human olfactory perception. As Matthew practiced his meditation, he felt a continuous sensation of expansion within his mental realm. However, aided by Snape's improved potions and Alcia's resources, Matthew had managed to condense this process to about 3 months, a truly astonishing pace. After more than an hour, Matthew sensed that the feeling of expansion in his mental realm had ceased, and he became aware of an ethereal shackle. Now, he merely needed to inscribe a talent spell within his mental realm to break through the bottleneck and advance to the rank of a fully fledged wizard. However, Matthew had recently been contemplating the translation of Hogwarts magical concepts into runic magic. He aspired to inscribe Transfiguration as a talent spell, which would further enhance his proficiency in that discipline. Despite the complexity of Transfiguration, Matthew remained confident in his ability to translate it into runic magic. He had already succeeded in translating the Lumos charm into runic form, and having achieved that initial success, he now had a reference point for translating other spells. Upon concluding his meditation, Matthew extinguished the jade incense, carefully pocketing the remainder. It was an exceedingly valuable resource. Even second-tier jade incense produced commendable effects for fully fledged wizards, and Matthew was determined not to waste it. The previous night, after Harry Potter and his 3 companions had deduced Quirrell and Voldemort's plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone in the Gryffindor common room, they resolved to inform Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall of their suspicions. However, they were unaware of Professor Dumbledore's office location and initially proceeded to Professor McGonagall's office. Fortuitously, Professor McGonagall was present, and she regarded the 4 of them with curiosity. Is there something you need? Professor McGonagall, where is Professor Dumbledore's office? Hermione inquired, articulating their intent. We wish to speak with him. You wish to see Professor Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall was increasingly perplexed. Professor Dumbledore had departed for a meeting in London and was currently absent from Hogwarts. If you have any concerns, you may share them with me. Harry felt a surge of anxiety. Dumbledore was not at Hogwarts. What would happen to the Sorcerer's Stone? The Sorcerer's Stone? Professor McGonagall's attention was instantly piqued, her expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion. How do you know about this? Professor, we suspect that Voldemort's minions will attempt to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. We must alert Professor Dumbledore. Harry refrained from mentioning Professor Quirrell's name, as they lacked substantial evidence. He merely stated the threat posed by Voldemort's followers. However, Harry's worry was palpable. This is not your concern, Harry, McGonagall remarked, wishing to divert the conversation. It is Sunday, and the sun is shining. I suggest you all go outside to enjoy the weather. Reluctantly, Harry and his friends left McGonagall's office. She did not believe their claims. And Dumbledore's absence from Hogwarts left Harry feeling utterly despondent. With Dumbledore away, this is the prime opportunity for the stone to be stolen, Hermione deduced. Harry gritted his teeth. We must take action. Someone needs to keep watch on Quirrell, right outside the staff room. Hermione nodded in agreement. We can take turns keeping an eye on him. If anyone sees Quirrell heading to the 4th floor corridor, We must immediately inform the others. In the afternoon, Harry, Ron, and Neville lingered in the Gryffindor common room engaged in a game of wizard's chess. However, their minds were elsewhere. Ron stared blankly at a chess piece, unable to place it on the board, while Harry and Neville found themselves lost in thought as well. Hermione had gone to keep watch outside the staff room, leaving them disinterested in anything else. The common room door creaked open, prompting the trio to glance towards the entrance. Upon realizing it was not Hermione, they breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a twinge of disappointment. As Harry contemplated the chessboard, his mind wandered again. Suddenly, the door swung open once more, and in walked Hermione, her anxious expression signaling trouble. Quirrell has gone to the fourth-floor corridor. I saw him with my own eyes, she exclaimed. It really is him. Ron tugged at his hair. What should we do? As the others looked on in astonishment, Harry explained, I witnessed a confrontation between Snape and Quirrell. Perhaps he can assist us in dealing with Quirrell. Though the others were reluctant to seek Snape's help, they recognized the urgency of their situation. Regrettably, upon hastening to Snape's office in the Castle's dungeons, they found it empty. A flicker of determination crossed Harry's eyes. I must go and confront Quirrell. Are you insane? Ron exclaimed incredulously. He is a professor. How could you possibly stop him? At that moment, Neville, who had been quiet, timidly interjected, Don't forget. There is someone else who is willing to help us stop Professor Quirrell. The others quickly recalled this fact. They exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, We need to go fetch Senior Matthew. Chapter 104, Dumbledore's Trial. In the Forbidden Forest, Matthew confronted the figure clad in black robes, whether it was Quirrell or Voldemort, which affirmed Matthew's prowess. Harry and his companions promptly proceeded to the Slytherin common room, located on the same floor as Snape's office. Not far along their path, they encountered Gerald, who had just exited the common room. The sun shone brightly that day as he prepared to take a stroll by the Black Lake with his girlfriend. Are you here to find Matthew? Gerald recalled their acquaintance with him. Yes, is he in the common room? Harry inquired, nodding. After expressing their gratitude, Gerald scratched his head and turned back toward the common room. Shortly thereafter, Matthew arrived, while Gerald hurried away to meet his girlfriend. Observing the anxious expressions on Harry and his friends' faces, Matthew inquired, Is something the matter? Hermione hastily recounted the situation. Harry pleaded, We can't find the professor, so we came to ask you for assistance. Prepared for the Philosopher's Stone, Matthew was certainly not inclined to decline Harry's request. No problem, he replied gently, but we must be swift. Relieved, Harry and his friends felt a renewed sense of hope with Matthew's assistance in stopping Quirrell. They quickly raced to the fourth-floor corridor, where they discovered that the door, which should have been locked, was ajar. Quirrell really went in there. Ron exclaimed, Keep your voice down. He might still be inside. Hermione admonished quietly. Ron immediately covered his mouth, daring not to breathe. Matthew drew his wand and stepped into the partially opened room, sensing that it was unoccupied, save for the three-headed dog. Indeed, upon entering, they beheld the fearsome creature. Perhaps due to the delay in their search, Quirrell's harp, intended to soothe the beast, was silent. The three-headed dog, now awake, bared its teeth and lunged at Matthew. Reacting swiftly, Matthew pointed his wand at the creature's chains, which instantaneously transformed into numerous iron links, binding the three-headed dog tightly. The restrained creature struggled fiercely, but could not break free. I know how to handle it. Harry, who had just drawn Hagrid's flute, discreetly stowed it away upon witnessing the scene. Let's move quickly. Matthew opened the trapdoor and leaped down first. The void beneath was deep, and it took a while for him to land upon a soft mass of vines. When the others fell after him, they found the vines wrapping around their bodies. Flames swiftly dispelled the encroaching plants, revealing a pathway. From that point onward, Matthew refrained from intervening, as his purpose was solely to confront Quirrell. The trials were left to Harry and his companions. Utilizing his exceptional seeker skills, Harry successfully seized the correct key from the swirling mass of flying keys, unlocking the entrance to the next challenge. Ron skillfully navigated the chess challenge, yet he sustained some injuries during the game, rendering him unable to proceed. Just when Matthew presumed that nothing would change, a shift indeed occurred. They entered a chamber brimming with numerous potions, where a stone pedestal stood at the center. A door leading to the next area emanated a haunting, ethereal glow. Inscribed above its frame were the ominous words, No living beings may enter. Hermione seized a scroll of parchment from the ground, her countenance draining of color as she read. Only the deceased could pass through that door. Most of the potions displayed here were capable of inducing a deep slumber, save for one vial. Pouring its contents onto the central pedestal would yield the key to the doorway. Only the dead may cross that threshold. Matthew furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the parchment, which indeed confirmed the grim stipulation. He picked up a potion vial, removed its cap, and brought it close to his nose, gently wafting the aroma. After a careful sniff, he discerned that it was a potion that could induce profound sleep. Among the displayed potions, there were a dozen or so. After some time, Matthew eliminated most, leaving him with 2 vials that he could not identify. These two are quite similar. I cannot distinguish between them. The potions here can merely induce a deep slumber. Posing minimal risk, Matthew informed Harry and the others. If it's just a matter of falling asleep, we could sample a small amount of one potion. If we don't succumb to unconsciousness, then we've chosen correctly, Hermione proposed. Neville, ever proactive, promptly grabbed one of the vials and took a small sip. After tasting it, he smacked his lips, noting its sweetness, only to suddenly roll his eyes back and collapse. Harry, quick on his feet, caught Neville's falling form. It seems this is the one, Matthew declared as he lifted the remaining vial, pouring its contents into the stone pedestal at the center of the room. The pedestal had a drainage hole, through which the potion flowed. Moments later, a cracking sound echoed, and the pedestal split open to reveal a cabinet. Upon opening it, Matthew discovered another scroll of parchment inside. To his astonishment, it contained a potion recipe for a concoction that could briefly induce a state of living death. Contemplating this, Matthew realized that Quirrell had passed through the no living beings may enter door due to his unique condition. For the others to gain entry, they would need to brew the potion dictated by the recipe. Matthew's brow furrowed. This was a trial designed specifically for him. Harry and the others were merely first-year students. It was utterly impossible for them to concoct such a potion at their level. Did Dumbledore truly believe he would accompany Harry and the others into this place? They had already spent a considerable amount of time overcoming previous challenges, ample opportunity to amend the parameters of this trial. The potion's brewing required a short duration, yet it demanded meticulous precision. A single misstep would transform the mixture into a lethal toxin, rendering the drinker a genuine living dead. Matthew discreetly cast a glance at Hermione, contemplating that if he were to use her as a test subject for the potion, Dumbledore would undoubtedly keep a vigilant watch over him thereafter.